book is narrated by Reader's End. Started. Chapter 1, Misunderstanding 1. I am resigning. The cramped CEO's office, a rather tall man declared decisively. I have organized the tasks I was in charge of so that there will be no problems. I'll step here. A man revealing his intention to resign with great calmness, short hair with a strong impression. His name is Kang Woo-jin. Looking at him, the CEO, who looked like a pudgy toad, laughed in disbelief. You're going to quit, you fool. Do you think the design industry here is as vast as China? It's so damn narrow here. What will happen if you quit rashly? Do you think changing jobs is easy, huh? The CEO blurted out complaints mixed with annoyance and mockery. However, Kang Woo-jin, who stood there calmly, didn't respond. To change or whatever, it's none of your business now, you toad bastard. Right now, he just wanted to go home as quickly as possible. The company Kang Woo-jin was about to leave was a very common design company with about 20 employees. It was a company that was among the smallest businesses, and one that had a horrible reputation. From high school to college and until now, Kang Woo-jin, who has been designing all his life, was in his 4th year in this company. He is now 27 years old. Looking back, I have nothing but crappy memories. Though it's a design company, the nature of small business meant that aside from design work, there were countless other chores. Moreover, overtime was frequent. Overtime pay. They hardly gave any, and weekend work was coming. Annual leave? What is that? Oh, a tea to be boiled and eaten. And so, Kang Woo-jin had reached his limit, and today, on Monday morning, Woo-jin exploded as soon as he saw the toad-like CEO. Hell, I don't care, let's seal it out. Honestly, Kang Woo-jin had his resignation letter prepared 2 years ago. Everyone probably feels the same. Anyway, the toad-like CEO, who was glaring at Kang Woo-jin, waved his hand dismissively. Unbelievable. Yeah, get lost. There are plenty of guys who can do as much as you. Don't come in from tomorrow. This, Kang Woo-jin replied as if he had been waiting. Yes, understood, and please send my unpaid overtime pay and severance pay properly. Hey you. I've roughly calculated it, CEO, I don't want to make a big deal. Well then. Once he made up his mind, words flowed easily. Whispering to himself, Kang Woo-jin politely said goodbye to the toad-like CEO and left the office. Soon, cheers and encouragement poured out for Kang Woo-jin. They were the employees. Well done, I'm jealous, and so on. One of the employees close to Kang Woo-jin approached him. I'm envious of your escape, but what are you going to do now? What am I going to do? Well, to be honest, he was worried. What will he live on in the future? However, Woo-jin, who decided to set aside his worries for today, replied nonchalantly as he moved to his seat. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to do design anymore. I have a working holiday visa. I'm thinking of maybe going there. Working holiday where? Australia. So, a few dozen minutes later, Kang Woo-jin stared blankly at the monitor, his chin resting on his hand. A wave of lost motivation washed over him, now that his resignation had been confirmed. Then, swoosh. The weary-faced Kang Woo-jin picked up his phone. The screen showed unread messages and the time. Right arrow, February 3, 2020. Right arrows in 22 a.m. As only 30 minutes passed, time seemed to stand still. At that moment, bang! Suddenly, the office door swung open and the toad-like boss rushed in with a red face. Hey, Kang Woo-jin. The shout was undoubtedly directed at Kang Woo-jin. Just get out of here now. I can't stand the sight of you. At the same time, Woo-jin was cheering inside. This is perfect. I should be thankful. A week later, in Kang Woo-jin's one-room apartment around noon. Kang Woo-jin lived in the Suji area of Yongin City. His studio apartment was, well, the neatly hung clothes on the wall was surprisingly tidy. He seemed to be someone who keeps things tidy. In the middle of such a studio, a bum is sprawled out fast asleep. Of course, it's Kang Woo-jin. His appearance was the exact opposite of his neat apartment. He looked like a total bum. He was still wearing the padding jacket he wore when he went out yesterday, and his hair, which he had carefully styled, was now disheveled. Worse yet, there was a strong smell of alcohol every time Kang Woo-jin exhaled. It was due to the heavy drinking he had with his friends last night in celebration of his resignation. About an hour passed in this state. Ah shit. The bum who had woken up from his sleep, or rather, Kang Woo-jin, mumbled and groaned while lying down. Of my head splitting. Holding his head with both hands, Woo-jin looked around. Home, how did I get home? I remember going for a second round. Everything after that was blank. His memory was erased. He tried hard to recall the shattered remnants of yesterday, but to no avail. Was it because it had been a while since he had drunk so heavily? Kang Woo-jin exhaled a long sigh mixed with the smell of alcohol. He gave up trying to remember. I don't know. I must have somehow made it home. Woo-jin immediately opened a food delivery app. From the moment he opened his eyes, he was craving mulnaemyeon cold noodle soup. Hangover cure was the first thing on his mind. At that moment, ring. The phone with the delivery app opened vibrated with a long vibration. It was Call. The caller was one of Kang Woo-jin's closest friends, also a member of last night's drinking party. His friend's name was Kim D-young. Subsequently, Kang Woo-jin, still lying on his side, held the phone to his ear. Hey. Woo-jin's dying voice, Kim D-young laughed over the phone. Let's hear your voice. You sound like you're about to drop dead. Kekek, but you managed to get home alive, didn't you? Hey, how much did we drink yesterday? I feel like my insides are paralyzed right now. You don't remember? Yeah, I have no memory of last night. Hearing the answer, Kim D-young immediately cursed. You idiot. You disappeared all of a sudden while we were drinking yesterday. For about 30 minutes, we were seriously thinking about reporting you missing. What were you doing then? Seriously, how would I remember, but why are you calling? Ah shit, then you probably don't remember our conversation from yesterday either. You promised to go with me for an interview. Interview? Kang Woo-jin slowly scratched his chin. He had no memory of it. Suddenly, what interview? You're working well at your company, aren't you? Are you trying to change jobs? Are you crazy? That's a medium-sized company, right? No, well, this guy really. It's not company interview, it's the Super Act preliminaries. The Super Act that Kim D-young mentioned was a variety show that had recently gone into production. The broadcasting station was SBC. As the title suggests, it was an audition variety show aimed at discovering hidden stars, and they had been heavily promoting it for a month. Regardless, Kang Woojin, who tilted his head, asked his phone. Super actor, are you trying to get on that? Are you planning to switch careers to acting? Kim D-young over the phone spat out enough curse. No, you idiot. It's so frustrating. I told you yesterday. So I thought, why not just submit some documents in a video for fun? And I passed the first round. Oh, really? Kang Woojin's friend Kim D-young had acting as a hobby. On weekdays, he worked at a company, and on weekends, he attended a theater club. Of course, Kang Woojin knew about this as well. I guess they're accepting just about anyone, judging by the fact that you got in. Shut up. Anyway, tomorrow morning is the first round of evaluations and interviews. Even though it's not an official shoot, I'm nervous, so I asked you to come with me. So, I said okay to that yesterday. Such a crazy thing. Here, Kang Woojin quickly changed his tune. I was drunk, my friend. I wasn't myself yesterday. Why would I go there? What would I do there? Aren't you going to work tomorrow? That's for me to handle. You just need to stay by my side and give me some moral support. They said I could bring family or friends. You just have to wait outside while I'm being interviewed. I'm not feeling it today. Hey, you're unemployed anyway. After it's over, we'll have pork belly inside you, as much as you want. Kang Woojin hesitated slightly. At this point, Kim D-young added, Ha-yeon will be one of the judges tomorrow. Freeze. Kang Woojin, who had momentarily paused, his eyes lit up. What, who? Ha-yeon, you might be able to see Ha-yeon. For real? Really true, I stake my life on it. Ha-yeon, she was top actress who was doing well at the time. A universally acknowledged actress in every man's imagination. That Ha-yeon is a judge. Soon, Kim D-young explained over the phone. Each episode of Super Actor has different judges, and one of them is who was it? Anyway, it's because of some famous drama PD, production director / program director. Ha-yeon is working on a project with that PD. It's just a one-time thing, so yeah. How do you know that? Just search for it, you moron. It's there in the articles. Anyway, there's also our friendship, right? Come with me. At this point, Kang Woojin, who had just got up, answered with a determined look on his face. You should have mentioned friendship earlier. So, my friend, what time tomorrow? It was a crazy change in attitude. The next morning, Wednesday, February 12th. The time was around 10 o'clock. The place was the art center of SBC building in Mokdong. Kang Woojin and Kim D-young, both clad in padded jackets, entered the 5-story building with a detached building vibe. For reference, Kim D-young looked impressive. He was similar in height, over 100 cm to Woojin, but had a more solid upper body. Anyway, why there are so many people? Kang Woojin was amazed, and for good reason. The art center lobby was already packed with people. There were dozens of guidance staff members at the entrance, and participants were pouring in. At least 200 people, wasn't it? However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. Kim D-young explained the reason. I guess about 30% have arrived. I heard that the first audition of Super Actor is divided in different time slots. So, you're saying that at least 600 people are coming today. Of course, you should watch TV sometimes. I don't care, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, after completing the information confirmation procedure with the guide staff, Kang Woojin and Kim D-young walked down a corridor full of participants, following the placards and hand gestures of the staff. Then, they entered a room with a sign waiting room 1 on the door. Creak. Inside, plastic chairs were densely arranged in a wide space, and more than half of them were already occupied. It was then that Kang Woojin pointed to an empty chair with his index finger. Hey, let's sit there. Okay. As soon as they took their seats, Kim D-young, while tucking the number attached to his chest, took a deep breath. Phew, damn, I'm so nervous. Regardless of whether that was the case or not, Kang Woojin, who seemed indifferent to other affairs, unzipped his padded jacket and crossed his legs. Hey, you've been doing theater as a hobby for quite a while, haven't you? More than 3 years, wasn't it? Right. But you're nervous. Doesn't your club do stuff like free performances? Shut up. Is it on the same level as that? What's the difference? It's all acting. I don't know a damn thing about it, but you should at least try to feel like it's the same level. You might become a top actor through this variety show. Soon, Kim D-young let his imagination run wild. Damn, I just thought about it and it gives me goosebumps. While grinning, Kim D-young suddenly looked around at the dozens of participants and clutched his stomach. Hey, I need to take a dump, and it feels a bit soggy. You're crazy. When is this interview or audition starting? I don't know. I heard that when the stiff calls, we go in. Then ask and get back quickly. Don't shit yourself while acting. However, as if such a scene was unacceptable, Kim D-young jumped up and rushed to a female staff member standing at the entrance of the waiting room. After a brief conversation, he ran out into the corridor. Looking at his friend, Kang Woojin muttered, "What a waste." He sank deeper into the black chair. After about 10 minutes, Kang Woojin, frowning, checked the time on his cell phone. Kim D-young's return was taking too long. Why isn't that crazy guy coming back? It was at the moment. Kim D-young, Kim Junsu, Kim D-jung. At the front of the waiting room, a male staff member called out to the participants filling the black chairs. Kim D-young, Kim Junsu, Kim D-jung. Was this in order of name? His friend Kim D-young's name was called first. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin was slightly flustered when the other participants started to move forward. Soon, excuse me. Kang Woojin raised his hand and called the staff. Sorry, my friend Kim D-young's currently in the bathroom, sorry. I'll go and get him right now. He's in the bathroom, just a moment. You're his friend, right? Yes. The male staff member spoke something into the intercom around his neck. What was interesting was that he chuckled at some reply, a mischievous grin characteristic of variety show staff. It looked like they were up to something. Then, the male staff member spoke to Kang Woojin. Then would you like to go in first instead of your friend? Excuse me. Are you crazy? Kang Woojin frowned. Me? Yes. Your friend is the first one, and if things stay this way, Kim D-young will be automatically disqualified. If he'll be back soon, you can go in and hold a seat. When Kim D-young comes, we'll guide him. So, he means it's better to have someone rather than an empty seat. Well, Kang Woojin didn't quite understand, but he sighed, slightly thinking about his friend. Where should I go? A short while later, Kang Kang Wujin had arrived at the end of the corridor. There were two other participants seated on a makeshift chair by the door, and Kang Wujin was guided into the room. Soon, Wujin was impressed when he saw the inside of the room. It was somewhat decorated, unlike the previous waiting room. A straight desk in front had the logo of Super Actor. There were two large cameras on the left of the desk, and small cameras were installed on the ceiling and elsewhere. There were about 10 staff members. Among them, a woman in her late 30s with a short haircut approached Kang Wujin with a mischievous smile on her face. "You're Kim Dia's friend, right?" Soon, Kang Wujin, who was looking around the room, nodded his head a bit. "Yes, I'll call my friend right away." "Okay, take this and please sit on the chair over there." One handed Kang Wujin a thin stack of papers and pointed to a chair placed conspicuously in front of the straight desk. "That's your script. Today's task is improvisational acting, so you'll read the script briefly and then show us your acting right away. You can read it while waiting for your friend if you're bored." "Ah, yes. And the judges will be here soon." At this, Kang Wujin confidently asked, "Excuse me, is Han Haiyan among the judges?" The woman's smile became even wider. "Yes, she is, but you cannot ask for autographs or take pictures." Awesome. Kang Wujin felt a burst of anticipation. He managed to hide his excitement with a subtle smile and sat down in the only chair. And then, swoosh. While dialing Kim Di-young, he glanced at the script on his lap. It was an unconscious action. This insignificant piece of paper meant nothing to Wujin. However, why isn't this guy picking up, huh? While looking down at the script, Kang Wujin hesitated. "What is this?" Kang Wujin, looking persistently at the space next to the script. "Why? Because something strange was visible. How should I describe it? It's square, about the size of an A4 sheet of paper with a pattern that looks like a whirl of black and gray. It was obviously strange. Because of that, as if bewitched, Kang Wujin slowly moved his index finger. He wanted to poke the strange thing. Then Kang Wujin cautiously pressed his index finger into the center of the swirling square. The problem occurred next. He was sucked into something. Chapter 2, Misunderstanding 2. Chapter 2, Misunderstanding 2. There was no sound. His senses were numb. He just felt as though his body was floating in midair. This was the current situation for Kang Wujin. How could he put it? Right now, everything was vague. He was conscious, but it was blurred. It was unclear whether he was lying down or standing. The surrounding temperature was ambiguous too. Was he closing his eyes, or were they open? What's going on? What was he doing right now? Only one thing was certain. It's comfortable. The uncertain Kang Wujin was extremely comfortable right now. He wanted to be like this for the rest of his life. And then, Kang Wujin suddenly regained his senses. No, that wasn't voluntary. It was due to an external factor. Something unknown woke up Kang Wujin. That was the feeling. Shortly after, Kang Wujin let out a faint groan as he slowly opened his eyes. He must have had his eyes closed. A few seconds later, he who barely regained his senses was stunned for a moment. The reason was simple. Where am I? He had no idea where he was. Well, was this even a space? He had opened his eyes, but it was no different than having them closed. Because it was pitch black all around. It felt as if he was trapped in a windowless room without a single light. The atmosphere was such that it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly developed claustrophobia. Thanks to this, Kang Wujin quickly stood up and shouted, "Hey, Kim Di-young." But there was no response. "Excuse me, hello." He shouted again, but it was still quiet. There wasn't even an echo. What the hell is this place? It was endlessly black and he couldn't even gauge its size. It felt like a space without limits. Anyway, at this moment, Hey, Kim Di-young, what the hell is this place? Immense anxiety and fear enveloped Kang Wujin. Then, Wujin recalled the memory of what happened before he got here. I definitely pressed something strange. A square in the form of a swirl of black and gray. That thing floating in the air next to the script was pressed by Wujin's index finger. What is it, a movie? Was I sucked into here? Soon, Kang Wujin held his head. His mind had stopped. No matter how he looked at it, it was reality. Dream couldn't be this vivid. What on earth was this space? Regardless, the biggest task at hand was not the existence of the place, but escape. At this moment, Wujin, who had turned his body, suddenly stopped. Amidst the blackness, he spotted a white square. It was about 3 steps away. Was it there just now? He wasn't sure, but he needed to check quickly. Soon, Kang Wujin quickly moved towards the white square. Swoosh. He confirmed the white color up close, just about the size of an A4 paper. It was located about chest level. It wouldn't be strange to describe it as flowing. The interesting thing here was letters. There were white letters printed on the white square. At the same time, Kang Wujin furrowed his brows. What is this, a damaged script scenario? The white letters were all gibberish, but only for a moment. At the word script, Wujin suddenly thought of something. That script. It was a few pages of the script he had received from a female broadcasting staff. Thinking about it, he had been sucked into this mysterious space just after receiving that script. So, could it be the squares of that script? It seemed to match up somewhat. Anyway, Kang Wujin slowly raised his hand and grabbed the white square. However, it wouldn't move. That's when it happened. Swoosh. Suddenly, letters that weren't there before were listed below the white square. What is this? By now, Kang Wujin was teetering between frustration and anxiety. He had to do something as quickly as possible. Shit, I don't know. He randomly tapped one of the letters. It was a terrified man, and suddenly a female voice echoed throughout the entire mysterious space. The tone was steady and emotionless. It was almost like a robot. What did it matter? It was the first human voice he'd heard in the place. Wujin desperately shouted out, "Hey, who are you? There's someone here." But the female voice gave an irrelevant answer. Immediately after, a large gray mass swallowed up Kang Wujin. It was cold, strange. Surely the temperature was vague just a moment ago. However, Kang Wujin was now feeling cold. Was he outside? Wujin then lowered his head. It had changed. The padding jacket he had been wearing was completely gone, and he was wearing a brown windbreaker. As soon as he felt a sense of incongruity, he quickly raised his head. His field of vision had also changed a bit. It was still very dark all around. However, faint silhouettes could be seen. Trees? Are those all trees? And what he was staying on around his feet was fallen leaves. Oh, was he in the middle of forest? He wanted to make a sound, but it didn't work well. It felt like his body was refusing. At the same time, he felt sounds and senses that were not there before. Swoosh! Irritating wind and the noise from the wind hitting the branches. The atmosphere and the feeling alone were enough to make his whole body slightly tremble. And run. I need to run away. As Kang Woojin's eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, he felt an array of emotions and sensations hit him. Move your legs. Keep running, escape. Soon, Woojin began to run frantically. He didn't care about direction. He just started running uphill. He ignored his fast-paced breathing. He also ignored the tree branches, which were just silhouettes threatening his face. He just ran. Ugh, cough. Why am I running now? I don't know. Even though he didn't know, Woojin did stop his frantic steps. It seemed like he shouldn't. His pounding heart was getting faster. Yes, I'm being chased. I'm being chased right now. Crunch, crunch. Even while staying on the fallen leaves like a madman, Woojin continued to look back. Fortunately, the scenery behind him was the same, the forest shrouded in darkness. It was then. Hey. Suddenly, a low male voice was heard from the side of Woojin, who was looking back. Stop running, it's annoying. Crash. Before Woojin could even realize something, his leg tripped and he fell flat on the ground. It hurt. It was incredibly painful. Why did it hurt? This pain was real. The pain of his cheek scraping the ground and blood flowing was also real. And then, I'm hungry because of you. A man's voice from behind him as he lay sprawled out. No, the role of the strange man was also real. The only thing Woojin could do here was to struggle. He had no choice. This whole experience was unprecedented. Who has ever had the experience of being chased by a strange man out of the blue? I'm going to die. It felt like I'm going to die for some reason. Woojin struggled desperately, but to no avail. The strange man behind him was staying on Woojin. Ugh. Despite that, Woojin's struggle did stop. He struggled again and again. He was still in the same place, but he kept on trying. The earth on the ground was persistently sucked into his nose. On the contrary, water flowed profusely from his eyes and nose. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I want to live. The desperate emotions, the hands scratching the fallen leaves and dirt on the ground in panic, the sensation of his back being pressed down, the flowing nose and tears, the rough breathing. Everything was real. And then, I decided I should go down and eat pizza. The muttering strange man definitely existed. At the time, the fallen Woojin was turned over. The strange man did that. Thanks to this, the shivering Woojin saw the strange man. There is no face. More accurately, there is a face, but it's black. A round black face hanging above the neck. But the silhouette of the strange man's body was clearly visible, although it was faint. At this moment, something was stabbed into Woojin's side, who was lying on the ground. There was no time to understand what was stabbed. It was incredibly painful. The pain felt like all his organs were severed at once. It was an indescribable agony. Shiver. Woojin unknowingly shivered all over. His legs were shaking and his arms and face were spasming. What kind of sensation is this? Damn, it hurts too much. It was clear reality. Beg, yes, beg for your life. With his trembling hands clasped, Woojin begged desperately. He begged desperately, looking at the blackface. He said he would do anything just to spare his life. Even if the strange man's expression wasn't visible, he was human, right? Such a strange man laughed. And though all you can see is a black face, he laughed. Maybe because of the hope and the delusion, Woojin saw it that way. So Woojin also forced a smile, and then something was stabbed into his body again. Thump. It was then. One's voice like a robot echoed. How much time had passed? The dazed Kang Woojin faintly heard someone's voice in his ear. Hey, excuse me. At the same time, Kang Woojin, who put his cell phone to his ear, slowly raised his head. He saw 3 people sitting at the straight desk. A man in his 30s, a man in his 50s with a goatee, and a beautiful one. It seemed that the man in his 30s was the one who had just called Woojin. Soon, this is the place from before. I've come back. Kang Woojin slowly lowered his phone from his ear, but Woojin's expression seemed a bit odd, a slightly drunk feeling. Woojin, with that look, checked his phone screen. About a minute had passed. It was strange. It should have been about 30 minutes since he was in the forest. Whatever it was. Kang Woojin wore an expression as if he didn't care much, in a state of complete oblivion. His brain seemed to be operating slowly. It was then. Excuse me, aren't you going to do it? We can't reach Mr. Kim De-young. The man in his 30s at the straight desk in front of him, shaking the script, asked Kang Woojin. Woojin, who had been quietly watching him. Script. All right, I have experienced that before. Do they want me to show it? Lo rose from his chair. Whoosh. The man in his 30s seemed slightly prized. Oh, are you going to do it? Wow, you must have a strong friendship with your friend. Kang Woojin stood in front of the 3 sitting at the straight desk. The distance was about 2 steps. Why? The reason was unclear. At the moment, Woojin just felt like he had to show something. Everything that happened to him in an unknown place just before. In fact, for Kang Woojin, who was slowly getting into position. Swish. Everything was still vivid, because he had experienced it directly. About 10 minutes later, Kang Woojin, who had shown everything contained in the script, was lying on the floor. His hands were facing the sky. Why? Because he had been begging so sincerely until just a moment ago. Then, his mind, which had been floating in something, became clear. In fact, his consciousness had always been clear. But now that the show was over, his brain seemed to work faster. Anyway, swish. The first thing Kang Woojin, who slowly lowered his raised arm, felt was, ah shit, what did I just do? Massive wave of embarrassment. The next thing, what on earth just happened? Do I have a problem with my mind? Understanding the situation, something certainly happened, but it also seemed like it hadn't. Everything was mess. His mind was in a whirl. Whatever had happened, Woojin had just shown it to everyone. Whether it was an experience or something else, it was certainly passionate. Soon, Kang Woojin, who had been lying down, got up slowly, clearing his throat softly. The conclusion that Woojin had reached here was one. Pretend it didn't happen, act natural, sort things out later. It was extremely embarrassing and shameful, but he tried his best to keep a straight face. Repeat the mantra. I'm confident, I'm cool. Kang Woojin, you're not embarrassed at all right now. Act as cool as possible. At that moment, a woman's voice came in. She was an incredibly beautiful one among the three sitting at the straight desk. Wait a second, who is this one? How crazy is this Hong Hae-yeon? With long hair and clean skin in front of Woojin's eyes was Hong Hae-yeon, top actress recognized by everyone. Why hadn't he recognized her before? Was it because she was too unfamiliar? She's an angel. If angels really existed, they would surely be like her. Maybe because she didn't look like a human, he hadn't recognized her. Thanks to her, Woojin was spellbound. I can only admire. Wow. He stopped dusting off his pants and was captivated by Hong Hae-yeon, sitting 2 steps in front of him. It was then that she asked her question with narrowed eyes. Which university's acting department did you graduate from? Chang'an, Hanyang. What is she talking about? Anyway, Woojin wanted to shout out right away that he was a fan of her. However, due to the embarrassment of what just happened, he had to maintain his cool demeanor. That way, this crazy embarrassment would be somewhat neutralized, wouldn't it? Next, Woojin moved his paw's hand, dusted off his pants leisurely, and cleared his throat, as deep and heavy as possible. It's all right to act a bit tough. As he did so, Woojin's tone was surprisingly low. No, I graduated from a university design department in the Gyeonggi-do area. I'm good at design. Crazy. Why did he add I'm good at design at the end? He realized his mistake, but Woojin kept his face firm. What's funny is, design department. The faces of all three, including top actress Hong Hae-yeon sitting in front, wrinkled. It wasn't clear why, but it was certain they were surprised. Then where did you learn acting? Acting my ass. It was an area he had never been interested in, but Woojin somehow dodged the question, because he wanted to run away quickly. I self-taught bit by bit over the weekends. What? This amplified Woojin bravado. He didn't know it himself. Soon. So, the man in his 50s with a goatee sitting in the middle of the straight desk opened his eyes wide and added a question. How did you do that just now? It was your first time, wasn't it? But how did you? How did you do it after just glancing at the script? Just now. Shush, don't highlight my embarrassment. Woojin, who was slowly preparing to escape, looked behind him once before answering. Of course, he had to keep acting cool and serious this time as well. It wasn't particularly difficult. Woojin finished answering, greeted the three in front of him ambiguously, as if he was saying goodbye. Well then, though he was in a hurry inside, he walked calmly toward the door behind him, repeating in his heart, don't call me. Soon, Woojin, standing in front of the staff at the door, spat out a warning-like phrase. Sorry, but don't ever use what I just did for broadcasting. If you do, I'll sue. It was just an empty threat, because he wanted to escape this hell as quickly as possible. Anyway, fortunately, Woojin was able to leave the room without any issues. There were still waiting participants outside. Woojin, who had been expressionless, started walking faster as soon as he brushed past them. It was similar to light jigging. Swish. After moving quite far, he covered his face with both hands and sighed deeply. Damn, that was so embarrassing. Meanwhile, back in the room Woojin just left. Pidinam, did he just say that wasn't particularly difficult after showing that level of acting? Top actress Hong Hae-yeon was greatly shocked. Of course, her excitement was prevalent here, and the man in his 50s with a goatee sitting in the middle responded to Hong Hae-yeon's question. Design department, he's good at design. What a peculiar guy. Self-taught? No way. He definitely learned somewhere that was. Even if he did learn all himself, even if that's true, he's not from an acting department and his main job is design. You think he could learn acting on the side and easily pull that off? I've been directing for 20 years and I see it as impossible. That's the confidence and composure when he answered. That's real. He really found it easy. Moreover, he showed such acting after glancing at the script for 1 minute. This is the first time I've seen a guy whose past is so difficult to gauge. Soon, the middle-aged man with the goatee looked at the door through which Woojin had left and chuckled. Rare genius. Once in a while, such a muncher appears. The snowball of misunderstanding had begun to roll. Chapter 3, Misunderstanding Free. Chapter 3, Misunderstanding Free. The middle-aged man with the goatee, or rather, Song Man-woo, a veteran drama PD at SBC, had an excellent eye for actors. He was even quite demanding. He had the credentials for it. After all, he had been directing for nearly 20 years in the drama field. He produced at least 15 works, many of which were hits. When he first received a request to be a judge for the first round of super actor auditions, he had no high expectations. At most, only 1 or 2 people would be worth seeing out of 1,000. Even those would probably be no different than trash on the market. Just as he thought, the first contestant was a disaster. That contestant was Kang Woojin. Hong Man-woo's first impression of Woojin was, "Fate looks like a screw with missing." He looked stupid. As if to confirm this, the top actress Hong Hae-yeon sitting on his left said, "Pretty, doesn't he seem a bit dim-witted?" The casting director from a well-known production company, sitting on his right, shared a similar impression. I agree, it seemed tough from the start. Woojin seemed spiritless. Song Man-woo saw him as lifeless. His acting would probably be meaningless. Moreover, "Excuse me, sir, can I have a moment?" The whispering of the main PD of Super Actor, female PD with short hair, amplified Song Man-woo's sigh. That person is not an official participant. He just came with a friend and the friend is currently in the restroom. So, if the first participant gets eliminated, the atmosphere won't be good from the start. So, why don't we just let him act for a bit to kill some time? Killing time? Yes. If we could even capture a gag cut, it would be nice. After all, we do need some material for the YouTube previews or teasers. In other words, the idiot wasn't even an official participant. So you want to use him as bait for hooking. Bait is a bit harsh, just let's give it a try. Well, as the main PD, it's your call, but you should definitely ask for his consent, right? Of course, it's not like we're in the old days. Kang Woojin, an ordinary person or a sacrifice for hooking. That was the conclusion drawn by the three judges, including Song Man-woo PD, and so Kang Woo-jin's acting began. The atmosphere drastically changed within just 5 seconds. Hug off. The loose screwed Kang Woo-jin struck shock into Song Man-woo PD face. Actress Han Ha-yeon's expression was worth seeing too. And then 1 minute passed. Suddenly, everyone in the room was frozen. Not only the judge Kang Woo-jin, who was desperately sitting on the floor, but all 10 or so super act staff members as well. The impact of Kang Woo-jin's acting was just that strong. In just 1 minute, he captivated the veteran eyes present. Aghuhu was realistic, vivid, and intense. Even without looking at the script, they could tell that Kang Woo-jin was in a forest and was being chased by a strange man. Seeing this right in front of his eyes, Song Man-woo PD thought, "This is not just a matter of good luck or talent. This is something that has been honed for at least 5 years, perhaps even 10. He overturned the evaluation of Kang Woo-jin. It was skill that even top actors who make a living from acting could not easily master. Emotions become attitudes, feelings become postures. Worries become expressions, and smells become delusion. All of these mix together to create the expression of a character, and this expression that came out with difficulty must be chewed thoroughly in the mouth for a single appropriate line to be spit out. You must repeat the process endlessly to barely capture a single cut. Many actors currently in the country stake their lives on the process, even top stars and veteran actors who are hailed as the best. And yet is he implementing it after briefly looking at the script? Woo-jin is doing it effortlessly. It was not at the level of just being good at acting. Woo-jin was just a character in the script right now, but the shock did not end there. It was because of Kang Woo-jin's calm answer to the question. I am self-taught. Self-taught? He acquired such insane acting through self-study. Just how lonely a journey has he been on? In this way, Kang Woo-jin stunned everyone, including top actresses, veteran drama PDs, and other staff members present. Silence. He calmly left the room. There was no one to stop him. Everyone just had dumbfounded expressions. After this, I'm sorry. The actual first contestant, Kang Woo-jin's friend, entered. It was Kim D-young, who typically wore an arrogant expression but now had a guilty look on his face, and as soon as he saw him, the first question from PD Song Man-woo was this. The friend who came with you, what's their job? Excuse me. He works in design. Why are you asking? Continue. Yes, has been doing design only. All the answers Kang Woo-jin gave were proven to be true, and being self-taught too. Song Man-woo had a feeling that Kang Woo-jin was an unknown, hidden master in the industry. Understood, Mr. Kim D-young. Let's start with your acting. Turned his gaze to Kim D-young. Yes. However, unfortunately, Kim D-young's acting. Cut, that's enough. Thank you for your effort. Curtain fell in just 15 seconds. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped in front of the SBC Headquarters Arts Center. There was quite a crowd gathered around, including family and friends who had come for today's preliminary match. Among them was Kang Woo-jin, who seemed to have fled from the Arts Center. Shit. Sitting on the bus-stop chair, he was pressing his temple hard. He had a headache, but he was also processing the shocking event that had just happened. Something black and square appeared next to the script right. When I pressed it, I was sucked into a strange space. An endlessly dark void. I had the script I received flowing in that dim place, and when I pressed on it, I was suddenly transported to a crazy forest. I definitely died there, didn't I? It was certain. Kang Woo-jin had died once in that dark and gloomy mountain, by a strange man with a black face. It wasn't a vague thing like imagination, dream, or memory. He had clearly experienced his body being transported and experienced it firsthand. In fact, it still felt vivid. It seemed as though he could show the emotions, the image of that moment in the woods at any time. It felt like it had taken root deep within him. It feels like I've actually time-traveled or something. What on earth was that cursed space? How could it make a perfectly fine person experience death? Is that even possible? Just then, beep beep. Woo-jin's phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a call from Kim D-young. 5 minutes had passed since then. From a distance, Kim D-young came running energetically. Hey, Kang Woo-jin. As soon as he saw his friend who had arrived, Kang Woo-jin immediately grabbed him by the collar. You crazy bastard, did you go take a shit or to save the country? Sorry about that. Seriously, it just kept on coming. I really thought I was going to die. Shut up, I really died because of you. What? Kim D-young looked puzzled, but soon, Woo-jin let go of the collar he had grabbed, exhaling a long sigh. Anyway, what about the preliminary round? All right, I did it. Oh, by the way, did you go in for me? Why? The judge kept asking about you. What's with you? What did you do in there? Calling the embarrassment from earlier, Woo-jin quick changed the subject. Tusk, I didn't do much, so did you pass? No, they cut my acting after 15 seconds, so I'm out. Congratulations, you crazy bastard. I don't care. I didn't have any big expectations anyway. By the way, did you see Han Ha-yeon? Did you see her? Wasn't she amazing? At the mention of the top actress's name, a sincere expression appeared on Kang Woo-jin's face. She's like an angel. No, she really is an angel. How can a person be that beautiful? I couldn't help but curse because of her beauty. I agree. When will we ever get to see Han Ha-yeon so up close again in our lives? I even got to talk to her. I probably won't see her again, but I think I'll remember this time for a lifetime. Yes, seeing Han Ha-yeon today was good. Everything else was like trash. Then, swoosh. Woo-jin saw a piece of paper tucked into D-young's side that caught his eye. It was the 3-page script he had seen before. He stared at that script and suddenly reached out his hand. Hey, give me that script. Hello, yeah. The script in Kim D-young's hand was just a script. There was nothing different about it. However, as soon as the script moved into Kang Woo-jin's hands, the situation changed. Damn it. Black square that hadn't been there before appeared next to the script. It was in a form that swirled in shades of gray and black, looking like a shadow of the script. I'm going crazy again, seriously. Whatever happened, the black square appeared just like before, which means if he touches it with his index finger, he'll be sucked into that crazy space. But it didn't seem like he was in the mood for that now. Flap. Kang Woo-jin, with an impassive face, opened the script. Technically, it was his first time reading it, and as soon as he read the first line of the script, Woo-jin was certain. Just as I thought, it is the same as what I experienced. The content of the script and what Kang Woo-jin had experienced in the forest were the same. A terrified man in a brown windbreaker, his emotions, feelings, the appearance of an unclear stranger in the woods, rustling fallen leaves, a dreary wind, being stabbed by something, the screams of the terrified man, begging for life, getting stabbed again, etc. I chose terrified man, right? So in the end, the role and situation in the script become me. Who would believe such crazy talk, but Woo-jin was sure, so for now. I need to verify a few things. He had to experiment with it again just to be sure, then decide whether to ignore it or not. Soon, hey, Kang Woo-jin, who turned his head, asked Kim Dae-young, who was looking at him strangely. Your house is in Pangyo, right? Yeah. Why are you suddenly asking about my house? You have any scripts at home, preferably recent ones, type doesn't matter. I do have some, they've come in one way or another, but why the sudden interest in scripts? You hardly even watch TV. Never mind. Woo-jin pulled out his phone and opened a taxi app. Let's go to your house right now. About 2 hours later, Kim Dae-young's house. Kim Dae-young lived with his parents in an apartment near Pangyo Station. However, his parents weren't home at the moment, and Woo-jin immediately entered Kim Dae-young's room. Immediately, Kang Woo-jin frowned. Why do you even shit in your sleep? What's with this stench? Some kind of pungent smell wafted through the air. However, Kim Dae-young shrugged his shoulders as if it was no big deal. This is how a man's room is supposed to smell. It's abnormal that your house smells nice. Bullshit. Open the window for some fresh air. Kim Dae-young opened the windows immediately. Then, Kang Woo-jin reached out his hand to Kim Dae-young. The script. Just a moment. Let me find the recent one. The one I've read are somewhere here. Soon, Kim Dae-young began rummaging through the bookshelf. Woo-jin watched him with slight contempt, and it was 3 minutes later when Kim Dae-young showed him the script. I found it. 2 drama scripts and 1 movie scenario. Is 3 enough? Yeah. 2 neat bound scripts and a pile of paper that was movie scenario. A total of 3 were handed over to Kang Woo-jin, and then, just as I thought, black rectangles appeared next to the 2 scripts and the scenario. The size was slightly different for each. Anyhow, here Woo-jin finished his first confirmation and sighed deeply. Phew. He checked the current time. It was 11:41 a.m. Woo-jin tapped the air with his slightly trembling index finger, and Kim Dae-young, who was sitting in front of him, chuckled. Have you finally lost it? What are you doing? Kang Woo-jin seriously replied to his friend. Just watch, okay? I'm watching. At this moment, poof. Woo-jin's index finger hit one of the black rectangles, which was one of the book scripts. Then, eek. The feeling that his whole body was going numb, the void pulled Woo-jin, and for a moment he let out an absurd chuckle. I'm back here again. Before he knew it, all he could see in his sight was an endlessly dark space. He entered again, into this space he didn't even know what it was. The feeling of being adrift was the same. However, let's see. Perhaps because he had experienced it once before, Woo-jin was rather calm now. He had gained a bit of composure, yet his fear and terror remained. But Kang Woo-jin had to compose himself. Whoosh. He turned his body to check the back. There it was, a white square floating at about his chest height. What was interesting was, as it increased, there was a change from before, the point that there was not 1 white square but 2. In other words, it seemed that they keep adding up. It meant that the number increased as he acquired a new script or scenario. He hadn't checked it up low yet, but the second white square was most likely the book script that Kang Woo-jin had just touched. However, Woo-jin didn't approach the floating white square. Then first of all, there was another experiment to conduct first. Leave. He shouted loudly, but there was no change. Lug out outside. Kang Woo-jin continued to yell other similar words. Go back, hey lady, let me out, turn off. About 5 minutes had passed in the way. At that moment, shit, exit. The word exit, a gray color swept over Kang Woo-jin. It was a sudden situation. This, he unknowingly let out a groan. Soon, Kim Dae-young's voice was heard in Woo-jin's ear. Hey, what's up all of a sudden, are you okay? Woo-jin sighed as he slowly turned his head to Kim Dae-young. He had returned to Dae-young's room. He was slightly dazed, but he had definitely escaped from that void. The answer was only one. Exit, that's the command to get out. Woo-jin immediately checked the current time. It was 11:41 in the morning, the same time as when he entered that crazy space. I spent about 5 minutes in there, but the time remained the same. When you enter that boundless space, the time outside stops, or at least it slows down considerably. Woo-jin, who came up with a reasonable answer, asked Kim Dae-young. How did I look just now? What do you mean? You were just pointing your finger like an idiot. Next. You paused for a moment and then suddenly gasped, hey, are you really okay? From his friend's reaction, Kang Woo-jin stroked his chin. It was fun, so next. Just as Woo-jin was about to stretch out his finger again. Kim Dae-young's phone on the desk vibrated. Thanks to that, he, who had been looking at Woo-jin worriedly, picked up the phone. Yes, hello. Soon, Kim Dae-young, who was talking with someone, made eye contact with Woo-jin sitting in front of him. Yes. Hold on a moment. He's right in front of me now. Finishing his words, Kim Dae-young pushed his phone to Woo-jin, whispering softly. The super actor PD wants to talk to you. Kang Woo-jin immediately frowned, but he accepted the phone anyway. Yes. A slightly excited female voice came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Kang Woo-jin, oh my, we were surprised when you suddenly disappeared. As soon as he heard her voice, Kang Woo-jin's bravado kicked in again, because of his earlier embarrassment. Well, yes. Woo-jin, do you by any chance have any intention of appearing on Super Actor again? Why? You passed the first round. If you could come to the second preliminary round, that would be really great. The story is also good. You came with your friend, but you ended up passing instead. Isn't that fun? You want to make me a laughing stock? You're talking nonsense. Kang Woojin answered the excited PD over the phone in a low and heavy voice, because it was important to maintain his image. I don't want to. He added an excuse to neutralize his embarrassment to his show of strength. It was just a killing time anyway. Since it was just a way to pass the time, he implied that she should forget about it. However, it seemed that the super-act PD on the other end of the phone interpreted it differently. That acting was just a killing time. Chapter 4, Misunderstanding 4. Chapter 4, Misunderstanding 4. Killing time, killing time. The main PD, who had a break during the first preliminary round of super actor, laughed absurdly in the corridor. The reason was simple. She, with short hair, had just heard a shocking statement from Kang Woojin over the phone. He said he acted that well out of boredom. How high is his self-esteem? Given that it was done out of boredom, Kang Woojin's performance a few hours ago was remarkably high caliber. It was jaw-dropping. Woojin, who nonchalantly delivered such a performance, coolly left for home, and now he's saying that it was just to kill time in his rather sum tone. Certainly, he's not ordinary. Anyway, the main PD responded on the phone, maintaining a faint smile. Haha, Miss Woojin, saying it was just killing time. You're quite candid, aren't you? Soon, Kang Woojin's firm and restrained voice could be heard from the other end of the phone. I can't help it, that's the truth, so you can forget about it. Forget? How could she forget? At this point, the main PD was certain. Right. He really doesn't care about what happened today. It feels like acting is just a hobby to him, nothing more, nothing less. The question followed. But isn't it natural for someone with that level of skill to want to become famous? He's tall, and his looks were okay too. Why would he let such extraordinary acting skill go to waste? Her curiosity was piqued, but it seemed difficult to understand with common sense, at least in the main PD thoughts. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin refused to appear on Super Actor. Quite a regrettable outcome for the main PD. She wasn't certain. She thought that if the show aired, the spotlight would be on Kang Woojin, but she couldn't use the footage without his consent. Therefore, the main PD, while letting out a regretful sigh, opened her mouth again. Killing time. Yes, I understand, but aren't you really wasting an opportunity? Not at all. Listening to his firm voice, it didn't seem like he would change his mind at all. Okay, I understand. Then I'll discard your footage as appropriate. There was a brief silence afterward, about 5 seconds. Then Woojin's low voice came from the other end of the phone. But can I have that one scene? That one scene? Oh, your performance. It might be difficult to get the one taken with the main camera, but you can have the one for YouTube shorts. It was filmed with a filming smartphone. The angle, feeling, and quality will obviously be different from the main camera, but it should be sufficient if it's just for information. Okay, please send it to me. For your collection. Well, something like that. Hearing his response, the main PD nodded her head as she brushed her short hair back. Got it. Then you just need to send me your number and I'll pass it on through a message. Thank you. It will be sent by tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow at the latest. I'll keep that in mind. Goodbye. Okay, I'll hang up now. Click. It was when the main PD ended her call with Kang Woojin and lowered her phone. Hey. A man's voice suddenly cut in from behind her. Because of that, the main PD, who had been leaning her shoulder against the hallway wall, was startled. She then turned her head. Oh, senior, give some indication of your presence. You're not a ninja. I was startled. The man's voice belonged to Songmanwoo PD, a judge. He stroked his beard and asked, that call, was it with that guy from this morning, the one from the design department? The Super Act main PD gave a somewhat bitter smile. That's right. He said he will come for the second round. No, he's not interested at all. Really, he only came because of his friend. Then he didn't need to show his acting, did he? In response to the question, the main PD shrugged as if to say, that's what you would think. I asked him too, but he said he was just killing time. Killing time? He came here and turned things upside down just because he was bored. Yep, that's what he said. Songmanwoo PD, who had been staring at the main PD's face for a moment, suddenly burst out laughing. That's crazy. I know, right? It's been a while since I've seen such a unique case. But I get it. When you reach a certain height, you sometimes want to look back. Suddenly dropping down like that, what could he possibly be? Songmanwoo PD, who had no immediate response to this, became serious. Then he took out his own phone. Did you get his number? He looked determined. And so an hour later, Kang Woojin's one room. After the call with the Super Act PD, there were a lot of questions from Kim D-young, but Kang Woojin vaguely brushed them off. There was no need to blab about the embarrassment from the morning. He planned to bury it as a dark past that only he knew about. In ways, as soon as Woojin arrived at his one room, he immediately sprawled out, wearing his padding as is. He casually tossed aside the scripts and scenarios he had brought. Now that he was full and comfortable, sleep crept up. However, I should finish what I started earlier. Since there was something to do, he forced himself up. Then, among the things he had tossed aside, he picked up 2 script books. The color of the script books were different, a light blue and a deep purple. Naturally, titles were stamped on the cover of both script books. Elegant Daughter Part 1. Gang's Prosecutor Part 1. Both scripts were Part 1. At this point, Woojin, who was looking down at the script books, tilted his head slightly. The title seemed familiar. It seemed like I've heard of thee before. Soon, Woojin pulled out his phone from the pocket of his jacket and began to search. As a result, both of these scripts had already finished airing. Elegant Daughter last year, and Gang's Prosecutor 2 years ago. They were broadcasted by different networks, but both were on terrestrial channels. Then, swish. After roughly finishing his search, Woojin picked up the script of Gang's Prosecutor. He had already updated the script of Elegant Daughter at Kim D-young's house earlier. Now, it was the turn of Gang's Prosecutor. It feels a bit awkward to go in again. Woojin stared at the black square that appeared next to the script for a while. It was still swirling. The momentum was intimidating, but Woojin, who let out a small sigh. Thud. He poked the black square with his forefinger. The familiar chill was immediately felt. He had done it a few times, and he was getting used to the feeling. And then, with his mouth closed, Kang Woojin was staring into the endless darkness that had unfolded all of a sudden. He had entered a void. However, there was no need to fuss now. It was his third entrance after all. Anyhow, Woojin turned his body to check behind him. A white square was floating at about chest height, and as expected. 3. The number of white squares increased from 2 to 3. Kang Woojin slowly approached the white square, the size of an A4 paper. About a step away, he stepped in. Let's see. He checked the characters on the newly added white square, starting from the page script. He had seen it in the morning too, so he quickly moved on. Next was the turn of Elliot daughter. There was definitely a difference from the page script. Next, Woojin checked the third one. Having checked up to this point, Woojin crossed his arms. The page script is 10%. These ones have 100% readability. Kang Woojin saw something in the characters and tilted his head. But what do these grades mean? Indeed, the 3 white squares were divided into grades. The page script was grade F, Elliot daughter was grade E, Gang Prosecutor was grade C. Well, the page script is just a mere page script, so it could be judged as grade F. But how are the other 2 graded? Didn't seem to be based on completion. Both have a very high degree of completion. Moreover, both works are past works that have already finished airing. At this point, perhaps, something suddenly occurred to Woojin. He quickly opened his mouth and said, "Exit." After a huge grayness enveloped him, Kang Woojin opened his eyes again in his one-room apartment. He was so used to it that he didn't even moan this time. Humans are creatures of adaptation. He picked up his phone again and searched for Elliot daughter and Gang Prosecutor once more. There was one thing that Woojin Kang confirmed from the 2 works. It was the viewership ratings. The results quickly came into Woojin's view. Elliot daughter / final viewership rating 2.7%. Gang Prosecutor / final viewership rating 7.1%. The viewership ratings of the 2 works were quite different. After reading a few articles, Elliot daughter was often criticized for its failure, while Gang Prosecutor was considered average. As he skimmed through these search results, Woojin stroked his chin. Elliot daughter is a flop, so it's E grade. Gang Prosecutor is average, so C grade. Could it be the grade is divided by a measure of popularity? Or an estimation of the work's performance? Although it wasn't clear, the general feeling seemed to be right. The picture of the grade and the viewership ratings matched. However, the question arises here. Then what about scripts or scenarios that haven't been released to the world yet? Though these script books have already finished broadcasting, there are scripts in the world that are in preparation or have not started and were scrapped. What if Woojin were to acquire those? Do those come out too? Although verification was necessary, there was only one answer that came to mind when he thought about it immediately. Can the value of scripts or scenario be seen in advance? The ability to get a glimpse of the success of a work before it's even produced. What, really? If that's the case, isn't this amazing? The look in Woojin's eyes changed as he murmured to himself. Swish. He moved his hand quickly. This time, what Woojin picked up was not a script book but a stack of papers. It was a movie script, different from the drama scripts he got from D and Kim, and it had the title Exorcism on the cover. Anyway, Woojin, who was about to poke the black rectangle next to the script sack, stopped abruptly. But can't I bring my phone with me? If he could bring personal items into the subspace, it would be more convenient. In response to this, Woojin, with his phone in his left hand, poked the black rectangle with his index finger. Poof. And so, Woojin re-entered the pitch-dark subspace. The problem was, shoot, it doesn't work. The phone that he held in his left hand had been left behind. Woojin was empty-handed now. This meant that he could not bring personal items into this subspace. Woojin, although disappointed, gave up and turned around to check the white rectangles. Sure enough, there were now 4 of them. Soon, Woojin, who had approached them, read the words on the 4th white rectangle. The move script was B grade. Woojin was a bit surprised at the moment. B grade is the highest among the ones that have been released. So, does this mean that this work had a great success, in terms of audience numbers or something like that? However, Kang Woojin knew nothing about the entertainment industry. Therefore, Woojin, who had become serious, quickly muttered exit, and as soon as he returned to his one room, he called his friend Kim D-young to ask about the movie called Exorcism. AY. Kim D-young's voice was muffled, perhaps he was sleeping. Regardless, Woojin got straight to the point. Hey, you gave me a move script, right? Is this a successful movie? Exorcism. It hasn't been made yet. What do you mean successful or not? It hasn't been produced. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure either. I got it from a theater club member last week. Oh, this will be produced and then released in theaters. No, it can't be released. It's not commercial film, it's a short film, a short one. You know, something like independent or art films. What was it the director is unknown? The point at which Kang Woojin focused was, short film, it hasn't been produced yet. The fact that it was short film and it hadn't been produced yet. Kim D-young added more explanation from the other side of the phone. But Exorcism probably won't be produced. There are a lot of commercial films that are scrapped just after the script is out, and because that's short film, the possibility is even lower. They can't be released in theaters. Then if the short film or whatever is successful, how does it work? Why are you suddenly so interested? Well, if a short film does well, it's one thing. It's impossible to release it, so maybe it gets an award at competition or a film festival. And if it catches the trend, it might be remade. I like the Blue Dragon Film Awards, something like that. That's right. Or there are also specific short film festivals, and there's also abroad. But there's almost no precedent for going abroad. As soon as he heard the answer, Kang Woojin replied, "Got it, let's hang up for now." He immediately hung up the phone. He didn't fully understand what Kim D-young had said, but one thing was clear. A movie that hasn't been produced yet is B grade. He didn't know to what extent B grade was in terms of performance, but the possibility of previewing the performance of the work had increased significantly. After thinking about something for a moment, Woojin moved his hand. About 3 minutes later. He picked up the script book of Ella and Otter. I don't know, I'll just check it out gradually. Then, Woojin began to read the script book of Ella and Otter. Flip. The reason was simple. He had to know the content of the script or scenario clearly. Only then could he comfortably choose his role. Flip. Plus, I'm done being stabbed and dying without knowing anything. He wanted to avoid dying unexpectedly. Late at night on the same day, the art center at SBC building in Mokdong. The shooting of the first preliminary round of Super Actor ended after 10 p.m. All the participants who had filled the art center were gone. Now, dozens of staff members remained to clean up. Everyone seemed to be exhausted, perhaps because today's schedule was tough. Of course, the 3 judges who evaluated hundreds of participants were no exception. Among them, Song Man-woo PD moved first. He suddenly got up from the judge's desk. His expression was quite urgent. Everyone worked hard. It was when Song Man-woo PD, who politely greeted the staff around him, was about to move. Hey, PD, are you leaving already? Next to him, top actress Hong Hye-yeon, who had just been leaning down to rest, suddenly raised her head. Thanks to that, her long hair fluttered. Aren't you going to the after party? They said they're having beef. Song Man-woo PD couldn't resist beef, but he waved his hand as if he had no time for it. No, I'm fine. I have an appointment to see Rita Park. Rita Park at this time. At this moment, Hong Hye-yeon seemed to suddenly realize something. She then chased after Song Man-woo PD and grabbed his arm. I want to go too. What, aren't you busy? I'm busy, but I'm free today. I'm going because of work, not to drink. It's about our work. Our work obviously included the top actress, Hong Hye-yeon. Swoosh. Hong Hye-yeon, who suddenly stood next to Song Man-woo PD, smiled with her eyes and replied. I saw you getting his video from the super actor PD earlier. By now, the man, or rather, the monster that filled Hong Hye-yeon and Song Man-woo PD's minds was the same person. You're going to show it to the writer, right? Shut 5 Concept 1. Shut 5 Concept 1. Around 11 p.m., a writer's workspace. The interior of the space seemed to easily exceed about 40 pyong, approximately 132 square meters. It looks like a residential house as it's in an apartment, but it's a writer workspace. As proof, assistant writers are busily typing on laptop on the desk in the center of the living room. It's common to see assistant writers staying overnight at the workspace, and also in the largest room surrounded by bookshelves full of books. Tap tap tap. A frank typing sound echoed throughout the room. A middle-aged woman wearing a gray hairband appeared. She, who clicked her tongue as if she couldn't write well, was the owner of this large writer workspace. Her name was Park Yoon-mai. She had a face of about 40 years old with long perm hair tied back. Park Yoon-mai, the writer, was. Sigh, covering her face with both hands as if she was in pain. Her mobile phone next to the laptop rang with a cheerful ringtone. However, Park Yoon-mai gave it a fleeting glance and didn't answer the call. There had been an influx of calls for about a month now. The reason was simple. Star writer Park Yoon-mai returns, broadcasting industry excited from the start. She was one of the few star writers in the country. She had written a total of 14 dramas so far and made 8 of them, including her most recent work, a hit. Did the remaining 6 fail? No, they did better than average. In other words, Park Yoon-mai was an ultra-class star writer who never had a failed work. Such a person. Hit machine. Park Yoon-mai collaborates with SBC for her latest work. Had teamed up with SBC Drama this time. The director was Song Man-woo PD, who was considered one of the heavyweights among the existing PDs. They had already worked together on 5 projects, and even before the pre-production, the top actor was already confirmed. Hong Hye-yeon. The huge, enormous trio was the base. Therefore, even before the start of the production, rumors spread at the speed of light. Thanks to that, Park Yoon-mai's phone was ringing every minute. Most of them were calls from large to medium-sized entertainment agencies. They desperately wanted to fit their actors into the cast. Well, that was natural. If they made it in this scene, it would be a so-called jackpot. Park Yoon-mai was aware of this. It's a chaos, total chaos. For a writer of her caliber, controlling the kissing scene was not a problem. However, the blueprint for the cast of the new drama was already somewhat drawn. Hong Hye-yeon was confirmed. Hence, the calls from the entertainment agencies were nothing but annoying to Park Yoon-mai. Perhaps due to that. Oh, it's so noisy. Park Yoon-mai was about to reach out to turn off the loudly ringing mobile phone, but then she paused. Checking the caller ID, she tilted her head and put the phone to her ear. Oh, direct Song, why are you calling at this hour? Weren't you judging the preliminaries for Super Actor? Is the filling over? The party was not from the entertainment agencies, but the direct Song Man-woo. Following that, direct Song Man-woo answered quite hastily over the phone. It's over. More importantly, I'm on my way to your workspace right now. Right now? I'm almost there. I'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Not an issue that he is coming to the workspace since they were already on the same boat, but Park Yoon-mai frowned slightly because it was late. I was about to take a shower. If it's not urgent, let's meet tomorrow morning. No, it's urgent. You need to see this right now. And Sarhong is with me too. What do I have to see? Wait, Hyen is coming with you. Yeah, let's talk about the details when I arrive. Past 11 p.m. and direct Song Man-woo and Hong Hye-yeon, who has been confirmed as the female lead, are coming. It seemed like it was not a small issue. So you said you're coming together from the audition. Fine, I understand. Okay. Click here. Soon. Park Yoon-mai, who carelessly threw her phone, took off her hairband and left the room. It seemed like she was about to send the assistant writers who were outside home. Guys, direct Song is coming now, so everyone should go home today. Take a break for a day or 2. Assistant writers hurriedly packed their things as soon as the words of their chief finished, and Park Yoon-mai chuckled. That's nice. I'll give you my card, so buy something delicious before you go home. Don't worry about the price. Thank you. Assistant writers who received the card were excited. Among them, a woman wearing glasses handed a thin bundle of papers to Park Yoon-mai. Author, here are the sociopath materials you asked for. Park Yoon-mai, who received the bundle of papers, let out a small sigh. You worked hard, but I might not use this. Why? Is it because of the actor? Right. There are plenty of people who can do it, but the problem is that they can't adjust it. Those who are slightly good at acting avoid it. Park Yoon-mai, who clicked her tongue, casually placed the materials on the table in front of the TV. I might change the character setting itself. A few dozen minutes later, assistant writers had already left the writer workspace. Instead, 2 new figures appeared on the living room sofa. They were direct Song Man-woo and top actress Han Hye-in, who were stuck Park Yoon-mai. "Oh, my author, the smell of your workspace is so good. You changed the diffuser, didn't you?" Whether she did or not, Park Yoon-mai seemed a bit annoyed. "Hong Star, please sit down. You're sane, right?" She gave a faint scolding to Hong Hye-in. However, Hong Hye-in did seem bothered by it. "You always say that, don't you? You're annoyed, but you were hoping that I'd notice you changed the diffuser." "No, I didn't. Whatever. Really, sit down. The tea is ready." Behind her, Park Yoon-mai placed the prepared tea on the table. Meanwhile, swipe. She glanced at director Song Man-woo, who has been looking at his phone since a while ago, and opened her mouth. "But PD, can the chief director continue directing? They mentioned before that you might not be able to direct this one." "Agent BH." Song Man-woo PD immediately snorted. "If I say I'm going to do it, what are they going to do?" "But groups don't usually work that way, right? Honestly, given your experience, reputation, and age, shouldn't you have been sitting at a desk a long time ago?" "Desk? If I can't direct, I'd rather retire." Only then did Song Man-woo PD look up from his phone, across the table at right Park Yoon-mai. "But this might really be the last work. I'm getting older and I have to think about the young ones, so I should sit back." Song Man-woo PD, who had a beard, was in his late 40s, but looked like he was in his 50s. Looking at his accomplishments and age, he should have been a senior executive at the broadcasting station long ago. However, he had a mindset that he'd rather die than not be able to direct. He sighed deeply. "Right now, there's no one who can pull in the ratings like I can, so that's how I'm surviving." Both Hong Hye-in and right Park Yoon-mai chimed in. "I wish you would continue directing." "I have similar thoughts. Well, even if you join as a CP, I think it would be fine." However, Song Man-woo PD just shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. Anyway, I have to keep paying attention, and when this project is finished, I'm thinking of leaving the company. I'm also considering setting up a production company and continuing to direct. Although if it's PD, investment will come in immediately." At that moment, Song Man-woo PD's eyes became serious. "Let's make a big hit this time." Hong Hye-in, who was flipping her long hair, smirked. "Agree, totally agree." Right Park Yoon-mai, who had sighed softly, shrugged her shoulders and stepped in. "And have we ever not had that mindset? So, what's the reason you two barged in here tonight?" In response to the question, Song Man-woo PD suddenly stood up from the sofa. Then he connected his phone, which he had been fiddling with, to the big TV in front of him. Right Park Yoon-mai furrowed her brows. "What are you doing? Are we watching a movie?" Song Man-woo PD, who was operating the large TV, replied calmly while holding the remote control. "Just watch it first and then let's talk." "Watch what?" "Hidden expert I found today. No, an actor." "What the hell are you talking about?" Right Park Yoon-mai grumbled openly, but Song Man-woo PD played a video on his phone. Then, a man started to appear on the big TV. It was Kang Woo-jin, the first participant in the Super Act preliminary round of the morning. As soon as she saw him, right Park Yoon-mai tilted her head. "Who is that? Is it by any chance a recording of Super Actor?" However, Song Man-woo PD, who was holding the remote control, answered a question with a question, pointing at the TV with his forefinger. "What do you think about this guy?" Kang Woo-jin sitting in a chair. His head is slightly tilted and his phone is against his ear. His pupils are slightly dilated. Right Park Yoon-mai immediately evaluated him as if she was not interested. "He's tall, his visuals are okay, there's a slightly rough feel mixed in, but has he been drinking? He looks drunk. His pupils are dilated, his gaze is a bit." A quick response came from Hong Hye-in, who had her legs crossed. "He's intense, isn't he?" while looking blank. "He seems to have a bit of charm. A rookie, an aspirant. Anyway, he has a unique atmosphere for nobody." "No, it's difficult to categorize him as a rookie or an aspirant." "What? Ha PD, why do you want me to look at this kid? I'm really tired. I can't write today and my head is about to explode." At that moment, thump. The TV, Kang Woo-jin slowly moved and stood before the judges, and then he started to show something. Somewhere between convulsion and shining. Of breaths, desperate eyes, grotesque gestures, trembling body mixed with pitifulness and severity, delicate expressions emanating from facial muscles. That went on for 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Kang Woo-jin on the TV had become a different person than Park Yoon-mai, who had been sitting on the sofa. Before she knew it, she had moved closer to the large TV. Her complaints from a moment ago had completely disappeared. Her expression now was firm and straight. This acting. There's such a twist in the world, Park Yoon-mai kept doubting as she watched. Does he really have the experience of being stabbed with a knife? How else can he express this? At that moment, swish. Song Man-woo PD abruptly stopped the video that was playing. Then he asked Park Yoon-mai, whose eyes were wide open. "In the first impression of being a drunkard and now looking terribly distressed, which side do you think is this kid's real personality?" "I don't know. More than that, why is his acting like this? I've never seen this type before. This isn't realistic, it's reality." "Right. What if he showed that after looking at a script for 1 minute?" "What are you talking about? Does that make sense?" "He may not know, but he must have made tremendous efforts." "What did you say?" "No, just watch his interview." Soon, a short interview of Kang Woo-jin, who had stopped acting, was played on the TV. He seemed rather arrogant as he spat out answers like "I self-studied," or maybe he had high self-esteem. Here, Song Man-woo PD asked again. "Do you think this is the real him?" "I'm confused." "Isn't it?" Then, Song Man-woo PD, with his beard chin, moved a step closer to Park Yoon-mai, who was glaring at the TV. "The kid's acting is crazy, but his sense of reason is clear. It was cool, then hot, then cold, like a psycho. Don't you think of a character while watching him?" Then did Park Yoon-mai snap back to reality. She turned her body back and her gaze fell on the table. On the table, what she saw was the sociopath material that the assistant writer had given her. The next morning, the 13th, in Kang Woo-jin's one-room apartment. Time was around 8 o'clock. Kang Woo-jin, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was disheveled and scripts were scattered around his bedside. It seemed that he had fallen asleep while reading a script. Anyway, the Wujin, who had gotten up and stretched, started off by gulping down some water. Then he checked his phone. At this point, he paused. Oh, it arrived. He had received a message from a stranger. The super actor PD had sent him a clip of his acting. Kang Wujin, who had downloaded the video on his phone. Swish. He sat cross-legged. He had to check the video. However, he couldn't easily start the video. It's a bit embarrassing. The shame he had managed to suppress appeared up again. It was feeling similar to King of Blanket. It feels awkward even to listen to your own recorded voice, and then to watch himself acting, filled with embarrassment and shame. It wasn't easy. Still, if you come down, it's just a video. Wujin had to watch it, because this video was evidence of his first entrance into the void. Soon, Wujin touched the saved video. His own image was displayed on his phone. It was the disgusting Wujin, but he endured it. That was about 5 cents. Wujin tilted his head. The explosive shame had diminished. The reason was simple. This isn't it okay? His acting in the video on the phone wasn't bad. Of course, there was still awkwardness. However, am I doing well? Why am I good? It was not an acting skill that would make him feel embarrassed or ashamed, and that was only for a moment, when the part where he himself in the video was stabbed by something and scream reached. Wow, isn't it awesome? Without knowing it, Kang Wujin admired it. Is this really me? Of course, he knew nothing about acting, so there were no particular criteria, but as a viewer, he himself in the video was more than excellent. Before he knew it, Kang Wujin was immersed in the video. Then he suddenly realized. Wasn't I horribly embarrassing? There was no need to feel embarrassed. Yeah, thinking about it now, I was a bit out of my mind at the time, wasn't I? He was out of his mind and his brain wasn't working well. Plus, Wujin didn't know the clear criteria for good acting. Even if everyone praises his great acting, if he concludes that he is trash, that's the end. That's exactly how Kang Wujin was yesterday. So acting is something that others evaluate. However, Kang Wujin ran away as soon as he finished acting, engulfed by explosive shame. No, he escaped. At this point, the slightly calm Wujin recalled yesterday. My acting was incredible. What if I had just based on that? The dark histories he had forcibly erased all looked new. The questions asked by the 3 judges were all not out of courtesy, but from shock. It was the same with the Super Act PD. Wait a minute, then my first pill wasn't for laughs, it means I passed with real acting. Everyone Kang Wujin met yesterday was charmed by his acting. That was the conclusion, at this moment. Ah shit. Wujin covered his face with one hand, because he remembered the dreadful concept he had portrayed all day yesterday, trying to look serious, pretending to be tough, bluffing, and so on. I'm going crazy. At that time, it was smokescreen to hide his embarrassment, but looking back now, it was pushing his arrogance. They must have seen me as an insanely talented person. Talent in acting skills or a monstrous genius actor. It's enough to cause misunderstanding when such a person even pierces the sky with his self-esteem. Kang Wujin's sigh was mostly true. However, the snowball of misunderstanding had already started rolling, at fairly fast speed. Of course, the person involved Kang Wujin didn't know. Then, well, whatever. Kang Wujin, who had muttered moderately, quickly made a decision. There are people I'm not going to see again, so I don't need to worry about it. What he needs to focus on now is on the other side. Anyway, I can enter the void or whatever it is and have a role in the work. Kang Wujin could show the scared man of yesterday right now, a feeling that seemed to be saved in his brain. Soon, Wujin crossed his arms and silently looked at the script next to him. More precisely, at the black rectangle next to the script. So next, what he muttered softly was next. It's a ridiculous thing to say, but should I try acting instead of working in Australia? It was then. Wong Ruan. The phone in his hand rang with a long vibration. It was call, and an unknown number was displayed on the screen. Thanks to this, Kang Wujin carelessly put his phone to his ear. Yes, hello. A male voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Kang Wujin, I'm PD Song Manwoo, do you remember? I was sitting in the middle of the judge's seat. Oh, the one with the beard. The other party was PD Song Manwoo. Ah, that's correct. It's not much, but could we meet as soon as possible if you can? Me. Why? For a moment, Kang Wujin furrowed his brows and cleared his throat softly. Then he replied in a very low tone. I think you should tell me why first. Because he had to keep up the act. Episode Concept 2. Episode Concept 2. Wujin recalled Song Manwoo PD, whom he met yesterday on Super Actor and who was currently on the phone. There wasn't anything particularly memorable about him, was there? The only thing that was somewhat clear was the fact that he had a beard, and that he was Big Shot PD. Of course, the source of this part was his friend, Kim D-young. Anyway, there were few reasons for Big Shot PD Song Manwoo to call Wujin. No, it was okay to say there were none, but why did he call? Then, something brushed past in Wujin's mind for a moment. Is this a request to appear in the second round of Super Actor? He didn't know the internal affairs of the variety show, but since Song Manwoo was judge, there was a possibility. It's bothersome. The good thing was that Kang Wujin wasn't currently feeling the embarrassment from yesterday, because he knew that his acting was not trash. Soon, Wujin, who was slowly scraping his chin, cleared his throat softly. First of all, it's better to keep up the act. Then, an extremely dry tone of voice popped out. I think you should tell me why first. PD Song Manwoo's response on the other side of the phone was heard immediately. All right. I told you that I won't appear in Super Actor. I told the main PD. No, that's different, totally different. Then what is it? It's a little difficult to do over the phone. I prefer to do it face-to-face with you, Wujin. Would that be difficult? Wow, it's a bit burdensome. As Kang Wujin murmured inwardly, PD Song Manwoo spoke again. You said you're a designer, right? What time do you usually finish work? I imagine you have a lot of overtime because it's the design field. No, I recently quit my job. As expected. As expected? Why is he saying as expected here? The answer to that also came from PD Song Manwoo. You've made up your mind, haven't you? The meaning behind Song Manwoo PD's words was whether he had decided to show his presence, but Kang Wujin was momentarily dumbfounded. What resolution? What is this guy talking about by himself? He just couldn't understand. It was thanks to the clear difference in positions, and Woojin maintained a dignified silence for the time being. So if you've quit your job, it wouldn't be a problem to meet today, right? Correct answer. Kang Woojin is currently unemployed. He has time. However, it would seem a little uncool if I just accepted so readily. Kang Woojin casually maintained his persona. I'm only available at 4 p.m. The other side of the phone, PD Song Man-woo eagerly answered. Okay, 4 p.m. The place, I'm sorry, but there are a few others besides me. Could you come if I send you the address? Who else will be there? Oh, a few other related people. I don't mind. Thank you. Then I'll send you the address. Let's meet at 4 o'clock. Understood. Click. And so the call with PD Song Man-woo ended. At the same time, Kang Woojin checked the time. It was around 8:30 a.m. There was plenty of time until 4 p.m. and Woojin murmured to himself while looking at the screen of his phone. But how famous is this PD Song Man-woo? He had heard from Kim D-young that he was a big shot. However, since Woojin, who had little interest in the entertainment industry, couldn't gauge it. Swoosh. He searched for Song Man-woo PD on a search engine. The search results were swift, and Kang Woojin was quick to be prized. Backers line up for the FSBC's top PD, Song Man-woo / picture. Stars met. Netizens are excited at the news that PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Yoon-mai have teamed up. Even if you roughly checked the hundreds of pages of articles, his popularity was tremendous. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin, with his mouth open, mumbled softly. Did this kind of person ask to meet me? Why did he call me? Then Kang Woojin's interest rapidly cooled down. It's meaningless to think about it. I'll find out when I go. Then, Woojin, who casually put aside thoughts of PD Song Man-woo. Swish. He put down his phone and picked up a script. There was plenty of time until the meeting, so he planned to read the script. As of yesterday, Woojin had finished reading Elegant Daughter, and now he was in the middle of reading Ace Prosecutor. He had already passed halfway. Flip. Was, shall we say, strange. This is kind of fun. Kang Woojin, lying down, found reading scripts quite enjoyable. This was clearly strange. Normally, Woojin didn't watch TV much. He had no interest in dramas or movies or other such content. Even if he watched something, he usually stopped in the middle. But reading scripts was different. His focus was considerable. The speed was fast. He would spend the time more entertained than when watching videos. Have I always been suited to reading? Or it could be due to that bizarre empty void that suddenly appeared. Whatever it was, Kang Woojin sped up reading scripts. So around 1 p.m., Woojin had read all the scripts and scenarios he received. Of course, he couldn't remember every detail of the work's contents, but he grasped a suitable context. In that state, Kang Woojin. With his arm crossed, he picked a roll from the works he read that he remembered well. Then after, poking, he poked the black square and entered the empty space. By now, this process was quite natural. Let's see. In the endless dark void, Woojin moved in front of the 4 white squares. What he chose was the second square. It was the failed work Elegant Daughter. Soon, new lines appeared under the white square. The feeling was similar to when he touched the script earlier. However, there was one difference. There were many characters available for rating. It seemed to be more than 8, it was expected. It was full script, so there would be more than a partial script. Here, Woojin realized one thing. Only male characters are available. The genders had to match. Well, Woojin accepted this point. Just as sudden death was declined, so was becoming a female. Then, swipe. Woojin touched one of the listed characters he had already decided on. It was at the very end. Then suddenly, a female voice echoed throughout the empty space. A static robotic voice. The reading of the selection was simple. The role would be very short. After all, it was just for the experiment. Anyway, Woojin waited in silence and it didn't take long for the woman's voice to be heard again. Just like that, Woojin was sucked into the large gray space. Afterwards, Woojin, who had been in the empty space, returned to his one-room apartment. Phew. With a sigh, he brushed back his short hair. There was no tension or surprise in his demeanor. Plus, there was no dazed expression or his mind was not blurred. Brain activity was normal. Like when he was dealing with a partial script, everything was clear, because he had already adapted. Why was I so dazed in the beginning? Woojin crossed his arms and tilted his head. After all, whether it was on the other side of the empty space or in this one-room apartment, it was the same reality. Both sides were directly experienced by Woojin. Then why did he react that way yesterday? Around this point, Woojin roughly found the answer. Well, it must have been my body rejecting it because it was the first time. He slowly analyzed his current state. From his brain to his heart, every nook and cranny. Soon he could feel it. Since he had experienced it directly, it was natural to remember vividly. I remember every single line of the cafe male waiter. And a few lines of dialogue were perfectly remembered, like words that had been memorized thousands of times. It could be said to be engraving. This wasn't just a matter of remembering because it was short. Of course, the situation was similar on the other side. The character's senses to emotions, thoughts, mood, etc., everything about the cafe male waiter that Woojin chose had seeped in. It was also the same as the partial script. There was no digestion process, he just adapted and accepted it. Like a successful organ transplant without rejection. So, the cafe male waiter was transplanted into Kang Woojin. It was more like being possessed by a character rather than acting. It was practically equivalent to acting the role through possession rather than acting. Then, wow shit, Kang Woojin once again admired the capabilities of the void space. Well, being an actor is one thing, but just the experience of doing anything in the void space was worthwhile. Isn't it obvious? He would have to keep using it to know, but if there were no conditions, he could really experience anything. Depending on the script or scenario, he could fly in the sky, and he could even use magic. Of course, it's temporary and brief depending on the role, and while I'm at it, I might as well become an actor. Should I aim to be a tough star while I'm at it? At this moment in Woojin's mind, let's live a completely different life once, no matter what it is. It'll be really fun. His mind started to be filled with things he had never imagined before, like becoming an actor or acting. In that state, Kang Woojin picked up the short scenario exercise. But I have to check this B grade anyway. Kang Woo-jin, who mumbled, glanced at his watch. It was about time for his appointment. Let's wire up first. A few hours later, around 4 p.m., Woo-jin arrived in front of a large building near Samsung Station. His outfit was the same as yesterday, padded jacket and jeans. He looked up at the towering building. It's really tall. Did he say it's on the 5th floor? Woo-jin, who entered the building lobby, checked the information sign near the entrance. Floors 5 to 7 were occupied by the production company Sea Blue Studio. This was Kang Woo-jin's destination. When he had searched earlier, Sea Blue Studio was a large production company in Korea. Well, whether it's big or small, it doesn't really matter to me. Woo-jin, who casually mumbled to himself, cleared his throat a little to lower the tone of his voice. He then called Songman Woo PD on his phone. He picked up quickly. Oh, Miss Woo-jin, have you arrived? Yes, I'm on the 1st floor. I'll send someone right away. A few minutes later, a woman who looked young approached Kang Woo-jin. You are Miss Kang Woo-jin, right? He was an assistant director. Soon, Kang Woo-jin arrived at the Sea Blue Studio on the 5th floor, following the assistant director. Then, the PD is inside. The assistant director, who led Woo-jin to the door of meeting room, gestured. It meant to go inside. Thanks to this, Woo-jin, reminding himself to get in the concept, confidently opened the door. Squeak. The interior of the meeting room was quite spacious. In the center was a Hangul called the Ud-Anus-shaped desk, and about 6 people were sitting there. All of them looked at Kang Woo-jin, who had just entered. Of course, among them was Miss Kang Woo-jin, nice to see you again. Songman Woo PD with a goatee was there too. He was warmly welcoming Kang Woo-jin with a smile. True to his reputation as a heavyweight PD, his seat was in the middle among the 6 people. At this time, Kang Woo-jin was startled inside. Oh my god, Hong Hae-yeon. Because he saw the Atomic Angel. Hong Hae-yeon, what's this? Hong Hae-yeon is here. Woo-jin was dying to rub his eyes. He wanted to ask for a handshake, like, it's good to see you again, but he held back. He really desperately held back. Because there was no place for awe in the concept that he had taken up. Thanks to this, even though he made eye contact with Hong Hae-yeon, Kang Woo-jin was able to maintain a nonchalant face. Songman Woo PD's voice was heard next. I'm sure it's a bit overwhelming with all these people around. Oh, you don't say. If Hong Hae-yeon is here, you should have said so from the beginning. Although Kang Woo-jin complained inside, he responded casually on the outside, as if he didn't care at all. There must be a reason. For that, Kang Woo-jin continued in a dry tone. Thump. He pulled out a chair nearby and sat down. I guess it's better to cross my legs, right? Woo-jin, who was trying hard to act calm, glanced at the people on the other side. Since he was nervous, he skipped Hong Hae-yeon. His eyes fell upon a middle-aged woman with long permed hair and various other men who were all staring intensely at him. It was a bit uncomfortable. Around then, I'm Miss Woo-jin. Songman Woo PD from across Kang Woo-jin leaned his body slightly forward. His expression was serious. I know this is all of a sudden, but I'm really curious. The others are too. You should have at least 1 or 2 monologues prepared, right? We want to see your lines, because yesterday was not centered around lines. A monologue is when an actor delivers lines without a counterpart. They are usually longer. Therefore, aspiring actors usually memorize a monologue for auditions. However, there was no way Kang Woo-jin would have such a thing prepared. Monologue, what the hell is that? It was just yesterday when he first encountered acting. For now, I should keep my mouth shut here. Thanks to that, Woo-jin Choi was silent. Then Songman Woo PD proceeded with the matter on his own. Or you can look at this and do it. You can interpret it however you want. Swoosh. Songman Woo PD, who had finished speaking, slowly pushed a black tablet in front of Kang Woo-jin. On the tablet screen, there were characters that looked like they exceeded about 10 lines. It was the lines for a monologue. Whatever it was, they were asking Kang Woo-jin to act now. Perhaps this was the moment of the first step as an actor, understanding that Woo-jin's face was expressionless. However, his inside was full of shock as he stared down at the tablet. Damn, it looks like it doesn't appear. Like the script or the scenario, there was no black rectangle hotting up next to the tablet. It's a passage to the void. This was a big problem. Regardless, you can start when you're ready. PD Songman Woo speaks seriously. On the contrary, Woo-jin's hidden anxiety intensified. I'm doomed. If only he could enter the void space, he could prepare anything. But there was no black square next to the tablet, and there were no scripts or scenarios nearby. In other words, everything was about to fall apart. Kang Woo-jin contemplated for a moment. Suddenly, he lost his motivation. Well, there might be a way if he looked for it. Do I need to go that far? There was no need to stake his life on the concept. The world was wide, right? It was okay to go to Australia for work. Soon, Kang Woo-jin looked down at the tablet and murmured to himself. I don't know, let's just screw this and go home. Kang Woo-jin opened his mouth. Today, as I was walking down the street, a cat suddenly attacked me. I didn't do anything. From the cat's point of view, there must have been a reason. At this moment, everyone who had been watching Woo-jin calmly spit out his lines furrowed their brows. This included Songman Woo PD and Hong Hae-yeon, and all 6 of them. The reason was simple. Because the acting Kang Woo-jin was showing now was garbage. They couldn't help but be flustered. Especially, what is this? Songman Woo PD, who was watching Kang Woo-jin straight on, had his eyes filled with bewilderment. He was thrown into chaos. It's worse than an aspiring actor. It's 180 degrees different from yesterday. It was extremely native, not positive. The level of acting was too embarrassing to even call it acting, more awkward than reading a Korean textbook. If there were a formal audition, he would have been cut off in less than 5 seconds. Even at this moment, Kang Woo-jin was nonchalantly delivering his lines. So I hot that thing, it resisted like crazy, but still. It was outrageously brazen. But Kang Woo-jin continued his trash acting without any change in his expression. As he did so, the confusion of Songman Woo PD was multiplied by 10s. How? Why? What am I watching? Is that guy the one I saw yesterday? At this point, whoosh. The gaze of Kang Woo-jin, who was reading his lines, reached Songman Woo PD on the opposite side. There was discontent in his eyes. Didn't I already mess up? Just let me go already. But Song Manwoo PD, who had made eye contact with Woojin, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Heavyweight Song Manwoo PD realized something on his own from Kang Woojin's gaze. That's right, so he's acting like he can't act right now. Was Syria misperception or a delusion? So Song Manwoo PD raised his hand and interrupted Woojin's acting. Then he cautiously asked, Miss Woojin, may I ask why you are showing us acting that you can't act? Then Kang Woojin, who paused for a moment, stared at Song Manwoo PD for a good 10 seconds. Then Woojin replied with a blank expression. It was a low and cool tone. Because you told me to act abruptly without any explanation. Chapter 7, Concept 3. Chapter 7, Concept 3. Kang Woojin, who easily showed acting possessed by the gods, was garbage in his current monologue performance. It's as if he's changed 180 degrees in a day. PD Song Manwoo found the reason in Kang Woojin's eyes. He's expressing dissatisfaction through his acting. He interrupted Kang Woojin's acting and immediately asked, Miss Woojin, may I ask why you're showing us an act of not being able to act? It was then that the exclamation points appeared in the eyes of the people around PD Song Manwoo, Han Haeyeon and the others. They realized it too. So it was an act of not being able to act, expressions of that sort. They seemed a bit relieved. On the other hand, Kang Woojin maintained an emotionless expression as per the concept at the moment. But he felt differently inside. An act of not being able to act. How do you do that? When I asked to be sent home, PD Song Manwoo started speaking nonsense. I blatantly showed a terrible performance, but he said I was acting poorly. But it didn't seem like a joke. The face of Song Manwoo looking at Woojin now was quite serious. Kang Woojin quickly regained his composure. Once he sorted out the situation, the answer was quite simple. Somehow that gentleman with OT seems to be misunderstanding something. The misunderstanding must have started from the super act preliminary round yesterday. It started there and rolled up to here. Kang Woojin noticed these misunderstandings when he saw his acting video. Because they see me as a crazy skilled actor, that's why they come to such a conclusion. Somehow the snowball of misunderstanding seems to have grown quite a bit. However, correcting it was a bit bothersome and pointless. So there was only one answer. Control the current situation. The misunderstanding was their delusion and only Kang Woojin knew it. Oh well, let's see how far it goes. If it turns out to be a concept at some point, we'll deal with it then. Woojin cooled down his feeling as much as possible. It would be okay to be a little arrogant. And he picked an appropriate line. Soon, a rather cold and composed voice came from Kang Woojin's mouth. Because you told me to act without any explanation. PD Song Manwoo, slightly surprised, responded immediately. That's... When he started making excuses, Woojin felt like he could overdo it a bit more. He rode the momentum of bluffing. So he overdid it. Thud. Kang Woojin suddenly stood up from his seat. I'm not exactly pleased with the treatment. Everyone, including PD Song Manwoo and top actress Han Haeyeon, looked up at him, with eyes wide open like startled rabbits. They were flustered. Especially, PD Song Manwoo's reaction was big. Wait, calm down first. Following Woojin, PD Song Manwoo stood up and reached out his hand. I'm sorry I was too hasty. Let's sit down first. I'll explain everything, so please sit down and listen. Woojin, with an indifferent face, silently looked at PD Song Manwoo, counting the seconds inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After that, Kang Woojin gently sat back down on the chair. Soon, PD Song Manwoo, who exhaled a sigh of relief. Swoosh. He scratched his head while looking around at the people nearby. Then, he turned his gaze back to Kang Woojin across from him. First of all, I apologize again. I didn't mean to belittle you, Woojin. I did that because I wanted to show everyone you're acting as soon as possible. I understand. Then, I'll start with the prepared questions. PD Song Manwoo threw a question at the indifferent Kang Woojin. His tone of voice was serious. In the super actor interview, you said you learned acting by yourself. How long have you been doing it alone? Everyone in the meeting room, including Han Haeyeon, focused their gaze on Kang Woojin. At this point, Woojin was slightly contemplating. What should he answer? 5 years, or maybe 10. Then he chose somewhere in between. No, let's just keep it vague. Kang Woojin, who chose the middle ground, muttered it lowly. Well, it's been quite a while. An answer that was neither here nor there. But Song Manwoo PD, who was glaring at Woojin, began to make his own judgment. Don't know why he's revealing himself now, but he's the type to show off such high-level acting without long-term analysis. He must have a firm pile of data in his brain and body. It must have been close to 10 years, maybe even more. Of course, Han Haeyeon, sitting to the right of PD Song Manwoo, with her long hair down, felt the same way. She was paying attention to the aura that Kang Woojin was emitting now. But where did he get such high composure and strong self-esteem? That act of poor acting just now was really a top actor-level audacity. Normally, an actor's self-esteem grows as they build their career. It becomes solid as they consistently throw their acting on TV or screen, repeating this and receiving evaluations from directors and eventually the viewers. That was the source of an actor's confidence. But Kang Woojin, as he is now, already had top actor-level audacity without such a process, at least in Han Haeyeon's eyes. He's been doing it alone so far. Is it just his nature? At that moment, Song Manwoo PD, who had been nodding slowly, threw another question at Woojin. Then where did you do this self-study? A small theater group. Even if you learn acting by yourself, you still need correction. There are things in acting that you can't achieve by yourself. That was accurate. Acting fundamentally requires showing others to improve. Evaluating oneself 100 times had no meaning, but Kang Woojin had no in-depth understanding of this. Therefore, Kang Woojin's choice was a stern silence. Then PD Song Manwoo naturally continued the conversation. It's not a small theater group. Even if it were a small theater group, if there were an actor like Woojin, it would have surfaced quickly. Various directors and casters wouldn't have left you alone. Then it must be overseas. Did you study acting overseas? Overseas all of a sudden. Woojin was baffled inside. Of course, until a few days ago, he had considered working in Australia, but PD Song Manwoo's remark just now was clearly wrong. How it seemed like the scale is getting a bit bigger. Is this okay? While Woojin's life was spiraling out of control, Han Haeyeon from the other side interjected. Is there something you can't talk about? If so, you don't have to answer. Sold. Kang Woojin chose a situation that didn't exist that he couldn't talk about. I'll do that. The situation is turning strange. Woojin felt like he was rowing hard across an uncrossable river. On the other hand, PD Song Man-woo was certain. I will speak of it if he's ready to appear on Super Actor. It can't be a crime. Anyway, what's important now is that the guy is in front of me. Couldn't let that huge monster slip away. PD Song Man-woo suddenly leaned toward Woojin. A slight smile spread at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he pointed to two men sitting a bit far from him. Over there is the studio director and the casting director. Next to his left, a middle-aged woman with long permed hair who had been silently observing the situation. This is Right Park Yoon-mai. You know her, right? Kang Woojin knew Right Park Yoon-mai. He knew her not because she was famous, but because he found out about her when he searched for PD Song Man-woo yesterday, because he didn't watch TV at all. Anyway, Woojin nodded his head when he looked at Right Park Yoon-mai. Yes. Then, PD Song Man-woo's hand went straight to the seat on the right. Han Haeyeon, a top actress recognized by everyone. There's nothing to say about Hongstar here. Soon, PD Song Man-woo, who was introducing the people gathered around, confidently spoke to Kang Woojin. We're preparing a new drama. Woojin knew this too. He had briefly heard about it from his friend Kim D-young. What was it? He said something about a gathering of big shots. However, it was none of Kang Woojin's business. So what? The shot came from PD Song Man-woo's mouth. We want to include Kang Woojin in that new work. Join. Yes, join. In other words, we want to cast you as an actor. Woojin, who gave a short response, didn't show much reaction. He seemed calm on the outside, but it wasn't that there was no change in emotion. What? He was so shocked that he couldn't react at all. What is the goatee guy talking about? Is he serious? It was such a shock that Kang Woojin, who had been maintaining his composure so far, was about to collapse in an instant. He barely held on to it when. Swish. Right Park Yoon-mi on the other side moved for the first time. She handed over a stack of papers she had brought to Woojin. Then she said to Woojin, this is the first part of the new script. It's the first time it's been released outside. She calmly requested, can you show us end-role acting here? At the same time, in a mid-sized food company, Men and Win employees appeared in a fairly large break room, perhaps taking a short break during work. There were about 5 people. A mug was placed in front of everyone. Among them, no, while Han Haeyeon is really pretty. Kim D-young was among them, praising top actress Han Haeyeon, whom he had seen in the Super Act preliminaries, like crazy. Her beauty is insane. How should I say it? It feels like you get sucked in when you look at her. Her eyes are really big enough to see myself reflected in them. That's an exaggeration. He's talking nonsense. It really takes your breath away when you see her in person. Anyway, from what I heard, you got dropped from the preliminaries because of poop, right? No, I was a little nervous and forgot my lines. Your friend did you a big favor. If it wasn't for him, you would have only pooped and gone home from there, right? Kim D-young, who was being teased by the staff, suddenly had a bitter expression. Anyway, I wonder who's going to date or marry Han Haeyeon. I'm so jealous. At least a top actor, right? Or a key ball. Right. I'm really jealous. Anyway, I'm going to keep the autograph I received for life. I'll also pass it down to my children. You have to get married first for that, right? Damn it. At that moment, Kim D-young's cell phone in his pocket rang. It was a call, and when Kim D-young checked the caller, he left the break room and took the call in the hallway. Hey, bro. The person on the other end was a close friend from the theater club where Kim D-young belonged. Soon, a man's voice was heard over the phone. D-young, are you busy? Can you talk? Yes, I can talk. Have you finished reading the script I gave you? Exorcism. Kim D-young, who was reminded of the short film scenario he had passed on to Kang Woojin, answered right away. Yes, I've read it all. Really? Then you should give it back, man. I need to read it again. Okay. I'll bring it over this weekend. But why do you need to read the script again? Satisfactory answer came from the other end of the phone. I heard Exorcism is somehow getting produced. I was thinking of going if there's an audition. Soon, Kim D-young replied with a slight admiration. Wow, I can't believe it. They are really going into production for that. Back to the Cebu studio meeting room. The atmosphere became a bit quiet. Everyone's gaze, starting from PD Song Man-woo, was still fixed on Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, on the other hand, was silent, looking at the stack of papers that was just handed to him. It was the script for Park Yoon-mi's new work. Fortunately, the shock had somewhat subsided. But he still couldn't understand the casting part. Yes, he needed time. Then he noticed it. There was a black swirling pattern next to the script handed over by Park Yoon-mi. For now, he had poked that. Without saying anything, Woojin accepted the script and pretended to first check the cover. Swoosh. The script that they called a new work was a bundle of papers, not a book script, and the title and number of episodes were simply written on the cover. Professor Henry Young. Part 1. Regardless, that wasn't what mattered right now. Kang Woojin slightly lowered the script he had received. Then he gently poked the edge of the black square next to the script with his index finger. Immediately, he felt a chilly sensation throughout his body. Then, as expected, Woojin was sucked into the void. In no time, an endlessly dark space spread out in his field of vision. At the same time, Kang Woojin, who had found peace of mind, exhaled sharply. Ugh, I'm going crazy. What just happened? He never thought this crazy space would be so comforting. Anyway, it was Kang Woojin, who could now think freely without worrying about time. Casting. They want to cast me as an actor, in a new drama where Han Haeyeon is the lead actress. The director is the influential Song Man-woo PD and the ultra-star writer Park Yoon-mi. Kang Woojin, who was suddenly scouted onto such a tremendous stage. It was an unexpected turn of events. Well, let's try to organize things a bit. Kang Woojin in the void tried to calm himself and cross his arms. The reason they want to cast me, all they've seen of me is super act, right? Then, it means my acting was more impressive than I thought. The experience gained in the void seemed to be dozens of times more significant than I thought. Otherwise, things couldn't progress at such a high speed. "You okay for now?" Woojin, who then unfolded his arm, turned and walked toward the white square lined up. Of course, a white square was just added. He confirmed the characters written on that fifth white square. He muttered to himself as he focused on one of the characters. "Grade A, huh?" About 30 seconds later. Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't 30 seconds for Kang Woojin who had this void. It was 30 seconds for the people who were looking at Kang Woojin checking the script cover, like PD Song Manwoo, Right Heart Yunmi, and others, excluding Woojin. Among them, why is he looking at the title so deeply? It was when Right Part Yunmi narrowed her brow slightly. Swoosh. Kang Woojin, who had been motionless, slightly paused, then slowly lifted his head. Then he locked eyes with Heart Yumi. At the same time, Right Part Yumi smiled slightly. "You understood all the situations, right? According to the PD, you showed your acting after seeing a minute of the script during the Super Act preliminaries. You don't have to do that this time. We can wait, be it 10 minutes or 30 minutes. Part Yumi is a person who would do anything if it can increase the quality of her work. You don't need to feel pressured. You can act out a few lines from any role in the play. I just want to hear your tone." In fact, she already had a role in mind that she wanted Kang Woojin to show, but she hid it for now. The plan was to lighten the dense atmosphere. Because Kang Woojin seemed to be in a slightly sensitive state right now. And Kang Woojin nodded indifferently, then slowly lowered his gaze to the profiler Henryong's script in his hand. His low voice came out then. "I will read for a moment." Flip. Woojin started reading the script. However, his reading was very brief, about 5 minutes. As he roughly flipped through dozens of pages of the script, Woojin raised his head again. Then he calmly said to everyone looking at him, "I will do the role of Park Di-rai. Soon, later." Park Di-rai. PD Song Manwoo and Right Part Yumi were surprised with their eyes wide open. The role of Park Di-rai was exactly what PD Song Manwoo and Right Part Yumi wanted. Yes, the role of Park Di-rai. Because it was a role that had sociopath material added to it. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Concept 4. Chapter 8, Concept 4. To understand why Kang Woojin chose the role of Park Di-rai, it was necessary to retrace what he did in the void. It began, of course, when Woojin checked the white rectangle of profiler Henryong in the void. Being alone in the endless dark void, Woojin crossed his arms and stroked his chin. Grade A. The short film exorcism floating next to him was Grade B. This was his first time encountering Grade A. Woojin then uttered the question that came to mind. If it's Grade A, is it the highest grade, or is there so many higher than Grade A? Even if there were higher grades than Grade A was still in the up tier. In other words, the new work profiler Henryong by writer Park Yumi had a promising future. Gang's prosecutor with Grade C had a rating of about 7%, right? Then since Grade A is 2 levels above, it should exceed roughly 10%, 15%. He wasn't sure. He couldn't tell how much difference there was between those grades. Thanks to that, Woojin swiftly changed the subject. Well, anyway, this work will also serve as an experiment for the clarity regarding these grades. Judgment on whether this grade really gives a hint for the future or not. For now, it seemed likely to be a hint for the future, but it's not for certain. Next, Kang Woojin's gaze moved to the idol. Profiler Henryong. I'm not sure, but if it's a profiler, is it a crime genre or something like that? He recalled the words thrown by the big shot director Song Manwoo, who was outside. "I want to cast you as an actor, Woojin." At that time, his mind had stopped, but now, having entered the virtual space, Woojin was relatively composed. This allowed him to come up with a suitable answer. "It's probably just a minor role." He didn't know much about the entertainment industry, but Woojin did know that rookies or unknowns usually started as extras, especially if it's a production created by big shots like director Song Manwoo and writer Part Yumi. Of course, minor roles in the production were extras. That is, there are many minor roles such as supporting roles or image-only characters, but Kang Woojin had no way of knowing this. Well, thinking about it, it's not bad. Positive mindset blossomed. There was his second time since experiencing the scared man in the void. It would be nice to be properly evaluated by the big shots. Soon, swoosh. Woojin poked up the white rectangle floating in front of him. He chose profiler Henryong. Then, familiar characters were printed under the white rectangle. What Kang Woojin focused on here were the listed characters, roughly about 6. The ones in the front are the lead roles or ones with a lot of lines. Park Di-rai, let's go with this, it has the least lines. Kang Woojin, who knew through experimentation that the parts toward the end had few lines, therefore, chose the role of Park Di-rai. Thunk. He touched Park Di-rai from among the listed characters. Soon, a familiar woman's voice echoed throughout the void. The wait wasn't long. In an instant, a vast gray covered Kang Woojin. Someone's loud voice rang out. "Hey, Park Di-rai, what are you doing? Come on." At this moment, the gray that filled Kang Woojin's sight slowly cleared. Little by little, the front began to come in proper view. The location was in front of a park bench. The weather was warm. Is it spring? The sunlight was touching the skin, but it wasn't harsh. It's actually a pleasant temperature. Short sleeves. I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt. Around this time, Kang Woojin's view broadened. Around him, there were flower beds in bloom and people jigging. 2 men were waving at Woojin from ahead. He shouted to them, "You guys go ahead." His alert mind told him to say so. As soon as the shout ended, Kang Woojin felt it. He's currently smiling a friendly smile. However, everything he says and does is superficial, showing absolutely no sincerity. His heart is very cold and rational. However, the degree of his rationality was severe. Yes, it was as if the only thing missing among his possessions was emotion. No, there's none. Kang Woojin had already become Park Di-rai. Kang Woojin had everything that belonged to Park Di-rai. That's how he knew. Expression is a means. Park Di-rai, facial expressions and expressions are merely packaging. He usually practices his facial expression whenever he has time. He memorizes lines to appear like a good person. It was the same now. Despite a smile on his lips, Kang Woojin, whose eyes hid madness, twitched the corner of his lips. He was practicing about laughing. Real joy, forced laughter, soaked in ecstasy, etc. It was his routine, practice that he usually does before returning to the office. Kang Woo-jin, who had been murmuring like that, suddenly turned expressionless. It was a very odd time. He had finished practice and returned to his default state. Just like that, Kang Woo-jin took a step. In his heart, there was still silent without a rule. It was then. Kang Woo-jin, who had a faint smile on his lip before he knew it, looked down at his shoe. I stepped in dog poop. It wasn't hard but squishy. It seemed like recent dog poop. Woo-jin, who stopped at the moment and looked down at his shoe. Dog poop. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes, because a target appeared. He was harmed by a mere puppy. With that, Kang Woo-jin slowly turned his head and looked around. Oh, there it is, the puppy. Puppy came into his sight quickly. Because a puppy is pooping in the nearby flower bed. Whether the owner lost it or not, it was put with a leash around its neck. Kang Woo-jin, who had been watching the puppy quietly then. Suddenly, color started to spread in the world Woo-jin was seeing. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. His ordinary world had transformed into a fairy tale. The ground is purple, the trees are green, the sky is black, the clouds are blue, and all the people are different colors. It felt full of childhood innocence. However, it wasn't a bright fairy tale. It felt alien, a feeling of something being off, like a twisted innocence. A dream. Yes, it was as if he was in the world of a dream. On top of that, emotions that were not in Woo-jin began to emerge. His mood also changed. Excitement. Kang Woo-jin, who had been silent without anything, was now excited to the point of madness. Quickly, it felt like he had to do something quickly. That was the sensation. And then, whoosh! Puppy, who had been pooing in the flower bed, came and rubbed against Woo-jin's foot. In Woo-jin's eyes, the puppy was yellow. You're cute, fluffy, makes me want to pop you. Woo-jin looked around. There were a lot of people. In other words, there were a lot of eyes wishing. Therefore, Woo-jin grabbed the leash of the puppy and moved. Fortunately, the puppy followed. Public bathroom was visible nearby. The place Woo-jin was headed was behind that bathroom. Soon, Woo-jin pulled the leash and held the yellow puppy to his chest. Puppy let Woo-jin cheek. You're cute, but you shouldn't poop on the path where people walk. Woo-jin, who was smiling, lightly tapped the yellow puppy's nose. Then a red firecracker burst from the place he tapped. Of course, only in Woo-jin's view. That further amplified Woo-jin's excitement. Kind of euphoria to the point of restlessness. Quickly, he wanted to hop more. So Woo-jin, holding the yellow puppy, disappeared behind the restroom. A few minutes later, when Woo-jin came out again, his face was calm. I'm a bit late. He was empty-handed. Afterward, Kang Woo-jin, who had finished reading for the role of Park Di-rai, returned to the meeting room. At the same time, Woo-jin spat out a deep, vexing curse in his heart. Ah shit. Because he felt a firmly established disgust. Everything about Park Di-rai in his world felt slightly annoying. However, Park Di-rai was already engraved in Woo-jin. I feel disgusting. Well, the experience or reading of Park Di-rai in the void felt about 20 minutes to Kang Woo-jin, but he now felt as if he had endured motion sickness for about 5 hours. Park Di-rai was both strange and familiar to Kang Woo-jin. Now they were both like Kang Woo-jin himself, but for some reason, Woo-jin had a strong desire to get rid of Park Di-rai. At that time, what is it? No, don't come out. Kang Woo-jin barely held back the emotions of Park Di-rai that suddenly hopped up. It was instinctive, a defensive instinct. At that moment, Kang Woo-jin was slightly dumbfounded. You understand the entire context. The voice of author Park Yun-mai sitting opposite him rang in Woo-jin's ears. It was then that Woo-jin's view slowly widened. In the meantime, the words of author Park Yun-mai continued. You don't have to feel burdened. You can act any role or even just a few lines of dialogue. I just want to see Woo-jin's tone. Woo-jin, who had been slightly flustered, barely managed to keep his composure. All right, that was the situation. He looked down at the bundle of paper in his hand, the script for part 1 of Profiler in Ryong. It's a bit much to start without reading it. Although he had already learned everything about Park Di-rai through the lines, Kang Woo-jin lowered his voice for the sake of those sitting in front of him. I'll read it for a moment. Of course, he did not read the script. Flip. He was pretending to read, just for about 5 minutes. Then one phrase in the script caught Woo-jin's eye. The world as seen by Park Di-rai was covered in colors. It's like it's depicting a crazy dream garden. So that's why I saw those crazy colors. Woo-jin, who was murmuring to himself, let out a small sigh. Swish. He looked up and spoke calmly to everyone. I'll do the role of Park Di-rai. What was interesting was that, as soon as Woo-jin finished his answer, everyone on the other side opened their eyes wide. Are they surprised? Why? Especially the reactions of PD Song Men-woo and author Park Yun-mai were strong. Park Di-rai. But Woo-jin reaffirmed with a serious tone. Yes, the role of Park Di-rai. This, PD Song Men-woo with a goatee stared at Woo-jin and then turned his head to look at author Park Yun-mai. Author Park Yun-mai was already looking at him. For a brief moment, the two exchanged glances. Woo-jin found it a bit strange. What's going on? Are they communicating with their eyes? They were indeed big shots. They were communicating just by their eyes. Then, PD Song Men-woo, who had turned into a stern face, locked eyes with Woo-jin again. Which scene of Park Di-rai's role? Is there any point in going to the end? The role of Park Di-rai becomes more complex as it goes on. Therefore, Woo-jin chose a relatively light scene from the front. I'll do the scene where the puppy appears. Author Park Yun-mai, who had put on glasses at some point, asked PD Song Men-woo. PD, please handle the camera perspective, and Woo-jin, please act as if the PD is the camera. In fact, there was already a camera in this conference room, behind where Kang Woo-jin was sitting and in front of him near the window. Anyway, Kang Woo-jin, acknowledging this, handed over the script he was holding. Swoosh. Author Park Yun-mai on the other side. Then she asked with a frown. Can you do it without looking? It seemed more inconvenient. This was something that Kang Woo-jin did unconsciously. Rather than maintaining a tough act, it came out unconsciously. Because for him, who already embodied Park Di-rai, reading the script was more cumbersome. Yes, it's fine. However, this act amplified the misunderstanding of everyone, including author Park Yun-mai. Does he understand the dialogues, stage directions, and emotional lines in just a few minutes? That's impossible, isn't it? It was possible. Of course, it was only possible for Kang Woo-jin, but for everyone including author Park Yoon-mai, it was an incomprehensible act. Is he bluffing? No, he seemed too nonchalant for that. At that point, all right, let's go with that. Let's start right away. Lee Song-man-woo, leaning forward, threw the first line to Kang Woo-jin, a line that signaled the start of the scene. Hey, Park Dae-rai, what are you doing? Come on. Following that, Kang Woo-jin, who had been staring intently at Song-man-woo's goatee, blinked once. At the same time, the corner of Song-man-woo's eyes twitched. Why? His gaze changed, so did the personality. Because a faint madness that wasn't in Kang Woo-jin's previously calm eyes had sparked. The difference was clear before and after closing his eyes. He brought out emotion in that brief moment. At least, that was what Song-man-woo's eyes saw. Regardless, Woo-jin, who had been staring at Song-man-woo, lifted the corners of his mouth. There was a small tremor. However, the faint intensity in his eyes remained the same. Go ahead first. As soon as the line was delivered, the smile that had spread on Woo-jin's lips disappeared. It was as if watching the process of becoming expressionless in slow motion. Before long, a complete expressionless face, then a smile reappeared, back to expressionless, then a smile again. The process was repeated several times on Kang Woo-jin's face. Psychopath. The scent of a psychopath emanated strongly from Kang Woo-jin. For some reason, actress Hong Hae-yeon, a top star, got goosebumps. Each smile has a different texture. It was creepy, because Kang Woo-jin was now attributing different meanings to each smile, by small tremors in the muscles near the eyes, slight head tilts, the degree of raised corners of the mouth, and so on. Was that expressed only by facial expression? Then Kang Woo-jin, wearing the chosen smile, slowly stood up from his chair. Then he paused. He looked down at his own feet. A brief silence. About 10 seconds. That short silence swallowed the air in the entire conference room. Woo-jin's silence and indifference morphed into an ambiguous sense of fear. At this point, Kang Woo-jin twisted his shoe to check the sole. I stepped in dog poop. Look around. Kang Woo-jin, who was moderately scanning the vicinity of the conference room, glanced at author Park Yoon-mai once. Swish. Finally, he met eyes with PD Song-man-woo. Suddenly, his eyes were gleaming with excitement as well as madness. Soon, a voice was heard from Kang Woo-jin's sparkling laughter. Ah, it's over there, that son of a bitch. That was it. Kang Woo-jin, who had stood up, sat back in the chair. Then he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. It's over. Low and cool tone of voice. He had returned from being Park Dae-rai to being the cool Kang Woo-jin again. So how will the evaluation be? That's when it happened. Tab. Suddenly, across from Woo-jin, author Park Yoon-mai, who had her long permed hair tied up, stood up. Her gaze was fixed on Kang Woo-jin. She approached Woo-jin with a mesmerized expression. Slowly. At that, Kang Woo-jin slightly pulled his head back. Why is that lady acting like that? She's a little scary. Is she probably angry? Suddenly, author Park Yoon-mai, who was standing in front of Kang Woo-jin, abruptly grabbed his hands. Woo-jin. Of course, Kang Woo-jin was internally disgusted. Why is she doing this? However, writer Park Yoon-mai, known as a star writer in Korea, she didn't care about the surrounding gazes and leaned into Kang Woo-jin and pleaded. Her tone was filled with desperation. Please take on the role of Park Dae-rai. It has to be you, Woo-jin. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Contract 1. Chapter 9, Contract 1. Kang Woo-jin's performance as Park Dae-rai. Star writer Park Yoon-mai, who wrote Profile Han-ryung, said, All right, you start right away. She couldn't take her eyes off Kang Woo-jin across from her for a moment. She had to capture every detail of the look in his eyes, his tone of voice, his gestures, his breathing, his expressions. I stepped in dog poop. The reason was simple. How can he portray the character I created so accurately? No, this has gone beyond mere accuracy. The character he portrayed was identical to the Park Dae-rai she had created, yet Kang Woo-jin's portrayal seemed much more vivid and alive. Does saying alive make sense since he is indeed a living person? In this way, right Park Yoon-mai's thoughts became strangely tangled. Park Dae-rai is right in front of me. The character she had created through agonizing, restless nights was right before her eyes. That was undoubtedly Park Dae-rai, character filled with psychopath data. Soon, writer Park Yoon-mai felt both excitement and a slight sense of fear. The characters in the work are created by the writer, but they are portrayed by the actor. That's why a perfect portrayal was almost impossible. No matter how excellent the actor's analysis of the work is, the actor can't get into the writer's mind. It's hard to portray every single setting detail that the writer created. Thanks to this, the writer has to compromise to some extent. Even if there are minor errors in the acting shown by the actor, they let it slide. They tolerate differences in the tone of the dialogues, and they understand if the actions differ from the original creation. It wasn't only experienced by writer Park Yoon-mai. It was one of the experiences that all scriptwriters in Korea, perhaps all over the world, went through, and the quicker they acknowledged the gap between the actual scene and the writer's vision, the faster the writer growth was. However, I wrote this, but I can't see my writing. The crazy act performing in front of her didn't need to compromise. Kang Woo-jin was already overshadowing the script beneath him. If writer Park Yoon-mai felt this way, everyone else must have felt similar. The character created by the writer, he firmly maintains it without wavering and gives it dozens of times more vividness. That was Kang Woo-jin right now. And there was a sight even Park Yoon-mai, lauded as a top-tier star writer in Korea, had never seen before, so she couldn't help but be captivated. She had already worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of actors. If he's the first among them, Kang Woo-jin, definitely, I must get him. A term like precious was not enough to describe him, an unparalleled actor she might never meet again. That was what Park Yoon-mai, who had witnessed such an incredible existence right before her eyes, meant. Tab. The look or the judging eye didn't matter much to her. Woo-jin, please take on the role of Park Dae-rai. It has to be you. But there exists a writer who has met in reality the characters they created through the writing. Therefore, Park Yoon-mai wanted to secure Kang Woo-jin even if she had to beg. She was a person who would do anything for the quality of her work. Therefore, no No one in the conference room tried to stop Writer Park Yunmai at that moment. They didn't advise her to save face. Not director Song Manwoo, nor top actress Hong Hae-yeon, nor the core members of the production company. They all just sat in their places, their faces serious. Because they also understood Writer Park Yunmai's feelings. Anyway, Writer Park Yunmai, who was now clutching Woojin's hands, had eyes full of desire. There were no flames to be seen, but her momentum was like a boiling hot pot. However, I was startled when she suddenly grabbed my hand. In this conference room, only Kang Woojin was not surprised. Rather, he was a little overwhelmed by Writer Park Yunmai. I mean, who wouldn't be if their hand was suddenly grabbed? It would be nice if she would let go of my hand and talk. Anyway, looking at this big shot writer's reaction, it's safe to say that my void space ability is pretty amazing. Maintaining a dignified demeanor, things seem to be smoothly falling in place on their own. Well, I guess I can just go along with it. Of course, he didn't know. I wonder if I can get the video of this acting too. That moment would be a major turning point in his life. Regardless, Kang Woojin, whose hand had been grabbed, quietly asked Writer Park Yunmai, "Miss Park, first could you let go of my hand?" It was then that Writer Park Yunmai came to her senses and let go of his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize." "It's okay." The question came from the other side of the room. It was from director Song Manwoo. "But Woojin, why did you choose the role of Park Durai? The other roles would have been easier to analyze." Writer Park Yunmai interjected with her hands clapping. "Right, I'm curious about that too." "Me too. Why specifically the role of Park Durai?" In the end, everyone's eyes were back on Kang Woojin, filled with curiosity. However, Woojin remained nonchalant. "Well, I can tell the truth about this." With that, Woojin casually said, "Because it's short." It was his true feeling. There was not a facade or a bluff, but Kang Woojin's real feelings. Yet director Song Manwoo, with his eyebrows furrowed, asked right away, "What do you mean?" "The part is short." "So you chose the role of Park Durai because the part is short?" "Yes." It was a true statement without a shred of falsehood. However, the rest of the people there had a different reaction. Director Song Manwoo, "Short. So he chose this difficult role just because the part is short. But the shorter the part, the more difficult the analysis becomes." Writer Park Yunmai, "What is wrong with his brain? Usually people avoid challenging roles like Park Durai. But what? Because the part is short. Is he an idiot or a genius?" And top actress Hong Hae-yeon, "Ah, I get it. He's pretending to be modest while showing off his skills. He's saying that a role like this is easy for him." Of course, all of these were complete and misguided judgments. At that moment, thump. Kang Woojin, who had been silently sitting in the excited conference room, suddenly stood up. Then he turned to Writer Park Yunmai in front of him and spoke softly. "Let me think about your offer." A little while later, with a stern expression, Kang Woojin left the conference room, slowly walking down the corridor. He passed several employees of Sea Blue Studio. Then, after about 5 steps, swoosh, he stole a quick glance back at the meeting room and instantly dropped his adopted persona. Phew. It was the release of tension. What on earth had happened in that meeting room? As Woojin stroked his face with one hand, he pressed the elevator button. At the same time, "Miss Kang Woojin." One's voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a woman with long hair and a great figure walking towards him. It was Hong Hae-yeon. That made Kang Woojin exclaim in amazement for a moment. I never thought I'd see the day when Hong Hae-yeon would call my name out loud. However, he quickly composed himself. He had to put his poker face back on. "Yes, what is it?" Of course, Hong Hae-yeon, who had no idea about this, quickly stood right in front of Kang Woojin. She then asked Woojin, who was entranced by her scent, "Why didn't you immediately accept the casting offer?" "Why, just because." The reason Kang Woojin said he'd think about it was quite simple. It felt odd for a pretentious genius to humbly accept the casting offer right away. Moreover, if I immediately agree, it somehow lacks coolness. In movies, people usually take their time in such situations. It was a decision made to keep up his own style. However, he couldn't say that outright. Kang Woojin locked eyes with Hong Hae-yeon, striving to hide his trembling heart. "I mean what I said. I need some time to think about it." Same. Top actress Hong Hae-yeon gazed at Kang Woojin for a while. Wow, she really is stunningly beautiful. Woojin's heart instinctively began to pound. Can she hear my heartbeat? Fortunately, though. By the way, Miss Woojin. Hong Hae-yeon changed the topic, seemingly not having heard his heartbeat. "You have an agency." "Not really." "Why not? Why don't you have one?" "Do I need a reason for not having one?" "No, it's not that, but were you really abroad?" Woojin closed his mouth at her question. He had to keep up the pretense of having a complicated situation. Seeing this, Hong Hae-yeon cleared her throat as if realizing her mistake. My mistake, I'm sorry, but how old are you, Miss Woojin?" "I am 27. I'm 2 years older than you." Hong Hae-yeon, who responded somewhat sheepishly, let out a small sigh. It seemed like she was chewing her words. Soon she asked again with a very serious expression, How can you achieve such acting skills through on your own?" She wanted to say, "How can I achieve that?" but she forced herself to swallow her words. Top actress Hong Hae-yeon. She was notorious in the acting world for her ambition to act. For Hae-yeon, there was no such thing as good enough. Some actors even avoided working with her because of her intensity. When she first saw Kang Woojin, she felt envious. However, currently, Hong Hae-yeon is a top actress domestically. It was a bit embarrassing to ask advice from an unknown acting expert. If such a rumor gets out, it would be a significant blow to her image as a top actress. Left with no choice, Hong Hae-yeon changed her question. No. Anyway, you don't have an agency yet, right?" "Yes." Around this time, whoosh, the elevator that had arrived opened its doors. Kang Woojin naturally entered. The next time he looked at Hong Hae-yeon, she was waving at him with smiling eyes. "I hope to see you again in the work." With these words, the elevator door closed. At the same time, Kang Woojin, who had been intensely holding himself, collapsed. Phew, I barely held it together. Of course, it was understandable since he had a conversation with Hong Hae-yeon up close. It was a miracle that he was even able to maintain a casual conversation. Wow, geez, I can't even brag about this anywhere. Anyway, it was awesome. On the other hand, Hong Hyeon, who was still standing in place, said, honestly, it hurts my pride a bit. She was staring at the elevator door where Kang Woo-jin had disappeared. With her arms crossed and tying her foot, she seemed a bit pouty. This was because she had not encountered anyone who treated her so coldly recently. I wonder if he doesn't have interest in women. I really can't figure him out. Her misunderstanding deepened. Anyway, it's fortunate that he doesn't have an agency yet. The same day, late at night in the writer Park Yoon-mai's workspace. It was around 11 o'clock. 4 people were visible in the large workspace without an assistant writer. They were gathered at the kitchen table. It was Song Man-woo, the PD, writer Park Yoon-mai, the pseudo-manager of Sea Blue Studio, and the casting director. In other words, they were the characters who saw Kang Woo-jin in the afternoon. Hong Hyeon was not there. In front of them were a bunch of script papers and various clear files. They seemed to be in the middle of planning meeting. However, there was no conversation and the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone seemed to have lost in thought with somewhat weary faces. Why? It was because of the lingering impact of the crazy actor Kang Woo-jin. At that moment, honestly, the man who was in charge of the production of Profiler Hen Young broke the silence. I had some expectation there for hearing what PD Song said, but I didn't know it would be to that extent. As soon as he finished speaking, the bespectacled casting director interjected. It was his area of expertise after all. I've been a casting director for 8 years now. I guess I'm a bit of an experienced one among casting directors. Even I am unable to find such an actor. No, non-existent. I should say there's none. He seemed to be beyond the category of portraying a character, right? It was to the point of looking a bit dangerous. You know, it happens quite often, right? In Hollywood, actors get into accidents because they get too absorbed in their roles. It was more intense than that. But he also turned back to himself as soon as he finished acting. The switch was clear. At this point, that part, Song Man-woo, the PD who had his arms crossed, chimed in. Having a clear switch, that's a technique that not even many top actors possess. That's true. Right, Park Yoon-mai, who was fiddling with her script, turned her head towards Song Man-woo PD sitting next to her. You mentioned something about Woo-jin being abroad earlier, didn't you? Yes, I did. You think he really was abroad? I'm so curious about his past. You think I would know. The abroad thing was just my guess, but Song Man-woo PD, who was shrugging his shoulders, suddenly spoke in a serious tone. You saw his acting earlier, right? It definitely wasn't easy. Moreover, self-taught. I don't know whether to call him amazing or a lunatic. Soon, right Park Yoon-mai couldn't hold it in longer and pointed to the tablet scattered on the desk. This tablet contained the earlier acting performance of Kang Woo-jin for the role of Park Dee-rai. Once again, everyone confirmed Kang Woo-jin's acting through the video. That amplified the urgency of writer Park Yoon-mai. He suddenly covered her face with both hands. The more I see it, the greedier I get. You know, PD, this is the first time I felt this way while writing. I feel the same way. But what if Woo-jin refuses after such an acting performance? No. What if Woo-jin doesn't want to play the role of Park Dee-rai? Right, Park Yoon-mai, with her long permed hair looking tousled, let out a groan. Who else would stand out after Woo-jin? In other words, the quality of actors was elevated upward due to Kang Woo-jin in the eyes of writer Park Yoon-mai. The same was true for PD Song Man-woo. The reason they had worked together on numerous projects was because they had similar propensities. They would do anything for their work. At this moment, but production manager, who had been listening quietly, crossed his legs with a slightly stiff face. Kang Woo-jin. He was indeed remarkable, but him saying he would think about it is a bit. The answer came from PD Song Man-woo. What is? No, isn't it obvious? Who's directing Profiler Hen Young? Who's the writer? It's the renowned PD Song and writer Park, isn't it? Both of them are formidable giants in the industry. I didn't mention it before, but there are numerous actors who have put a hold on their other meetings regarding casting. Undoubtedly, if we were to offer the role of Park Dee-rai, they would jump at the opportunity. Well, that would be the case. However, both the writer and the PD said they would prioritize the ability to embody the role of Park Dee-rai rather than the actor status. I share the same sentiment. That's why I've been rejecting all the actors who are creating a fuss. At this point, the production manager, suddenly excited, said, he must know about such a situation. No, even if he didn't know, he would have had some feeling about it, right? With director Song and writer Park sitting right in front of him. He opened his mouth, thinking of Kang Woo-jin. But him outright saying that he would think about it seemed rather arrogant to me. Normally, people should be extremely grateful for the opportunity. Isn't that right? Perhaps anyone else in the industry would have a similar opinion. However, Song Man-woo PD, who experienced Kang Woo-jin before anyone else here, just smirked. It was like that from the start. It felt like common sense didn't apply. Pardon? It was as if he didn't give a damn about such mutual interests. You know, there's a phrase that the kids use these days. What was it? Ah, yes, my way or the highway. Exactly that. However, the production manager let out a frustrated sigh. Regardless, as you know, PD, the role of Park Dee-rai isn't a minor role. It's a semi-lead role, isn't it? What is there to think about, really? Song Man-woo PD suddenly stroked his beard and crossed his arms, picturing Kang Woo-jin's face. He says he'll think about it. Maybe he has plans in mind. Plans what kind? The question, a meaningful smile spread across the face of Song Man-woo PD, and he uttered his response quietly. Well, maybe he's trying to increase his own value. He was talking about the appearance fee. Of course it was. Give me time to determine my worth, something like that. It was an answer that the party involved hadn't even considered. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Conrect 2. Chapter 10, Conrect 2. An appearance fee. Production manager across from the Song Man-woo PD frowned deeply at his response. Does a guy with an unclear portfolio deserve an appearance fee? It makes no sense to talk about an appearance fee from the beginning. The production manager suddenly grew angry. Of course, his reaction was natural, Moreover, he belonged to Sea Blue Studio, a large domestic production company. From his perspective, Kang Woojin was no different from an ordinary person. Pat was very mysterious. And a guy like that talks about an appearance fee before even starting. To the production manager, who had been involved in numerous productions, it was an outrageous behavior. He had never seen such an act before, so the production manager's voice grew louder. No matter how unique this Kang Woojin is, it's not acceptable. It shouldn't be. This is just an speculation of yours, PD. Well, that's true, but heavyweight Song Man-woo PD also felt the same. Talk of rating an appearance fee was merely his speculation. However, this guy Kang Woojin was an oddball he had never seen before. How about his acting skills? Could easily pass even the top veteran with more than 10 years of experience. On top of that, the serious atmosphere he exuded, his determination, and even his aura. A guy who appeared casually on Super Actor. Wouldn't such a guy have the guts to negotiate an appearance fee from the beginning? Even Ride Park clearly showed a liking for him. Not just Ride Park Yumi. Song Man-woo PD, Hong Hae-yeon, and everyone else who saw Kang Woojin in the conference room today were mesmerized by him. If he realized this, it was quite possible for him to negotiate an appearance fee. In other words, my first time dealing with someone negotiating from the start, so it's a bit tricky. Looking at the situation, Kang Woojin was currently in an advantageous position. Song Man-woo PD, who had his arms crossed and was deep in thought. Whoosh! Turned his head toward Right Apart Yumi seated to his left. She, who had put on a headband at some point, was already looking at Song Man-woo PD. Her face was stern. Right Apart Yumi's determination was firm. Whether it's a guess or whatever, I don't know. She declared succinctly. I'll just say one thing, don't skim on the money. Her voice was heavy, almost chilling. Her short statement held many implications. Something like don't miss out on him just to save money, or I won't let it slide. So, Song Man-woo PD, who shrugged his shoulders, turned his gaze to the production manager. Director Lee, I want to live long, so shouldn't we decide on Kang Woojin's appearance fee, regardless of whether it's speculation or not? The production manager heaved a long sigh. PD writer, we have our production company's standpoint too, right? There's also an industry standard. No matter how unique Kang Woojin is, rumors may spread throughout the entire industry. I know, I understand. It's quite a headache. Song Man-woo PD, who was recalling Kang Woojin's face at the moment, added. But treating that guy as just any ordinary newcomer or nobody, that's also a bit strange. Well, that ordinary newcomer or rookies can't secure supporting roles just by impressing the director and the writer. Plus, he came all on his own, without any agency backing. Silence filled the room for a moment. Song Man-woo was the first to break the silence. Let's do this. To avoid rumors and prying eyes, let's offer a fee that's above the average, but also add a confidentiality clause in the contract. I mean no disrespect, but how much do you think Kang Woojin's fee should be, PD? I'm right, but you saw him today, didn't you? He's really smart. He's a clever guy. I think he wouldn't overdo it. He would have turned his own value within a reasonable range. Song Man-woo PD started to write a number on a nearby piece of paper. How about this as a maximum? What do you think? At that time, in Kang Woojin's one-room apartment. Aware that his fee was being negotiated, Kang Woojin was lying down comfortably. He wasn't sleeping. He was watching a drama on his phone. Actually, Kang Woojin had been in this state for quite a while. He had arrived home around 6 p.m. after the meeting. Now it was 11:30 p.m., although about 5 hours had passed, but for Kang Woojin, it felt like over 15 hours had passed. Why? As soon as Kang Woojin got home, he entered the void space multiple times. He had almost finished reading all the characters in part 1 of Elegant Daughter among the updated works in the void space, except for Cafe Mail Clerk. Of course, they involved some experiment. The drama that Kang Woojin, who had finished reading the characters, was currently watching was part 1 of Elegant Daughter. He rewatched it several times, analyzing how each act played their roles, the differences between the script and the direction, the gap between the background experience in the void space and reality, etc. Thanks to this, Woojin realized. It's clear why this drama failed when I look at it this way. Leaving aside the direction and other things, the acting of the actors was very poor. Isn't this act quite famous? Now that Kang Woojin had personally read every character from the script in the void space, he could clearly evaluate them. It was as if the actors in the drama were trying to imitate Kang Woojin. Because Woojin had already acted all the roles in the script. In other words, from Woojin's point of view, it looked like the actors were imitating him, and from his perspective, the actors' performances were pretty bad. The dialogue feels a bit empty. The lines the actors were saying didn't convey any emotion. They seemed to spit out lines forcefully to fit the situation. It's a shame. It would be nice if it was a bit more heartfelt. Was this how someone checking their mimicry felt? Anyway, Kang Woojin didn't know. Unbeknownst to him, his knowledge related to acting was accumulating little by little. By repeatedly reading various roles, various emotions and expressions were overlapping. A training method that others couldn't even imagine. It was at the time. Kang Woojin's phone playing the drama vibrated. It was, of course, a phone call, and the caller was his friend, Kim Dae-young. Soon, Woojin lay on his side and put his phone to his ear. Why are you calling this late at night? Then, from the other side of the phone, Kim Dae-young. Hey, let's meet after I get off work tomorrow. You promised to treat me to meet last time. He spoke while yawning. Also, bring the scripts and scenarios you borrowed. The next day, 14th of Friday, late evening. Time was past 8 o'clock when Kang Woojin was walking near Jeonju Station. His outfit was similar, consisting of padded jacket and jeans. However, today he was wearing a hat. There's no reason to fuss over his hair when meeting his friend, Kim Dae-young. It seems to be around here. Soon, Kang Woojin looked around the area. He was looking for a pork-based restaurant that Kim Dae-young had told him about. It was then that Woojin's phone rang. Woojin checked the caller and grinned slightly. It was because the person on the other side was Song Man-woo PD. What is it? Anyhow, Woojin cleared his throat and answered the phone. Yes, hello. Song Man-woo PD greeted him from the other end of the phone. His tone was relatively cheerful. Woojin, how are you doing? Good, thanks. By the way, I was wondering if you had a rough idea of your appearance fee. I'm not negotiating, just curious. Appearance fee? Call me out of the blue to talk about appearance fees. It was a question that Kang Woojin hadn't thought about at all, and as a result, he was slightly taken aback. Love it. Then, Song Manwoo PD proceeded with the matter again from the other end of the phone. Of course, I'm sure of most if not all of your thoughts are about the appearance fee. Okay, then let's talk more realistically. Realistically? That's right, come to think of it, our writer Park suggested casting too rashly. I did too. We should also consider various conditions. Love it. Let's do this. We don't have much time either. We need to cast for the role of Park Derai soon. Think about it by today, then let's meet tomorrow and discuss the conditions before making a decision. The specific conditions weren't clear, but Kang Woojin thought it didn't matter, because he was more inclined to do it anyway. I understand. Then, after hearing Woojin's resolute answer, Song Manwoo PD told about the meeting place. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you can come to the Sea Blue studio where we had the meeting. A little while later, Kang Woojin and Kim De-young, full of excitement, sat face to face, enjoying pork belly. The sizzling meat quickly disappeared into their mouths, and the saju, used to wet their throats, was poured into their glasses several times. And the current topic of conversation is, hey, I told my colleagues about seeing Hong Hae-yeon in person, right? They all were soup jealous. It was about the top actress, Hong Hae-yeon. Of course, it was Kim De-young, her diehard fan, who started the conversation. Moreover, I even made eye contact with Hong Hae-yeon that day, right? Damn, I regret not being able to take a photo with her. What, and Kim De-young, Kang Woojin secretly sneered. Just for that, Hong Hae-yeon called me by my name directly, Kang Woojin. If he told this to Kim De-young, he would faint. However, Woojin decided not to mention it for now. At this point, hey Woojin, Kim De-young, who had just stuffed his mouth with a lettuce wrap with 3 slices of grilled pork belly, changed the topic. So, what are you going to do about your job change? You've already quit and been wrestling for about 2 weeks now, right? Kim De-young abruptly brought up the reality of the situation. You should start looking for a job after taking a rest, right? If you keep this up, are you really going to rest forever? How about I ask my company design team? You think a medium-sized company would hire me? No, I'm not talking about becoming a regular employee or anything. I mean, you should at least look for a contract position. Isn't the portfolio important in the design field? At this point, Kang Woojin stared at Kim De-young for a while and then asked, hey, let's suppose you are a completely unknown actor and you were cast in a work by a great PD or a great writer. What would you do? Suddenly, Kim De-young's expression hardened. Who's the female lead? I don't know about the male lead, but let's say the female lead is, for example, Hong Hae-yeon. Doesn't matter who the male lead is. If Hong Hae-yeon is the female lead, it would be a waste of time to even ask such a question. So you just go for it. Yeah, I'd just go straight for it, especially if the female lead is Hong Hae-yeon. Kim De-young downed a shot of saju and continued. You think a big-name PD or amazing writer would care about a completely unknown actor? You'd probably have about as much presence as Plankton. And then a top actress like Hong Hae-yeon is the female lead. It would be a miracle for an unknown to get a role in such a work. Is it that difficult? Yeah, it's not just difficult, it's practically impossible. Such a huge drama wouldn't need to bother with an unknown actor. There are plenty of actors eager for a role. It's tough enough to get a supporting role, let alone a main role. You'll need introductions through family, colleagues, and school networks. Family, colleagues, and school networks. Yeah, the entertainment industry is like that. It's a place where family, colleagues, and other networks are required the most. Anyway, in such a place, for an unknown actor to get a role, even if I had to kill someone, I would. But in reality, that won't happen. Sorry, but that's happening to me right now. Kang Woojin, who had been silent in the face of Kim De-young's eloquent explanation, asked another question. Then, suppose you're that completely unknown actor and you got that role. How much would you expect for the appearance fee? Appearance fee? What are you talking about? It's not about how much I'll get, but rather, I would gratefully accept whatever they offer me. Is it that serious? My friend, as I just said, it's a miracle in itself for a completely unknown actor to break into that field. It's a miracle that they have given you the role. How could you discuss the appearance fee? Well, they'll probably pay something, but normally, a newcomer would get 30,000 per episode. That's already a lot. 30,001. Yes, but you should be grateful even if they offer 3,000 per episode. Getting cast is already a life-changing event. Honestly, Kang Woojin thought that was very low. Well, it's not that he didn't understand given that actors are freelancers, but even so, 3,001 seemed a bit too low. At that moment, hey, Kim De-young, who was filling Woojin's empty saju glass, suddenly extended his hand. Speaking of which, did you bring it? The script and the scenario. Woojin handed the paper bag he brought to Kim De-young. Of course, he had made copies of the exorcism scenario, excluding the scripts, just in case. Then Kim De-young, who was rummaging in the paper bag, started talking again. But did you read this? You asked for it all of a sudden. You didn't just use it as a coaster for your roman, did you? I read it, but is that short film exorcism not going into production at all? Oh, I heard from a friend that they are producing it. I thought it would naturally fail, but then an investor came in or something. Oh, so now they're going to audition for the actors. I don't know. Maybe my friend also mentioned auditions, so it seemed there are some roles available. Usually in these short films, the leading and supporting roles are already determined. Listening to this, Kang Woojin suddenly crossed his arms, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he returned his gaze to Kim De-young. You know which production company or movie studio is making that movie, Exorcism? Kim De-young, who was flicking meat on the grill, narrowed his eyes. You're acting strange. Why are you suddenly interested in this field? You weren't before. No, I read it and it was fun, so I thought I'd watch it when it's released. Kim De-young, who was looking at Kang Woojin across the table with some suspicion, shrugged his shoulders. Well, okay, I don't know about the production company either, but I'll ask that friend. A few minutes later, after making a call outside, Kim De-young sat down in front of Kang Woojin. I sent you a link of a message. He waved his mobile phone. That's a movie-specific community. If you go to the link, there's information about Exorcism. Look it up yourself. At 10 a.m. C Blue Studio. Two familiar figures can seen in a meeting room at C Blue Studio. It was Song Man Woo PD wearing a lightweight jacket and another person wearing glasses. Right Park Yumi was not among them. Anyway, both of them had quite stern expressions. Swish. There were several transparent files scattered in front of them. At that moment, squeak. The glass door of the previously closed meeting room opened, and the production manager of Profiler Henryong entered, and behind him, hello. Kang Woojin, who greeted in a low voice, also entered. Upon his arrival, Song Man Woo PD, who had a serious look on his face, smiled slightly. Come on in and have a seat here. Song Man Woo PD, pointing to the seat across from him, silently scanned Kang Woojin as he moved slowly. No, more precisely, he tried to gauge his mood. As usual, he's very cynical today. But it was in vain. It was hard to gauge anything from Kang Woojin's poker face. Woojin had always been like that since he first saw him. He's good at hiding his feeling well. It's interesting when he's acting because that changes completely. Anyway, Song Man Woo PD pushed a clear file towards Woojin, who was sitting in front of him. Check this out. It's a draft contract for you, Kang Woojin. Okay. Song Man Woo PD, opening the same transparent file, smiled and said, well, there are a lot of complicated words here, but what I want to say right away is the appearance fee we've decided on for you. Kang Woojin on the other side looked at Song Man Woo PD. Then, Song Man Woo PD pointed to a spot in the contract with his finger and spoke. Your appearance fee, Woojin, is 2,500,000 per episode. It was somewhat more than 3,001, roughly 900 times more. How about it? 2,500,000 per episode. For a moment, Woojin's poker face twitched slightly. Chapter 11, Contract 3. Chapter 11, Contract 3. When Kang Woojin first arrived at the Sea Blue Studio building, he was greeted by, hello, Miss Kang Woojin. It was the same man he had seen in the meeting room, the production manager of Profiler Henryong. He had a rather sharp-looking face. The odd part was the atmosphere he projected towards Woojin. Here, come this way. Glance, it seemed normal, but there was a slight sense of incongruity. Something off. Does he not like me? The production manager emitted a vibe of kindness and discomfort. He began to utter strange words when he got in the elevator with Woojin. Who, first of all, Kang Woojin. The situation can be considered as almost the first of its kind. I have some experience in production, but this is a first-time situation for me too, like the process of your audition, or today's fee negotiation. Negotiation. Am I going to negotiate my appearance fee today? Although it didn't make sense right away, Kang Woojin maintained a solemn silence. Then the production manager began to explain. Honestly, I'm a bit against it. However, both the PD and the writer are determined to proceed, and they both like you a lot. I should salute them, but they are both passionate about creating works. The production manager, who had trailed off, locked eyes with Woojin. There was a seriousness in his eyes. Whatever appearance fee you have in mind, I'm not sure how much it will be, but the amount you'll hear today has already surpassed the average. Even if you feel a bit disappointed, please understand considering the current market situation and all aspects of the production. At this point, Kang Woojin sensed a faint misunderstanding, but the production manager continued without hesitation. I know that you are out of the ordinary in various ways. That value has certainly been included. I heard you self-taught yourself acting. Your long journey of walking a tough path alone has been accounted for. Of course, it's acknowledged by the PD and the scriptwriter. Is that so? But if you intend to reveal yourself, you need to pay attention to how you are perceived. It's not good if there are bad rumors about you right from the start. The guy seemed kinder than I thought. He's actually worrying about me. Whether that was the case or not, the production manager sighed lightly and delivered the conclusion. I'm telling you this in case it helps your deliberation before meeting the PD. I understand. Kang Woojin maintained a poker face. In fact, he had given up hope due to Kim De-young's words at the barbecue restaurant the day before. Honestly, I should be grateful even if they offer 3,000 per episode. Getting cast is already a life-changing event. Still, he thought they would pay more than 3,001, but now seeing the reaction of this production manager, should I have a bit of hope? It was unusual, and that unusual was something Woojin could feel when he met Song Man Woo PD. Your appearance fee is 2,500,000 per episode. What do you think? 2.5 million won. That's about 900 times more than 3,001. Kang Woojin's poker face twitched. Wait a minute. I'm not sure if it's before or after tax, but if it's 2.5 million won, isn't that more than my monthly salary? Used to make about 2.3 million won at the design company. Although it would not be notable to an ordinary person, but Song Man Woo PD, who has been directing for quite a long time and was good at catching details, did not miss Woojin's twitch. Does he feel it's insufficient? Indeed, the role of Park De-rai is quite challenging. On the other hand, Woojin was recalling the words that the production manager had said earlier, something about being the first all in all. The current situation was rather unusual. That is, the appearance fee of 2.5 million won is quite abnormal. At that moment, Woojin, the usual appearance fee for a newcomer is usually between 200,000 and 400,000 won. Across from the expressionless Woojin, Song Man Woo PD started to explain, with his hands folded. There may be a slight difference depending on the amount of the role, but that's the general limit. However, Woojin, you're an exceptional case, and we thought it was a bit too much to treat you as a newcomer. Nice judgment indeed, but that wasn't all. Just to explain in case you don't know, the 250 per episode we propose doesn't include the rebroadcasts, YouTube, and other subsidiary rights. Listening to the explanation, Kang Woojin let out a quiet sigh. Internally, he was delighted. Of course, it was a calculated act. At the same time, Song Man Woo PD started doing the calculations for him. We're not sure yet how many appearances the Park De-rai character will make, but it seems like it will be up to 4 episodes for now. Even with only 4 episodes, the fee will be in the range of 10 million, and even if you appear in later episodes through flashbacks or dream sequences, the fee will be paid. It will be more than 10 million. Kang Woojin responded with the calmest restraint he could muster. I had a rough idea. Suddenly, it became a figure in the end of millions. Moreover, the fees for broadcasts on YouTube were separate. Well, shit, even for unique kids like me, it's as much. I wonder how much a top-tier actor like Hong Hae-yeon earns, or even the lower-tier actors must be making. Answer to this came promptly from Song Man-woo PD. If it's you, Woojin, you'll soon be earning tens of millions per episode, as you know. Woojin froze for a moment. Tens of millions per episode is what I've only seen in articles and news that happening to me too. Soon, Song Man-woo PD asked again. So 2.5 million won per episode. What do you think? However, Kang Woojin didn't answer right away. The situation was unfolding strangely. 2.5 million won per episode wasn't insufficient. In fact, it was more than enough. Then Woojin suddenly became curious. No, he needed to be sure about his current value. Woojin, who lacks information about the entertainment industry, preferred to clearly know rather than vaguely perceive. That way, he would gain confidence in his future acting. Therefore, Kang Woojin asked, with a voice filled with cool-headedness, "Am I worth about 2.5 million won per episode?" Song Man-woo PD, sitting across from him. A slight twitch in his expression earlier and his current reaction. Is he feeling a little disappointed? It emanated a heavy, somewhat negative atmosphere. This was the result of Kang Woojin's well-executed act up to this point. A brief silence followed. At this moment, the cold voice of the writer, Park Yoon-mi, echoed in Song Man-woo's PD mind. I'll just say one thing, don't skim on the money. Soon, Song Man-woo PD nodded slowly. Yes, a few bucks aren't what matter. The key is to get Kang Woojin on board. The role of Park Dee-rai was a crucial character who magnificently opened the early part of the drama, and the monster sitting in front of him will certainly bring value tens of times greater than the money given. Not just any ordinary actor, but a rare, genuine one. He confirmed it with his own eyes. With that, Song Man-woo PD gave a brief glance to the production manager sitting next to him. Okay, Woojin. Suddenly, he called out to Kang Woojin. 3.5 million won per episode. This is my personal judgment, and even looking back on my directing career, it's unprecedented. The appearance fee increased arbitrarily. The production manager's face, who seemed resigned, was a bonus. Soon, PD Song Man-woo spoke definitively. However, we will add a confidentiality clause about the appearance fee and Woojin kissing process to the contract. How does that sound? Woojin, who had been still, met eyes with Song Man-woo PD and replied indifferently. I think that's reasonable. Afterwards, Woojin received a detailed explanation about the contract terms from Song Man-woo PD and the production manager. In addition, he was briefed about the overall schedule regarding the production of the drum profiler Hanryang. Most of the explanation was given by the production manager. As you may have heard, Woojin, our work is currently in progress, but it's fast. Well, it's natural since it's a work by Song PD and writer Park, and the whole staff team is assembled for the production. The explanation was long, but in short, it was like this. The staff team is complete and set construction is in progress. Starting from tomorrow, they will begin the official act casting process. The key point was that the pace is very fast. It was possible because the director and writer were such big names. There was no obstacle to investment, production, promotion, etc. Kang Woojin was bombarded with information he had never heard of in his life, to the extent he could barely understand. Still, he memorized the essential terms. His memory was not bad. Good memory is essential to produce meticulous designs. Despite this, Kang Woojin maintained his poker face. I see. He would reply with something like, okay. He just had to go with the flow. Eventually, the meeting was coming to an end. Song Man-woo PD was the one to wrap up. Woojin, we will give you the script once the official book script is out, and I will contact you separately when we get to part 3. Usually, it goes through the agency, but you don't have one yet, right? Yes, not yet. It's okay. You don't necessarily need an agency right away. You can prepare for things like costume based on the storyboard before the shooting. You just need to pay a little more attention. You don't need to look for an agency right away. Anyway, after Profiler Hanryang is aired, entertainment agencies will be flocking to you. That could even happen before. So what should I prepare? Well, for now, just keep practice acting. I'll give you the first draft of the script today. After this, the production director followed up. Given our current pace, we're likely to start script reading at the end of this month or the beginning of March. And so, then, Kang Woojin, we're looking forward to your performance as Park Dee-rai. I'll do my best. Kang Woojin finalized his contract. Haha, I'd be grateful if you work hard, Woojin. Red Park will be thrilled when she hears the news. In other words, this was the moment when he officially joined the amazing lineup as an actor. A few tens of minutes later, Kang Woojin calmly walked out of Sea Blue Studio building. As soon as he felt the cold wind, he zipped up his padding jacket. Ziyek. Then he stopped. Kang Woojin looked down at the contract in his hand. Unknowingly, he muttered to himself after a quick glance behind. Damn, I really signed the contract. Days Kang Woojin had a prefix attached to his name, unlike yesterday. Actor Kang Woojin. Can life turn upside down like this in an instant? Then, swoosh. People brushed past Kang Woojin, who had been observing the pedestrian on the sidewalk, and he muttered, from now on, those people will see me on TV. Although he felt a strange emotion, it wasn't something he could grasp at that moment. However, he felt a sense of restlessness. Maybe this is what they call excitement. Anyway, Kang Woojin's life had changed 180 degrees. From this moment on, he was an actor. Because of that, his shoulders felt lighter as he walked. Then suddenly, agency, I'm going to have an agency soon, right? Then that means I'll have a manager too. Wow, my own manager. That sounds awesome. His thoughts stretched to the agency. Of course, he heard from Song Man-woo PD earlier, but what he heard from Kim D-young yesterday felt more realistic. Talent agency, big or small, each has its pros and cons. A big entertainment company may be well-funded but prone to interference. A small company may lack funds but offers more focus and freedom. But why ask about a talent agency? Woojin felt a slight worry. However, that belonged to the category of happy worries. When would the day to choose an agency come? Woojin smiled faintly at this thought. His mobile phone in the pocket of his padding jacket emitted a long vibration. It was call, and the call was, Mom. It was Kang Woojin's mother. At this moment, Woojin felt the stark reality. All right, I have to tell my parents. Kang Woojin's parents live in Jinju, Jeonnam. Even if he ignored his blood-related younger sister, he definitely had to tell his parents about the matter. Because of this, swoosh. Woojin, who exhaled lightly, held his phone to his ear. Mom. Immediately, he heard his mother's slight rough voice. Where are you? I'm out for a bit right now. Why? Why did you get a new job? Well, I guess you could say that. What? His mother asked back, surprised. At this, Kang Woojin threw a straight ball without beating around the bush. Mom, I think I'm going to become an actor. After a moment of silence, his mother violently spat out a question. Do you want to go to the hospital? Asterisk. 2 days later, Sunday the 16th. The weekend had arrived. The interesting part was that from yesterday, Saturday to today, rumors about Kang Woojin had begun to spread. Of course, not in the sense that his name was being spread around. You know that drama by Right Park, right? Someone's already been cast as the role of Park D-rai. He was becoming a hot topic as a hidden actor. It was perhaps a natural phenomenon, with profile handwriting being at the center of attention among various domestic production companies and entertainment agencies. Moreover, information about the audition for Park D-rai had already reached everywhere. So it was inevitable that rumors would spread about an unknown actor suddenly securing the role. You know profiler Han Ryong. They say the second lead actor after Hong Hye-yeon is confirmed. Is that true? Really, this is the first I've heard of it. The starting point of the rumor was Sea Blue Studio, the production company. Initially, only a few people knew, but as always, the rumor slowly grew. What's the name of the actor who got the role of Park D-rai? I don't know. They're keeping it a secret, so maybe it's some top actor we'd never expect. And on Sunday afternoon, the news was delivered to the 100 or so staff members of Profile Han Ryong who were on standby. The filming team, lighting team, costume team, set team, and so on. That an actor for the role of Park D-rai following Hong Hye-yeon had been confirmed. The news of the act being confirmed being delivered to all staff members wasn't strange. Lighting director, did you hear the news? They say the actor for Park D-rai's role has been confirmed. I know. SHH, just a few weeks ago they were talking about changing the character, but who's the actor? Who did that picky right Park pick? I don't know. Director, you don't know either. I thought you might, so I called. The fact that the actor's name wasn't confirmed was strange. Here, the rumors about the actor who secretly secured the role of Park D-rai sped up. Some false information was also mixed in. I heard it's Kim Hoo-yeon. Kim Hoo-yeon? He's working on a movie right now, isn't he? And does Kim Hoo-yeon have the acting skills to pull off the role of Park D-rai? I think he might be lacking. I don't know. I heard it from the leg team. In fact, even at clear sources. I also heard that the actor had been acting overseas. Overseas? Yeah, it seems like the rumor is coming from the production company. As it happened, curiosity about the mysterious actor generally amplified. Of course, there was no substance, just rampant rumors. However, all of the staff members made one assumption as a fact. Well, anyway, if Song PD or Writer Park is impressed, the actor's acting skills must be solid. Considering they joined right after Hong Hye-yeon, wouldn't he become a top actor, if not top tier, at least an A-list actor? They thought the actor must be quite renowned. Later, this rumor circulated among the staff and quickly spread in various directions. Media, entertainment companies, various production companies, and broadcasting companies. It was the entertainment industry that quickly picked up these baseless rumors, and the production itself became a hot issue, acting as a booster. Among these, various entertainment companies took this rumor most sensitively. Damn it, someone already grabbed the role of Park D-rai. I've been waiting since they said they were rebuilding the character. They had been eagerly waiting for an opportunity to be part of Profiler Han Ryong, one of the big sketches of the first half of the year. It was naturally frustrating that someone had taken a spot without even auditioning. I thought only Hong Hye-yeon was precast, so who is it? Well, that hasn't been clearly announced yet. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin was slowly becoming famous in the industry, except for his name. Of course, Kang Woojin, who was preparing to move into void space at home, didn't know about the situation. Should I also try out other roles in the first part of Profile Han Ryong? Oh, before that, let's tear into some chicken, in celebration. He was very relaxed. Asterisk. Notes. Planning on releasing Chipper's Day for the novel, so please let me know if you find any errors as I'm translating and editing it myself. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 12, Short Film 1. Chapter 12, Short Film 1. 17th, Monday morning, Kang Woojin's studio apartment. While dozens of staff from Profiler Han Ryong and the entertainment industry were in chaos over the weekend due to the appearance of the unknown actor, the actual protagonist, Kang Woojin, was completely unaware of this. He was just staring at his laptop with tousled hair and his legs crossed. The time was just past 9 o'clock. What Woojin was checking on his laptop as soon as he woke up was a movie community that his friend Kim D-young had sent a link to a few days ago. In fact, Kang Woojin had done some searches over the weekend. Now, he was reading the information he had collected. Well, since this community had a lot of trivial information, there was quite a bit about the short film exorcism. However, these aren't all confirmed. It was hard to believe that all the information posted on this community was true. These days, there are so many communities and there's a lot of nonsense, so Woojin focused on the most reliable posts. Movie information, title exorcism short film, /Blue View Film Company, independent specialist, /director Shin Dong-jun, unknown. News of production confirmation is circulating. It seems almost certain as a theater acting acquaintance is saying that she is auditioning. It was the most detailed post, with the highest number of views and comments. However, there wasn't much information available, and even the common phone number was missing. Well, is this level of satisfaction enough for a community? Kang Woojin, who was mumbling to himself, moved his cursor. Swish. First, he searched for exorcism and direct Shin Dong-jun on a search site, but there was none to be found. Then, will the movie come and show up? Next, Woojin searched for the Blue View Film Company. Fortunately, there were search results for this. However, there wasn't much information here either, just the location of the film company and an introduction that they specialize in short films. Don't they usually list their phone number? There was no number here either, perhaps because the film company was small. Woojin had heard similar things from Kim Dae-young before, that the reality of independent short or artistic films is very grim. Anyhow, the result was only the company's address. It's pointless to just sit around. I guess I'll have to go to the film company. The reason Woojin took an interest in the short film Exorcism, despite his confirmed involvement in Profile Hanryang, was simple. Not only was the script itself quite interesting, but it also included experiments related to the void space. While the drama has ratings, Exorcism was a short film that wouldn't even be released. Yet in the void space, it was marked B grade. So, above all, his curiosity was the biggest, about the production environment of Exorcism, a short film, etc. Plus, it was less burdensome because it was short film. When top actors are interviewed, they all say they started with very small works. Woojin faintly recalled an interview of an actor, and it was somewhat close to the right answer. There are actors who become instant or rising stars, but they are like sparks. Their lifespan is short. As evidence, there are many actors who caused a sensation at one time but have now disappeared without trace. On the other hand, actors who have steadily built up their filmography from the bottom have strong roots and last a long time. It was more of a hunch or an instinct, but Kang Woojin was in the middle of choosing the path of longevity. Now that a major drama has been confirmed, I can proceed with Exorcism a bit lightly. Well, if there's no role available in Exorcism, it can't be helped. He still had quite some time left. An average actor might be buried in the script of Profile or Hanryang's script at this time, but Kang Woojin didn't necessarily need to do so, as he could go into void space hundreds of times a day before shooting. No matter what, Kang Woojin was soaking up the industry he was experiencing for the first time like a sponge. Around this time, swoosh, Woojin, who was looking at the laptop, turned his head. There was a cod Exorcism scenario, and of course, a black square was attached next to the Exorcism scenario. Kang Woojin silently picked up the pile of papers which was the Exorcism scenario. He had read the Exorcism scenario, but he had not directly experienced or read it in the void space. His mind was scattered because of reading experiments in the void space, and because of the Profile or Hanryang matter. But now that it's somewhat sorted out, there was no problem. Therefore, swoosh, just as Woojin, who had his index finger up, was about to poke the black square. His phone rang. When he checked the caller, a curse was displayed. Bitch one. Text saved as bitch was Woojin's only blood relative younger sister. She hasn't called in years, and suddenly she's calling. She must have heard the news from mom, 100%. Kang Woojin's sudden bombshell announcement that he's going to be an actor. Clearly, if he answered that call, his sister's seizing would start. So Woojin quietly ignored the call. But then, the phone rang again. It was another call. Soon Kang Woojin cursed. No, he was annoyed thinking about his younger sister. Is this for real? What's interesting here is, the number displayed on the phone screen is not bitch. An unsaved number appeared. Could it be that his sister borrowed a friend's phone to call? Woojin thought, but he still put the phone to his ear. Yes, hello. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from the other side of the phone. It was definitely not a relative. It's me, Hong Hae-yeon. Who did she just say? Ho Hong Hae-yeon. Top actress Hong Hae-yeon just called Kang Woojin directly. At that moment, Woojin stood up abruptly from his seat. He almost yelled out, "Is this for real?" But he barely managed to hold back. Calm down, Kang Woojin. You have to keep your composure now. After chanting a few spells to himself, Woojin regained his cool. Hello? His voice was colder due to dry throat in the morning. It wasn't intentional, but anyhow, Hong Hae-yeon on the other end spoke again. Isn't your reaction a bit lukewarm? Should I have been surprised? That's not what I mean. I was surprised. Never mind. Anyway, I heard that you've been confirmed for the role of Park Dae-rai Woojin. Yes. It seems to be quite noisy among the staff right now. Apparently, because an actor who was not initially planned has joined, there seemed to be a lot of rumors spreading. Everyone seemed very curious. For a moment, Kang Woojin blinked his eyes. Such a thing happened. Woojin didn't know about it, but he continued the conversation humbly. Is that so? Yes, because the role of Park Dae-rai was a hot issue. Anyway, you'll be a star at the first script reading, right? Others will see that there's an unknown actor they've never seen before sitting there. That should be fun. Faint sound of Hong Hae-yeon's laughter came over the phone. I've been watching you from the beginning, so I thought I'd call to read you the news. See you at the script reading. Take care. What is this? Don't force me to work. I'm on a break right now. The soft laughter of Hong Hae-yeon, the call ended. Then Woojin slowly lowered his phone and muttered to himself. Wow, damn. Just a few days ago, it was just Woojin's ordinary phone. But now, the number of top actress Hong Hae-yeon was saved on it. The goddess who he only saw on TV until recently now called him on his phone. Woojin's life was turning upside down. If I sell this phone to Kim Dae-young, I could make hundreds of millions. Woojin smiled as he poked the black square next to the Exorcism script. Thump. Just like that, Woojin was sucked into the void. Asterisk. Late in the afternoon on the same day, in a building. The building itself was old, with a hallway that felt the same. At the end of the hallway, there was a slightly worn nameplate on the iron door. Luvin Film Company. The office inside was also quite small, and two men were sitting face to face on a desk in the middle of the office. On one side, a man with small eyes, and on the other side, a man with a square chin. Both of them seemed to be somewhere in their 40s. Judging from their expressions, both of them seemed rather gloomy. Conversation was already in progress, as the square-chinned man sighed deeply and scratched his head. So you're saying we have to make him the lead, and even use their rookies in the supporting roles? Then, the man with the small eyes nodded with a firm expression. That's right, but you saw it coming, right, director? Let's think positively. They liked your script, and that's why we got to this point. The man with the small eyes tipped a stack of papers in front of him with his index finger. The cover of the stack read Exorcism. With or without it, the man referred to as the director, with the square chin, stroked his face with one hand, and the man with small eyes continued speaking with a difficult expression. Director, to be honest, I'm also pissed off, but the situation itself is not bad. We miraculously got the opportunity to produce the film that was about to fall through. Even so, Representative, how will we raise more funds? You've been saying that for months. Many independent and short films have fallen through because of that. Think positively, Director. It's common in this industry to bring in actors with money, and Exorcism is a short film, not commercial film. They say they will take full responsibility for the investment if we just confirm the actors. This is a rare opportunity. Soon, the director gritted his teeth tightly. But the actor they are pushing for lead has been controversial in the past. Yes, Park Young-hae. He had a quite big assault case in the past. He took a break for about 2 years because of that, and now he's wandering around independent or short films. That's how he contacted us. Isn't this obviously a case of whitewashing? Yes, you're right. Park Young-hae intends to whitewash his image with Exorcism, as if to say I'll start from the bottom again. But director, do we really have the luxury to differentiate between clear and dirty water? Even if we have to get into the mud, we have to make the film. However, the director with the squirt chin cradled his head with both hands, looking conflicted. But still, I don't think this is right. What isn't right? This is just how the short and independent film market is. You've heard about this during your time as a drama PD, right? Director, stay calm and think positively. The investment and actors are settled in one go. The man with small eyes again tapped the hull of papers with Exorcism written on it. Folks at GGO Entertainment want to proceed with the production as soon as you give your okay. They also said they would immediately provide the investment. The director sat there with his hand still cradling his head. He seemed to be deep in thought. The man with the small eyes looking at him let out a small sigh. You don't have a lot of time to think, Director. At most few days. You have to make a decision within that time. And by tomorrow, the GGO Entertainment Executive Park, you met last time, right? Yes. He's going to bring a few new actors as supporting roles. They will showcase their acting skills. You will see Park Young-hae after your decision. Meanwhile, just keep your appointment for tomorrow. The square-chin director with the disheveled hair slowly nodded. I understand. 10 minutes later, the square-chin director left the rundown Blue Vision Film Company and walked down the corridor with a stern face. He sighed every second, as reality seemed harsh in many ways. Then, swoosh! It was when the director was going down the stairs. His mobile phone rang in the pocket of the coat he was wearing. Thanks to the sound, he stepped on the stairs, took out his phone and checked the holler. His face brightened up slightly. The director immediately answered the phone. Yes, Hyung, I was going to call you, but then I decided not to. A male voice responded from the other end of the phone. Why did you stop? Well, you're busy these days, right? Yeah, but don't you know that I'm going to be more busy as time goes by? Where are you? I'm near Central Station. That's good. I have a meeting tomorrow, so I can't hang out for long. Let's have a quick drink of soju. Then, the square-chin director nodded his head while walking towards the subway after leaving the building. Sound good. The usual spicy chicken feet place. About an hour later. It was past 9 p.m. The square-chin director could be found at a spicy chicken feet restaurant near Yonggi Station. Despite it being a Monday night, the restaurant, which was known for its good food, was quite crowded. In the meantime, the director who arrived early was drinking soju alone. The side dish was the kimchi that came with the meal. The picture looked quite desolate. His hard face showed it too. Then, swoosh! The director checked the time. He thought his Hyung was pretty late. Why is Hyung so late? Fortunately, around this time. Hey, Shin Dong-jeon. Someone at the entrance of the restaurant called the director. Thanks to that, the square-chin director smiled and got up from his seat. You're late, too late. Hyung, why are you like this? Sorry. There was a track jam because of an accident ahead. The man called Hyung scratched his beard and laughed awkwardly. On top of that, the script meeting for Professor Henryong was a bit long. The man whom director called Hyung was the heavyweight PD of the drum Professor Henryong. But you're crazy. Why are you drinking soju with him? It's miserable. It was Songman Woo PD. Asterisk. Notes. 1. The current name saved for the sister in Korean, Koyutins, doesn't have a proper translation. It's something like fuck you, but that didn't sound appropriate as a contact name. Instead, I use bitch. If later it is revealed what kind of relationship they have, for example, a playful brother-sister dynamic or something else, I might change it to better suit the translation. 2. I have used Hyung to refer to Songman Woo PD, because using the term brother and big brother didn't feel right to me since they are not actual brothers. So, I decided to use Hyung instead. Chapter 13, Short Film 2. Chapter 13, Short Film 2. The Teed Songman Woo PD, who took a seat, started to order right away. If you come to a chicken feet restaurant, you should order chicken feet. And he poured soju into the empty glass of the square-chin director sitting across from him. It's true that people are products of their environment. If you're miserable, your life becomes miserable. The square-chin director scratched his head in embarrassment. You already know, Hyung. My life is miserable right now. Why pretend it's not? You crazy bastard. Hey, Shin Dong-jeon, has your personality died too? Songman Woo PD and director Shin Dong-jeon. The two were very close friends and former colleagues from the SBC drama department. While Shin Dong-jeon wasn't as successful as Songman Woo PD, he was also a respectable director with a decent filmography at the time. However, director Shin Dong-jeon always had a dream. Making a movie. However, despite the apparent similarities, dramas and movies are clearly different areas. It's common for drama PDs to go to the film industry or film directors to move into dramas, but in reality, the number of failures far outweighs the successful cases. It was by no means an easy path. It was a rough career change. However, director Shin Dong-jeon bravely chose the path of film. Perhaps he was bold because he was in a relatively stable period in his career as a drama PD, or maybe because he was single. Regardless, despite dissuasion from those around him, director Shin Dong-jeon embarked on screenplay writing. Of course, it was after he left his BC. The screenplay he completed through this work was Exorcism. Fast forward 2 years. Director Shin Dong-jeon's Exorcism had been drifting aimlessly for about 2 years, hitting the wall of reality. In the film industry, the immediate production of a short or independent film was close to a miracle, so it became a long hiatus. Unfortunately, during this time, he faced misfortune. He was swindled by someone from a film company, and there was a situation where his parents' guarantee went wrong. In the end, director Shin Dong-chun became penniless. Misfortune piled up and struck him all at once. In fact, he was still saying deserved praise from others. Is it finally seeing the light? Fortunately, director Shin Dong-chun's exorcism has just barely received funding. Of course, there's a problem because there's a whiff of foul play associated with the funding. Anyway, as the ordered chicken feet were being set up, director Shin Dong-chun asked Song Man-woo PD, who was filling his glass. By the way, is Red Park doing well? Of course, she is busy writing the script. Now that you are in the middle of casting for Professor Henryong, how many parts of the script have been written? Roughly about 2-3 parts. He'll be doing script readings and starting filming soon. By tomorrow, there should be news articles about confirmed details. Around this time, Song Man-woo PD casually continued the conversation while holding a piece of chicken foot. Hey, how's your exorcism short film coming along? It's still tough. If it's that tough, why don't you quit and join our drama B team? If I talk to C Blue Studio, it's entirely possible to have you as an external PD. Normally, being a drama B team PD carries various meanings. It could refer to a substitute or a PD who has caused problems, among other things. It has a negative connotation, but if it's heavyweight Song Man-woo PD's B team, that's a different story. It would definitely be a hit. Given the current situation, it's a huge opportunity. Despite this, director Shin Dong-chun shook his head. If I did that, the staff would talk behind my back. Why should you get blamed for taking pity on me? You idiot, you have to survive first. Look at yourself. You're just half of what you used to be, so what's going on now, tell me. Soon, after a long sigh, director Shin Dong-chun explained his current situation in a condensed form. I got lucky and found an investor. Wasn't the production cost of that movie about $30 million? That's good news, isn't it? But it's $40 million, and that's not even confirmed. It could go up. Despite being a short film, it's about 50 minutes long. Anyway, that investor is from the entertainment industry. They say that in exchange for the investment, they want to confirm one of their own actors. Well, that's something that often happened even when you were a PD. No big deal. The actor they want us to include as the main lead among the new faces is Park Young-ha. At that moment, Song Man-woo PD furrowed his brows. That drunkard, the one who messed up his career because of fight, so that investor is from GGO Entertainment. Exactly. On hearing the situation, Song Man-woo PD immediately gave his response. As a director, he was at the top of the food chain in the entertainment industry. Trying to whitewash his image, they're spending $40 to $50 million to redeem Park Young-ha and revive his career. It's a profitable business if they can do it. Harshly downing a shot of Saju, director Shin Dong-chun laughed bitterly. But the stage for that profitable business is exorcism. It's just, I didn't spend years struggling to whitewash a guy like Park Young-ha. If they were to push an actor with a past of a major assault case as the male lead, the clarity of exorcism, even if it's a short film, exorcism would be tarnished. Of course, there are ways for it to turn out well, but the stigma of being a whitewashing project would not disappear. Moreover, the efforts and patience of director Shin Dong-chun, who had been working hard for years, would all be invalidated. At this point, Song Man-woo PD, who was sitting across with his arms crossed, suddenly spoke up while looking at director Shin Dong-chun. Shall I introduce an act to you? Aren't all the actors around you top tier? Even so, just because they're top tier doesn't mean they don't look at indie short film scripts. Even Hongstar still takes indie scripts. Well, that makes sense if we're talking about Hong Hae-yeon, who is so passionate about acting. But the one I'm about to introduce is not one of those stars. It's someone else. I'm not sure if he would be interested, though. Who? In response, Song Man-woo PD remembered the quirky actor with whom he had negotiated a contract a few days ago. He's been cast in our drama. It wasn't easy to get him. His name is Kang Woo-jin. He's pretty new, so you probably don't know him. Kang Woo-jin. I see, it's my first time hearing about him. Seems like a promising rookie. But no, if he's already involved in your drama, he must be busy with that. Would such a person be interested in doing a short film with nothing? Well, once our drama airs, he'll definitely blow up. If you catch him now, you might get a new investor. Why not give it a try? Upon this, director Shin Dong-chun sighed deeply. For 2, no, almost 3 years. As you know, a lot happened to me during that time. I'm tired of my film exorcism being disregarded. He took a rough gulp of Saju. I'm tired of it, Hyung. Asterisk. The next day, as Tuesday morning dawned, entertainment news was bustling. They were revealing the finalized details of the anticipated project that had been confirmed over the past few days. Hitmaker, star Ride Park Yumi's new work all set. Ride Park Yumi and Song Man-woo PD succeed again, the dazzling cast lineup for their new drama. It was about profiler Henryong. Kang Woo-jin was confirmed to play the role of Park Dirai about 5 days ago. Since then, Song Man-woo PD had picked up the pace. His Ride Park Yumi's upcoming work already excites viewers/photo. With Hong Hae-yeon as the main lead from the beginning, the blueprint for supporting actors was clear, and what was left was mostly related to contract negotiations. C Blue Studio is using what has been confirmed for their promotion. In other words, the promotion of Profile Henryong officially kicked off. Ride Park Yumi's new works lineup revealed Ryu Youngmin, Hong Hae-yeon as leads. Ryu Youngmin, Hong Hae-yeon, Jang Tae-sun, Lee Do-jong and more, new lineup for Ride Park Yumi's new work. Also, Ride Park Yumi's new work may premiere as early as May. Production crew, the early script has already been written. They ambiguously leaked the premiere date, stirring up the curiosity of the public. Among those, an article that sparked a bit of curiosity showed up. Ride Park Yumi gives a cryptic declaration in an interview. There will be a real scene-steal actor in this work. Anyway, from Tuesday morning, the entertainment articles were aflame with Profile Henryong, and the curiosity and expectations of the public were at an all-time high. PD Song Man-woo's influence was certainly there, but to the public, the hitmaker, Ride Park Yumi, was the main draw. In fact, in any hit drama, the writer is more important than the director, but this is a natural progression. Therefore, the media also emphasized that it's Park Yoon-mi, who has released numerous hit works. By early lunchtime on the same day, the official drama title was released. Ryu Yeomin, Hong Hae-yeon, Jang Tae-sun, Lee Do-jong, and others joined Park Yoon-mi's new work, titled Profile Ryong. News quickly spread to various areas, SNS, YouTube, etc. Even on YouTube, it was enough to climb the real-time video rankings. They were videos from so-called reaction YouTubers covering the issue. And just by looking at the comments on these videos, you could feel the level of expectation from the public. I've been waiting for this drama since the rumor started, finally. Ryu Yeomin, Hong Hae-yeon is leads, but the writer is Park Yoon-mi. It's already epic. When is the premiere? I heard that Park Yoon-mi mentioned a scene-stealer actor in her interview. I wonder what kind of surprise she's going to give us this time. Park Yoon-mi's new work. It won't be an ordinary drama. I can't wait to watch it. What? The director is Song Man-woo with Park Yoon-mi, and the leads are Ryu Yeomin and Hong Hae-yeon. This is going to be a smash hit right from the start. But why is Hong Hae-yeon getting prettier as time goes by? The lineup of supporting actors in this is also crazy. My beloved writer, always cheering for you. Sure enough, the project that brought together heavyweights attracted tremendous attention in a short time, and then interest pours in as Profiler Hanyoung promotion begins. Will it be this year's best drama? This was just the beginning of the promotion. The same day in the early afternoon, Blue Vision Film Company. Around 3 p.m., director Shin Dong-chun was sitting alone in the shabby Blue Vision Film Company office. He seemed to be waiting for someone. While waiting, he said, "It is impressive, truly impressive." He was checking out the articles related to Profile Ryong, which were creating quite a stir right now. He was both happy and envious about his close brother's success. But then, he said they'd be here at 3. Why haven't they come yet? Director Shin Dong-chun grumbled. According to the representative of the Blue View Film Company, GGO Entertainment's executive director Park was supposed to arrive around 3 p.m., bringing a few newbies with him. However, it was past 3:05 and there was still no sign of them. With a hint of irritation, director Shin Dong-chun sighed. They think they are the boss. 15 minutes later, at 3:01 p.m., the people who were supposed to come hadn't arrived yet, just when director Shin Dong-chun was about to light a cigarette and get up. Knock, knock. Finally, someone knocked. Thanks to this, he who had just let out a sigh opened the iron door, and a man with an indifferent face was standing at the door. Director Shin Dong-chun scanned the man up and down. He's tall, decent enough. Oh, he's wearing a mask. The man looked over 100 AC tall, had a neat jawline and short hair. However, his expression was a bit cynical. Anyway, director Shin Dong-chun immediately realized that he was one of the newcomers that GGO Entertainment was supposed to bring. There was no one else who would come at this time. Weren't you supposed to come at 3? You're a bit late. Director Shin Dong-chun spoke with a forced smile. In contrast, the newcomer slightly tilted his head. Are you talking about me? No, not you, but where's Executive Director Park? Did he go to get coffee or something? Come in first. Like he was talking to himself, director Shin Dong-chun guided the newcomer into the shabby film company. Soon, the newcomer also slowly followed him in. Before they knew it, the two were whoosh, sitting face to face at a 4-person desk in the center. At the same time, director Shin Dong-chun met eyes with the newcomer man across from him. The profile Executive Director Park will show you. He checked the time again. Executive Director Park had said he would bring a few newcomers. If more newcomers were coming besides the one, director Shin Dong-chun thought he could save some time. Besides, the condition of the newcomer sitting in front of him was better than expected, but after all, the acting of the newcomers who are trained like factory workers is pretty much the same. This kid's cool and different has a heavy flavor, which is fine, but acting is a whole different story. His expectations for acting were very low. GGO Entertainment is large, but it is known for having a lot of bland newcomers. Therefore, director Shin Dong-chun casually made a request to the newcomer man across from him. While we're waiting for Director Park, should we take a look at your acting? You've prepared something, right? I assume you didn't just come here to show your face. At this, the poke-faced newcomer paused for a few seconds before nodding his head. I do have some acting to show you. Okay, then show me. It doesn't matter if it's short. Watching monotonous acting for a long time is just boring. This was what director Shin Dong-chun was thinking at the moment. However, whoosh, the twist was instant. As soon as the newcomer man across from him began his acting. Little by little, his eyes gradually widened. By the time the newcomer man finished his acting, his expression had changed to a great shock. He was so surprised that he didn't even notice his dilated eyes, just staring at the man sitting in front of him. On the other hand, this is the end. The newcomer announced the end with a very solemn voice. However, director Shin Dong-chun was still in shock. Well, what did I just see? He had a lot of experience as a drama PD. He had seen many actors, but it was the first time he had been shocked by someone's acting. It was like seeing a character I wrote in front of me, or even more than that. Felt like a character from the script came out and started talking. The newcomer's acting was more vivid than reality, kind of acting he had never seen before. Did GGO Entertainment really train this guy? Can this be real? Soon, you. With wide eyes, director Shin Dong-chun finally opened his mouth. How long have you been at GGO Entertainment? At the same time, clang, the iron door of the film company opened with a bang. The man who opened the door was a bit chippy. Next to him were two young-looking men and women. Director Shin, I'm a bit late. The chip man who shouted heartily. It seemed that he was the person called Executive Director Park. The people he brought were the newcomers. Anyway, Executive Director Park looked back and forth between director Shin Dong-chun and the man sitting in front of him, and then shouted again. Oh my, are you in a meeting? Who's the guy in front, an actor? At this point, director Shin Dong-chun, who had his brows furrowed, turned his gaze to the indifferent man across him. Director Park, you don't know him. The man sitting in front of him remained expressionless. I don't know him. What do you mean? The man sitting in front of him spoke with a very cold tone. You seem to be mistaken. Mistaken me. Yes, I also don't know that person. Yes, no, what do you mean, then who are you? The man then recited in a very low and deep voice. His imposing presence was reminiscent of a heavyweight. My name is Kang Woojin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 14, Short Film 3. Chapter 14, Short Film 3. The short film Exorcism was a 45-minute-long movie, lengthy for a short film. It captures an incident that suddenly erupted for a man who lives modestly while operating an detective agency alone. The man's name is Kim Ryujin. One day, a man in his 40s came to Kim Ryujin as a client. His request was to verify that his wife seemed to be having an affair. Infidelity-related requests were often received by Kim Ryujin, so he accepted the request without much fuss. The next day, Kim Ryujin immediately started observing the client's wife. The client's husband left the house saying he was going on a business trip at the request of Kim Ryujin, and as soon as the husband left, the wife went out as if she had been waiting. As expected, the wife met another man at the subway station. He was a smart-looking man. Up to this point, it was just a suspicion. The thoughts of Kim Ryujin, who was observing. He therefore took dozens of photos. The unknowing wife and man arrived in a villa deep in Gangwon province in the same car. Therefore, Kim Ryujin parked his car on the side of the road in front of the villa and looked inside with a binocular. Fortunately, it was a villa with large windows where the living room was clearly visible. Nothing happened until late afternoon. The other man and wife spent time like a couple, such as having a conversation in the living room and drinking tea or watching TV. From this point on, the smell of infidelity was strong. The problem occurred in the late afternoon. The man and the wife were eating rice together. That was all. There was no sign of anything. But suddenly the man stuck his nose into the soup bowl. You can't drink soup with your nose. Such a sudden change. Kim Ryujin, who was watching the situation, was a little flustered. What's going on? Did he die? At the time, Kim Ryujin was pondering thousands of thoughts. The wife who had been poking the man with his nose stuck in the soup bowl made a phone call somewhere. The next thing to appear was a man with a sturdy physique. The wife and man moved the immobile man to the car. Then the wife and the man got into the car and disappeared somewhere. What's going on? What just happened? Kim Ryujin was very confused. He only received a request and witnessed a murder scene. Therefore, Kim Ryujin instinctively approached the front of the villa and looked inside. Then, noticing the window was open, he cautiously stepped into the villa. 5 minutes later, Kim Ryujin found a door leading to the basement. Slowly, Kim Ryujin went down the stairs leading to the basement. At the bottom, there was an iron door and the door was open. Kim Ryujin, peeking inside through the gap, saw a man lying on the floor. He's trembling slightly. He's alive. That man is alive. With widened eyes, Kim Ryujin quickly went into the basement and shook the man. However, the man's condition wasn't good. The man had dilated pupils and had no strength throughout his body. It was then a sudden sound reverberated and noise was heard from upstairs. That's it. The wife and the big man had returned. Convinced of this, Kim Ryujin hid in the corner of the basement where the broken furniture was piled up. From here on, Kim Ryujin was an intruder inside the villa. Tension, thrill, and twists in this narrow space in the villa were all mixed in the short film Exorcism. From the protagonist Kim Ryujin's perspective, the villa seemed somewhat like hell. Of course, Kang Woojin felt that hell firsthand. Only he could. He entered and exited the world of Exorcism and directly experienced it. Becoming the protagonist, Kim Ryujin. It started in an old car. As soon as Woojin recognized this, he felt various senses. The car backrest touching his back, the musty air mixed with cigarette smoke, the breath coming out of his mouth in winter, and the scene of the parking lot seen through the front window. And trout one song that was playing loudly from the car stereo. The sound is too loud. When Kang Woojin lowered the volume, the husband sitting in the passenger seat talked to him. His eyes were full of anger. Can you kill those bastards? How much does it cost to kill them? Kang Woojin answered indifferently. 500 million won per person. That's expensive. It's a joke, man. I wouldn't do such a thing. No discount, like a telecom or credit card discount. Hey, are you listening to me? Do I look like a person who makes pizza or burgers? But you do make meat human, man. I'm not killing anyone, man. Wake up. After a conversation mixed appropriately with cruelty and wit, Kang Woojin accepts the request. Thus, Kang Woojin unexpectedly wipes out the traces in the villa and hides frantically. By the time Woojin returned to his one room, the character Kim Ryujin from Exorcism had already been deeply imprinted, along with the actual experience of the breathtaking tension inside the villa. Kang Woojin's visit to Blue Vin Film Company was next. He had to act cool and show off. He thought there was no harm in being careful since they were in the same entertainment industry. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous as he visited without any prior contact. What if he gets slammed at the door and gets told to get lost? What to do? Just go home. It's not the only short film in the world. That was his mindset at the moment. However, the square-jawed man who greeted Kang Woojin inside Blue Vin Film Company was strange, because he pretended to know Woojin as soon as he saw him. You were supposed to come at 3 o'clock. You're a bit late. You never even contacted me in the first place. So Woojin asked back, are you talking to me? Regardless, the square-jawed man led Woojin into the film company on his own. Sure, go in when asked. What was interesting was the attitude of the square-jawed man towards Kang Woojin. Somehow, it was casual but unfriendly. Whatever it was, Kang Woojin stepped into the Chevy Film Company office, and when the square-jawed man told him to sit, he followed his words. At the same time, the square-jawed man said to Woojin, while waiting for Direct Park, why don't we take a look at your acting? You've prepared, right? You didn't just come to show your face, did you? Direct Park? Here, Kang Woojin had an intuition. The man seemed to be mistaking me for someone else. The square-jawed man was undoubtedly confusing Kang Woojin with someone else. It was clear from his words and actions. Even the square-jawed man was asking Kang Woojin to act. Is he a film company staff? It was a bit of concern, but Woojin thought, well, does it matter? He quickly concluded, since what he wanted in the current situation matched, it would be okay to tell the truth after the acting. So, Kang Woojin casually showed Kim Ryujin, which he had personally experienced and was deeply engraved in him. Honestly, he tried to do it lightly, but the emotion came out a bit too much due to several recent role ratings. By the way, Woojin recently realized that he could also control the intensity of acting. He would become more free and flexible as he experiences more in the void space. Anyway, when King Woojin's acting ended, the square-jawed man's eyes were wide open. It's as if they're about to pop out. Woojin, who was murmuring inside, neatly wrapped it up. That's it. A satisfyingly stern voice came out. Yes, good. This persona is also becoming professional. However, the square-jawed man just stared at Woojin with no reaction. That was about a few dozen seconds. Then the square-jawed man finally opened his mouth. Excuse me, how long have you been with GGO Entertainment? As soon as the words ended, bang, the film company's iron door that was closed opened, and a fat man suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, Direct Shin, I'm a bit late. His voice was terribly loud. The fat man was very hearty. At least to Kang Woojin it seemed that way. As soon as he saw him, Kang Woojin realized. That big man is the person who was supposed to come. Because there were young men and women behind him. Maybe he confused me with them. As if to prove this, the fat man pointed to the expressionless Kang Woojin and asked, who is this person in the front, an actor? The square-jawed man asked a question to Kang Woojin. Direct Park doesn't know you. Finally, the time came. Kang Woojin kept his poker face as much as possible and calmly answered. My name is Kang Woojin. It was no fault on Woojin's part. It was the other side that had made the mistake on their own accord. What's interesting here is that the square-jawed man frowned as soon as he heard Kang Woojin's name. Kang Woojin. He made a face as if he had heard the name Kang Woojin somewhere before, and the fat man interjected with a slightly irritated face. Director, what do? Will we keep standing here? The implication was that he might have been late for the appointment, but he had a prior reservation. On the other hand, Kang Woojin. The man is the director. The word director, he confirmed that the square-jawed man sitting in front of him was the director of Exorcism. That director, with a square jaw, answered the fat man with a bit of anger. No, Direct Park, the appointment was at 3 o'clock. Look at the time. At that moment, Kang Woojin casually got up. I'll be going then. The escalating situation felt a bit annoying. It seemed like sparks would fly. He had already shown all the acting he could show. More than anything, the handsome men and women standing behind the fat man were on his mind. It seemed like the leading and supporting roles were all predetermined. It was as Kim D-young had said, that short films usually have the main and supporting roles confirmed. Kang Woojin thought that was a bit of a downer. If it's not a leading or supporting role, it's useless. After all, Exorcism was a small work, a short film. Rather than ambition for a role, experience as an actor was important. Anything less than a supporting role, although it was shame, Kang Woojin shook off his attachment. He could always find another script. Then, swoosha. Well then, Kang Woojin, who had politely said goodbye, left the film company without hesitation. Of course, Director Shin Dong-chun tried to stop Kang Woojin awkwardly. Wait. But Woojin had already disappeared. By this time, the man called Direct Park had brought the young man and woman in front of Director Shin Dong-chun. We're sorry for being late. Haha, but please take a look at these kids' faces. They're in good condition, right? At that very moment, while looking at the faces of the rookies, Director Shin Dong-chun suddenly remembered something. His Hyung he met yesterday. But the one I want to recommend is not the superstars, but another guy. The words that came out of PD Song Man-woo's mouth. He's been cast in our drama. It was hard to get him. His name is Kang Woojin. He's a new guy, so you wouldn't know. Kang Woojin. Surely it was the same name as the guy who just left. Soon, Director Shin Dong-chun, who narrowed his brow, muttered to himself. Could it be the same person? An hour later, in a high-end Korean restaurant in Chingdam-dong. A large VIP room with model trees scattered around was filled with many people. On the window side were 5 people, including Song Man-woo PD and Park Yoon-mai, the scriptwriter and head of the production team. Opposite them were 4 of Korea's top actors. The reason such high-value individuals gathered in one place was simple. It was the first dinner with the main actors who were confirmed to appear in the drum profile Hanryang. Of course, only the lead actors gathered. Usually, at such gatherings, they mark each other's territory before script reading and talk about the work. Even if the actors are familiar with each other, personal and public matters are different stories. Regardless, PD Song Man-woo, holding a water glass, looked at the actors sitting in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Haha, it feels secure to have everyone gathered like this. It's a magnificent sight, magnificent. The quickest response among the actors was from Han Hae-yeon, with her long hair down. She smirked at Song Man-woo PD and right Park Yoon-mai sitting opposite her. Aren't you guys bigger than us? I wonder if we can even sit in front of you. Isn't that an excessive flattery? Don't you all think the same as I do? When Han Hae-yeon asked the other actors, they also agreed with her, smiling. It was then that PD Song Man-woo's phone rang. PD Song Man-woo silenced the ring phone placed next to his water cup. Swish. He picked up his phone. The caller was his close Hyung, Director Shin Dong-chun. Why is the guy I met yesterday calling? With a slightly tilted head, he picked up the call. Hey, Dong-chun, I'm in a meeting now, so I'll call you back later. Hyung. However, PD Song Man-woo's words were cut off by Director Shin Dong-chun on the other end of the phone. Did you talk about it? What? Is the actor Kang Woojin, whom you were talking about when we were discussing while eating spiced chicken feet yesterday, over 180 cm tall? Does he have a somewhat strong impression and a cynical atmosphere? Also, does he have a low voice? How did you know that? Did you talk about my film to him? Why would I? You said no. But how did he know and come looking? Who? The actor Kang Woojin. Did he go there, Kang Woojin? At the mention of the name Kang Woojin, few people around Song Man-woo PD reacted. Right Park Yoon-mi and Han Hae-yeon across from him stared at Song Man-woo PD. Regardless, PD Song Man-woo's face crumbled a bit. How did that guy Kang Woojin know to go there? It was too out of the blue. Did Dong-chun know that he's my acquaintance and sought him out? No, that can't be. Song Man-woo PD met Director Shin Dong-chun yesterday. Most importantly, it was recently that Song Man-woo PD encountered Kang Woojin. What on earth is going on? With his thoughts in disarray, Song Man-woo PD stood up from his seat and said into the phone, "Hey, I didn't say anything, but he's such an uncontrollable guy. Wait a moment." Song Man-woo PD, who had stepped out of the VIP room, continued to talk to direct Shin Dong-chun on the phone. "So, what did that guy Kang Woo-jin do when he came looking for you?" "He acted." "What? What is his acting like?" Others would have asked why, but Song Man-woo PD, who had already had a strong experience with Kang Woo-jin, had an instinct. "The guy has made a mess there too." So Song Man-woo PD grinned. "What's your impression of his acting?" "As if the character I wrote brought to life. Rather, his portrayal is even more vivid. I get goosebumps. It was the first time I was stunned by an actor's performance." "That's right. You usually react like that when you see Kang Woo-jin's acting. Would you believe he learned all that by self-study?" "Excuse me?" When he asked back, Song Man-woo PD lowered his voice. "He came looking for you himself. Hey, Dong-chun. I don't know the exact situation either, and I should contact Woo-jin, but for now, let me just say one thing since I'm in a meeting." "What is it?" "Remember when I said it was hard for me to secure Kang Woo-jin? I even raised his salary to get him. Wright Park is also a big fan. He's the kind of actor I had to beg to do a job with." "What that nonsense? It was fate I saw for the first time. He's a nobody, right? But you and Wright Park did that." "Yes, me and Wright Park. Well, it's a long story. I was going to introduce you to him because he's such a great actor, but Kang Woo-jin himself went to you out of the blue." "Yes, he did." As he recalled Kang Woo-jin's face, Song Man-woo PD chuckled. "Phoenix has flown to you on its own. Are you really going to miss out on this traitor?" ****. Notes. 1 trot. https://nwikipedia.org/wiki/trot. Music. Chapter 15, Short Film 4. Chapter 15, Short Film 4. PH Phoenix. Director Shin Dong-chun's voice over the phone became excited. "Right, his crazy acting is like nothing we've ever seen, but are you sure it's right to praise him so highly?" In response to direct Shin Dong-chun's question, PD Song Man-woo asked in a slightly subdued voice, "How much of his acting have you seen?" "Well, about 3 minutes is for the script." "More. If you see it for longer, you'll understand my reaction. Conversely, you're saying you were captivated in just those short 3 minutes." Moreover, I'm not just judging based on his ridiculous acting. There's something about his energy or aura, if you will. The human essence he gives off is different. He definitely has star quality, but it's different. The unique, mysterious aura Kang Woo-jin possessed was starkly different from the typical pop stars often seen in the entertainment industry, but to PD Song Man-woo, it appeared fresh and full of potential. At this point, direct Shin Dong-chun over the phone changed the topic. "Right, Park is also a big fan of Kang Woo-jin, isn't she?" "Yes. Looking at her current state, it's not just that she's a big fan of him, she's pretty much enamored. Even the picky Wright Park. However, Kang Woo-jin seems to be quite self-assured, which comes off as arrogance. I only saw him briefly, but he certainly does have an aloof air. But when he acts, should I say it's a 180-degree transformation?" "That's right. He's absolutely cut out to be a top-notch actor." Remembering Kang Woo-jin's serious face, PD Song Man-woo chuckled and checked his wristwatch again. "Look closely. In conclusion, we had to pull some strings to get him in our project. Kang Woo-jin is someone who easily outperformed the top actors, treating it as a mere pastime. If someone like him went to you in person to show his acting, it means..." "Means?" "I don't know how he got your script, but doesn't it mean he has a fondness for your work? Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to perform for you? He's about to increase his value significantly." "Fondness for my extrovert. That's my judgment. Of course, I've only briefly seen Kang Woo-jin, but he doesn't seem like the type to go great lengths for a project." Soon, direct Shin Dong-chun was silent over the phone, and during the silence, PD Song Man-woo added, "In other words, Kang Woo-jin must like your extrovert. He wouldn't go to all that trouble if he didn't, right?" "He likes my work." There were many errors in their conversation, particularly in the word fondness. However, PD Song Man-woo, who had no way of knowing this, quick proceeded with the matter. "So did you get his number?" "No, I couldn't even stop him because he left so suddenly." He just left without a backward glance, huh?" "Yes, that's what he did." "I'll give you his number. He took the trouble to come see you directly, so it should be fine to share his number. Get in touch and meet him properly. You will understand what I mean." "Understood, Hyung." Having ended the call, PD Song Man-woo said, "If you went to see him personally, I feel a bit jealous." He chuckled and muttered to himself, "Jealous at this age." A short while later, inside the VIP room, PD Song Man-woo and Wright Park Yoon-mai, along with the key production crew and lead actors of Profile and Ryong, continued their meeting with occasional laughter. Of course, they were also having a meal. At first glance, it seemed like a casual gathering with light-hearted jokes being exchanged. However, amidst the jokes, they discussed necessary matters seriously. Most of the discussions were initiated by PD Song Man-woo, but this time, Park Yoon-mai, who had long permed hair, spoke up. "Look, our Ryu Youngmin will need to control his diet until the script reading right." Immediately, Ryu Youngmin, the male lead and top actor who was sitting across from her, pointed to himself with his index finger and laughed. Ryu Youngmin was a tall man, standing over 185 cm. "Right, Park, I have to lose weight, even more." "Yep, you seem to have really relaxed during your break. You've put on a bit of weight." I just went fishing. Did I eat too much sashimi?" "Understood. It's a command from Writer Park, of course, all follow. Keep growing your hair until we decide on a definitive style." "Of course, Writer Park." Behind Writer Park, PD Song Man-woo also made a request to Hong Hae-yeon. "Hong Star, the clothes you sent me last time were too fancy. Tell the stylist to focus on more modest clothes. I'll mention it at the production meeting as well." Hong Hae-yeon, brushing her long hair aside, smirked. I knew it just from reading the first part of the script. My team was a bit greedy. I'll make sure to tell them." "That'll do. But PD, on the phone earlier you mentioned Kang Woo." HM. Hae-yeon was about to say something but closed her mouth. Actually, she had been curious about the name Kang Woojin that came up during PD Song Man-woo's phone call earlier. However, with many people around, she decided to hold her words. No, I'll talk to you about it later. Oh, okay then. At that moment, but pity, Ryu Youngmin, who was holding a cup of water, suddenly asked PD Song Man-woo, who was looking at Hong Hae-yeon, who's playing the role of Park Di. I've heard lots of rumors, but nobody seems to know for sure. Oh, that? The scene stealer actor that the writer mentioned in the interview. It's the same character, right? Yes, that's correct. Who is it? I'm dying to know. Agreeing with his words, the other actors turned their eyes to PD Song Man-woo. Their eyes were full of curiosity. However, only Hong Hae-yeon seemed disinterested. At the same time, Ryu Youngmin leaned forward and continued his question. I guess Park Di will interact the most with me according to the script of Part 1. While analyzing the script, just to imagine the image, could you give me a hint? Is it really Kim Hoo-yeon, or what? I heard he's a foreign actor. Don't tell me you really brought someone from Hollywood. Well, why does it have to be so secret? Ryu Youngmin got a little angry with frustration. PD Song Man-woo just smiled softly. A surprise. You have to deceive your own side to shock the audience. It's a firecracker to be set off for the audience. Just bear with it a little longer. Anyway, you'll all see it on the script reading day. I understand for now, but I'm really curious. Even the staffs have no clue. Meanwhile, writer Park Yoon-mai patted the side of PD Song Man-woo, who was sitting next to her. PD, weren't you going to ask the actors about that today? As PD Song Man-woo made a sound, he met the gaze of the production manager and then. Everyone listen. This is still unconfirmed. Regarding the script reading, I'm thinking about having a group MT1 membership training style to promote camaraderie and have a fun trip. He conveyed this to the actors sitting in front of him. What do you all think? Wouldn't it be fun? A few hours later, late at night, Kang Woojin's one room. Time was past 10 o'clock. Kang Woojin, who seemed to have just taken a shower, appeared shaking his wet hair. He soon opened the refrigerator and drank a lot of water. Meanwhile, Woojin's gaze moved down. Swoosh. There were two bundles of paper where his eye moved. One was the Profiler Han Young Part 1 script he received from PD Song Man-woo, and the rest was obviously the script for the short film Exorcism. Of course, the black rectangle were still attached. Kang Woojin scratched his chin while looking at the script for Exorcism. He remembered what happened in the afternoon at the Blue Vision Film Company. Well, should I consider Exorcism to be rejected? It seemed like the main and supporting roles were confirmed when I saw it earlier. Woojin went to the film company recklessly. He could have been kicked out right at the door, but fortunately, he showed his acting due to the director's misunderstanding. The guy with the square chin was the director, right? He seemed a bit surprised. Even though his acting ability in the virtual space was excellent, he was surprised. But that was all. No matter how good the acting is, in reality, the power of the contract is stronger. Then Kang Woojin thought of the fat man named Park Siljang and the beautiful man and woman who came with him. They must be playing the leading or supporting roles. They were really handsome and pretty. Are there so many unknown people like that in the entertainment industry? It's tough. Kang Woojin suddenly thought he was lucky to join Profile Han Young. Anyway, Exorcism has gone down the drain. Exorcism, although it feels a bit disappointing, there's no image. He enjoyed reading the script quite a lot, and the world of Exorcism he experienced through the virtual space was full of excitement. I was really thrilled when the wife character smelled me. But there was no other reason to be sad, at least in Kang Woojin's mind. He's just starting as an actor and there are other scripts besides Exorcism. That was just his feelings. Therefore, thud, Kang Woojin carelessly put away the Exorcism script in the corner of the room. Soon, the intrigue of Exorcism in Woojin's head faded. Kang Woojin, as he was, flopped down on the bed. That's when he picked up his phone habitually and connected to the internet. The phone spat out a long vibration. It was call. However, what is displayed on the screen is an unsaved number. At this, Kang Woojin, slightly frowning, muttered softly. What is this? My phone has been too busy lately, hasn't it? Due to the frequent calls from unknown numbers. Nevertheless, Woojin put the phone to his ear first. Hello? Unfamiliar man's voice was heard over the phone. Is it Mr. Kang Woojin? Yes, who is this? I'm Shin Dong-chun, who you met earlier at Blue Vision Films. You remember, you showed me your acting. For a moment, Kang Woojin recalled the square-jawed man he had met at the film company in the afternoon. The director. But why the call at this hour? Besides, how did he know my number? Woojin, weighed down by sleep at night, added more weight to his voice. Then, Woojin's voice suddenly became hold. Is this the director of Exorcism? Yes, it is. How did you know my number? I didn't give it to you. It was pure curiosity. No matter how he thought about it, he was Woojin who had never given his number. On the other hand, the answer of director Shin Dong-chun over the phone was deeply apologetic. I'm sorry. I get your number from my Hyung PD Song Man-woo. PD Song Man-woo. Yes. PD Song Man-woo. Why does he come up here? When Kang Woojin was slightly frowning and tilting his head, director Shin Dong-chun spat out a word mixed with caution. Miss Kang Woojin, could you please meet me again? I would like to hear the reading first. I have something to tell you in person. If you let me know where you live, I will go there now. It's a bit burdensome. Are you talking about now? Yes, I will go right now. No, Kang Woojin was very burdened. No, let's meet tomorrow morning. The next morning, a cafe near Kang Woojin's one room. Director Shin Dong-chun was sitting alone in a cafe near Young and Suji. It was because the mysterious actor named Kang Woojin was living around here. Regardless, the current appearance of director Shin Dong-chun was quite shabby. His beard was rough, and the dark circles were deep as he hadn't slept. It was when he sighed and unzipped the jacket he was wearing. Squeak. Cafe door opened and a man in a long padding jacket entered. It was Kang Woojin with an indifferent face. As soon as he found Woojin, director Shin Dong-chun with a square jaw. Certainly, after listening to him, he has a different aura from ordinary actors. Director Shin Dong-chun raised his hand to be seen. I'm over here. The expressionless Woojin said hello and sat across from director Shin Dong-chun. Director Shin Dong-chun was quick to start the conversation. Hello, Miss Woo-jin. Yes, hello. Kang Woo-jin's reaction was very static. It was cynical yesterday, but even more so today. Of course, in the eyes of Director Shin Dong-chun. Nevertheless, Director Shin Dong-chun spoke, clearing his throat. I'm sorry for calling you suddenly last night. It was something I did after some deliberation, but I realized it was rude. No, it's fine. What did you want to talk about? At this point, Director Shin Dong-chun, who had been watching Kang Woo-jin on the other side, swallowed his dry saliva. What he said next was this. It might be sudden, but Woo-jin, you read my script exorcism, right? What did you think? Director Shin Dong-chun's voice was slightly trembling. How should I say it? Like the feeling of a person conveying their feelings. On the other hand, Woo-jin just stared at Director Shin Dong-chun without changing his expression, an unreadable face. After about 10 seconds, Woo-jin suddenly murmured calmly. I felt attached to the work. Director Shin Dong-chun's eye widened. At attachment. At the same time, he felt a surge of emotion. Felt as if years of disregard and pain that he had endured for nearly 3 years were being washed away. Attachment. He was the first actor who had shown affection for his work. Director Shin Dong-chun was quite moved by Kang Woo-jin's single, impassive statement. Attachment, you say? Yes, attachment. Then, Director Shin Dong-chun, whose heart was pounding, stared at the expression of Woo-jin and muttered to himself. It was always ignored, my script, my exorcism, but attachment. An actor who doesn't even know me. Director Shin Dong-chun's emotion quickly turned into excitement. He had received a significant resonance from Woo-jin's word attachment. Honestly, he hadn't really agreed with what PD Song Man-woo had told him over the phone yesterday. I don't know how that friend got hold of your script, but wouldn't it mean he's quite fond of your work? Director Shin Dong-chun didn't really agree. But he was certain from the word attachment that Kang Woo-jin had just calmly uttered. This impassive actor likes my script and is fond of it. Moreover, Kang Woo-jin was an actor who had won over big names like PD Song Man-woo and Right Part Yoon-mai, and had joined a supersized project like Profile Hanryang. And his acting prowess that would make your eyes pop out. How about that? Such an actor is fond of and attached to the script of an unknown director. The countless hardships and wounds that had accumulated in Director Shin Dong-chun's heart began to heal. All the times he had been stepped on and ignored. His current life was no different from hell to that extent. Soon, as the resonance in Director Shin Dong-chun's heart deepened, his eye reddened. Thank you, Woo-jin, really. With a poker face, Kang Woo-jin just kept his mouth shut and watched Director Shin Dong-chun on the other side. He slightly tilted his head, not showing any reaction. Asterisk. Notes. 1. Read more about MT membership training here, https://www.reddit.com/r/korean/comment/337p9r/tip MT membership training Congress words 3/. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Plot Twist 1. Chapter 16, Plot Twist 1. Why is this square-jawed director suddenly getting teary-eyed? Sitting at a window-side seat inside the cafe, Kang Woo-jin seemed very composed outwardly. However, he was quite taken aback while looking at Director Shin Dong-chun across him. Did I make a verbal mistake? I didn't act tough just now. This guy usually emotionally weak. Kang Woo-jin's inner reaction was generally normal. Anyone would react the same way if the person they were conversing with suddenly turned teary-eyed, especially if it's a man who looks well into his 40s. How should I respond if this guy cries? Should I maintain my cool demeanor? Why is he acting like this in the first place? Kang Woo-jin seriously contemplated while keeping up his tough front. On the other hand, Director Shin Dong-chun said, Thank you, Woo-jin, truly. The atmosphere was getting more sentimental. It was as if they were watching a movie film. His eyes were seriously moistened, as if about to spill tears any second. At which point did this happen? Kang Woo-jin went over the words he said since he arrived at the cafe, but he didn't say anything that could be hurtful. In fact, the words affection and attachment had resonated with Director Shin Dong-chun, but Kang Woo-jin had no idea about this. Of course, he also didn't know about the current life of Director Shin Dong-chun. It's getting worse, should I dump it? Most importantly, Woo-jin wasn't so passionate about exorcism. The word attachment he chose was just the right word he found. The background was simple. Recently, other than Profiler and Ryong, the one he cared about was exorcism, so he thought attachment would be appropriate. It may seem a bit over the top. Nevertheless, even if he acted tough, he had to respect the other person. The attachment was more about showing off rather than showing interest. Well, it's not a lie, is it? In fact, Woo-jin was slightly interested in exorcism. Wrapping that interest as an attachment wouldn't be a problem for the other party to hear. But why are his eyes getting moist? Soon, Woo-jin cleared his throat subtly and opened his mouth. Why are you doing this? Then, Director Shin Dong-chun, who had just wiped around his eyes. Swoosh. He calmed his emotional heart. It's not appropriate to show any more disrespect when a man, an actor who is attached to my work, is sitting in front of me. Kang Woo-jin. Then, Director Shin Dong-chun asked Woo-jin in a slightly trembling voice. What part of exorcism did you like, may I ask? What part did he like? Kang Woo-jin couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, but calling Director Shin Dong-chun's strange state was priority. People in the cafe began to glance around. I don't know why he's like this. Praise. Yes, let's praise him. Therefore, Woo-jin decided to talk about the good points of exorcism, of course while keeping his solemn tone. Firstly, I really liked the detailed psychological changes of the protagonist Kim Ryu-jin. It started off rather gloomy, but Woo-jin continued to calmly recite his praises while checking on Director Shin Dong-chun's state, very delicately and meticulously. Director Shin Dong-chun, who wrote the script, wouldn't be able to feel exorcism firsthand. However, Kang Woo-jin had completely read through exorcism. Therefore, the words Woo-jin spouted were incredibly detailed, a compliment that only Kang Woo-jin, who has a void space, could make. At this point, Director Shin Dong-chun, with reddened eyes, was once again hit with shock and emotion. He knows it much in detail, as if he had gone into the world of exorcism and come out. Kang Woo-jin, the actor, had a clear grasp on every corner of exorcism. From the character's thoughts and emotions to the work's background, set, even the weather. He even reminds me of parts I had overlooked. He must have read my script dozens of times, no, even more. It seemed he had already finished his analysis and had even created character models. Soon, Director Shin Dong-chun, while staring intently at Kang Woo-jin, blamed himself. Hey Shin Dong-chun, there's an actor who shows them much affection and attachment to exorcism. Again, there was misunderstanding. Are you going to just throw exorcism out for the mere purpose of doing whitewashing? No matter what, Director Shin Dong-chun made up his mind at this moment. His acting was enough to show in the film industry. There's no need for further concern when he has already analyzed the work this meticulously. I'll flip over all the tables in exorcism. I'm going to turn the tables. Excuse me. Woo-jin. Director Shin Dong-chun, with newfound confidence on his face, slowly leaned towards Woo-jin. On the other hand, Kang Woo-jin, with a poker face, discreetly leaned back. Regardless, Director Shin Dong-chun forcefully blurted out. Please take on the role of the main character of Exorcism, Kim Ryu-jin. Asterisk. Meanwhile, near Buckhenson, people were pouring out of 2 yellow minibuses, roughly 10 people. They seemed like tourists at glance, but they were not. Although it might be a bit difficult, please make sure to check the surroundings while climbing the mountain. If you find any peculiarities, please report to the PD immediately. They were the key staff of the drama profiler in Ryong, the leaders of each team such as the shooting team, lighting team, etc. Of course, the goateed Song Man-woo PD, who oversees all the staff, was also present. Get some bottled water. Yes, senior. The reason why PD Song Man-woo came out to Buckhanson on a weekday morning, especially at the end of a chill winter, was simple. He came out to look for an outdoor location for profiler in Ryong. They had climbed the mountain to check the area that would be used for the first scene. PD Song Man-woo then gave additional instructions to the assistant director picking up. Make sure everyone knows the meeting point again. We can't have anyone getting lost because they're confused. Understood, senior. It was at that moment. The windbreaker of goateed PD Song Man-woo spat out the ringtone of his cell phone. Naturally, he checked the caller and tilted his head. Hungsdar. It was top actress Hong Hye-yeon. Since she was the female lead of the drama, her call was natural, but the timing was a problem. Why is she calling me this early in the morning? Narrowing his brows slightly, PD Song Man-woo gestured to the assistant director to go ahead, then took the call. Hungsdar. Hong Hye-yeon chuckled from the other side of the phone. Yes, PD, where are you? Me, I'm at Buckinson now. You went out for location hunting, right? Yeah, but what's up this early in the morning? You didn't call because you're curious about my schedule, did you? No, it's not that. Hong Hye-yeon, who was slightly trailing off, spit out the main point. When we were eating at the Korean restaurant yesterday, you got a phone call and rushed out talking about Kang Woo-jin, remember? Did I? No, I was worried something had happened because your expression became so stiff. Why? Did Woo-jin do something? She was talking about the incident at a high-end Korean restaurant in Cheongdam yesterday. PD Song Man-woo had received a call from Director Shin Dong-chun and had left the VIP room. About that. Suddenly, PD Song Man-woo stopped talking. Then Hong Hye-yeon prompted him from the other side of the phone. What was it? However, for some reason, PD Song Man-woo did not continue his sentence. His mind was spinning. Right, come to think of it, when I returned to the room, Hongstar seemed to be hinting at asking about Kang Woo-jin, did she? And it wasn't just that. Since she first saw Kang Woo-jin in super actor, top actress Hong Hye-yeon had shown great interest in him, at least in the eyes of PD Song Man-woo. Was she thinking of Kang Woo-jin as a man? Not at all. The more plausible side would be his acting. Hong Hye-yeon was interested in Kang Woo-jin's insane acting skills. The reason was simple. As a top actress, Hong Hye-yeon had a great desire to act. In other words, she feels something from Kang Woo-jin's acting, whether it's aspiration, desire, or whatever. This part was the reason why PD Song Man-woo respected Hong Hye-yeon. Even though her worth and rank rise year by year, Hong Hye-yeon always thirsted for acting. Someone like Hong Hye-yeon could live her whole life just by filming commercials, but she always showed a desire to improve, and she did actually grow. To her, Kang Woo-jin probably seemed like an alien. She got where she is with the help of those around her, but Kang Woo-jin has been doing it solo. Despite being self-taught, Kang Woo-jin captivated PD Song Man-woo and right part Yoon-mai. Naturally, Hong Hye-yeon as well. Perhaps she felt it unconsciously. Does she think she's lagging behind Kang Woo-jin as an actor, excluding popularity? Perhaps Hong Hye-yeon was impatient. Could it be the process of jealousy turning into venom? Soon, PD Song Man-woo, who was turning his head, stroked his beard. Right, Hong Hye-yeon. She's the kind who'd take on any project if she wants to, be it indie films or short films, as long as it can help her acting skills, regardless of her position. He recalled the plot of the Exorcism script he got from director Shin Dong-chun. The Exorcism script has a decent female character. If I mix these situations well, somehow, it seemed like it will turn out to be a fun situation. Before he knew it, PD Song Man-woo was smiling faintly. Around this time, he heard Hong Hye-yeon's voice again over the phone. PD, are you there? Is it not connecting because you're in the mountains, PD? Her, PD Song Man-woo replied. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second. He came to a conclusion in his mind. Why are the big fish circling around that guy Kang Woo-jin? Well, let's toss out the bait for now. Of course, the center of everything was Kang Woo-jin. He's the one who captivated both director Shin Dong-chun and Hong Hye-yeon. The next thing that came out of PD Song Man-woo's mouth was this. Well, Kang Woo-jin suddenly visited my young brother. I was surprised. Your younger brother? Yeah, you know Shin Dong-chun, right? Yes, I do know him, PD Dong-chun. He's been out of sight recently because he's making a movie. Right, it seems like Woo-jin wanted to do a short film that Dong-chun wrote. What, all of a sudden, the drama script reading hasn't even started yet? Well, I'm not exactly sure myself, I'll have to confirm, but the situation with that short film is a bit complicated. Why? Hye-yeon's question came from across the phone, but PD Song Man-woo, with a smile on his face, evaded the question. If he told her everything, her curiosity would wane. Later, I'm busy right now, Hongstar, let's end the call. Wait a minute. Yes. Did you see the short film script from PD Dong-chun? What's the title? I did see it, it's well made. The title is Exorcism. Same. At this point, PD Song Manwoo was hitting her. Why? Are you curious about the script? Want to borrow it? Hong Hyeon took the bait immediately. I'll read it if you give it to me. 10 minutes later at Hong Hyeon's house. Her house, located near Cheongdam-dong, perfectly fit the description of luxurious. The interior mixed black and white and the furniture was all high-end. Among them, Hong Hyeon was sitting on the living room sofa. And her pajamas were black. Her long hair was neatly tied in a single strand. She was staring blankly at something, her face absorbed in thought. Then, Hong Hyeon looked at the phone in her hand. She was recalling her conversation with PD Song Manwoo 10 minutes ago. Suddenly going for a short film. So, Hong Hyeon was also thinking about Kang Woo-jin, an oddball. Why would he shift to a short film right after participating in a big project like Profiler Henryong? Her curiosity and interest were about to explode. Specifically, she had become deeply interested in Kang Woo-jin, the actor, or more precisely, his distinctive and inspired acting. I want to see that short film. It wasn't just about the screenplay, but what Hong Hyeon wanted to see right now was not a video, but Kang Woo-jin himself. She wanted to watch his acting with her own eyes, because she could only feel his acting method by watching him perform right in front of her. Her irrepressible ambition for acting was fully activated. Then, question. Hong Hyeon shifted her gaze from her cell phone to the table in front of her. On the table, there was a 3-page side script she had previously received from Super Actor. In fact, she had been secretly practicing the side script. But, no matter how much of practice, it doesn't come out like Kang Woo-jin. She couldn't quite replicate it. Despite practicing every time she had a few days, she couldn't quite get there. But Kang Woo-jin had looked at the side script for a minute and performed it effortlessly. I don't know about the past, but once he rises, he'll certainly outshine all the top actors. No doubt. The same goes for me. At the moment, Hong Hyeon felt a sudden surge of nameless frustration. Oh really? I hate being left behind. At the same time, ding dong. Someone rang her doorbell. It seemed like someone was supposed to come. Thanks to this, Hong Hyeon opened the front door with her irritation still present, and soon after, a man with glasses without frames appeared. I'm hungry, I'm starving. Hyeon, do you have anything to eat at home? The man who called Hong Hyeon quite familiarly. He was the CEO of Hong Hyeon's agency, but it was Stardom Entertainment Company. In fact, Hong Hyeon was the only artist, and the agency CEO was the one who had been taking care of her since her debut. In other words, they had been together all along. While he was taking off his shoes, brother, Hong Hyeon, with her arms crossed, suddenly made a request. There's a short film called Exorcism. Can you check out the current situation? Pause. The CEO raised one eyebrow at the word short film. Short film? Yes, can you, can't you? What's so hard about checking out the situation of short film? I'm just asking again because it's strange that you're asking about a short film. You're not trying to do a short film at this time, right? Hong Hyeon shrugged her shoulders and answered nonchalantly. No, I'm just slightly tempted, not yet. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Plot Twist 2. Chapter 17, Plot Twist 2. At Hong Hyeon's answer, the CEO paused at the shoe rack, covered his face with one hand. He looked very tired. Ah geez, suddenly I want a short one. Then, Hong Hyeon, with her arms crossed, grumbled a bit. Why, I mean, it's just a slight craving, isn't it? I didn't say I'm going to do that short film. Why are you overreacting? You're the one overreacting. Hey, when you get a craving, you usually give in. Don't I know you? Soon, the CEO roughly took off the shoe he was in the middle of taking off. Why would the lead actress of Profiler Henryong suddenly want a short film? I would understand if there weren't many big scripts coming in. They're coming in from medium to large by genre. Why specifically a short film? He grumbled as he moved to sit on the living room sofa. The CEO's reaction was not as strong as expected, probably because he was used to Hong Hyeon's sudden outbursts. Anyway, Hong Hyeon in her pajamas took a seat next to him, and the CEO let out a small sigh. Hold on a moment, let me sort things out. The CEO, Choi Sung-gun, who suddenly started to sort out his thoughts. He was the CEO of BW Entertainment, a startup company and the agency of top actress Hong Hyeon. He appeared to be in his late 30s with long hair and high back. He wore glasses without frames, but there was a hint of playfulness in his demeanor. Despite his overwhelmingly laid-back atmosphere, Choi Sung-gun had been in the entertainment industry for over 10 years and was quick-witted. Not only was he observant, but his handling of situations was also excellent. Choi Sung-gun had a wide network due to his unique personality. Hyeon and Choi Sung-gun had been together since her debut, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he made Hong Hyeon who she is today. Their relationship was a well-known story in the entertainment industry. Hong Hyeon recognized his ability, so when he founded BW Entertainment, she happily joined, and a considerable amount of Hong Hyeon's funds went into BW Entertainment. In other words, Hong Hyeon was both an investor in BW and its main attraction. At this point, the title of the short film is Exorcism, right? CEO Choi Sung-gun asked, leaning back on the sofa, and Hong Hyeon answered with her legs crossed. Yeah, Exorcism. You mean to look into the current situation? You mean to just look into the history of that movie? Yeah, right down to the smallest details. Well, it's not hard to collect the information by visiting a few independent short film companies. It's suddenly annoying. If there's no script at all, it'd be hard for me to. No, it should be something since it's been talked about by PD Song. Oh, and you remember director Shin Dong-chun, right? I know. The guy who used to make good dramas and then suddenly said he was going to make a movie and disappeared. Wait, could it be? Right. Exorcism, it's said to be written by that director. CEO Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly for a moment. Really? It seems that starting with PD Song Man-woo, the characters around him are somewhat unique, aren't they? Isn't it? So, what will you do for me if I look into it? What are you talking about? Don't you know I'm feeding you? That can't be just your own strength, right? How about this? What about the shampoo commercial you messed up this time? How about renegotiating that? Hong Hyeon immediately grumbled. Ugh, the marketing manager there is total in that case. I'm going to push for a renegotiation with the condition that we exclude that manager from the panel. Deal. Damn it. Why does an agency CEO get to do whatever he wants? It's because our artists are just so talented. Hong Hyeon, who slapped the CEO's shoulder, clicked her tongue lightly. Okay, but can we really exclude that measure? Okay, now explain to me. What? CEO Choi Sung-gun, who had already done the math in his head, pushed up his glasses and smiled. Why did you suddenly take an interest in exorcism? Don't beat around the bush saying it's because of PD Song Man-woo or director Shin Dong-chun. It won't work. Tell me something definite. Sigh. Hong Hyeon, who swept her long hair back, slightly clenched her jaw. There's a guy named Kang Woo-jin. Who is he, your new boyfriend? Are you crazy? When do I have a boyfriend? He's an actor. An actor? I've never heard of him. Tell me more. Then, Hong Hyeon unraveled the bundle of stories she had been hiding until now, from the moment she met the strange character, Kang Woo-jin, until now. What's interesting is that CEO Choi Sung-gun's face was filled with shock as he listened to her. So, about 10 minutes. Are you done? Hyeon, who had recited the entire story, and CEO Choi Sung-gun, who was skirting the tied long hair, let out a faint sigh. D Song and Right Park Yoon-mai did all that for Kang Woo-jin. No, why would she, whom even the top stars beg, feel unsatisfied? It's not about the level. They are people who are crazy about production. That's true, but it's interesting. The CEO Choi Sung-gun, who is the head of an entertainment company, PD Song Man-woo and Right Park Yoon-mai were nothing short of mountains. No, not only that, but most people in the industry would see it that way. Therefore, CEO Choi Sung-gun became more curious about the act Kang Woo-jin. From the beginning, his filmography is peculiar to the eye. His acting is self-taught and he might have been abroad. According to PD Song, he must have had a hard time. Abroad, well, if he were in a theater company, I would have definitely heard of him. Choi Sung-gun, who had finished listening to the story, met Hong Hyeon's eyes and smiled. So, you've got a taste for Kang Woo-jin's acting, rather than being a trinket to exorcism itself. No, it's not like that. Why are you bluffing? You haven't even read the exorcism script yet, have you? At that moment, brother, Hong Hyeon, who had been glaring at President Choi Sung-gun next to her, suddenly changed the subject. How much money do we have? Suddenly, what kind of conversation is this? We have room to spare. If not, it would be nice to prepare some. Half of war is preparation, isn't it? It's strange for a rookie to receive a signing bonus, but he's already a bit strange, so it doesn't matter. And you also need to do some running on the field as a manager after a long time. Take care of him in a way that feels close. Hey, you're not serious. Hyeon, who had frowned, shouted as an investor to the CEO. I'm sure someone will snatch him up right after his script reading. Thursday morning, the 20th, a cinema near Ori Station. It was around 9 o'clock. Perhaps because it was morning show, the cinema was very quiet. Among them, Kang Woo-jin, who was sitting on the waiting sofa, was seen. He was alone. He was wearing a long padded coat and a hat. So why is Kang Woo-jin alone in the cinema at this time? The answer was simple. Because he recently started his acting career, he developed an interest in various contents that he didn't have before. Therefore, Woo-jin came to watch a movie alone for the first time since he was born, even as a morning show. Anyway, swoosh. While waiting for the movie time, Woo-jin was looking down at his cell phone. It was the Monstrous Short Film Festival, right? Woo-jin, who had his cell phone in his hand, searched for something. Actually, Woo-jin had tried to search for the same thing after meeting director Shin Dong-chun yesterday. However, he felt like he should check it in more detail since he had some time left. The most authoritative awards ceremony in the short film market, it's the largest festival and has the highest credibility. While checking the search results for the Monstrous Short Film Festival, Woo-jin remembered his conversation with director Shin Dong-chun, who he had visited yesterday morning. It started with director Shin Dong-chun, whose eyes were red. The part where he asked Kang Woo-jin to play the main character of Exorcism. Please play the main character of Exorcism, Kim Ryu-jin. At that time, Woo-jin was slightly dumbfounded. It was natural because the crying guy suddenly asked him to play the main character. Therefore, Woo-jin kept silent, and director Shin Dong-chun continued to explain on his own. Actually, Exorcism is not a movie made for the public. It's a work intended for film festivals. For film festivals, you mean? Yes. It's called the Monstrous Short Film Festival. Like Blue Dragon or Beak Sing for commercial movies, the Monstrous Short Film Festival is considered the best for short films. It has a long tradition. It will take place in mid-April 2 months from now. I'm aiming for that. The situation is a bit urgent. Filmmakers, its recognition is almost at the level of the Blue Dragon, so almost no one is unaware of it. Of course you, Woo-jin, would know. No. It was the first time I had heard of such a film festival. However, Woo-jin nodded his head, maintaining as solemn an expression as possible. Yes, roughly. As you know, the jury of the Monstrous Short Film Festival consists of renowned domestic directors, and the rookie directors who win awards at this film festival have a clear path. Among the directors who judge and are doing well, there are many alumni from the Monstrous Film Festival. Woo-jin roughly understood it to be like a film industry audition talent show. There were quite a few celebrities who appeared on past audition talent shows and are now top stars. Around this time, director Shin Dong-chun's expression darkened a bit. But the competition is fierce. More than 600 works are submitted each year. It's so intense that even the decent short film get buried. It's a lottery even to be among the 40 works in the main competition. It's war. That's right. It's a battlefield for so-called directors who make some films. It's a gateway for film directors. Many top actors attend as honorary judges, and many celebrities in the industry are quite involved. So if you win the grand prize, you instantly become a popular star as a rookie director. Although director Shin Dong-chun omitted it, there were many cases where actors became famous through this film festival. It's not uncommon for shorts to be made as commercial films. However, if there are no good works, the grand prize itself is not awarded. Although its history exceeds 20 years, the number of grand prize winning works was only 10. Hence, if you win the grand prize at the Monstrous Short Film Festival, you gain fame in the industry. But non-mainstream is non-mainstream. Many people didn't know about the Short Film Festival. The evaluation standards are very strict. It's only natural since the master directors are judging the script of the work, the direction, the acting of the cast, etc. Among them, the direction and the actors acting take the highest score. If a rough list suggested it was insanely difficult, at least in Kang Woo's thinking, it was like passing through a narrow needle hole. Woojin judged that it would be 100 times better to be rejected dozens of times by a design client. It's a prestigious film festival. Around this time, director Shin Dong-chun, whose eyes were red, said, "Actually, the production situation of Exorcism is not very good now." He summarized all about the short film Exorcism. And then, "But none of this is needed now. I will give up everything the film company I was talking about, the investment, the actors. I will start again from the beginning. Of course, based on you, Kang Woo-jin. So please take the role of Kim Ryu-jin." "You don't." "What, a complete reset? Is it because of me? The situation has escalated." Woo-jin tried to discourage him while struggling to maintain his poker face. The director with the square jaw was too excited. "Director, you don't have to put yourself too much. It's not overdoing." But it had the opposite effect. Director Shin Dong-chun was even more determined by Woo-jin's dissuasion. The adrenaline exploded. "I must do this. I will take on any discomfort. Don't worry, I will somehow reset it to the starting point. So all I ask of you, Woo-jin, is to act. Please take the role of Kim Ryu-jin. A character comes to life when an actor who loves and is attached to the character portrays it. Please give it a try, Woo-jin." It was too much. Director Shin Dong-chun's adrenaline secretion was overflowing. Just a moment ago he was sobbing. Because he was too stubborn, Kang Woo-jin felt that it was impossible to discourage him. Well, does it matter? Although the situation had escalated more than expected, in any case, Woo-jin had achieved his initial goal. Whether it's a film festival or a grand prize or whatnot, just act. Having drawn a conclusion, Kang Woo-jin extended his hand to director Shin Dong-chun, whose eyes were gleaming, quite coolly. "I look forward to working with you, director." Remembering up to this point, Kang Woo-jin returned to the reality of being in a movie theater and immediately checked the time. It's about time. It was time to move, because the movie time was near, soon when Woo-jin was about to move to the screening room. But suddenly, he who had been thinking about Exorcism said, "I wonder if Park Young-hyuk, the actor initially chosen as the main character for the whitewashing thing or whatever, will get upset. He might become angry." He casually muttered, "Well, it's none of my business." A few hours later, Nanhyondong GGO Entertainment. Around early lunchtime, the office of the large GGO Entertainment. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted in the office adorned with various pet plants. "What? They rejected us." The figure who spat out the outcry was the CEO of GGO Entertainment, Seo Guseob. He was short and had a face resembling a bulldog. He yelled again at the male employee standing in front of him. "What the hell are you talking about? Everything was going smoothly until yesterday." At his shouting, the employee shriveled up and managed to respond. "Well, I just got the call. The Blue View Film Company also made its decision this morning." "What?" Exorcism director wants to backtrack on everything that was in progress. That includes not only the mentioned actors and investment, but also seems to have cut ties with Blue View Cinema. The message was that the ongoing plan had been completely overturned, all because of the words of Exorcism director. In other words, GGO Entertainment was outright rejected by director Shin Dong-chun. At this, the bulldog-like CEO Seo Guseob gritted his teeth. How dare he reject me? Reject GGO Entertainment? CEO Seo Guseob was more enraged by the fact that he and GGO Entertainment had been rejected, rather than the overturning of the plan. It was a scratch on his pride. "I've known Shin Dong-chun since his PD days, and even cared about his scenario. The guy is a really terrible guy, huh? He's campaigning with such a ridiculous scenario. Tusk." Soon, CEO Seo Guseob, who had hit the disc hard, turned his head to the right. A man with a rather imposing look sat on a luxury 5-seat sofa. He shouted at him, "Hey, Young-hyuk, forget about Exorcism. Choose another scenario. Damn it, a short film going to the Messian Film Festival is trivial. The man was Park Young-hyuk, the mastermind who wanted to wash his image with Exorcism, a former top actor. His popularity wasn't as high as before, but it was still fairly high. He responded while crossing his legs. "I know there are plenty of alternative short films. CEO, isn't it a bit unexpected that we got rejected? There were no issues yesterday, right?" CEO Seo Guseob, who exchanged glances with Park Young-hyuk, suddenly wore a serious expression. Then he deeply sat down on the chair and picked up a pack of cigarettes on the desk. Director Shin Dong-chun, who was cornered at the brink, has had a change of heart overnight, even to the extent of hastily overturning everything in progress, including investment in Young-hyuk. After thinking for about 10 seconds, CEO Seo Guseob, who was deep in thought, reached a conclusion while taking a puff of his cigarette. The director Shin Dong-chun cast another actor as the main male lead. He elaborated on that conclusion. "At least in a grade, or maybe even top tier." Asterisk. Chapter 18, Plot Twist 3. Chapter 18, Plot Twist 3. Grade or even top tier for Exorcism. Employee, with an expression suggesting difficulty understanding, responded. In contrast, bulldog-like CEO Seo Guseob had a confident look in his eyes. "If not, it doesn't make sense, does it? Originally, Exorcism was trash that had been drifting for over 2 years after completion, wasn't it?" "Yes, that's right. But we provide Young-hyuk as the main male lead and add investment, and although it was squeezed, even rookies, right? How many things are being sorted out at once? Can such conditions exist for a mere short film?" "They can't." "But damn, he violated the agreement, didn't he? Even though Young-hyuk's past might be a bit problematic, would you question it over a short film that's just a few millions worth in production?" The employee glanced at Park Young-hyuk on the 5-seat sofa behind him and lowered his voice. "Well, if they aim to win the Messian Short Film Festival with Exorcism, it might be a bit of a concern. Who cares about that old story? The fact that they're making such a shitty film is a grace in itself, and Young-hyuk is a gentleman. Even worse guys go to the Messian Film Festival just fine." While exhaling smoke from his cigarette, CEO Seo Guseob moved toward the 5-seat sofa where Park Young-hyuk was sitting. "What does Direct Park say? He took the rookies to Shin Dong-chun, right? Was there any sign of other actors when he went?" Yes, except for the fact that he was in a meeting with an unknown actor, not particularly." Unknown. Yes, it was an unknown actor without any fame. The words unknown actor, CEO Seo Gusia briefly clicked his tongue and reacted nonchalantly. Looks like he was interviewing some idiot for my role. We don't need to worry about such insignificant people. Did Direct Park have anything else to say? No, nothing else. CEO, if an 8-year or higher actor is now on board with Direct Shin Dong-chun, shouldn't Blueview Film Company know about it? They should. CEO Seo Gusiab, who agreed, tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger. Meanwhile, Park Young-haek, who was sitting on the left with his legs crossed, chimed in. The Blue Vin Film Company secretly pulls some strings. Director Shin Dong-chun has a decent network. Then, CEO Seo Gusiab slapped his own thigh. He's worked quite a lot as a drama PD in the past, so he must have made some connections. Isn't Shin Dong-chun good friends with PD Song Man-woo? Park Young-haek answered. They're close, they are like brothers. PD Song Man-woo has several top-tier connections behind him. If those two are in cahoots, it's not surprising that they cast A-list actors in Exorcism. At this point, an employee cautiously added an opinion. I don't think it's a top-tier actor. There's no merit. Even if Exorcism goes to the Messian Scene Film Festival, an A-list actor is a bit too much. At best a B-list actor for a supporting role. Maybe director Shin Dong-chun hesitated and chose a B-list actor out of fear. The implication was that he chose a safe B-list actor over Park Young-haek, who had once caused controversy despite being a top actor. If it's B-list or lower, it's even more annoying. Whatever the case, for Seo Gusiab, the CEO of GGO Entertainment, there was a very irritating situation. If it gets out in the media, they would say Park Young-haek was fired comeback film. Moreover, the comeback film was just a short film. It's fortunate that the overall process was carried out very secretly. However, it didn't change the fact that GGO Entertainment was scorned by Exorcism's director Shin Dong-chun. I feel like shit. The bulldog-like CEO Seo Gusiab's face was increasingly crumpled. He then coldly instructed the employee in front of him. Check round Shin Dong-chun. If an A-list actor is on board, rumors will circulate somehow. If there's nothing, he's taking some useless actor. Understood. And since he is starting all over, he'll be looking for investors. Soften them up, especially independent short film production companies. What kind of softening are you talking about? Subtly hint that they shouldn't invest a penny in Exorcism. Understood. If he doesn't have money, he won't even be able to make it. The growling CEO Seo Gusiab turned his head towards Park Young-haek on the left. Young-haek, I'm going to give you a bunch of short film scenarios for the Messian Scene Film Festival, so carefully review them and select one by tomorrow. Park Young-haek shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Yes, but CEO, you're going to push for me strongly this time, right? Do I have to say it? I'll definitely put my effort behind it, so you too, don't take it lightly and act with determination. Make sure you're at least selected better than Exorcism. I have years of experience, you know. There was no director who could dismiss Park Young-haek if they only saw his filmography. It was quite impressive after all. Soon, CEO Seo Gusiab scrunched up his bulldog-like face. I want you to crush Exorcism. This is a matter of my pride. If possible, produce a work of award-winning quality at the Messian Scene Film Festival. He spat out the words filled with intensity. So that Shin Dong-chun, that little shit, hit the ground with regret. Afterwards, whether by design or by chance, the production Kang Woojin got involved and began to pick up speed. At this point, the person who was most on edge was. A few Woojins also confirmed. Now I need to go around the film companies first. Director Shin Dong-chun of Exorcism. Since he had thrown out everything that was going on, contacting the production companies was his top priority. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin's contract was pushed back for now. They made a verbal agreement about the lead role and decided to sign a formal contract after the production company was confirmed. On top of that, he needed investors. In other words, money. The production company was not so much important as it was a basic requirement, and director Shin Dong-chun needed to find investors along with contacting the production companies. There wasn't much time until the Messian Scene Short Film Festival. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to somehow get the money from my connections. But there weren't many who would lend a large sum of money recklessly, especially when it's a high-risk investment like a short film. In other words, director Shin Dong-chun's situation became even harder. It was as if he had gone back nearly 2 years. If there was one difference from back then, it was that Kang Woojin was cast as the protagonist. Interestingly, unlike before, director Shin Dong-chun was full of energy. He briefly informed his close old brother, PD Song Man-woo, of the current situation. Brother, I've tossed everything I had going with GGO Entertainment and I'm starting from scratch. Of course, with Kang Woojin as the lead. Over the phone, PD Song Man-woo obviously cheered him on. That's good, well done. The road may be extremely rough right now, but if you look far ahead, that's the right way. How was it meeting Kang Woojin? He was incredible. He showed affection for my Exorcism, and he understood the scenario more in detail than I, the director. It's like he's been in and out of the production. He doesn't seem like it, but he's passionate inside, you know. He's the type who doesn't show it on the outside. The timing was good. Kang Woojin, he will soon be expensive. So, when your work airs, there will be a flood of calls. Let's meet before the shooting and tell me a bit about Woojin's story. It's a bit awkward to ask him myself. I don't know a damn thing either. He's a friend shrouded in mystery. I'll tell you what I know. So no contact from the other side. The other side where? Well, someone you wouldn't even imagine. No, forget it. In the end, PD Song Man-woo still had a question. But where did Kang Woojin get your script? Director Shin Dong-chun shook his head. I was so distracted that I forgot to ask. Asterisk. After 2 days. Unknowingly, the weekdays have passed, and it's now the 22nd Saturday. In other words, the weekend has arrived. Director Shin Dong-chun was still running around like crazy, and Profile Hanryong also boosted its progress with the same level of passion. They were in the middle of pre-production. All the remaining actors had been confirmed, and the sets and locations for Yuri scenes had been decided. Additionally, official scripts for Part 1 had been distributed to each of the actors. Furthermore, the outlines for the script meetings and production meetings, post-shooting and production announcement events had been decided. With this momentum, C Blue Studio started focusing on mid-wave promotions. The most anticipated work of the first half, Profiler Henryong, is nearing the end of pre-production, preparing for script reading. Profiler Henryong female lead Hong Hae-yeon showcases her goddess-like beauty at fashion brand party/photo. Will SBC succeed? The buzz around Profiler Henryong grows day by day. Meanwhile, star writer Park Yoon-mi was playing change. She sat down, watching a video on her laptop. The video showed Kang Woo-jin. It was a video where Woo-jin first acted as Park Di-rai. Watching the video, right Park Yoon-mi said, "Yeah, a bit more innocently, but when he acts there should be a little hint madness in his eyes." Inspiration began to pour out. It was an interesting picture, the feeling of being inspired by the character Park Di-rai, perfectly portrayed by the actor. Thanks to that, ta-da-da-da. With her quick hand, Park Yoon-mi started to revise the script that was already out to Part 4, from Part 2 to Part 4. This revised version was roughly completed on Monday after the weekend, and when PD Song Man-woo read the completed revised version in the script meeting, he said, "Ah, right, Park." With widened eyes, he praised Park Yoon-mi. The script quality has improved several times, from the psychology of the characters to the density of the text, but not just the other characters. No, he admired her. What's with Park Di-rai? The depth is mind-blowing, isn't it? Asterisk. The next day, the 25th Tuesday. The location was photoshoot. Dozens of staff, large cameras, and an actress in a suit were there. Nice. Miss Hae-yeon, how about we try taking off the jacket this time? It was Hong Hae-yeon with her long hair down, dressed in a well-fitted suit and luxury shoes. Click, beep, beep, beep. Changed her expression and posed to match the bursting shutter. A true professional. Anyone who saw her would drop their jaw at her stunning beauty. Then, okay, we will change clothes and go again in 10 minutes. Upon the staff shout, Hong Hae-yeon, who was taking off her suit jacket, moved to her spot. There, a team of nearly 10 people was already waiting. "Sis, good job." A bottle of water and a cell phone were handed to Hong Hae-yeon. Then, she sat down with a stack of papers placed on the chair. The slightly worn stack of papers had the following words on the cover. Exorcism. So, the stack of papers was the script for Exorcism, and for the past few days, Hong Hae-yeon had been reading the Exorcism script. The same was true at this site. Just then, buzz buzz. Her cell phone rang. The call was Choi Sung-gun, CEO of BW Entertainment, Hong Hae-yeon's agency. Since she had business with him, Hong Hae-yeon immediately answered the phone. "Hey, brother," Choi Sung-gun asked over the phone. "Are you in the middle of a photo shoot? Can you talk?" "Yeah, I'm on break now." "Then I'll make it quick. It's about Exorcism. It seems production has stopped." "What and why?" "It looks like director Shin Dong-chan has put a halt to it. The production company was Blueview Film. They are keeping it quiet, but I checked through my line, and GGO Entertainment seems to be involved." "GGO Entertainment? I didn't hear anything about that." "They seem to have proceeded quite secretly. Anyway, put the pieces together." CEO Choi Sung-gun began to speculate. Originally, GGO Entertainment was involved, but for some reason director Shin Dong-chan has stopped it. In the meantime, this guy Kang Woo-jin appears. It feels like that bulldog from GGO Entertainment screwed up and took a hit. If there's anyone who stinks lately in GGO Entertainment, who could it be? Park Young-ha. It's time to bring him back slowly. This is just my guess, but GGO must have tried to whitewash Park Young-haek through Exorcism, right? But it didn't go well. The fact that director Shin Dong-chun beat GGO in the picture scenario. Naturally, GGO Entertainment was pissed off and now they're breathing down the necks of independent and short film production companies. Breathing down their necks, what do you mean? It seemed GGO was also going to handle the investment, but if things fall through, director Shin Dong-chun has to raise the money again. You think the pissed off GGO bulldog Seo Guseot will just stand still? Choi Sung-gun's prediction was close to the answer. At this, Hong Hae-yeon, who had frowned, suddenly stood up. So you're saying they changed the lead actor, but now they don't have the investment money, so they can't produce Exorcism. What if that's the case? How much is the production cost? Only director Shin Dong-chun would know. For some reason, Hong Hae-yeon, who had lost in thought, mumbled into her suddenly enlightened phone. Brother, our BW Entertainment is also preparing for an investment project, isn't it? Asterisk. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the workshop of writer Park Yoon-mi, Kang Woo-jin, with an emotionless expression, sat upright at the kitchen table of the writer office. It's a workshop, but it's just like an apartment. He came at the call of PD Song Man-woo. Woo-jin had just arrived, and on the other side of him, PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Yoon-mi were seated. At this time, Woo-jin, PD Song Man-woo with a goatee smiled lightly, breaking the ice. Is this your first time at writer Park's workshop? Kang Woo-jin had been controlling his mind continuously since arriving at the workshop. It was put on a strong front and pretense. In a way, that was battlefield. Of course, only for Kang Woo-jin. Complacency is forbidden. Thanks to this, Kang Woo-jin's fate was composed. It was a bit excessive, and there was a subtle madness in his eyes, which he himself did not realize. Yes, that's right. It's called a workshop, but it's not different from home. That seemed to be the case. But Woo-jin, let me ask one thing before we get to the main point. PD Song Man-woo, with a small smile, suddenly asked Woo-jin, how did you get the exorcism scenario? Out of the blue, given the lack of response, it seemed that writer Park Yoon-mi was also aware, and something came to Kang Woo-jin's mind at this point. All right, come to think of it, this PD Song, this old man, he was a friend of that square-jawed director, right? It was surprising to me that they were somehow connected. Well, whatever that was, it was Bob to explain in detail in this situation. There was no need to lie either, so he just answered appropriately, compressed and condensed. I got it from an acquaintance. Acquaintance? At the same time, Kang Woo-jin added a spoonful of errands. Is the source of procurement important? No. Honestly, that's just my simple question, and what I'm really curious about is why you chose exorcism at the swimming. So I heard from director Shin Dong-chun that you had a fondness for the scenario. Right, Park Yoon-mi chimed in at the end of the sentence. Our drama is also in progress, but do you have a reason to go all the way to exorcism? Park's role is not easy, is it? I'm a little curious why you, Woojin, would specifically seek out to do exorcism. Are you curious? PD Song Man Woo answered for him. Honestly, it's a bit risky to gamble. It's a short film and the current situation isn't too great. But now, Woojin, how should I put it? You seem to be filled with too much certainty. It was true confidence. The basis for judgment was the void space that Woojin alone had, the ranks of works that can be seen there. Whatever it may be, Kang Woojin chose an answer. However, an appropriate pretense and gravity are needed. It's not great to avoid answering since he has to deal with the two giants for a long time. A long-winded answer is also ruled out, while being chic and slightly vague. Yeah, let's go subtly. I can't talk about the void space anyway. Then Kang Woojin's mouth opened. It was just a feeling. A feeling? Yes, the biggest reason I chose it was the feeling. This should pass. Kang Woojin praised himself. On the other hand, PD Song Man Woo and right part Yoon Mai stared at Woojin from across the table. Then, PD Song Man Woo asked with difficulty, "Are you originally good at feeling things, Woojin?" "I'm somewhat that way." Woojin's confident answer, PD Song Man Woo murmured to himself. Feeling. In other words, the eye or instinct for seeing a work. Who if exorcism really does well, this guy? It was a deep exclamation. He's already a unique monster, and he even possesses keen instincts. The snowball of enormous conviction just set off. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Plot Twist 4. Chapter 19, Plot Twist 4. One of the virtues necessary for an actor who stands at the crossroads of choice in each work was an eye for seeing the work. It's often described as intuition or instinct or a keen eye. Occasionally, there are actors who are quite successful in every work they do. However, this is not something that improves with practice. It was closer to a talent that one should have from the very beginning. The power of instinct that easily overthrows reason involved in an instant. If an actor possessed this, they were great blessed. Is it a character with severely collapsed balance? However, very few actors possess this. It was reasonable to say there weren't any recently. Veteran drama PD Song Man Woo, who had been in the industry for more than a decade, also saw only a few. Then suddenly there appeared Kang Woojin in the entertainment world. Could this huge, eccentric monster really possess that intuition? Soon, PD Song Man Woo asked the Kang Woojin again to make sure he understood. By intuition, you mean you chose exorcism just by intuition? Kang Woojin, in his chic demeanor, giggled inwardly in response to the repeated question. Why are they surprised? Is intuition such a strange thing? It's a common word used everywhere, right? Being still unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, it was a natural question for him. He didn't yet know how great intuition is for an actor. Anyway, since he already blurted it out, Kang Woojin embellished his words. The intent of exorcism was good, but what moved me was intuition. Why? What kind of intuition is it? Do you think exorcism will do well? Again, the question was asked. At this point, Woojin put on a display of bravado. Well, whatever, the hiring of that void seemed like a hint for the future. Yes, it's not like it won't do well. I think exorcism will do well. What kind of confidence is this? Woojin's speech without a moment of hesitation was sincere. At least, PD Song Man Woo and right part Yoon Mai, who saw Kang Woojin, felt so, and right part Yoon Mai, who writes works where intuition works, wondered. What on earth is the source of that conviction? Woojin seemed suddenly alien. It's not arrogance or audacity. He's purely confident. At that time, right part Yoon Mai took off her hairband and leaned towards Kang Woojin. Aren't you being a bit reckless? This time is probably the most important for you, isn't it? Is it? Right part Yoon Mai was serious. Kang Woojin was the epitome of indifference. At this, she inwardly clicked her tongue. The guy he's crazy. Where in the world is there an actor like this? He was clearly different from the actors usually seen around. On the other hand, PD Song Man Woo was relatively cool in judging Woojin. Past is unclear. He honed his acting skills for several, perhaps more than 10 years, and showed himself at the time he wanted, under the pretext of a hobby. Moreover, Kang Woojin joined two works immediately after his appearance, a huge drama and a short film. Whatever the process, no rookie can show such crazy speed. Rising rookies who are said to be popular are definitely most cautious in their first steps and what follows. Therefore, the agency is very sensitive in judging the works at that time. But Kang Woojin doesn't have an agency right now. Nevertheless, Kang Woojin is confidently picking out works with his intuition. But the work he boldly picked is Exorcism, a short film that usually wouldn't even be considered. For a rookie or unknown actor, a big project is always better given the chance. Kang Woojin has joined Profile Line Ryang, so he could have waited and chose slowly after the broadcast. Yet, he confidently picked Exorcism. Here, PD Song Man Woo stared at Kang Woojin's unwavering eyes across from him. Of course, there's no guarantee yet that Exorcism will do well, but if Exorcism really takes off, that crazy acting, unique star quality, guts, and even keen intuition and instinct, Kang Woojin will undoubtedly grow into a great actor that no one else can reach. Soon, PD Song Man Woo couldn't help but admire the muscles being in front of him. A little too much. Is the guy a real cheat character? Then PD Song Man Woo laughed. Ha, yeah. When I set up my production company later, I'll have to find Woojin when choosing scripts. Then right part Yoon Mai suddenly grabbed Woojin's hands across from her. She was a bit excited. Woojin, what do you think will happen to our Profile in Ryang? Strictly speaking, we pulled Woojin in rather than Woojin choosing it. On the other hand, Woojin felt a little disgusted inside. Is this writer used to holding hands? Thanks to her, he suddenly pulled his caught hand out and answered. There are two of you, isn't it going to do well? What are you talking about? You know how thin the ice is in drama production. Even dramas with top actors participating have flopped hard. Oh really? Woojin, who didn't know much about the drama industry, thought he should calm down right part Yoon Mai across from him. Besides, he was somewhat confident in Profile in Ryang. That's why Kang Woojin's answer was simple. It was somewhat sincere. I joined because I thought it would work out. At that moment, a sense of relief and energy came to Park Yoon Mai, the author. What on earth? I guess this is why people believe in religion. Later, PD Song Man Woo and right part Yoon Mai, who had been focusing on Kang Woojin, barely got back to the main point. They had called Woojin because of the script. Park Yunmai, once again wearing her hairband, took the lead. Originally, the script was out up to the fourth part, but recently we've revised the script from the second part, from the second to the fourth. Did you say revise? Yes, but we didn't completely overhaul it, we just made some appropriate cuts focusing on the characters, so there are parts that stick out a little compared to the first part. Of course, they've been revised too. In other words, there was a slight change in the overall script, and writer Park Yunmai, who received piles of paper from PD Song Manwoo, smiled. No, the video of Park Dirai shown by Woojin, that was complete cheeky. It gives me a lot of inspiration, you know. If you look at this part in the second part, the lines and emotions of Park Dirai have changed a bit. Then, writer Park Yunmai started explaining about the role of Park Dirai, which was appropriately revised. It was subtly fun, so Kang Woojin also focused. It's like, history classes are boring but historical stories are interesting. So, a few dozen minutes later, I'll send you the official scripts from the second to the fourth part as soon as they come out, and this is the official book script for the first part. Writer Park Yunmai, who handed a somewhat new-looking book to Kang Woojin, it was the official book script for the first part of Profile Hanryang. As I said, there were very minor revisions to the first part, so please skim through it once more with the first draft in mind. Understood? When Woojin pulled out the book script with a black square attached, Song Manwoo, who had checked his wristwatch, changed the subject. Woojin, about the script reading. It's not confirmed yet as we're still managing the actor schedules, but we're probably going to do it in an MT style. Script reading, Woojin, who remembered searching for it. It was probably gathering to synchronize the timing among all the actors before the main shooting, wasn't it? Woojin felt a mixture of anticipation and worry creeping up. It's amazing to see the actors, but he was nervous because it was his first time at such an event. But MT, it wouldn't be a motel, would it? Woojin, who tried his best to hide his facial expression, confirmed if the MT he knew was correct. MT style, did you say? At that, PD Song Manwoo nodded immediately. That's right. As you know, there are script readings where everyone just gathers in a reading room, but when there are many actors and staff, we do it in an MT style to sync up. Ah, yes. Well, the script reading is just an excuse. It's basically about actors and staff going there to play haha. We also grill meat and drink. At this point, right Park Yunmai hit PD Song Manwoo's shoulder to get him back to his senses, and Kang Woojin fell into his own imagination. Wait a minute, am I going to hang out with celebrities? Eating BBQ and drinking with celebrities who he thought lived in a different world. The last time he read an article, Profiler Hanryang had a lineup of top stars including Hong Hae-yeon. Woojin found it intriguing that he could engage in the same games in the same space as them, while having the same profession. Thanks for that. Well, I hadn't even thought about this. Woojin's nervousness increased all at once. He didn't show it outwardly, but his body was fidgeting. It was then that PD Song Manwoo continued. Anyway, the date hasn't been confirmed yet. Roughly maybe early or mid-March next month. If we do, can you go, Woojin? It won't be long. 1 night and 2 days. I can. Okay. Since we are going to cover the official book script up to the second part, it would be good that you come with a thorough understanding of the script, because we're going to read up to the second part there. I know Woojin will do well on his own. Then PD Song Manwoo explained to Kang Woojin about the contours of the role of Park Dirai, about the costumes, appearance, and other things. Most of it will be prepared by us, but if you think you need something, you can bring it yourself. We'll use it if it looks good. When all the meetings were over, about 3 hours had passed. As the Kang Woojin was leaving the studio, right Park Yunmai, who was saying goodbye to him, approached. Woojin, I didn't even know your number until now. Can you tell me? She, who was smiling and asking for Kang Woojin's number. PD Song Manwoo knew it, so there was no need to do that. There was something she was doing because she wanted to. Here. With that, right Park Yunmai's number was saved on Kang Woojin's phone. As the number of big names piled up, the value of Kang Woojin's phone increased greatly. Anyway, as soon as Woojin, who had left the studio, got on the elevator. Oh, it's been a while since I went to an MT. He broke his persona. Excitement immediately filled him. Going there together with Hong Hae-yeon and other celebrities, the scale of my life is getting huge. I had attended MTs, membership trainings, even during university days, but this time, it was different starting from the attendees. Soon, it was when Woojin moved with a light step down to the first floor. His phone in the jackpot vibrated. It was call. The caller was Director Shin Dong-chun, who hadn't been in touch for a few days since the last cafe meeting. Swoosh. As Kang Woojin picked up the phone, he regained the seriousness he had previously let go of. Yes, Director. Director Shin Dong-chun's voice over the phone was. Woojin, shall we meet tomorrow morning? I have something to tell you about exorcism. It was somewhat gloomy. I'll send you the address, you can come there. The next morning, the 26th, near Jiangsu Station in Mundang. Kang Woojin could be found in a rental office. His outfit today was light, maybe because the weather had warmed up a bit, an aviator jacket and jeans. Woojin sat at the desk placed in the narrow rental office, and opposite him sat Director Shin Dong-chun, looking thoroughly exhausted. Soon, Director Shin Dong-chun awkwardly laughed as he scanned the rental office. I rented it hastily. Is it not uncomfortable? Yes, it's okay. In fact, this rental office was hastily obtained by Director Shin Dong-chun after breaking away from the film company Blue Vision. They couldn't always talk in a cafe. Even though it was small, it was a great place to have meetings. Whatever it was. So Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun pulled out a thick, transparent file he brought and opened his mouth with difficulty. Cut to the chase, I've been looking for a movie company, an investor everywhere, but it's not easy. In other words, he was still chasing illusions. Also, it's not certain, but it feels even harder than before, as if GGO Entertainment has been meddling. Mid-April. Yes. Scene Short Film Festival. Yes, it's held in mid-April, so we need to start filming no later than early or mid-March. I'm sorry. The situation is not very good even though I said it confidently. Director Shin Dong-chun's mood suddenly darkened. Woojin, keeping his poker face on, felt sympathy for him internally. It's exactly like when I was working at the design company. I was the same when I had to make the 6th or 7th draft. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin's deep voice softened slightly. If there's anything I can do to help. Director Shin Dong-chun, shaking his head, barely smiled. No, I'm sorry. Woojin, you just need to focus on acting. I will somehow take care of the funding in the film company. Just then, Kang Woojin got a call. Because he didn't put it on vibrate, Woojin moved rather quickly. I'm sorry. Then, seeing the caller, he hesitated. Miss Hong Hae-yeon. It was a call from the top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Look at this Kim De-young. Even Hong Hae-yeon holds me like a friend, right? If he had been at home, Kang Woojin would have been grinning, but... Tonight, Director Shin Dong-chun was in front of him, so Woojin had to forcibly press his excitement. Excuse me for a moment. Yes, go ahead. Then, Kang Woojin respectfully answered the phone. Yes. You have a very simple response. Don't people usually say hello? Yes, hello. Never mind. Why do I always have to bow down and greet? Anyway, where are you now? If it's okay, I'd like to see you. You want to see me. Although the tone was the same, Hong Hae-yeon just meant to meet, but Kang Woojin's heart flutters slightly. Why is that? I have something to say. It's difficult now. I'm meeting someone. Is it Director Dong-chun by any chance? How did she know? Woojin was slightly taken aback, and laughter came from Hong Hae-yeon on the other side of the phone. Right, somehow, then that's good. Let me know your location, I'll come there. To be honest, I don't have time except for now. Then I should let her know. However, I had to be nonchalant. Woojin somewhat vaguely told her his current location, and the call ended quickly. Afterward, Kang Woojin and Director Shin Dong-chun had a profound conversation about exorcism. Woojin, I think we should leave out the scene. Is that so? Yes. I think we need to reduce the production odds. The chances of finding an investor increase as much as we reduce them. Then won't the quality drop? That's true, but filling it is the priority. That was about 45 minutes into the conversation. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the rental office flew open. Both Kang Woojin and Director Shin Dong-chun couldn't help but be surprised. And, there's a plate like this. One wearing a mask and a black hat entered through the open door, a hoodie and a denim jacket. As she looked at Kang Woojin and Director Shin Dong-chun, she took off her mask. Swoosh! Her face was revealed then, clear skin and perfect beauty. Seeing the one, Director Shin Dong-chun's eyes bulge out. Hong Hae-yeon. The one was Hong Hae-yeon. She took off her hat, showing off her long natural hair, and smiled at the stupefied Director Shin Dong-chun. PD, no, it's now Director. Director, I want to do exorcism. Director Shin Dong-chun stood up immediately. Perhaps he was so shocked that his expression was grotesque. What is this? At this time, Hong Hae-yeon turned her head. She looked at Kang Woojin's face, who was sitting to her right. Kang Woojin was so surprised that he remained expressionless. Hong Hae-yeon, who had no idea, made eye contact with Woojin and smiled. Aren't you surprised at all? Anyway, can I do exorcism? Asterisk. Chapter 20, Reading 1. Chapter 20, Reading 1. Expressionless, Kang Woojin's face was definitely indifferent at the moment. He was just staring at the god lying in front of him. No, top actress Hong Hae-yeon. His mind was calm. It was incredibly serene, but this wasn't real peace. His thoughts had just frozen due to an unexpected situation. Kang Woojin had been frozen since the appearance of Hong Hae-yeon, and his expression had stiffened. This naturally maintained Woojin's persona, who wouldn't freeze in thought, especially when a goddess suddenly appears. Aren't you surprised at all? Anyway, can I do exorcism? He wants to make a short film. Wait a minute. Wait, what's going on here? Why would the leading actress of a major drama come here to make a short film? If there had been any hint, it would have been understandable, but Hong Hae-yeon provided no pretext. In fact, Woojin hadn't had much conversation with her in the first place. Is this going to turn out weird again? Woojin barely started his stalled brain. Things are getting bigger, thousands of times more than when Director Shin Dong-chun overturned everything. At this point, he heard Hong Hae-yeon's laughter. Woojin, but aren't you too calm? Did you expect that I'm going to do exorcism? No, not at all. Kang Woojin didn't speak because the shock hadn't worn off yet. He was worried he might misspeak, so he just shook his head. Swoosh! Hong Hae-yeon, who slightly turned her face, asked again. But why are you so calm? It's boring. I thought you'd be surprised this time. He was surprised, incredibly so. He can honestly say that. Soon, Woojin managed to produce a low voice. I was surprised. You're funny, you have no expression. Around this time, Kang Woojin was struggling to work out his thoughts about why the god is here. Then something flashed through his mind and he murmured. Did PD Song Manwoo mention it by any chance? Director Shin Dong-chun and PD Song Manwoo are close. If he had to find a connection to Hong Hae-yeon, that was the only one, and whether it was right or wrong, Hong Hae-yeon laughed and brushed her long hair. Half right. It smelled good. No. Kang Woojin suddenly came to his senses. The first thing to do was to make sure. So you really want to do exorcism? I said, so is that not okay? If it's a joke? It's not. I might seem like I'm always playing around, but I'm busy. Where do I have time for jokes? Even when she's complaining, she's a goddess. Whatever, if she agrees, it's a win, right? He's too grateful. The reputation of Kang Woojin around him had soared indefinitely, but he was still very much an ordinary citizen. But that common man is going to include Hong Hae-yeon in his work. Combat power increased by 1,000,000 times. In an instant, Kang Woojin passed the sword. If you want to do it, I guess it's okay. Yeah, deal. While in the meantime, staring dumbfounded at the conversation between Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon. Director Shin Dong-chun covered his face with one hand and opened his mouth. Hae-yeon, sit down first. But Hong Hae-yeon shook her head. No, I have to go right away because I have the next schedule. PD Dong-chun, long time no see. I'm saying hello now. Yes, it's been a long time. But Hae-yeon, are you really going to do exorcism? I'm sorry, it's a little hard to believe. Yes, I want to. Hong Hae-yeon, who answered shortly, placed a bundle of paper she had brought in her side on the desk. It was an exorcism scenario. I've already read the scenario several times. If the director is okay with it, I want to play the role of the wife. Hae-yeon, do you really understand? that wife role is not the lead, it's a supporting character, and this exorcism is just a short film. Yeah, yes, I know. Plus, isn't this film going to be submitted to the Messian Scene Short Film Festival? How did you know that? When asked back, Hong Hae-yeon smiled with her eyes and shrugged. Our cable CEO told me. Hold on, wait a minute. Perhaps due to the rush of so many things happening all at once, director Shin Dong-chun sunk helplessly into his chair. Then, he had a sudden flash of inspiration and locked eyes with Hong Hae-yeon again. But for Hae-yeon's appearance fee, it's impossible for me to afford. I know that too. Hong Hae-yeon quickly murmured and pulled out a business card from her blue jacket pocket. She handed it directly to director Shin Dong-chun. Her smile deepened. But you don't need to worry, we are the investors, aren't we? You're the investors. Director Shin, who trailed off, checked the business card he received. BW Entertainment. CEO Choi Sung-un. The card had Hong Hae-yeon's agency and CEO written on it. Looking at such a business card, director Shin Dong-chun looked up again. CEO Choi. You know him, right? Of course, it would be stranger if I didn't, but does BW take care of the investment too? Yes, you can proceed by directly contacting the CEO. Things are accelerating at breaking speed. Kang Woo-jin just watched with a poker face. He wasn't sure about what was going on, but decided to stay silent. Noticing it was about time to leave, Hong Hae-yeon turned around, then paused. Oh, and Director Dong-chun, please keep it a secret that I am joining in anything else related to me, ideally until the work is submitted. She grabbed the door handle of the rented office, then suddenly turned back to Kang Woo-jin. But why exorcism of all things? He had heard a similar question somewhere before. Because of this, Woo-jin gave a stern response, similar to the one he had given back then. Intuition. Intuition. You're really odd. You know that, right? You're a bit of a weirdo. Perhaps. Hong Hae-yeon, who had made a slightly incredulous expression, murmured softly as she left the office. Well, I'll find out when I see. I'll get in touch. Thunk. As soon as the door closed, Director Shin Dong-chun rushed towards Kang Woo-jin. What on earth, Woo-jin? You didn't know about the seer, did you? But... Kang Woo-jin remained silent with a firm expression. It wasn't about maintaining a facade. Just... I'll get in touch. He was simply surprised at Hong Hae-yeon's words. Later that afternoon, in Kang Woo-jin's studio apartment. Due to the sudden incident in the morning, Kang Woo-jin was lying down on his bed. He was staring blankly at the ceiling. Although various thoughts were crossing his mind, the most prominent was about Hong Hae-yeon, whom he had met in the morning. He was obviously happy, so was Director Shin Dong-chun, but he couldn't help but feel as if he was walking in a dream. So, does this mean I will be working on 2 projects in a row with Hong Hae-yeon? At this point, Kang Woo-jin thought of his friend Kim D-young. What would he think if he heard this? Would he be seriously shocked? As Woo-jin indulged in these pointless thoughts, he suddenly got up. There was one thing that was certain. I can't just sit still. Kang Woo-jin's motivation and fighting spirit were flaring up compared to yesterday. What he held was the official script of Profiler Hanyoung Part 1, received yesterday. The cover was lavender, and the title was written in brush-style white letters. So, this is the official script. It does look different. Like the paper sack, the official script had the power to excite people. At least, Kang Woo-jin felt that way now. I'll be holding this in the shooting set, won't I? He began to fantasize, himself, looking at the script on the shooting site where numerous staff are running around. Thanks to this, Kang Woo-jin felt a sense of realism. Whoosh! He smiled slightly and lightly tapped the black square next to the script. Immediately, Woo-jin was sucked into the void. A space of endless darkness. The feeling of the infinite void was still the same. However, except for a slight sense of fear, Kang Woo-jin was now very calm, naturally, since he had visited the play quite a few times. Let's see. Woo-jin turned his body and moved in front of the floating white square. The interesting thing was that the number of white squares lined up had decreased significantly. Now, only 3 were visible. Normally, there should have been more than 3. The reason was simple. Woo-jin had discovered the delete function. The method was simple. Select the unnecessary white square and shout delete, and it would be erased. It was similar to the exit command to go outside. Kang Woo-jin, who originally liked tidiness, quite liked this function. It's easier to see and neat, isn't it? Anyway, whoosh. Woo-jin checked the white squares that had been reduced to 3. Soon, he muttered as if he had expected it. As I thought, it recognized the rough draft of the script and the official script separately. It was about Profile Hanyoung. In fact, until yesterday, there were 2 white squares in Woo-jin's virtual space, but just now 1 more was added, making it 3. In other words, the official script for Part 1 of Profile Hanyoung was listed. With this, the answer was simple. The draft, which used to be a bundle of papers, and the official script were separate. It was only natural, although the content is the same, slight modifications like atmosphere go into the official script. At this point, looking at the white squares, Kang Woo-jin found something different in the one that was just added. It was the grade marked at the end. Plus, there was a plus attached. The original draft was just grade A, but this official script had a plus added. In other words, the grade had gone up. Is it a plus above A? Then what's above that, a plus plus, or his grade? Whatever it was new discovery. Although he'd never seen a grade of plus before, Kang Woo-jin focused on something else. Oh, the grade isn't a fixed. Meaning there could be changes. Indeed, it wasn't strange. There could be many processes and changes in creating a work. So why did this official script have its grade raised? The quality higher, because there were slight modifications. Either way, a higher grade was green light. It would be a problem if it was lower, but if it was higher, it wouldn't matter much. Kang Woo-jin, who idly pondered this, turned his attention to what he was about to do. I should try to experience all of it if possible. Experiencing the characters in the official script of Profiler Hanyoung Part 1, if possible, all of them. Of course, this included Park D-rai. When it come down to it, there was practice for Kang Woo-jin. My goal is to master all the characters. Not just seeing from the perspective of Park D-rai, but possessing the viewpoint of all the male characters in Profiler Hanyoung. This should increase comprehension. I lack knowledge in this area already, so if I want to keep up with these amazing up actors, I need to have something. Woo-jin didn't know that this was an important part of script analysis, understanding each character and their dynamics. He couldn't have known that this would improve his acting quality. It was just a simple conclusion he reached from Elaine's point of view. So Kang Woo-jin. First, he chose the lead male role. Soon, Kang Woo-jin was sucked into the world of Yoo Jae-hyun, not Park Do-rai. 2 days later, it was late in the morning when the disheveled Kang Woo-jin woke up and was rubbing his eyes on his way to the bathroom. Woo-jin's cell phone rang loudly. At first he thought it was an alarm, but it wasn't. It was call. The caller was direct Shin Dong-jun. Soon Woo-jin, slightly tilting his head, picked up the phone. There was no need to clear his voice. Whoosh. He had just woken up, so his voice was deep and husky. Yes, director. In contrast, the voice of direct Shin Dong-jun over the phone is cheerful. Woo-jin. Haha, I need you to come somewhere with me in a few hours like a late lunch. Where to? You'll see when you get there. Oh, do you have any plans? Plans? Not really, but making it too obvious that he's not busy could interfere with his persona, so Woo-jin pretended to think for a moment. Lunchtime might be tight. How about around 3 in the afternoon? Okay, let's meet around then. A few hours later. Although the day had warmed up, Woo-jin, still wearing his padded jacket, came out of his studio building and walked a bit. On the side of the road, direct Shin Dong-jun was standing, smiling. Woo-jin, get in. Behind the energetic director Shin Dong-jun was a black van parked. I borrowed it long-term because it's necessary. Feeling good about being picked up by car, Woo-jin imagined his future manager as he climbed into the van, and the high-spirited director Shin got into the driver's seat quickly. Vroom. The van soared. It quickly entered the highway and picked up speed. In the meantime, direct Shin, who was driving, chatted nonstop to Woo-jin in the passenger seat. We fortunately managed to secure the investment very neatly, haha. Hyeon is truly a benefactor. The new investor was BW Entertainment. They immediately secured a film company. The actors were quickly cast, etc. By this point, Woo-jin was simply nodding in agreement. After about 2 hours of driving, Creature. The van arrived in Paju, Jeong Province. As Kang Woo-jin got out of the car, he looked straight ahead. He couldn't help it. There was nothing around except for a pretty large villa in front. Woo-jin realized as soon as he saw the villa. That villa? It was very similar to the villa in Exorcism, and if it proved this, direct Shin Dong-chun standing next to Woo-jin smiled happily. That's right, this villa is the main filming location of our Exorcism. 2-story height, a living room with large windows through which the inside was clearly visible, a deserted road around, and a mountain full of trees spread out behind the villa, etc. The slightly eerie atmosphere was a carbon copy of the villa in Exorcism. Director Shin Dong-chun, who walked a few steps towards the villa, added to the explanation. We can't afford a set because the production budget is tight. It's the same for most short films. I see. But how did they find such a similar villa? As Woo-jin muttered to himself, director Shin Dong-chun turned his body and spoke. I happened to find this place when I was working on the early stages of the script and kept it in my mind. As soon as the investment was sorted out, I started booking here. Behind him, director Shin Dong-chun laughed, saying that the elderly couple who owned the villa graciously allowed them to use it. Swoosh. Suddenly, he walked in front of Kang Woo-jin and showed him the white document bag he had brought. Soon, director Shin Dong-chun, whose fate became serious, spoke in a confident voice. Woo-jin, we've sorted out both investors and film companies. Fortunately, it seemed that the rest of the actors can be cast without any problems. Same for Hyeon. That's a relief. It's all thanks to Kang Woo-jin. What did I do? Contrary to Woo-jin, who thought he hadn't done anything special, director Shin Dong-chun, with slightly red eyes, held out the document bag to Kang Woo-jin. Now only one main protagonist is left for the contract. It's a formal contract negotiation. Kang Woo-jin calmly accepted the document bag. With this, Kang Woo-jin confirmed his first leading role in a film, although it was short film. Next, director Shin Dong-chun looked at Woo-jin and continued the briefing. However, due to the lack of time, script reading and the main shooting schedule are likely to overlap. The main shooting starts right on March 10th. We are planning for a 5-day shooting period. Today was Friday, February 28th. In other words, there were about 10 days left until March 10th. The shooting suddenly came up close. Thanks to that, Kang Woo-jin, while maintaining his cynicism, muttered inside. Wow, I'm a bit nervous now that it's actually happening. At this moment, a short vibration rang from Kang Woo-jin's phone. It was a message, and Woo-jin, after asking for direct Shin Dong-chun's understanding, checked the sender and content of the message. From PD Songman Woo. The script reading of Profile Han-ryong was a week later. And when the day, March 7th, arrived, top actors joined Profile Han-ryong, going on an MT for script reading, leaving tomorrow. It happened in the blink of an eye. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Reading 2. Chapter 21, Reading 2. Kang Woo-jin's February ended. Looking back, February was a month of astounding events for ordinary Woo-jin. Anyway, March has started. It was going to be a busy month, and soon it was Saturday, March 7th. Today was the day to leave for the MT and script reading of Profile Han-ryong. The current time was dawn. The place was Kang Woo-jin's studio apartment. Of course, the studio was dark and Kang Woo-jin was fast asleep. What woke him was the ringing of his cell phone, which sounded even more resounding because it was quiet. After about 10 seconds, half awake Woo-jin managed to pick up his phone placed next to his head. Groggy, he raised the phone to his ear without checking the caller. Hello? His voice was hoarse as he was asleep. On the other hand, a clear female voice came from the other side of the phone. Oh my, you were sleeping. Taken aback, Kang Woo-jin checked the phone screen as soon as he heard the woman's voice, squinting his eyes at the screen bright light. Hong Hae-yeon. The other party was top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Kang Woo-jin immediately got up and checked the time. It was just past 4 in the morning. What a dream. No, why would Hong Hae-yeon call me at this hour? As his thoughts raced, Woo-jin quickly collected his wits. I'll stay in character. He barely managed to regain his composure. He had become a little used to faking it, so it didn't take long. What's the matter? Aren't you getting ready? Getting ready? Ready to go to the MT and script reading. I was informed to arrive by 9 o'clock. That's right. I plan to take this at minibus. Hey, you won't be seen as much if you do that. It's the first appearance of the popular star debut Har. I told you, everyone, actors and staff alike, are really curious about you, Woojin. Where do you live, Woojin? I live in Suji area. Ah, wait a moment. She seemed to be doing something with her phone on the other end, and then Hong Hyeon continued speaking. Then, can you come to Suji off station? Be there in 2 hours. What's this? The vibe feels like she's making a date. Woojin blinked his eyes and asked. Why? Through the phone, he heard the laughter-infused reply of Hong Hyeon. Why? I mean, I'm picking you up. Let's take my car, not the minibus. Fast forward about 2 hours. The time was heading towards 6 in the morning, and perhaps because it was early, there weren't many people on the street. Among them, Kang Woojin, wearing an aviator jacket over his hoodie, was walking. Seeing his reflection in a shop window, he paused. Ah, I should have dressed up a bit since it's the first script reading, right? Top actors and many other actors were attending the script reading. Hence, Woojin did ponder over it, but the PD Song Manwoo simply told him to come comfortably. Everyone else was coming casually. So, Woojin dressed as casually as possible. However, because he had not paid much attention to his appearance, Kang Woojin now looked utterly casual, but the water had already been spilled. It was too late to go back. Tisk, whatever. With a nonchalant attitude, Kang Woojin quickened his pace. He soon approached the station area. 2 big cars immediately caught his eye. A black minivan and a luxury white Benz were parked by the curb near the station. Those must be it. They were obviously unusual cars. As Kang Woojin approached the crosswalk, he put on a firm poker face. He had been rehearsing his tough act on the way here, so he wasn't worried, but he knew he needed to be more determined than usual. After all, he was about to get into Goddess Hong Hyeon's car. Soon, Kang Woojin arrived in front of the 2 cars and looked around. The window tinting was so dark that he wasn't sure which car was which. Then it happened. Creak. The rear door of the luxury white Benz opened. At the same time, Kang Woojin smelled a pleasant fragrance. Hong Hyeon, wearing a cap, appeared, waving her hand. Are you here? The lady smiling inside the white Benz looked gorgeous, regardless of the time of day. Woojin admired her silently, while responding with an indifferent voice. Yes, hello. But Woojin. Hong Hyeon, now inside the car, scanned Kang Woojin from head to toe. His appearance seemed to bother her. Wow, you really don't seem nervous at all, do you? I'm nervous. You expect me to believe that. Even if it's just a script reading, there will be actors, staff, and reporters, etc. There'll be at least 50 to 60 people, and you're dressed so casually. I dress appropriately. You dressed way too casually, didn't you think? Ah, this is not good. Did he dress too casually after all? Just as Woojin was starting to regret, Hong Hyeon shook her head as if she was tired of it. I knew this, but it seems you really don't care about other gays, Woojin. You're an actor now, you know. Same for us. The field is a battlefield. Makeup is armor, and acting is a weapon. If you decided to reveal yourself, you should also manage your image. Suddenly, Hong Hyeon began to nag. If it was the nagging of mother accompanied by backsmishing, he would have run away. Her nagging sounds sweet. Why is it? The fact that the other person is Hong Hyeon made even this sound sweet to Woojin. Moreover, upon closer look, Hong Hyeon seemed unadorned, yet it was evident that she had made an effort. Full makeup and the overall balance of her fashion, etc. Could it be described as the epitome of effortless yet effortful nowadays? At this point, Hong Hyeon sighed slightly. Get in, people are watching. She gestured for him to get into her Benz. As soon as Kang Woojin got into the Benz, both the minivan and the Benz started. While sitting on the opposite side, Hong Hyeon folded her arms, looking at Woojin. There's so much to teach you. Why are you wasting your good looks? You have nothing to criticize in terms of acting, but on this side, you're a blank canvas. The nagging started again, but everything just went in one ear and out the other for Woojin. He was too distracted to concentrate. The situation itself was too stimulating for Kang Woojin. He was inside the car of top actress Hong Hyeon, a situation he couldn't have even dreamt of a month ago. The distance between them was close enough for him to hear her breathing. Hong Hyeon was scolding Woojin while exuding a pleasant scent, and the atmosphere, which could be mistaken as them being close friends, how was that? It felt so surreal. So Woojin decided to remain silent. He just had to maintain his image now, just looking out of the window. At that moment, swoosh! Hong Hyeon reached out towards Woojin, who was looking out of the window. Woojin, surprised, reflexively moved. Click. Kang Woojin had slightly knocked Hong Hyeon's hand away. It turned out she had makeup powder in her hand. After that, there was a moment of silence. It probably lasted about 10 seconds. Then, I told you I'd do your best makeup, didn't you hear? Hong Hyeon muttered sulkily, and Kang Woojin, trying his best to hide his surprise, hastily made an excuse. I'm sorry, I just don't like it when someone touches my face. There was no such thing. Internally, Woojin was lamenting. It's screwed. My image is ruined. She's going to hate me. Meanwhile, Hong Hyeon, who was carefully observing Woojin's stern face, thought. He doesn't like his fate being touched. Does he have some sort of backstory, related to his past? But this is the first time I've been rejected so outright. It was the first time she had ever been treated the way. Ah shit, this is subtly hurting my pride. Around 9 a.m., Gyeopyeong Jeongdo. They were at a condo in Gyeopyeong. It was a large condo with a total of 5 buildings, and many cars were starting to park in the outdoor parking lot in front of the first building. Vans, minibuses, large sedans, etc. There seemed to be at least 30 vehicles. The reason was simple. The condo was the site for the MT membership training and script reading of Profiler Henryong. The Profiler Henryong team rented the entire building one for 2 days and 1 night. Thanks to this, the outdoor parking lot was crowded with people. No, that goes over here, bring it here. Hey, rookie, who told you to carelessly put down the equipment? Don't you know that the lighting equipment is expensive? Alright, first, let's quickly move the luggage and set up the reading room. We are short on walkie-talkies. Dozens of staff members were unloading luggage from the bus, and actors who were arriving in droves were busy greeting each other. While your skin looks great, is the cosmetic you're advertising actually good? Of course, you want to use it, brother. By the way, I heard you're doing a variety show. There were also many reporters and actors managers. If you just count the number of people, wouldn't there be about 100? The overall picture reminded of a college empty. All of them had to first unload their luggage in their assigned rooms, and the profiler and young staff had no time to spare due to various setups. Everyone gradually gathered in a large hall on the first floor. The script reading begins in the hall at 10 a.m. Originally, it was an empty space, but now it was different. The width of the hall was as big as a school auditorium, and in the middle, desks were laid out in an angle, commune shape. Appropriate snacks and drinks were placed on it, and around the angle, commune-shaped desk, over 4 chairs were arranged. There were also dozens of temporary chairs at the entrance of the hall. At a glance, it was a large-scale script reading venue. There were many small cameras set up in various places, and large cameras placed all around the hall. Even a filming team of about 6 people was filming all over the large reading room. It was the making team of profiler Henryang. The making team was busy interviewing each actor as they appeared. What was the best reason for you to join profiler Henryang? What is this? Are we really filming right now? They just filmed anything they could now, which could later be used for making previews, teasers, etc. Anyhow, the actors started to arrive slowly at the large hall. Lead actors, supporting actors, etc. Their management team were sitting on the chairs surrounding the hangle, commune-shaped desk. A few dozens of minutes later, before they knew it, the place was filled with people, making it hard to find an empty seat. The interesting thing here was, did you find the actor who plays Park Di-rai? No, not yet. He'll come to the reading today, right? I heard he's from overseas. Isn't he really a foreigner? Almost all of the gathered actors were talking about the role of Park Di-rai. We can see him today. I was dying of curiosity all this time, really. Me too. I'm curious about how special the actor is that they kept it a secret until today. It seemed that all the rumors were nonsense, considering we don't see any of the mentioned actors. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The actors repeatedly glanced at the empty seat for the role of Park Di-rai. Ha-yeon, wearing a hat, made her appearance then. Hello. As soon as she appeared, followed by about 6 staff members, greetings were thrown her way. Amidst this, a tall man slipped in behind Ha-yeon, who was greeting the actors. Ha-yeon, are you going to the after party after today's reading? It was Ryu Youngmin, top actor who played the male lead in Profiler Henryang. He still had long hair, possibly because his hairstyle hadn't been decided yet. Ha-yeon shrugged her shoulders and answered vaguely. I don't know, depends on the condition, but we've come this far, shouldn't we get involved a bit in the usages? Is that so? Oh right, hey, have you seen the actor for the role of Park Di-rai? At his question, Ha-yeon smiled naturally. I wonder, when is he coming? I'm so curious I'm going crazy. Isn't he not coming today? Ryu Youngmin, who was scanning the surroundings, made eye contact with a man in an aviator jacket among Ha-yeon's managers. Oh, this guy looks too good to be a manager. He's handsome, and his physique is not bad either. Hey, Ha-yeon, it's a waste for the guy to be a manager, isn't it? Ha-yeon chuckled at the aviator jacket manager. Is that so? Should I make him an actor? That's good. If his backer is Ha-yeon, he'll be on the fast track from the start as a newbie. Ryu Youngmin, who was laughing coolly, spoke to the manager in the aviator jacket. It had a vibe of killing time. Really? You should try acting once. It's a waste of your fate not to. But the manager didn't answer. Besides, he had an indifferent expression. At this, Ryu Youngmin, who was straightening his long hair, turned his gaze back to Ha-yeon. The guy's cool, he has an aura, or is he nervous, are you new? It was then. Swoosh. PD Song Man-woo appeared at the entrance of the large hall. Of course, Right Park Yunmai, with her long permed hair down, was also there. Thanks to them, dozens of people who filled the hall moved to their places. So, PD Song Man-woo and Right Park Yunmai, seated side by side at the Hangul Commune shape table. At that time, all the actors' eyes were on PD Song Man-woo, and Ryu Youngmin, who was right next to him, so out. PD, what's going on? Actor for Park Di-rai is not here. Are they not coming? Dozens of actors nodded as if they agreed. Then, PD Song Man-woo and Right Park Yunmai both smiled. The one who opened his mouth was PD Song Man-woo. He's here. Yes. Soon, the actors tilted their heads and showed question marks in their eyes. Regardless, PD Song Man-woo turned his head and looked around the middle of the M-shaped desk. What can be seen is the role plate placed on the desk. And for some reason, looking in that direction, PD Song Man-woo nodded. Who the hell did he not do? In an instant, all the actors' eyes were on the seat of Park Di-rai's role. Not only the actors, but also all of their managers and the production staff. It was a place that was clearly empty. But a man in an aviator jacket stood there. Who knows when he arrived? It was the man who Ryu Youngmin had called Ha-yeon manager. Thanks to this, long-haired Ryu Youngmin blinked his eyes as he saw the man. However, despite the intense attention, the man in the aviator jacket was indomitable and had an expressionless face. He scanned all the actors gathered in the large hall for a moment. Soon, the man who pulled out the chair at the position of Park Di-rai role muttered to everyone. His voice was cold. Hello, I'm Kang Woo-jin playing the role of Park Di-rai. At that moment, the bustling huge hall fell silent in an instant. Chapter 22, Reading Free. Chapter 22, Reading Free. Ever since he arrived at the condo, Kang Woo-jin's heart had been pounding nonstop. He was extremely nervous. Is this the place I should be in? He wondered. He was thrown into a new environment too abruptly to adapt. Woo-jin tried to maintain a poker face, but it was a war zone inside. Keep calm. Don't panic, they're all just people. I'm confident I'm tough. He tried to control his mind to cover up his humble citizen-essence. Fortunately, Ha-yeon, when did you confirm this project? All the actors who recognized top actress Ha-yeon and approached her didn't even care about Kang Woo-jin. It was strange to recognize him. Thanks for that, I should hide behind Ha-yeon. He bought time. Kang Woo-jin used Ha-yeon as a shield and quietly focused on breathing. This condo was a critical location for Woo-jin's disguise. Hundreds of watching eyes. Because they are all acting masters. The hall was filled with veterans in the field. He has been maintaining the disguise well so far, but if it collapses here, everything goes back to square one. So he had to be more alert than usual. Ah shit. Control your expression, control your expression. Honestly, at the moment just before the script reading, Kang Woojin was staking his life on disguise more than acting, at that time. Hong Hyeon, are you going to the after party after today's reading? A tall, handsome actor approached Hong Hyeon at the entrance of the large hall. As soon as Woojin saw him, he recognized him. Ah, Ryu Yeomin, he's really good looking. He recognized Ryu Yeomin, the male lead of Profile Hanryong, whom he had only seen in the news. He had seen many actors on the way, but Ryu Yeomin indeed exuded a different aura. It was then that Ryu Yeomin brought up the act playing the role of Park Du-rai, who was right next to him. Hey, have you seen the actor for the role of Park Du-rai? Woojin unknowingly was about to raise his hand in surprise. He barely held back. That actor is here, right in front of you. The problem was, oh, the guy looks too good to be a manager. He is handsome. Ryu Yeomin suddenly showed interest in Kang Woojin. He openly called Woojin Hong Hyeon's manager. What's going on? Why is he misunderstanding? However, Woojin focused on the compliment handsome that came out of Ryu Yeomin's mouth. Crazy, I almost laughed. Even if it's an empty compliment, Ryu Yeomin, the nation's boyfriend, called him handsome, so he must feel like dancing. But it didn't end there. Ryu Yeomin stepped forward to Woojin and said, really? You should try acting once. It's a waste of your face not to. Ah, but this guy is really handsome, even more so up close, a face that could effortlessly pull off long hair. Women would go crazy for someone as handsome as him. Kang Woojin unknowingly found himself admiring Ryu Yeomin's face. No, he was mesmerized. Then, Ryu Yeomin casually said to Hong Hyeon, the guy's cool, he has an aura, or is he nervous, is he a rookie? It was a misunderstanding. Oh, this wasn't intended. Around this time, familiar faces appeared at the entrance of the hall. They were PD Song Man-woo and Ride Park Yun-mai, and Ryu Yeomin moved away, greeting Hong Hyeon. Next, Woojin. Hong Hyeon tapped Kang Woojin's shoulder and pointed to the middle of the table arranged in Hangul, Kwalmyum and shape. That's the spot for the hyperstar Park Du-rai. Well, I'm sure you're not nervous, but don't be tense. Are you kidding? I'm insanely nervous. Woojin exhaled a long breath, trying not to show it. Then he checked the middle seat she pointed out. Among the actors, he could see the roll card for Park Du-rai. Swoosh. Soon, Woojin moved, to blend in among the hundreds of people. His heart, which had somehow come down, started thumping again. It felt like his heart would burst. Wow, this is crazy. Experiencing this situation for the first time, Woojin felt a slight tremble in his fingertips. But now there's no turning back, and what he has to do is set. Woojin walked step by step, chanting his mantra. Thankfully, no one in the hall was paying attention to Woojin by the time he finally reached Park Du-rai's seat. PD, what is this? There's no act for Park Du-rai. Are they not coming? He's here. With a smile, PD Song Man-woo nodded his head looking at Woojin. At that moment, swoosh. The attention of over 100 people in the hall focused on Kang Woojin. Oh, wait a minute. Woojin froze. The glances of dozens of actors, the whispering managers, the reporters craning their necks, and so forth. Over 100 people were thirsting for a response from Kang Woojin. Who are you? Woojin felt his body and mind turn as white as a blank sheet of paper. The funny thing was that there was one clear command in his mind in this situation where his sanity had flown away. I don't know shit. Conceptualization, straightforwardness. Only one thing was clear without any minor details. It's scary how habits can be. That's why Woojin could purely pursue just that and make a ruthless expression while scanning everyone looking at him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That took a few seconds. Gaining some sanity, Woojin. Self-introduction. He spoke in a low voice. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin playing the role of Park Du-rai. Soon, the large hall, which had been full of awkwardness, became quiet. The atmosphere is somewhat strange. Anyway, Kang Woojin felt like he should sit, so he pulled out a chair. Thud. In this huge reading room, only the sound of Woojin pulling out a chair echoed. That increased the focus. Famous veteran actors with their eyes wide open, successful female actresses in entertainment shows, male actors whose recent movies were a hit, actors whose faces were familiar, but names were unknown, and so on. Stop looking at me, I'm trembling. Woojin muttered to himself as he glanced at one of the actors. I bought a padding jacket after seeing the commercial that actor did. Hyeon, who was sitting in the front row, was smiling slightly, as if holding back her laughter. The male lead, Ryu Yeomin, still had his eyes wide open, looking at Woojin with a very dumbfounded expression. Anyway, over 100 people in the hall were shocked for a different reason. The role they had been anticipating, Park Du-rai, was taken by an actor they had never heard of. In fact, to everyone, Kang Woojin was no different from an ordinary person. Therefore, it was natural for all the actors to look at him with puzzled faces. Reporters and management teams who came to the script reading were no different. Around then, all right, PD Song Man-woo broke the silence in the hall. You've all been curious about the act playing the role of Park Du-rai, Miss Kang Woojin. You've exchanged greetings, right? Then did everyone's eyes, which had been focused on Kang Woojin, turn away. Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief without showing it, and PD Song Man-woo proceeded with the script reading. We'll do a detailed introduction as we go into the reading. Everyone, open part one of the script. Flip, flip. Soon, the flustered actors quickly spread their scripts. Even while doing so, they sneakily glanced at Woojin embarrassed. Who is he, do you know? No, it's my first time seeing him. Is he an unknown? An unknown? He's too unknown, though. I know a bit about the theater world, but he's completely unfamiliar. Everyone had the same opinion. The PD song rarely cast unknowns or rookies. Exactly on top of that isn't the role of Park Du-rai a supporting role. They gave that to an unknown. That's crazy. Of course, the actors sitting around Kang Woojin greeted him as well. Nice to meet you, Miss Kang Woojin. Have you done theater? Hello, I haven't done theater. You have a nice voice. Is it your first work? Yes, it's my first work. Kang Woojin maintained a serious demeanor, since he didn't know much, so his answer had to be as brief as possible. However, this was evaluated differently by the surrounding actors. Why is his reaction so stiff? He hasn't caught the star disease already, has he? He looked decent. Isn't that just his personality? I was quite looking forward to Park Derai, but the acting itself might be a bit bland. But if PD Song has cast him, he'll at least have the basics down right. As long as he does the basics, it's okay. At this point, PD Song Man Woo said, "Let's start with the introductions." The script reading officially started. A moment later, introductions of the production team and actors went around once. There was a bit of awkwardness during Kang Woo-jin's introduction, but the introduction time ended smoothly. The start of the reading was from PD Song Man Woo's narration. As #1, a forest morning, pleaser all over the forest. Profile handwriting was story set in 20 yen. Although it had not been written to completion yet, the plan was to connect 4 episodes into 16 parts in total. Among them, Park Derai was a key character in the first episode. He was also the character who opened the lid that ran through the main theme of the entire drama. The first scene, a male body in his 50s is discovered in the mountains. That's where the male lead Ryu Youngmin appears. He played the role of Yu Jae-hyung profiler. He had the brain of a genius but was called Yu Henryong because he was slacker by nature. With the appearance of Yu Henryong, he said his lines. The state of the body is not great. I came here after having breakfast. The next to appear is Hong Hyeon. She plays the role of Jang Yeon-hee, passionate detective. She was set up as a hard-nosed detective who chases persistently once she gets a hold on something. As soon as Jang Yeon-hee sees Yu Jae-hyung, she frowns. Why is Mr. Yu Henryong here? Isn't there anyone else? There aren't many profilers nationwide, are there? If you're so bothered, why don't you do it, Detective Jiang? I'm going to go eat dessert. How ridiculous. The two seemed to know each other well and started bickering. Behind them, the male body. Other actors joined the scene. The atmosphere for the script reading quickly becomes serious, as the actors who are well known for their acting skills exchange lines they have each analyzed. When is the estimated time of death? It looks like last night. What's that red thing under the nails? It's nail polish. Nail polish? What kind of hobby does this old man have? The actors carry on with their performance in full spirit, even though it's just a script reading. The intensity is palpable, however. Kang Woo-jin was subtly shaking his head while watching the actor performances. That actor, it feels like he's delivering his lines somewhat carelessly. Because in his sight, this wasn't a reading room, it was the world of Profiler Henryong Part 1 unfolding. Kang Woo-jin had already experienced the lives of each role, the character who just delivered his lines, the one currently muttering his lines, and the one preparing his lines. In fact, he was capable of the most candid acting among any of the actors present at this script reading session. No, that part needs emphasis. The character is supposed to be desperate, right? Why are they delivering the lines so flatly? Sure enough, he said, your lines were too bland just now. Please add some intensity. Just like Woo-jin was inwardly disappointed, PD Song Man Woo calmly pointed out the actor's shortcoming. Woo-jin inwardly responded. See, I knew it. That actor's expression has been strange from the beginning, right? At the same time, right Park Yoon-mai, who had a hairband on, sold Jang Tae-sun, who was playing the supporting role. He said, have you properly analyzed your character? I don't know why you seem so drained. I'm sorry, I was trying to analyze it differently. I'll try to do it properly. Everything was as Kang Woo-jin had thought. Of course, he didn't know about the female roles, but it didn't matter much for the role of Park Derai, which was mostly paired with male roles. Woo-jin, maintaining his poker face, was fully tense, but he began to enjoy the script reading session. Comparing the performances of the actors to what he had personally experienced, sometimes he wanted to jump in himself. It's not supposed to be done that way, I almost said. It was like the feeling of secretly playing with dirt during free time on the playground. Suddenly, Woo-jin felt it. Is this what they call ambition for a role? Meanwhile, in the middle of Profiler Henryong, a twist that shakes the plot unfolds. Starts with a line from Profiler Yu Jae-hyung. Can you look at this? The red nail polish, the clothes only taken off the upper body, murder weapon, and arranging the hosha casually before the body stiffened after killing. Weren't there similar methods used in the past, among unsolved cases? Turns out that the method and modus operandi of the murder is the same as the still unsolved case, the serial killer who created 5 bodies in the past. So the whole country is turned upside down. Here's Jang Yeon-hee's line. In 2004, he vanished, but he's back after 6 years. We're not sure yet, but it looks like his work, right? It feels like a flashy comeback. Talking about a comeback, but why suddenly now? As the middle of Part 1 is crossed, the tension in the drama gradually intensifies. Of course, due to the performance of the actors, the atmosphere in the script reading session is hot. It was at that moment. Fade out. PD Song Man Woo turned a page of the script and pointed to the next character. Quiet Park Woo-jin. The latter part of Part 1, Park Derai makes his appearance. Park Derai's first appearance is a solo act without any partner, so just catch the feel a bit and do it moderately. Let's match the tone of the plot progression. Yes, I understand, I'll do it moderately. However, Woo-jin, who lacks experience, doesn't understand what moderately means. What level of moderate is he talking about? Is he suggesting to cut back on expressions? Or is he asking him to do it carelessly? Woo-jin didn't know. Although he didn't know, Woo-jin made a rough conclusion. Phew, I'm nervous. I'm sitting down anyway, so I'll keep my movements minimal and express myself properly. What else? Performing in front of more than 100 people, let alone in a place filled with actors, was first for Woo-jin. His heart felt like it would burst, but he couldn't let it show. Act as calmly as possible, as relaxed as possible. Just think about the imposing Park Derai. He solely focused on the experiences he had seen, observed, and felt as Park Derai, moderately reducing the movement a little. In doing so, the focus and attentive Kang Woo-jin became Park Derai. He didn't gradually get into character. In an instant, Kang Woo-jin's aura changed. This wasn't a difficult process for Woo-jin. He had read and experienced it over dozens of times, had experienced it, understood it, and digested it. Suddenly, the scene before Woo-jin's eyes changed. The hundreds of people had all disappeared, and a peaceful day in the park was spread out before him. The hot temperature of the reading room turned into sunshine, touching his skin. The temperature was warm. Now, Park Derai's expression was gentle. It was not at the level of being full of vitality. It was just that Kang Woo-jin was Park Derai. No, it doesn't matter which one. There's nothing different anyway. Question. Park Derai raised his head. A smile spread across Park Derai's face, which was gentle but haggard. It was a strange expression. His eyes were dark yet subtly gleamed with madness. It was enough to cause discomfort. At this moment, Park Derai, who had been staring at Point in midair, suddenly erased his expression. The pure smile from a moment ago was nowhere to be found. His face was completely smooth without a single wrinkle. Why? It was a puzzling change. Park Derai smiled again. It was slightly different from before, just enough to reveal a bit of his teeth. There was a slight gap in the visible smile. The gap was subtle, but it hid meaning. Veteran actors wouldn't miss this. The actors watching Park Derai were opening their mouths. They had never seen such an expression anywhere. Even Hong Hyeon, who was staring at Park Derai so as not to miss a thing, was no exception. He doesn't care about the tension, he's overflowing with composure. It feels even more profound than before. How did he prepare for part 2? I can't wait to see. The right Park Yoon-mi, who created Park Derai, was no exception either. Showing off to these top actors, it's even clearer than before. He's really insane. Is he continually improving? The chief PD Song Man-woo, who oversees the entire direction, was no exception either. I guess he doesn't care about the gaze of hundreds of people, because his self-esteem is in the sky. No matter what I'll monitor, I want to see it on the monitor right now, that thing. Then Park Derai lowered his head and raised it again. He then scanned the actors. To the right, to the left. The emotions he had built up were making it impossible for them to take their eyes off him. Soon, swish. Park Derai's intense eyes reached a point. It was Ryu Youngmin, the male lead, whose eyes were filled with shock. No, more accurately near him. Then Park Derai tilted his head slightly, and a smile crept up his stiff face. He was smiling, but his eyes were sad. Anticipation envelops the thrill in player. After looking intently at the area near Ryu Youngmin for a few seconds, Park Derai's mouth opened slightly. Ah, there you are, bastard. At this moment, the target of Park Derai, the male lead Ryu Youngmin. Sociopath. He, who experienced Kang Woojin for the first time, muttered to himself unknowingly. Is that acting is what you call moderate? Asterisk. TL note. 1. Hanyang means playboy / loafer, etc. Asterisk. Chapter 23, reading 4. Chapter 23, reading 4. Ryu Youngmin couldn't take his eyes off Kang Woojin. First, it was because he had mistaken Woojin for the manager, but now it was because of his immense acting skill, which overshadowed his initial impact. That acting, what is he showing off? How can that be considered moderate? Although Ryu Youngmin was the male lead of Profile Hanyang at this moment, the protagonist of the reading was Kang Woojin. Not only Ryu Youngmin, but also all the actors were staring intently at Woojin. They all had the same look in their eyes. It changed from who are you to what the hell are you? Of course, various officials scattered in the large hall felt the same way. Among them was CEO Choi Sung-gun. He was the CEO of BW Entertainment, the agency of top actress Hong Hyeon, and was the hidden investor in the short film Exorcism. He had come separately from Hong Hyeon and was sitting on a makeshift chair near the entrance. And right now, Choi Sung-gun was speechless. How did he grasp the emotion so quickly? Why is his emotional switch so fast? Obviously, it was because of Kang Woojin, an unknown who was suddenly cast by PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Yoon-mi, and whom Hong Hyeon took an interest in. To be honest, Woojin's first impression on CEO Choi Sung-gun was just okay. But now it was different. The moment he saw the role of Park Derai played by Woojin, CEO Choi Sung-gun's mind went blank. He was confused about what he was seeing, and whether he could judge the man who was acting it out. I've never seen acting like that before. How much analysis and practice must one do to achieve such a performance? Or could such a feat even be achieved with practice alone? At the moment, Kang Woojin seemed difficult to be judged by the standards of an actor. Yes, he was just Park Derai, nothing more. At this point, Park Derai's gaze and expression changed. His deep eyes, once filled with desire and pleasure, now contained a calculating smile. For some reason, his face reminded one of a child, a distorted fairy tale, calculated innocence. Then he embraced something, and a faint line was uttered. You're cute, so fluffy, I want to hug you. Park Derai looked around, slowly turning his head. The focus was clearly on his face, but his fingers holding something were trembling slightly. It wasn't from fear. It was from excitement. Watching this, CEO Choi Sung-gun unconsciously stood up from his seat. Sociopath with pleasure right in front of him. Fun. Park Derai had fun right in front of him by destroying something. At this moment, no one in the huge hall doubted that this man was Park Derai. They couldn't. It wasn't mere imitation of the printed script. Kang Woojin's acting was smooth, clean, and free of incongruity. How about the mud lines? CEO Choi Sung-gun was full of admiration. A single line of short dialogue captures a person. It's apt to say it mesmerizing. It was about then that CEO Choi Sung-gun suddenly realized something. Wait, he was told to act moderately. The magic word that PD Song Man-woo had given to Woojin was moderately. It was a request to set the tone of the drama. In other words, all the performances Woojin showed could be concluded as moderate. Upon realizing this, Choi Sung-gun could not hide his bewilderment. However, the expression of Kang Woojin, who had just finished the first part of Park Derai's acting, was very stern. No, it was downright naive, as if the acting just now was very light. Even more so. The son of Park Derai vanished like a ghost as soon as the acting ended. The expression is the same, but the eyes are completely different, aren't they? How can the emotional transition be so fast? Kang Woojin's process of entering and exiting his role was astonishingly fast, an unprecedented spectacle, even for Choi Sung-gun, who had been in the acting field for over a decade. Maybe it was moderate. He acknowledged it. Yes, he didn't know what was going on, but that guy, that monster, acted moderately. That composure could not come if it wasn't. And so, Kang Woojin overwhelmed everyone in this vast hall. Whether the expectations were high or low, Kang Woojin had passed them all with just one moderate performance. This was proven by the 100 or so people, including the actors, who were left speechless. At some point, everyone was staring at Kang Woojin, who was silently sitting with the same look. Now I know why he is sitting there. On the other hand, Kang Woojin was thinking. Phew, that was a bit tough. Acting while seated is not easy at all. He felt uncomfortable under the gaze of about 100 people, like sitting on a bed of nails. Besides, they all seemed to be glaring at me. Was my acting bad? There's no way they could be. Anyway, my turn is over. Why is it not progressing? Should I just wait? He also felt a slight urge to run away. Nevertheless, Kang Woojin kept a poker face. The tension was still at its peak, but he managed to keep a calm demeanor, wishing for time to pass quickly. It was even more shocking for the male lead Ryu Youngmin on the other side. His face was drained of color. How can he be so composed? Was that performance really nothing at all? Next to him sat a senior actor with over 30 years of acting experience, who lightly tapped Ryu Youngmin's shoulder. Thumped it, then whispered quietly to Ryu Youngmin, "Don't lose your mind." "Yes." The veteran actor gave a nod with his chin towards Kang Woojin, who had a stern face on the other side. He mesmerized everyone with just one act, playing with the flow at will. He's not a rookie. He has a past. At this moment, Kang Woojin's face was deeply etched into the minds of all the actors in the hall. Where did such an outrageous talent come from? Get a grip, or you'll be eaten alive by his acting. He's an extraordinary monstrous actor. Moving on. The second part of Profiler Henryong in the script began. Kang Woojin's view was no longer the reading hall. Woojin, or rather, Park Derai, was walking down the street, licking an ice cream. His attire was casual, as if he had just come from home. The place where Park Derai arrived was the police station in front of the house. Squeaker. With the remaining ice cream in his mouth, Park Derai nonchalantly opened the door of the police station. The police officers all looked busy. Nobody paid attention to Park Derai, who had just entered. Soon, Park Derai knocked on an open door with a slight tilt of his head. Knock, knock, knock. It was then that a police officer took notice of Park Derai. "How can I help you?" Park Derai, with a calm face, replied simply, "I came to surrender." At this point, Pity Song Man would change the scene. Inside the interrogation room, Yoo Jae-hyung and Park Derai are facing each other. As soon as the words ended, Park Derai looked at the male lead Ryu Youngmin, i.e., at Yoo Jae-hyung. The expression on Park Derai's face was peculiar, somewhere between a smile and indifference. However, in his deep eyes filled with a faint madness, Yoo Jae-hyung can be seen. The conversation started with Park Derai. "You seem angry." Before beginning to act, Ryu Youngmin looked at Park Derai across from him and murmured to himself. He doesn't even look at the script, or does he not need to look at it? Well, with this level of proficiency in playing Park Derai, he would have analyzed the script like crazy. Misunderstanding him, he responded as Yoo Jae-hyung, his tone mixed with annoyance, true to his nickname Yoo Henryong. "I'm not angry. I'm just excited, having the infamous serial killer right in front of me." Infamous? That's right, I was infamous once. For rolling his eyes as if reminiscing about the past, Park Derai lowered his head and looked at his hank of hands from side to side. "These are sturdier than I thought. It hurts a little." Yoo Jae-hyung stroked his chin. "You look comfortable, aren't you scared? This is an interrogation room. There are cops outside." "I know. They're probably behind that mirror too." "That's right. But surprisingly, I'm not scared." Yoo Jae-hyung suddenly asked Park Derai, "You're a psychopath, aren't you?" Park Derai, wearing a wry smile, answered the question with a question. "Are you a profiler or something?" "Well, yes. Somehow I got involved in this bothersome business." "Then you must do whatever you have to. I'm looking forward to it." Although Yoo Jae-hyung sighed in annoyance, he took note of every little movement of Park Derai. "Why did you bother confessing? If you had just lived as you were, it would have remained an unsolved case for a lifetime. That would have been like a medal for you, wouldn't it?" Park Derai, bringing his hands together, looked at Yoo Jae-hyung for a moment before slightly tilting his head. "How many?" "What?" "The people I killed." "4. If you are indeed the serial killer." "You must be right." "Why did you surrender?" The repeated question. Park Derai looked at Yoo Jae-hyung and smirked. He was holding back a laugh, because the current situation was going as he thought. He was the protagonist at the moment. "Because I was angry." "At what?" "You know why. I can't stand being misunderstood for no reason." Yoo Jae-hyung opened the file he brought. "What kind of misunderstanding? With 4 past murders, and now you've made a grand comeback with another murder this time, haven't you?" Park Derai, who narrowed his eyes, pointed at the file with his index finger. His tone is menacing. "I surrendered because of that. Someone imitated my magnificent work. It's a knockoff." "Imitated?" "Yes, and very clumsily at that. Didn't the police have any doubts?" "The method is the same as yours." With a smirk, Park Derai leaned forward a little. "Profiler, do you know why children are told not to watch violent movies?" "Because they imitate them." "Right. And the man who died this time, I didn't kill him. There's another real criminal who's imitating me." "Don't you believe me? If you investigate a bit, you'll find out I have a solid alibi." "Ah, have you not checked it yet?" As if he had said all he needed to say, Park Derai leaned back in his chair. "The reason I surrendered is that, to prove that I didn't kill him." Yoo Jae-hyung crossed his arms and asked again. "There's another real criminal." The serial killer claimed his innocence and surrendered. A few hours later. The script reading was over. Starting early in the morning, it wasn't until the afternoon that things were wrapped up, but the temperature inside the large hall was still hot. At that moment, director Song Man-woo poured cold water on the situation. "Great work, everyone. We've prepared a lot for the after party 2 hours from now, so enjoy yourselves. Of course, if you want to rest, you can relax in your rooms." As soon as his declaration ended, a few of the dozen of actors hesitantly got up from their seats. Some were stealing glances at Kang Woojin. Actors slowly leaving the hall were also sneaking looks. They all side-eyed Woojin, who was sitting expressionless. Of course, the remaining actors did the same, because their perception has changed 180 degrees from the beginning. Of course, there was also content whispering. Wasn't his acting creepy? Yeah, he was just like Park Derai. It seemed as if the writer wrote the character based on him. It's been a while since I've had such a fresh shock, but he seemed like a difficult type to get close to, doesn't he? I agree. After seeing his performance as Park Derai, his emotionless face makes him a bit intimidating to approach. But where did they find that guy? A theater. However, since Woojin was still somewhat cynical, the actors decided not to approach him for now, especially after seeing his intense portrayal of Park Derai. Is he recovering his emotions? The atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. That's understandable. After seeing his acting, I feel like you really have to be careful not to become a real sociopath. People get into accents and such doing that, in Hollywood. It's risky. The judgment was wrong. The expressionless Kang Woo-jin was currently lost in thought. Is it because I've been tense the whole time? I'm really hungry. I'm really going to indulge in meat at the after party. I should probably hold back on the alcohol, though. It would be bad if I let my facade slip. I hope it's beef. He was also trying not to appear too eager, tying his movements. It seems like everyone is starting to leave. Should I get up too? No, maybe I'll wait a bit longer. There are still quite a few people around. Woo-jin's serious demeanor had made everyone feel a sense of gravity around him, but he himself was actually craving beef. The dozens of people in the hall were just staring at him, who seemed to be in such a sensitive state. Various entertainment industry figures, reporters, actors including Hong Hyeon and Ryu Yeomin, the production team of Profile and Ryang, and so on. At that moment, tap tap, someone tapped on Kang Woo-jin's shoulder. When he turned around, he saw about 6 people with a woman in the lead, 2 of whom were holding cameras mounted on gimbals. Soon, the leading woman smiled awkwardly. Hello, Woo-jin, we're the make team. The making team? Ah, I've seen that on YouTube, so this is how they film it. By this point, the attention on Woo-jin in the hall had increased. The actors and others who were leading the hall paused. Woo-jin's low response then echoed. Yes, hello. I know you must be tired, but I'd like to ask you a few questions. What's so tiring questions for me? Ah, it's a bit nerve-wracking. Woo-jin nodded his head. Understood. The woman's face brightened at his consent. I really enjoyed your acting. I heard that the role of Park Derai was extremely difficult, but you portrayed it so realistically that I was amazed. How much did you analyze and practice? It must have taken a long time to grasp the subtext, hidden meaning in the script or dialogue, right? At this point, right Park Yoon-mai, seated at the Hangul Komium-in's shape desk, took off her hairband and tapped the shoulder of PD Song Man-woo next to her. PD, shouldn't we sit that? Isn't Woo-jin opt out of the making of segment? Knowing him, he might respond without any filter like it wasn't hard at all. But Song Man-woo, stroking his goatee, remained calm. It's a question they usually ask other actors. Cutting it would look bad. Besides, that's his charm. A unique star quality, confident for a reason. But there are reports here. It's fine. They're only allowed to write about the reading. It's also an opportunity to firmly imprint the character of the actor Kang Woo-jin. All the entertainment officials attending will be drooling over Woo-jin. But still, PD Song Man-woo come down Park Yoon-mai, who was worrying like a mother. It's fine. There are quite a few people here, so even if Woo-jin doesn't care about other opinions, he'll respond appropriately. Kang Woo-jin was lost in thought for a moment. Analysis, practice, what's a subtext? I think I need to answer the question with some professional terms. The hall was filled with top actors. A vague answer might give it away. It might look sloppy, then there could be doubts about my persona. I should deflect this a bit with social skills. In his indifferent manner, Woo-jin gave the making team one a brief reply. The script was just excellent. This, the watching right apart Yoon-mai was slightly moved. Oh my, just like that. The making team one laughed and threw another question. I see. Yeah, the script's killer, isn't it? Woo-jin, you appeared out of nowhere like a comet. Were you in a theater? Did you build your acting skills there all along? At this moment, including Ryu Yeomin, the actors and entertainment personnel all perked up their ears. Kang Woo-jin's answer was very concise. No, I'm self-taught. Everyone remaining in the hall blinked in astonishment. Chapter 24, Change 1. Chapter 24, Change 1. Self-taught, really? You're kidding, right? The one from the making team clung to hope. It must be a joke to lighten the heavy atmosphere of the reading hall. However, Kang Woo-jin's answer was low and filled with certainty. Yes, self-taught. Really? Seriously? Yes, seriously. For a moment, the one from the making team covered her mouth with one hand. It was because she was surprised. She didn't expect the word self-taught to come up. The same was true for the dozens of people remaining in the hall. The entertainment-related staff, the production crew, and the reporters all started murmuring audibly. What did he just say? Self-taught, he learned acting by self-studying. Is that even possible? He must be joking. We've seen his acting, right? That's not the quality you get from self-study. But his expression is so serious, doesn't it? Of course, the situation was similar for the actors, including Ryu Yeomin. Among them, self-taught, no self-taught. Ryu Yeomin, the male lead of Profile and Ryang, looked utterly shocked. It was even more so after seeing Kang Woo-jin's insane acting. The veteran actors sitting around him also looked stiff. Naturally, all the actors found it hard to believe. Except for one person. Swoosh. It was Hong Hyeon who just took out her cell phone. Among dozens of actors, she was the only one who reacted nonchalantly, because she already knew. Everyone must be shocked. Well, I understand. Even I, who already knew, find it hard to accept. In addition, 2 people, PD Song Man-woo and right apart Yoon-mai, who were sitting side by side at Hangul Komium-in's shape desk. The 2 heavyweights were simply observing the situation without intervening. The atmosphere in the large hall had reached a critical point. The word self-taught that Kang Woo-jin had uttered was only one word, but at this moment, a tremendous amount of misunderstandings and misconceptions were rampant. Explaining one by one was impossible. Now the protagonist Kang Woo-jin, who ignited all this thought. Stay calm, Kang Woo-jin. He did his best to maintain a poker face. He had to create an atmosphere fitting the word self-taught, used for the purpose of appearing cool. Control your expression, control your expression. Even if it initially started as a smokescreen or a diversion to hide his embarrassment, now self-taught had become a trademark for Woo-jin, who had adopted this dreadful persona. PD Song Man-woo and right part Yoon-mai already knew about it. It might look a bit arrogant, but it doesn't matter. I've already said it. Consistency was necessary in keeping up the persona. At least Kang Woo-jin thought so. Going back and forth would only make him look foolish. He may have buttoned it wrong from the start, but what can he do now that he's come this far? Moreover, it's not even a lie, is it? Although there was a cheat key, I did self-study. Yeah, so it's safe. In a way, there was no lie in Kang Woo-jin's words. The period was extremely short, but it was correct that he had done it on his own. Kang Woojin continuously consoled himself with this thought. The hall was filled with top actors. It's better to be hit with a counterattack quickly. However, ugh, I'm nervous. I should probably run away now. The gaze of the veteran actors and other older actors were too sharp. It was a great burden for Kang Woojin, who was a commoner at heart. He was already tense all over, and it was problematic to continue with this persona in front of them. He was already worn out from maintaining it for more than half a day. Therefore, Woojin chose to run. In other words, to flee. Drag. Woojin, with a poker face, slowly got up from his seat and bowed slightly to the making team in front of him. I'm sorry, I'm not good with words. Then the making team awkwardly responded and made way for him. At this point, Woojin's mind was filled only with the thought of going straight ahead. The people left in the hall simply watched him leave. At that moment, hey, Hang Hayon. A young man with seriousness on his face stood up from his seat, approached Hang Hayon and spoke. You knew right, Kang Woojin came with you. Hang Hayon, who was preparing to leave, brushed her long hair back and answered. Yeah, sorry, the PD asked me to bring him. Who is Kang Woojin? Is he from your agency? No. You know what he used to do. Self-study doesn't make sense. I don't know either. It feels like he suddenly popped up to me too. Asked the PD during the dinner party or something. Having finished answering appropriately, Hang Hayon picked up her script and joined the nearby CEO Choi Sung-gun. When she was a decent distance from Ryu Young-min, Choi Sung-gun whispered to Hang Hayon. His voice tone was filled with excitement. Hey, Hang Hayon, was what that guy said earlier true, the self-study thing? That's right. Even if you use your connection to look into the theater world, you won't find anything. Acting is just his hobby. He even appeared on Super Actor for fun. What? Is this even possible? Acting is not a memorization subject. What about the overseas part? I told you, his past is unclear, right? Who knows what the situation is anyway? Let's talk about it in my room. At this moment, everyone left in the hall was busily talking about Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, who had left the large hall a few minutes ago, was walking down the hallway with a consistent expressionless face. There were quite a few staff members passing by, and he couldn't let his guard down in the battlefield. However, the accumulated tension made every step heavy. I'm tired. I want to go to my room and lie down quickly. Kang Woojin, who had maintained his persona from morning till now, was very tired. His body felt heavy as a ton. Although he wanted to eat meat, he felt like he had to sleep for an hour in his room. As he was crossing the first floor lobby, Mr. Woojin, someone called Kang Woojin from behind. It was a man's voice. Turning around, a slightly chubby man came up with a gloomy smile. Hello, I was impressed by your acting of Park Di-rai. You completely dominated the script reading. Thank you. Who is this? Kang Woojin responded indifferently while racking his brain. There were so many people that he could not identify who the man was. Fortunately, the chubby man handed Woojin his business card. I'm Kim Nam-gu, manager at Beast Entertainment. Oh, person from the entertainment side. Today, more than twice as many entertainment officials as actors attended the script reading. Anyway, manager Kim Nam-gu continued speaking with a smile. I have a great interest in you, Woojin. Do you have an agency? No, not yet. Oh, really? Woojin nodded cynically, but he was slightly excited inside. Wow, is it the famous detector shouting? Awesome. Kim Nam-gu, who had no way of knowing this, clung to Kang Woojin. Please, absolutely contact us. I would like to have a long talk at our company after the reading is over. Woojin, you are really, really intriguing. Both this unique atmosphere and your crazy acting ability earlier. Ah, yes. As you know, our BHM Entertainment is. The chip manager continued to brag about his company. It seemed to be a large entertainment company. Of course, it was a boring story for Woojin, who didn't know the market well. And fortunately, the manager who read Woojin's expression quickly finished the explanation. Let's talk more at the company. Be sure to contact us. With you, Woojin, we can offer exceptional terms. He didn't know what exceptional meant, but Kang Woojin nodded as he put the business card in his pocket. Yes, I'll think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Woojin started moving again. He wanted to get to his room quickly, but when Woojin arrived in front of the elevator, Miss Kang Woojin, he was stopped by someone again. This time it was a woman's voice. You have an agency. Several dozen minutes later. Normally it would have taken only 5 minutes to arrive, but it was after 30 minutes had passed that Kang Woojin reached his room. Whatever the case, as soon as he closed the door to the room. Thud. Kang Woojin, leaning against the door, collapsed. His leg gave out and he slumped onto the floor. I'm going to die. Unfamiliar place, unfamiliar type actors, over 100 strangers he saw for the first time, etc. And acting. From morning till past noon, the tension was at its maximum, and he had maintained his composure for a similar amount of time, so it was tiring. Kang Woojin blankly leaned his head against the door. What did I do today? He felt like he had experienced a war, but he couldn't remember when he looked back. Then, Woojin took something out of the pocket of his flight jacket. Whisker. There were several overlapped business cards. Kang Woojin casually placed those business cards in front of him. There seemed to be about 8 cards. He didn't even look at them properly. Everyone had handed over their cards and explained something, but he could barely remember. Were they all from entertainment companies? I think there was one from the production place too. He didn't know. All Woojin wanted right now was to lie down on the bed. He had to wash up, but his brain strongly wanted rest. So Woojin. Thunk. Threw his body on the bed. Sleep came quickly. Oops, that won't do. As he was about to close his eyes, Woojin set the alarm on his phone for an hour later. Soon. I'm so tired. Kang Woojin fell into a deep sleep. About 2 hours later, around 7 p.m. The rear outdoor parking lot of Condo 1, a lively barbecue party was in full swing on a fairly large open space. Of course, it was the Profiler Henrying theme. Temporary tables and chairs were set up on artificial grass, along with equipment for grilling beef and pork belly, etc. Approximately 50% of the total number of people attended, including PD Song Man-woo. Almost all of the production staff joined. However, Right Park Yoon-mai was nowhere to be seen. Quite a few entertainment-related personnel had gathered. Some of the actors had left the condo due to schedules or chose to rest. Veteran actors only showed their faces at first, and then stayed mostly in their rooms. so about 50 people remained. The problem was that Kang Woojin, who had been craving beef, was nowhere to be seen. The reason was simple. Right now, Kang Woojin was completely knocked out, unaware of the world. Meanwhile, Ryu Youngmin, sitting at a table with 8 other actors, was deep in thought. His mind had been filled with thoughts of Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, type of actor I've never seen before. Even though I saw him in person, I can't gauge him, and what's this about self-study? Ryu Youngmin was among the peer, even among the top actors. He had seen thousands of actors until now. However, it was difficult to judge the actor Kang Woojin. He was an oddity. His inscrutable expressions and actions, his seemingly vacant yet steadfast gaze, high self-esteem aura, and inexplicable acting ability were something else. There was only one certainty here. Yeah, the self-study must be just words. The quality of Park Derai can never be achieved by self-study. The character Park Derai was one of the best performances in Ryu Youngmin's acting career. At that moment, but it's a bit strange. Female actor sitting at Ryu Youngmin's table grumbled a bit. Doesn't Kang Woojin have to attend the dinner party? He just made a mess of the script reading and he's a newcomer after all. She seemed unhappy. Isn't he becoming arrogant just because he can act a little? I find those types of people uncomfortable. His expression seems almost indifferent and it seemed like his personality is not that great. Soon, the actors sitting at the table seemed to agree somewhat. Surprisingly, it was Ryu Youngmin who responded. Well, his acting seemed more monstrous rather than just good in my eyes. And from the beginning, the PD said that attendance at the dinner party is optional. It's not the 90s anymore. It's okay to skip if it's too hard. But still, moreover, Ryu Youngmin, brushing his long hair aside, continued calmly. Didn't you see Park Derai earlier? After drawing out such deep emotions, those feelings won't clear up in just a few hours. From Woojin's perspective, wouldn't attending the dinner be a burden? Although our roles build up emotions as the story progresses, sociopath Park Derai is already a complete character. He has to show that from the beginning of part 1. The intensity is different. By this point, 1 or 2 of the actors began to understand. Woojin did draw out such deep emotions in no time, right? Yeah, he must have been doing a lot of mind control a few hours before the reading. It was stunning enough to drop our jaws, but he himself must have had a massive emotional collision. Ryu Youngmin took the baton again. He recovered his emotions incredibly fast after the act, but appearances can be deceiving, and inside it must be muddy. In that state, it's only hard to talk with others. I have experienced that too. When emotions become intense, I unintentionally get irritated with the people around me. Kang Woojin did look a bit on edge, always emotionless. He needs to control his emotions well. I thought it was a bit dangerous, isn't it? Woojin's acting was truly mad acting, maybe even more. The role itself is sensitive, portraying a sociopath. Even if he distinguishes well between reality and the drama world, it would be challenging. As expected, the opinions of the acting professionals flowed smoothly. Ryu Youngmin landed the final blow here. You might not know, but he's probably suffering a lot by himself now, trying to recover emotionally. They were wrong. The actual subject of the conversation was, we all have that experience, don't we? It's hard to recover emotions. He was sleeping without a care. The next morning in Kang Woojin's room. Kang Woojin, still in yesterday's outfit, was seen asleep. His phone beside his head began to ring at that moment. Wakened by the loud ringing, Kang Woojin abruptly opened his eyes, wiping his drool as he woke up. Did I fall asleep? What time is it? As he muttered to himself, he picked up his phone. It was a call. The caller was top actress Han Hyeon. He also checked the time. 7 o'clock. Wow, did I sleep for 2 hours? Then Woojin, about to answer the call in a slight hurry, hesitated. It was to prepare his voice. Yes, hello. Laughter mixed response came from Han Hyeon on the other end. Are you awake? Come out to the store. Okay, I got it. Click. As soon as he hung up, Kang Woojin thought of the beef. The dinner party was at 7, so it wasn't that late. Han Hyeon was leaving now, so it should be fine. Then, Kang Woojin stopped in his tracks. Why is it bright? A little bit of bright light was seen between the curtains. That was not the light of the evening. Thanks to that, Woojin drew the curtain back. Ugh. The dazzling, brilliant sunlight enveloped him. At this moment, Kang Woojin had a hunch. No way. He quickly checked his phone. Soon, Woojin covered his face in dismay. It's 7 a.m., not p.m. I messed up. He realized that he had missed out on the beef due to sleep. About an hour later, the outdoor parking lot in front of the condo was bustling with people, staff members picking up, actors getting into vans, etc. Among them, PD Song Man-woo, who had greeted Kang Woojin a few minutes earlier, could be seen. Of course, alongside him was Park Yoon-mai, wearing a hairband. The two were looking at a large white van ahead. That was Han Hyeon's van. Kang Woojin and Han Hyeon were currently in the van, and the next passenger was CEO Choi Sung-gun of BW Entertainment. Seeing that, Park Yoon-mai crossed her arms and opened her mouth. They came separately, but after seeing Woojin's acting, CEO Choi is going with him. PD Song Man-woo Cho. Hongstar is very interested in Woojin. Since CEO Choi and Hongstar are practically one and the same, they probably have a lot to talk about. I thought this might happen. Oh, by the way, wasn't Hyeon with BW Entertainment as a member and investor? I heard that Woojin received a lot of business cards from the entertainment companies yesterday. It's the first time I've seen an unknown actor collecting business cards on the reading day during my writing career. Woojin is not an ordinary unknown actor. His impact is different, isn't it? Anyway, won't Woojin be the first unknown actor to receive a signing bonus regardless of where he signs? A signing bonus. In response to the question, PD Song Man-woo grinned broadly. After giving him time to assess his value, he negotiated with me to raise his appearance fee. He's clever. Calling the day of the contract with Kang Woojin, PD Song Man-woo recited assertively. He's got the guts to receive a signing bonus. Asterisk. Chapter 25, change 2. Chapter 25, change 2. Kang Woojin was hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since lunch yesterday. He was regretting unintentionally skipping the beef party dinner last night. Doing all this acting and pretending, it's all about making a living to eat. My beef. What could he do? His tension was suddenly relieved and he fell asleep. Wujin's current expression was overlaid with a slight depression in addition to his usual facade. It was expressed as excessive cynicism. At least that's how it appeared to Han Haeyeon, standing beside Kang Wujin. Somehow, he looks more cold-hearted than usual. Is he still feeling the emotions from Park Diri yesterday? Haeyeon, with her long hair tied in one side, glanced at Wujin's mood from time to time. Soon, she was going to make a suggestion to him. Then, swoosh! Haeyeon gestured into the open door of the van. Shall we go? Escorted by Han Haeyeon, sweet, Wujin, who somehow suppressed his joy, nodded shortly. Yes. At that moment, hello, Wujin. A man's voice came from behind Wujin as he was getting into the white van. Turning around, he saw a stranger, whom he had never seen before. Han Haeyeon, who was already in the van, introduced him. My agency CEO. Il Choi Sung-gun extended his hand to Kang Wujin. Wujin, do you have a moment? He is the CEO of Han Haeyeon's agency. Kang Wujin also had a connection to him. The guy, the investor for Exorcism. The investor of the short film Exorcism. In other words, he was in a position similar to a landlord for protagonist Kang Wujin. It was awkward to treat him lightly. Kang Wujin answered quietly as he got into the van. Go ahead. CEO Choi Sung-gun joined them as well. 3 people gathered in Han Haeyeon's van. CEO Choi Sung-gun was the one who initiated the conversation. You look even more handsome up close. I'm Choi Sung-gun, the CEO of BW Entertainment. That's just lip service. Unimpressed, Wujin introduced himself as well. I'm Kang Wujin. Ha, I know. The hottest thing in this script reading was none other than Kang Wujin. You really nailed it, didn't you? At this point, Wujin sized up the CEO across from him. His demeanor was slightly peculiar, serious yet mixed with lightness. CEO Choi Sung-gun continued. By chance, I ended up having a connection with Kang Wujin. You know that we invested in Exorcism. Yes. That's because I heard a lot from our Hong star. However, this time the main character isn't Haeyeon. Wujin, please take good care of Exorcism. CEO Choi Sung-gun, who bowed his head slightly to Kang Wujin, suddenly changed to a serious face. Anyway, let's cut to the chase. As far as I know, Wujin doesn't have an agency yet. I want BW Entertainment know me to be with you at your starting point as an actor. You're offering a contract. Yes. Of course our company is still small. Some might see it as a one-person agency for Han Haeyeon, but a startup has the energy of a startup. Il Choi Sung-gun began his brief and passionately. Large and small have clear advantages and disadvantages, and it's time for Wujin to have concentrated care rather than dispersed. There's a need to firmly correct things, not just moderately. The entertainment world is a jungle. Losing an actor with one wrong move is no big deal. That's brutally harsh. Wujin, who had been listening to the briefing, felt the unfamiliar entertainment world was even stranger. Anyway, he chose his words. What would stand out as a grand line at the moment? Whatever it was, his self-esteem had to be high. I like the jungle. For a moment, CEO Choi Sung-gun was slightly taken aback. He was trying to let Wujin know it's like walking on thin ice, but he liked it. And what about that expression? Kang Wujin's eyes were now unwaveringly firm. CEO Choi Sung-gun judged Wujin to be an anomaly. Exactly. What kind of past does one have to walk through to have this kind of potential? A stubbornness that ordinary unknowns and newcomers could never have. Kang Wujin was unknown only in reality. His mind was already at the top. At least in CEO Choi Sung-gun's sharp eyes. I want him now. Thanks to that, CEO Choi Sung-gun put even more strength into his voice. I will make it possible for you to spread your wings in the jungle. If you, Wujin, join us, I will personally take care of you. I promise I guarantee you of detailed and meticulous care. I may look like this, but I'm good at what I do. I've built connections in the jungle and my reputation isn't bad. Most of it was true. CEO Choi Sung-gun was a producer with a pretty high reputation in the entertainment industry. He then changed the flow of the conversation. Wujin, you received many business cards, right? I got quite a few. I understand. Even though you weren't at the dinner party yesterday, it was chaos among the entertainment industry insiders. They were talking about how the blue chip of Shangmura 1 is a sure bet and such. I estimate that you would have received about 10. The number was similar. Did any talk about a signing bonus come up? If it's difficult, you don't have to tell me. A signing bonus? Was there such a conversation? Kang Wujin recalled the people who had given him business cards yesterday, but there was definitely no talk of signing bonus. However, most of them had said something like that. They talked something about extraordinary conditions. Wujin vaguely answered that. I think I heard something about an exceptional offer. Exceptional? Haeyeon, who had been silently listening, bit her lips slightly and nudged the slightly prized CEO Choi Sung-gun in the ribs. With this, CEO Choi Sung-gun leaned closer to Wujin. I'll try to match it as best as I can. I hope you will at least hear what our company has to offer, please. Something suddenly accelerates out of control, but Kang Wujin had already boarded the express train. Hesitation would only ruin his image, so Wujin chose an answer that would not easily reveal his thoughts. I'll think about it and contact you. Meanwhile, inside top actor Ray Young-min's van. Like Kang Wujin, Ray Young-min's van, which left about 30 minutes earlier, was on the highway. With his long hair tied back, Ray Young-min was staring out the window. His eyes were looking outside, but his mind seemed to be somewhere else. After about 5 minutes, brother, Ray Young-min called his manager, who was sitting in the co-driver's seat. You know him, right? Kang Wujin, the one who played the part of Park Diri. This, the manager closed his diary and turned his head back. Don't you know, he made an impact. His acting gave me chills. Even at the dinner, Manager Kim and the others were praising him. Phew. Did we also give him a business card? Kang Wujin, that guy, got a lot of contacts from entertainment companies. We definitely plan to, with all the fuss our company's been making about training newcomers lately. But I couldn't meet him. I wanted to get close to him at the dinner, but he didn't come out. Why, don't you want to give it? Is it uncomfortable? No, that's not it. It's a shame, but there's filming, so. But who will cinch him up before that? Wow, this kind of competition for an unknown actor is a first. Leaving the manager scratching his head, Ryu Young-min recalled yesterday's after party. Precise, when Ryu Young-min asked PD Song Man-woo. PD, who is Kang Wujin? Where on earth did you find him? PD Song Man-woo just shrugged his shoulders. This is like the nth time I've been asked this question today. Honestly, I don't know either. I can only guess. About what? About his phenomenal acting and unclear past. I think he was abroad. Abroad, then was he self-taught? That's right. He has the air of someone who has walked a lonely road, doesn't he? That doesn't make sense. How could that acting come from self-study? Kang Woojin himself is an extraordinary existence. Honestly, after seeing Woojin, I checked as much as I knew, but there's no domestic background. That's why I think he's been abroad. At that time, PD Song Man-woo, who had a sudden thought, smiled. I do know one thing. What's that? Kang Woojin is good at design. What? Until a month ago, Woojin was working at a design company. His friend confirmed it too. Design what? Turning to his van in reality, Ryu Yeomin found the mystery of Kang Woojin's identity getting darker. Bro, what do you think about Kang Woojin's self-study story? Isn't that just nonsense? It seemed like he just threw that out there for the sake of the atmosphere. What if it's not? What if he really learned acting through self-study? Then he must be insane. There's no such freak like that, a guy born to act. For some reason, Ryu Yeomin felt an anxiety rising within him. Soon, Ryu Yeomin, who had been pondering over Kang Woojin's performance as Park D-Rai, pulled out the script. It was part one of Profile Ryang. Then he spoke again to the manager. There's an interview scheduled for today, right? Can you postpone that? How, why all of a sudden? I want to look at the script again, to be sure. You've already analyzed that, haven't you? No, more thoroughly. In truth, Ryu Yeomin could not just stand by, like a fire lit under his feet. The reason was simple. The lead role shouldn't be overshadowed by a supporting actor. With sense of crisis, or desperation, Kang Woojin, who had just revealed himself, had ignited a fire in top actor Ryu Yeomin. The funny thing was, brother, can you cancel my skin clinic reservation today? It wasn't just Ryu Yeomin. The actors who saw Kang Woojin's acting in the script reading were almost in the same state. Of course, Hong Hae-yeon too. All the actors were fired up due to Kang Woojin, the flame of passion and innocence. Thus, a wind of change began to fan the flames among the actors. Drop me off at home and don't contact me until tomorrow. T-san, what are you talking about? I need to delve into the script. It meant that the quality of the production would rise a few notches. So the next morning, Kang Woojin's studio apartment. Kang Woojin, who had eaten ramen after arriving home and collapsed, suddenly opened his eyes. Another day's gone. It was about 9 in the morning. The script reading related Saturday and Sunday had vanished like smoke. Today was Monday, March 9th. The weekdays had begun and Kang Woojin moved his head while lying down. To his right were stacked business cards. After a small spit, Kang Woojin stretched out and suddenly picked up the Part 2 script of Profile Ryang. Then he pressed on the black square next to the script. Suddenly, Kang Woojin entered the void space. Before his eyes was an endless dark void. The reason he suddenly entered the void space was simple. Let's think about it. Contemplate, a method Woojin had been using frequently recently. To think about trivial worries, he would enter the space. A bit of a time-saving move. Anyway, I'm an agency. Kang Woojin rubbed his chin, recalling the business cards he received in their briefings. As he did so, he walked towards the area where the white square was floating. Then, Kang Woojin discovered something. The grade of Profile Ryang had changed to S. It was certainly a plus before going to the script reading. In other words, the value of Profile Ryang had increased. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin tilted his head. It was hard to understand. He knew the starting point of this wind of change was himself, but why did this suddenly rise? Kang Woojin had no idea. March 10th. Kang Woojin, carrying a large backpack, left his studio apartment in the early in the morning. Then, about 5 minutes later, someone hauled Kang Woojin from the side of the bus stop curb. Haha, Woojin. It was Director Shin Dong-chun who had parked his van. As soon as Woojin saw him, he began to walk. Inside, he was continually chanting a mantra. Why? We're about 5 days starting today. If you don't forget to act tough. Even though it's a short film, it's my first time going to a shooting location, so I'm a bit nervous. Because the main shooting for Exorcism was taking place. Around 11 in the morning, Paju, Jeong Province. In front of the villa in Paju, where the main shooting of Exorcism would take place. Oh, it's a bit cold today. It's March. Why is it cold? The actors appearing in Exorcism were seen in the grassy yard. Including the extras, there were about 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Everyone was busy wrapping up in their coats, seated on makeshift chairs, because the weather was a bit chilly. It's nice to have a place to sit. Usually, we have to stand all day when we go to other filming locations. That's true. All of the actors were unknown. The most recognizable male actor had only appeared in minor roles in theater or film. They all met for the first time on set today. Moreover, they hadn't even seen the protagonist of Exorcism. They were going into filming with a hurried schedule that included reading and rehearsal, so they hadn't had a chance to see each other's faces. Anyway, oh, by the way, the male actor, who had zipped up his lightweight padding jacket to his neck, suddenly asked all the other actors, has anyone seen the actress for the role of wife? The actors shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't. That's right, has she not come yet? I was curious, why hasn't she come? No one knows who she is, right? The staff didn't know either. Then, a one who played an Exorcism staff member changed the subject. Have you heard? The protagonist of Exorcism is also an unknown actor. The other actors nodded their heads as if they already knew. I heard. But it was strange because, even though the director is somewhat known in the drama world, and the 45-minute duration is quite long for a short film, so it was strange that even the protagonist is unknown. Short film of the caliber. Shouldn't a supporting actor be the protagonist, especially since this is said to be a submission for the Messian Scene Short Film Festival? Well, maybe it was a condition for investment, or maybe the investor is an entertainment company. So the actors expressed their envy. I'm jealous. I want to be the main character in a movie with investment too. That's why you have to join a company to make it big as an actor. Maybe the acting would be disappointing if they are backed by an entertainment company. They might be very young. Speaking of which, the protagonist actor hasn't arrived yet. At this moment, come on, we have a briefing in 30 minutes, so let's hurry. Director Shin Dong-chun entered the courtyard of the villa, and as he scanned the surroundings, he frowned. But where's our protagonist? Then, Director Shin Dong-chun smiled as he looked at the huddled actors. Hiding there, come over here, protagonist. The protagonist. Thanks to that, the actors began to look around, moving their heads left and right. Swoosh. Suddenly, a man with a cold expression stood up from among the actors. He was sitting at the back. Yes, director. It was Kang Woo-jin, the protagonist of Exorcism. What? All the actors were taken aback. Asterisk. TL note. 1. Chumuro refers to the Hollywood of Korea, avenue in Seoul where many film studios were located. The name Chumuro was derived from Chungmugong, title given to a famous Korean admiral, which means martial subject of loyalty. Blue chip of Chumuro actor indicates that the individual is a dependable and consistent asset in Korean cinema. Chapter 26, Shooting 1. Chapter 26, Shooting 1. Kang Woo-jin moved silently. The actors looked confused and flustered. They intensely felt something from Kang Woo-jin's indifferent face. He's angry. Anyone could tell by that look. It was something that could upset even them. However, Kang Woo-jin wasn't particularly angry. Still, he had to correct what was wrong. While walking, Kang Woo-jin looked at the wide-eyed actors and spoke briefly. Tone was the same as usual. I don't belong to an agency. Immediately, the actor's face darkened. It sounded like a warning that it wasn't because of the company. His indifferent expression momentarily seemed to growl. The actors all bowed their heads to Kang Woo-jin. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We didn't know you were here. We apologize. Suddenly, as the actors apologized, Director Shin Dong-chun blinked his eyes. Why, what happened? Kang Woo-jin, who had been intently looking at the actors, answered nonchalantly. It seemed they just misunderstood. Misunderstanding. You don't have to worry about it. The reason Kang Woo-jin responded so calmly was based on his own analysis. He was a monstrous actor who didn't care what others thought, colloquially, a do-it-my-way guy. He had no need to get angry at such trivial matters. It was just idle gossip. Of course, it's part of his persona. Moreover, Kang Woo-jin is the protagonist on this set. It's a bonus to have both status and charm. As an actor, there will inevitably be no hold-barred situations. For example, if someone higher up picks a fight or causes harm. In such a case, Kang Woo-jin himself would definitely be pissed off. After all, he was the one who had boldly thrown his resignation at the face of the design company's CEO. I can handle it, but right now, do I need to? Whatever the case, the actors kept apologizing to Woo-jin at this point. Director Shin Dong-chun seemed to have caught on a little. Looks like the actors were rude to Woo-jin. I'll have to call them separately and ask later. But Woo-jin has great tolerance. There are top stars who get furious at minor actors for no reason. He then turned his gaze from the actors to the villa in the distance. They were setting up the filming. The focus was more on the interior rather than the exterior of the villa. Please check the props in the basement. Yes, I'm going now. Is there filming on the second floor today? According to the schedule, it's tomorrow. There were about 10 staff members of the exorcism team spread throughout the villa. The amount of equipment on set wasn't substantial. It was rather inadequate compared to an average commercial film team. However, for a short film, the staff and equipment were pretty decent. Usually, it would be half as much. Fortunately, Exorcism had barely secured its investment funds, allowing for this satisfactory situation to unfold. Anyway, filming starts at 2 p.m. Let's hurry up. Phil's shooting of the short film Exorcism was to start at 2 p.m. They had about 3 hours left. During this time, Director Shin Dong-chun was to deliver a briefing on the shooting setup and accommodation arrangements. For reference, the Exorcism team would be staying in accommodation near the villa for about 5 days during the shooting period. Most of the filming, according to the storyboard, would take place near the villa. At that moment, swoosh! A long-haired woman suddenly appeared behind Director Shin Dong-chun, who was looking at the villa. A well-built male actor was the first to notice her. Very familiar yet unfamiliar one, the well-built man muttered her name. Isn't that woman Hong Hae-yeon? His line quickly spread among the actors. What, where, well. Wow, it's really her, amazing. Is it really her? Is it really Hong Hae-yeon, not someone who looks like her? It was indeed the top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Unbelievable. The actors were once again frozen and Director Shin Dong-chun, who had turned his head, spotted Hong Hae-yeon. He immediately burst into a smile. You all were surprised, right? Sorry. This is Hong Hae-yeon who will play the role of the wife. At the same time, Hong Hae-yeon, dressed in a white long padding jacket, smiled and greeted the actors. Hello, let's work hard together. The actors who were flabbergasted by Hong Hae-yeon's presence exchanged greeting with her in a daze. Really, Hong Hae-yeon? Why is she here? Those were the expressions on their faces. It was understandable. After all, a top actress had appeared on a short film set. Finally, Hong Hae-yeon's gaze met Kang Woo-jin. His face was stoic. Soon she murmured to herself. He's calm. Is it expected? He was calm even in front of 100 people during the reading. I thought he'd be a bit nervous since it's his first shoot. Expect. What am I expecting right now? Kang Woo-jin greeted her succinctly. Hello? The surrounding actors slightly widened their eyes. It was not Kang Woo-jin's deep voice that surprised them, but the fact that he was so cold, even though the famous Hong Hae-yeon had appeared. Isn't it strange? I mean, it's Hong Hae-yeon. How can he be so calm? On the other hand, Hong Hae-yeon, who was now used to Woo-jin's reaction, smiled at him. We meet again, we see each other quite often, right? For me, it's a blessing. Kang Woo-jin, unlike his inner thoughts, answered in a calm voice. Yes, we do. The scene was somewhat shocking to the other actors. They see each other often. Hong Hae-yeon, are they close? What exactly is his identity? Is he a famous actor in the theater world? Suddenly, the gaze towards Kang Woo-jin changed to envy. Meanwhile, at GGO Ender, in a spacious CEO's office filled with hot plants, CEO Seo Gusiab was seated and smoking a cigarette, his face still reminiscent of Bulldog. 2 male employees stood in front of him. Soon, he looked up from scanning through the report. So there's no problem with Young Haek's matter. The skinny employee nodded decisively. Yes, sir. The filming is scheduled to start in 2 days, and Miss Park Young-hyuk is in good condition. Take care of it. Keep pressuring the production company to take care of the set. Understood. Is there anything lacking in the equipment? Nothing that we have heard of. You never know, so go and check the set yourself. Yoseo Guziab, exhaling smoke, continued. This isn't just about saving our Young-hyuk. It's a matter of GGO Entertainment's reputation. Don't take it lightly. Yes, sir. We'll pay foul attention. If there's anything lacking, like venue sponsorships or actors, help them out on our side. CEO, determined to help clear Park Young-hyuk's reputation, changed his question as he closed the report he was looking at. And what about exorcism? Are those jerks still silent? Yes. Except that they received investment and are about to start shooting. There's no news. It seems the supporting roles they've recruited are not even B grade. Right. Even B grade would have made some noise. Thinking about it pisses me off again. Damn it, in the end, to cast a creepy actor, they slandered Young-hyuk. Yoseo Guziab, his face slightly red, took another puff of his cigarette. Forget it. They brought it on themselves. Let those tramp make trash, but who on earth invested in it? We haven't confirmed. It's definitely not from the short film production company. Perhaps Direct Shin Dong-chun attracted it from outside through his personal connections. Damn. It's not an attack from another entertainment company, right? That's unlikely. They have no reason to care about the short film or the indie market. Tusk. It would be a better picture if Exorcism simply fell apart and without even starting the filming. Yoseo Guziab, who frustratedly put out his cigarette in a glass ashtray, abruptly stood up. Anyway, get in touch with those journalist bastards we've befriended. Tell them to shoot the article. We need to start attracting attention now. About an hour later, articles related to Act Park Young-hyuk were posted on the internet. Act Park Young-hyuk is starting again from the bottom, not the top. I will repay with my acting. Around 2 p.m., back on the Exorcism set in Hwangju's villa. Dozens of people gathered in the front yard of the villa where the shooting set was finished. It was the entire team of Exorcism, including staff and actors. What was interesting was that, unlike before, everyone's faces were tense. The reason was simple. It was because of the sudden appearance of top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Nobody on the set had ever dreamed of seeing Hong Hae-yeon today, let alone the fact that she, who usually only takes on blockbuster projects, was even participating in Exorcism. As a result, all the staff repeatedly glanced at Hong Hae-yeon standing next to Direct Shin Dong-chun. At this point, Direct Shin Dong-chun said, "You've all probably noticed." He started briefing the enlarged staff due to Hong Hae-yeon's management team. The appearance of Hong Hae-yeon is a secret until submission. There's a confidentiality clause in the contract. There's a reason it shouldn't be known to the public, so please keep it well. Next to him, Hong Hae-yeon, who had brushed back her long hair, gave an appropriate greeting. Please take care of me. Indeed, the mood of the set was relaxed. Then Direct Shin Dong-chun took back the baton. Except for Hae-yeon, we'll be staying nearby for about 5 days for filming. If anyone has any issues, please let the directing team know in advance. Normally, short and independent films have a short shooting period, so they often stay near the set. Moving alone costs double and the scale is small, so if they move frequently, even a simple schedule can get messed up. Alright, starting today, please follow the schedule carefully. Director Shin Dong-chun, who was experienced as a PD but a rookie as a director, bowed to everyone. At the same time, a staff member from the directing team shouted out to everyone. We start shooting in 10 minutes. Immediately, the staff began to move to their positions. They are only about a dozen people, but they are swift. In the meantime, Direct Shin Dong-chun's stuck went straight to Kang Woo-jin. Woo-jin, you can go get your makeup done right away. The first scene is, as I mentioned, a soul cut. For now, let's start with a cut of you casually entering the villa. Understood. Woo-jin's reply was calm, but I'm going crazy. I'm a bit nervous thinking about my first shoot. At this point, Kang Woo-jin's heart was pounding fiercely. No, it had been since he arrived at the set. Of course, compared to Profile Hanryong, the numbers here are much smaller. Filming? Am I really shooting a movie? Tension between the reading and the shooting set was vastly different. That was understandable. Reading was preparation, but the set was the real thing. Even though it was short film set for Kang Woo-jin, who knew nothing, felt like standing alone on a vast stage. Moreover, Kang Woo-jin was the protagonist of Exorcism. The camera, director Shin Dong-chun, and all the staff were moving for Kang Woo-jin. Woo-jin felt a little burdened but also scared. It was a different feeling than with Hark Di-rai. It feels a bit overwhelming. The responsibility of the lead role. The burden Woo-jin felt was a sense of responsibility. He didn't really know it himself. But considering this is how it is here, shooting Profile or Hanryong would be a freaking nightmare. Anyways, Kang Woo-jin emphasized to himself to act tough while going to get his makeup done. It was time to fake it, not just outwardly but inwardly as well. In this way, Woo-jin fooled himself while getting makeup, keeping a blank expression. Thanks to that, he exuded a bit of coldness on the outside. Around then, Woo-jin, out of nowhere, Hong Hae-yeon, holding a script in one hand, spoke to Kang Woo-jin. Did you think about it, the agency? Kang Woo-jin, who had just finished his makeup, spat out his answer in a low voice. I think I'll select after Exorcism filming is over. You haven't had a meeting with anyone yet. Yes. You have any conditions you've thought of? There was no way he could. It was strange for Kang Woo-jin to know about agency matters since filming itself was first for him. Soon, Kang Woo-jin vaguely dodged the question. Maybe. That Hong Hae-yeon looked at Woo-jin as if she was deeply considering something, and then she opened her mouth. We are proud Sue. It's good for an actor to set their own worth, especially when meeting with a company. With that advice, Hong Hae-yeon moved away after saying he should do well in the filming. Watching her, Kang Woo-jin muttered to himself. You should have told me how to set the price. Director Shin Dong-chun, sitting in front of the monitor, called Kang Woo-jin. Woo-jin, get ready. Woo-jin walked towards the entrance of the villa, taking a deep breath. He briefly rehearsed with Director Shin Dong-chun, who was holding the script. Once finished, Director Shin Dong-chun took his place again in front of the monitor. Behind him, Hong Hae-yeon bowed, her long hair making a rustling sound. Director, can I watch the monitor with you? Of course, why ask? Would you like to sit here? No, I'll just stand and watch. She finished speaking, the other actors started to gather around, watching. By this time, Kang Woo-jin, now wearing a black blazer, took his starting position. Already, 2 cameras were set up in the yard of the villa. Standing in his place, Kang Woo-jin quietly looked at the villa. Before shooting, he had to bring out Kim Ryu-jin, the protagonist of Exorcist. He had to concentrate more than when he was reading the script. It had to be much clearer. This time, he had to move his body as Kim Ryu-jin. Kang Woo-jin tried hard to hide his heartbeat and delved into the already engraved character of Kim Ryu-jin. He spread all the senses he had experienced and felt through reading to his whole body. Soon, the world of Kim Ryu-jin unfolded in front of Kang Woo-jin like a panorama. Kim Ryu-jin's life, emotions, thoughts, 5 senses, knowledge, etc. In a moment, Woo-jin became Kim Ryu-jin. At that moment, quickly, Woo-jin's unique coldness is gone. His eyes have lightened. I've seen it before, but his ability to bring out the character is unbelievably fast. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had been watching Kang Woo-jin's face on the monitor, shouted loudly. Ready, action. It was a signal to show Kim Ryu-jin's world in reality. Kim Ryu-jin took a step, after witnessing the moving of corpse by client's wife and a strange man. A subtle fear lingered in Kim Ryu-jin's footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps. Kim Ryu-jin looked at the villa and took a 3rd step. A dry noise came from the grass. Crack. Whether it was because of the tension, the grass seemed to scream. Soon, Kim Ryu-jin's 4th step. At that moment, he tripped and fell heavily on the dense grass. Fortunately, he caught his balance. However, his one knee was bent and he let out a short groan. Everything was so vivid and natural, like flowing water. It was a scene that showed Kim Ryu-jin's character exactly. Watching all this on the monitor, Director Shin Dong-chun was filled with admiration, but quietly. It's smooth. Did he even plan such fine movements? It reminds me of the character of Kim Ryu-jin. Hearing this, Hong Hyeon, looking over the monitor at the fallen Kim Ryu-jin, chuckled to herself. Surely, Kim Ryu-jin is a bit sloppy by setting. That small movement alone has made the outline of Kim Ryu-jin clearer by several times. Behind her, the other actors also whispered. After seeing the corpse in the story, reacting like that really immerses you in Kim Ryu-jin, doesn't it? You can see the character's personality right. That's right, he's acting so well, the character really comes alive. Hearing said whispers, Hong Hyeon bit her lip for some reason. The conscientiousness will bring ad-lib movement to enhance character, and the sense to think of such a movement. Kang Woo-jin, aren't you too much of a cheat character? If your acting is that good, it's okay if you miss something right. Director Shin Dong-chun, whose smile was mixed with admiration, buried his face deeper in the monitor. I have to use this cut, it's too precious to throw away. Everyone was deeply entranced by the vibrant Kim Ryu-jin. Around this time, Kim Ryu-jin, no, Kang Woo-jin, who slowly stood up, wearing poker face, lamenting to himself. Damn, how embarrassing. Because it wasn't acting, but he really fell. Chapter 27, Shooting 2. Chapter 27, Shooting 2. It was momentary. Kim Ryu-jin realized he was falling, tripping over the dim grass. His body naturally inclined towards the ground. His movement was so smooth and gentle, just like Kim Ryu-jin in Exorcism. However, the one who sighed deeply inside after barely maintaining his balance was not Kim Ryu-jin, but Kang Woo-jin. Damn, how embarrassing. It was a mistake. A mistake can happen to anyone, and it lurks everywhere. It clung to Kang Woo-jin in this critical situation. This damn thing, was it because of the pressure of the first shoot of his first leading role, or because of the nervousness, or because it was his first time shooting in a real setting, or for no reason at all, he didn't know. Of course, even a veteran actor of 30 years has NG no good takes. Whether it's breaking into laughter or messing up a line for an actor, an NG is very common. But an NG is part of the process towards an okay, not the result. However, Kang Woo-jin did not fully understand this concept yet. He may look like a monstrous actor to others, but in essence, he is a rookie of only 1 month. Therefore, did I screw that up? Woo-jin, who was slowly straightening his bent knees, got slightly serious. He even recalled the pretentious attitude he had been maintaining. How did I get here? Is everything ruined because of mere grass? That would be unfair. Woo-jin, indifferent, looked down at his knees. Then he raised his head and looked at the villa. With his heart trembling slightly, as if caught stealing, he buried an appropriate amount of tension in his face. There were cameras right next to him and behind him, after all. It felt like CCTV cameras were everywhere. What should I do? I felt quite dramatically. Will the director give me a signal? Should I wait? What was interesting was, no shout came from anywhere, just silence. It was quiet, just with the distinctive tranquil atmosphere of the shooting site. Huh, that's strange. Why is it so quiet? It wasn't a movement that was in the script. However, Director Shin Dong-chun did not shout NG. For some reason, both cameras did not stop shooting Kang Woo-jin either. The reason was simple. Director Shin Dong-chun was currently. Kim Ryu-jin is looking at the villa, his eyes full of worries. In the script, it was Briefheart, but I didn't expect him to express it so lingeringly. He was pouring praises to Kang Woo-jin in the monitor while swallowing his saliva. Of course, Kang Woo-jin didn't know this, but he sensed it. He didn't know why, but let's keep going and I'll find out. He thought he would get scolded after everything was done, hence Kang Woo-jin. Swish. He quickly brought back Kim Ryu-jin. This process was becoming quite familiar to Woo-jin. He recalled the lines, which he seemed to have memorized thousands of times thanks to the void space. Kim Ryu-jin's feeling and senses spread out through his veins. It must be the ability of the void space, but it was getting smoother and smoother. As he repeats reading, experiencing, the world of the characters become more solid, and the time it takes to bring out everything about them decreases as he acts. The world of the role given by void space is becoming Kang Woo-jin's possession. Kang Woo-jin quickly transformed into Kim Ryu-jin, who was engraved and implanted. Suddenly, the ordinary villa in front of him looked like a haunted house of ghosts, the chill enveloping his body, the faint spreading fear, the horror mixed with his breath. It was after seeing a body being carried away. Kim Ryu-jin's quiet breathing became distorted into a deflated noise. That noise began to piston. Inhalation and exhalation were speeding up. Kim Ryu-jin felt his body was heavy, as if it was nailed to the grass floor. His body was resisting. A short deep breath. Then the camera that had been filming Kim Ryu-jin's side moved to his front. the focus changed to a frontal bust shot. Hence on the monitor that directs Shin Dong-chun and Hong Hae-yeon and others were watching, Kim Ryu-jin appeared closer. His face was filled with agony. His facial muscles were flat, but his eye movements were quick. Hae-yeon covered her mouth with one hand as she watched Kim Ryu-jin in the monitor. It was neither admiration nor exclamation. It was awe. He's scared, but he can't earn back. Although he's clumsy, his curiosity is strong. After tripping, he's even captured the character's charm because of the lifelikeliness. It was acting that fulfilled the director's direction to realistically portray fear. The current Kim Ryu-jin was. At that moment, thump. Kim Ryu-jin, who had been standing still, barely took a step forward. He had made a decision. The reason he worked as a detective was that he found pleasure in seeing on behalf of others. Pryingly, people often confide secrets in strangers. Especially when there is a professional relationship between them, trust is amplified. Kim Ryu-jin enjoyed looking at the hidden sides of others more than money. But this time, it was murder. He wasn't sure exactly how, but how often can one see such a scene and situation in one's life? That became the driving force for Kim Ryu-jin to move forward. Becoming a witness was a surprisingly rare experience. Before he knew it, Kim Ryu-jin's pace quickened. Thump thump. Didn't take long to reach the front door of the villa, and Kim Ryu-jin muttered softly as he slowly raised his hand. I'm going crazy, damn it. How can I endure this? But then, thud. The front door was locked. Damn. Soon, Kim Ryu-jin glanced at the camera next to him. Of course, he wasn't looking at the camera. He was checking the movements of the wife who had driven away in a car. Fortunately, it was quiet. Instinctively, Kim Ryu-jin checked the large windows. And then, creak. He found a window opening. At the same time, the smell of the inside of the villa that had been contained was inhaled into Kim Ryu-jin's nose. It's unnecessarily nice and crazy. It smelled good for a place where someone had died, as if the villa itself was saying it was not at fault. Kim Ryu-jin, who briefly clicked his tongue, stopped as he was about to climb over the window, inside and outside. The window's boundary line felt like the line between life and death. Kim Ryu-jin moistened his mouth, because his tongue felt dry. But he enters. The moment the boundaries of his life become vague, one camera follows Kim Ryu-jin, and enough stays outside the window. Bust shot and full shot. Kim Ryu-jin quietly scanned the living room of the villa. Other than the leftover dishes, it was a normal atmosphere. Director Shin Dong-chun, who was watching this through the monitor, decided inwardly. I should originally cut it here, but the evidence overflows several times if I continue. Let's go with a long take. Kim Ryu-jin in the villa found a basement. There was another corpse there. No, is it alive? At that time, there was a sound from the up floor. To be precise, no sound was heard, but it was clearly heard in Kim Ryu-jin's ears. Actually, the audio was added in post-production. So the current Kim Ryu-jin had to act based on his imagination and delusion. Moreover, Exorcism was a movie where sound played the main part, the horror of sound. Although the shape isn't seen, the sound strangles Kim Ryu-jin, and the point of focus was Kim Ryu-jin's claustrophobic acting that occurs here. Soon, Kim Ryu-jin hides between the broken furniture. At the same time, the basement door opens again. The voices of man and woman in conversation followed. No, there was no one in the basement right now, but Kim Ryu-jin heard it. What should we do with the bastard? Why is this one still alive? We can't let the witch live. A man's voice like scraping metal. It included the word witness. There was another witness in the basement. The camera closed up on that witness' face, and Kim Ryu-jin, who had crouched down, forwardly holds his trembling breath. His fingers, which are touching the ground, are tense. The muscles in the calves and thighs supporting his body twitch slightly. He can't stop his whole body from shaking. It seemed like his body is making fun of Kim Ryu-jin. No matter how much he commanded, his body trembled on its own. He looked as if he was extremely cold. Stop, please stop. He couldn't afford any noise, even a breath. The horror of the encroaching silence at that moment. Kim Ryu-jin rolls his eyes incessantly. Though the dull gray floor had nothing to look at, his eyes moved frantically. Chit, just go away. All he could do was roll his eyes. Kim Ryu-jin thought he might wet himself. If he relaxed his lower abdomen, it felt like it would pour out refreshing. Hold on, even breathing had to be held now. Kim Ryu-jin's facial muscles suddenly started to convulse. It was the process of becoming rigid. He only focused on the sound, listening to the sound. All these processes were vividly captured on the camera. The actors watching such Kim Ryu-jin through the monitor slightly opened their mouths. But no one could utter a word. It wasn't acting they could evaluate themselves. Even understanding with their eyes and heads was overwhelming. No, there were actors who could not understand. They were nobodies. But what was this unbelievable gap? Amidst it all, Director Shin Dong-chun, who was looking at the monitor with a mad smile, whispered. It might not be a dream. No, it must work, it must. Then Hong Hae-yeon, who was next to him, whispered. The Messian Scene Short Film Festival is going to be turned upside down. If they give the prize to something else after seeing this, they're corrupt. She laughed as she looked at the actors who were frozen like mannequins. If only we do well too. Meanwhile, in the studio of writer Park Yoon-mai. Writer Park Yoon-mai and PD Song Man-woo are sitting side by side on a sofa, having finished a script meeting a few dozen minutes ago. They're both watching a large TV, where a script reading scene from a few days ago is being played. At that moment, Writer Park Yoon-mai, with her arms crossed, took off her hairband and clicked her tongue. It was like this on the spot too, but seeing it this way, it's even more certain. Call T-sen and tell him he needs to catch up. PD Song Man-woo, stroking his goatee, answered while keeping his gaze on the TV. I already called. He's gone in secluded training. Secluded training? Yeah. After the reading, he's been working intensely, squeezing whatever time he can from his schedule. Even manager Kim was surprised. He said he's on fire for the first time in a while. HMPH, you really have to see it with your own eyes. T-sen has good energy, but the detail is lacking. At that moment, Park Derai or Kang Woo-jin appeared on TV. Right Park Yoon-mai, who had been watching his acting for a moment, leaned slightly forward and murmured. I felt it on the reading day, that eccentric. His voice is nice too. The way he chews and spits out his diction is unquestionable. I always look at the overall acting balance, but that day I dissected a little, and it was really. Isn't that just being infatuated? You feel that way, PD? Ah, look at that. The control of expression intensity controlling the pace. I saw something else. What? In response to her question, PD Song Manwoo, who was leaning deep into the sofa, crossed his legs. He is still growing in that moment. The Park Deer-eye I first saw and the Park Deer-eye that day were clearly different. He's gradually digging deeper, becoming more raw. I'm sure he's practicing relentlessly and repeating, even if we don't know. That's why it looks a little dangerous too. He's still self-taught since there's no one around him. You should keep an eye on him, PD. Directing isn't just about taking pictures. We'll have to wait and see for now. He's a tough kid, so poking him might be more harmful. PD Song Manwoo, who sighed lightly, changed the topic. Anyway, thanks to Woojin, all the actors are on fire. When I contacted them, they all seemed to be trying to improve their acting quality like T-Sen. Public's eyes are so accurate. If you stand next to Woojin, you can easily tell if you're acting carelessly. It's a funny situation. It's not the lead or supporting role like Ryu Youngmin, Hong Hyeon, etc., but a nameless newcomer who has just revealed himself is playing the role of the heavy hitter, right? What's funny about that? A mountain tree that has been growing steadily for more than 100 years has to be incredibly tough. Is Kang Woojin a 100-year-old mountain tree? Right? Park Yoon-mai shrugged without denying. In a metaphorical sense, yes. He has walked silently and solitarily and suddenly appeared at Woojin. Then PD Song Manwoo, who laughed a little, looked at Kang Woojin on the TV and how much bigger will that monster become when it goes through our work in exorcism? He was curious again. All the characters he brings to life by shedding his flesh alone. Sometimes there are such actors. An actor who inspires ambition in the direct through acting. Thriller by that monster, comedy, romantic comedy, action. PD Song Manwoo, who applied Kang Woojin to all existing genres. I want to shoot all of them. If possible, he wanted to have at least one of them. That's why I can't quit directing. Soon. PD Song Manwoo, who lowered his head, checked the time. The shooting must have started by now, exorcism. All right, I'm curious. I wonder what kind of crazy things they are doing there. I'm curious about his direction too. But you know, if either our work or exorcism really succeeds, what will happen? What do you mean, what will happen? That oddball Kang Woojin becomes a totem. PD Song Manwoo imagined the future in his head. Needless to say, his acting is crazy, and if he joins, the combat power of other actors goes up as well. Then the quality of the work increases, and if everything he shoots succeeds, he becomes the #1 casting priority. Realistically, it won't all succeed, but still. Then a Kang Woojin religion will be created. Hearing this, he really sounds like a balance-breaking character. Right, Park Yoon-mai, who had been admiring quietly, smiled slightly. Well, it's okay, because we are connected with that balance-breaking character. PD Song Manwoo, infected with laughter, lightly tapped her shoulder. What is it, right, Park? Are you already thinking about that Kang Woojin guy for your next work? Aren't you the one who thought about using Woojin in your first directorial work after setting up a production company? Weren't you? Am I wrong? Kang Woojin deeply permeates the future of these two heavyweights. How can I resist the totem? Of course, it was a future full of making that end. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at a major film company, two men were seen in a meeting room with a round table. One was about 40 years old and short, and an old man was sitting in front of him. The old man had white hair mixed in his eyebrows. Anyway, director, I found a crazy guy while looking at another one. The short man yelled at the old man while sitting. It's really amazing. I was wondering if that was acting. The old man stroked his chin. Really, how great was it that Chief Choi is so excited? It wasn't just me. Everyone who came to the profiler and young reading felt the same. Park Deer-eye was sociopathic acting, but it was the most vivid I've ever seen. No, he was just Park Deer-eye. He chewed up all the other actors there. I felt it right away. He's perfect for your work. He's perfect for the role I'm thinking of. Yes, the light bulb just turned on in my head, really. The old man who was watching the excited short man spit out a small sigh. All right, I know well how discerning Chief Choi's eyes are. What's his name? His name is Kang Woojin. But he's a nobody. But he's really going to make it big. He has a peculiarly cold vibe, but the aura he exudes is something different. Oddly arrogant, but also relatable, you know. I'm not talking about him making it big, but isn't he lacking in experience? Nobodies remain nobodies, no matter how much they stroll. How should I explain? He's like a veteran actor with rich experience. He can perform smoothly in front of hundreds of people, and yet he learned acting by self-study. This kid must be really crazy. How can he learn acting by self-study? Stop joking around. The old man who scoffed slightly. In fact, he was one of the few master directors in the country. He continued speaking. So did you check his agency? He doesn't have an agency yet. Not yet. What's that about? Something feels off. Just let him audition first. Trust me, as the production PD. Did you give him your business card? Yes. He saw the name of our film company, so he will surely contact us. If he doesn't, I'll personally reach out to PD Song. Soon. The old man slowly stood up from his seat and nodded slightly. All right, bring him in then. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Shooting 3. Chapter 28, Shooting 3. March 11th, Wednesday afternoon. The exorcism team was shooting for the second day in Haju, Gyeonggi-do. The current location was an old cafe near a villa, which also doubled as a restaurant. The exorcism crew, about 10 people, were busy around the cafe, cleaning up after a scene. In the film industry, there is a phrase, unfold and fold. It means to spread out and then clean up, and even in commercial films, they clean up quickly after outdoor shooting. Short films had to be twice as fast to save on production costs. Anyhow, Chris Hong Hyeon got into a van parked by the roadside. She leaned her head back against the headrest, wearing a white long padded jacket, and sighed heavily. Phew. Casually swept her long hair back. It looked like a scene from a shampoo commercial. Hong Hyeon's filming for Exorcism was over with that scene. She had spent 2 out of the total 5 shooting days with the crew. Originally, it was a 3-day schedule, but due to her other busy schedules, the shooting was quite intense. The scene just before was a 2-shot scene with Kang Woojin, the protagonist of Exorcism. She closed her long padded coat. Han Haeyeon reflected on the emotions and scenes left in her mind. Felt different from watching it on a monitor. It's different when you experience it with your own eyes. Did I feel a bit intimidated in the middle? Why? She gnawed her lower lip as she questioned herself. Felt that my acting was lacking while trying to match the acting. Han Haeyeon felt a distance in acting between her and Kang Woojin. She was a top actress, but Kang Woojin was still a nobody. But still, it felt far. It felt quite distant. Don't know, it seemed like I was being stubborn from the middle. She even asked director Shin Dong-chan for a retake out of dissatisfaction. As retakes increased, Kang Woojin and Kim Ryu-jin became deeper, and the gap did shrink. Of course, her acting wasn't bad overall. No, rather it was good. Director Shin Dong-chan was satisfied. Even Han Haeyeon was among the top actresses in Korea in terms of acting. It's just that Kang Woojin was an unbelievable existence. How does he do it? When I see him, it feels like he's lived in the world of the drama for years. That gaze isn't just talent. She had joined exorcism to understand Kang Woojin's insane acting, but having experienced it, she felt even more entangled. Moreover, she got a new shock this time. Kim Ryu-jin had a completely different tone from Park D-rai. How can he distinguish the two characters so clearly while working on two projects simultaneously? Park D-rai was sticky and cunning, while this time Kim Ryu-jin had a relaxed and full of everyday life. Kang Woojin, Park D-rai, and Kim Ryu-jin were completely separate. This was skill that a rookie could never have. Is it multiple personalities? Multiple personalities? Yes, it seemed like multiple personalities, distinct personalities. Suddenly, Han Haeyeon sighed. Is it something that can be achieved through learning? And Kang Woojin learned it on his own. For now, it was unknown. It might be impossible, but she had to keep watching. Kang Woojin, because she wanted to act better. Soon, Han Haeyeon, swoosh, took out her phone and called the head of her agency. That is, CEO Choi Sung-joon. Bro, how much is Kang Woojin's signing fee? What, isn't it a bit low? Meanwhile, inside the cafe where the shooting cleanup was in full swing. Kang Woojin is sitting by the cafe window, which was generally shabby, waiting to get in the car with the team. His current outfit was very much Kim Ryu-jin, but his face was expressionless. However, inside he felt quite good. I did it. Specifically, there was a scene where Han Haeyeon hugged Kang Woojin from behind. It was not a cut filled with affection. Rather, it was a scene that gave him goosebumps. But a back hug is a back hug. The warmth of Han Haeyeon was clear on Woojin's back. It was something that would make Woojin, an ordinary citizen, smile. No way I got a back hug from Han Haeyeon. Now, I have another thing to boast about to Kim D-young. That's when it happened. Woojin. A male voice woke Kang Woojin, lost in his fantasies. Turning around, he saw director Shin Dong-chun, smiling. What are you thinking about so seriously? Back hug, Woojin couldn't say, so he dodged the question with other words. Since they were filming, the acting must be good. Kang Woojin much certainly. I was thinking about the next scene. There was no lie as blatant as this. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had no way of knowing this, tucked his shooting script into his back pocket. Don't overdo it. You are already doing more than enough. If you collapse, we'll have to stop everything you know. I'll be careful. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a smile mixed with satisfaction, sat next to Woojin and changed the subject. Woojin, you haven't signed a contract with an agency yet, right? Yes, not yet. You must have received quite a few business cards at the Profiler Henryong reading session, right? What's up? Should I prepare myself? As Kang Woojin stared silently, Director Shin Dong-chun shrugged his shoulders. Well, I used to be a drama PD. I was decent, you know, because a lot of entertainment industry representatives attend the script reading. I thought if they saw you, they would definitely give you their business card. I see. You worried. I don't know about other advice, but newcomers or unknowns usually don't get a signing bonus from joining a company. Rather, they pay to get in. It costs money to nurture a newcomer. They are the ones investing the money. Newcomers or unknowns usually sign a contract for 5 or 7 years, and it takes at least 3 to 4 years to start making a profit. At the point, Director Shin Dong-chan changed his expression. But you, Woojin, should get a signing bonus. You're special, aren't you? You're already making money from acting, and the scale is unbelievably large. No, I'm not talking about my work. I'm talking about Profile Henryong. Yes. You know how amazing PD Song Man-woo and Right Park Yoon-mai are, right? Even top actors have a hard time joining their project. I wonder how much I should ask for. Just as Woojin was about to ask this question in his mind, Director Shin Dong-chun preemptively gave an answer. The reason why the entertainment companies are after you is because they can skip training period, which usually costs millions of won. It's more massive than you think, both time and money. You're advancing 3 to 5 years. I sort of know. But the real scary thing is uncertainty. They educate, invest money, promote, run around to producers and broadcasters, and if you screw up even after rating someone for 3 years, 1 in 100 makes it. The rest are complete failures. Even that one barely lands a minor role. The entertainment industry is scary. Although there was no change in his expression, Kang Woojin was shaken inside. Regardless, Director Shin Dong-chan suddenly pointed at Kang Woojin with his index finger. But what about you now, Woojin? You are the lead in our exorcism, right? And in Profiler Henryong. I'm a supporting actor. You're just starting out and you're already the lead and supporting actor without a 3 to 5 year gap. Plus, your acting is already polished. You don't need in training. And you have star quality too. Some people risk their lives to get a minor role, but you've created several times more than that on your own. You think entertainment companies won't drool over you? It makes perfect sense listening to him. Amid all this, Director Shin Dong-chun, who was across his arm, paused to think, then opened his mouth again. In my opinion, you could ask for at least 20 million for a signing bonus. Kang Woojin was shocked, of course inwardly. What, 20 million won? Afterwards, at the time Kang Woojin was once again back to shooting exorcism, Profiler Henryong was pouring out promotions like a waterfall after finishing their script reading. Profiler Henryong is currently in script reading, many stars in attendance / photos. Will it meet the expectations? The script reading of Profiler Henryong took place in a rented condo. Will the content be as solid as the rumors suggest? Photos from the script reading filled with top actors and brief interviews of the actors. Various rumors with credible sources were being spread to the public through articles. Profiler Han Young side says, first broadcast planned for May. Profiler Han Young to likely air on Fridays and Saturdays, will hold production announcement at the end of April. Who is the scene stealer actor, as mentioned by writer Park Yoon-mai, rumors are spreading among netizens. The first poster announcing the theme of the drama was also released. On a backdrop of black and gray smoke, photos of the lead actors, including Ryu Young-min and Hong Hye-yeon, were scattered at the bottom, emphasizing the profiler vibe. Of course, that being the first poster, it would likely change once the official poster is released. However, it successfully sent the message to the public about the pace of production. The following day, Thursday, the first teaser was released on the official YouTube channel of Profiler Han Young. A sneak peek at the script reading filled with top actors. Can't miss this, Profiler Han Young. Flashing sub. -2020, 312. A short 30-second video focused on script reading, but the views for this video were anything but short. Views 1,001,332. Is it because of the built-up anticipation, the massive participation of big names? The teaser video surpassed 1 million views in just one day after upload. Asterisk. So, on a late Saturday afternoon, 2 days later, Kang Woo-jin could be found in the second-floor bathroom of a Paju Village bathroom. No, he was now Kim Ryu-jin. Full of alertness in his eyes, he pressed his body against the wall, slowly hiding his body behind the door. He stayed like that for about 10 seconds. Someone roared at the eerily quiet second-floor bathroom. Cut, okay? It was director Shin Dong-chun, who rushed over to the composed Kang Woo-jin with reddened eyes. Thank you. You really worked hard, Woo-jin. You've worked hard too, director. The shooting of the short film Exorcism was all finished. That same day, late at night. Including Kang Woo-jin, the Exorcism team had a modest dinner at a meat restaurant near their Paju accommodation. It was past 10 o'clock at night. Hong Hye-yeon, who had left halfway through the schedule, was not there. Of course, Kang Woo-jin missed her. Anyway, please set up 3 portions of pork belly on each table. Yes. And please give us 3 bottles of soju for now. The place where 4 tables were put together, the after party of about 15 Exorcism team members officially started. It's a shame though, I really loved that villa. Right? It felt just like my own house. Hassa, just work hard and you can buy a villa, right? You know why a villa is called a villa. They say it's called a villa because it's like plucking stars from the sky. 10 or so staff members and actors, who had become quite close over 5 days, were busy laughing and chatting. Director Shin Dong-chun looked at them with a gratified smile. It was a moment of pride as a rookie director. Meanwhile, the expression of the man sitting next to Director Shin Dong-chun, with his windbreaker zipped up to his neck, Kang Woo-jin was silently staring down at his cup. No, more precisely, he was reflecting on the past 5 days that involved shooting. It feels a bit strange, a bittersweet feeling. We call it a sense of regret. Woo-jin was slightly regretful. He felt a sense of accomplishment for the first time in a long time. When I heard the okay at the end of the shoot, I even felt a chill. It was short film, but his first movie, his first shooting, his first leading role. Everything was new and unfamiliar to Kang Woo-jin, and while the continuous 5-day shoot was terribly hard, it was fun. Despite the fatigue from the unfamiliar environment, the wonder and fascination that were fed daily were even greater. Of course, there was also the mental burden for Woo-jin to maintain his character. But Kang Woo-jin's conclusion was that it was fun. I never felt like this when I was at the design company. Well, it's seriously tough, no doubt. Is this the level of short film? Suddenly, Kang Woo-jin imagined the torment of shooting a prop commercial work or Profiler Han Young. He hit the nail on the head. Exorcism was just a warm-up. I need to build up my stamina. Anyway, Kang Woo-jin's life had drastically changed. Then, Woo-jin, female actor called out to Kang Woo-jin. Aren't you tired? You've been sitting very calmly. The top shifted to Kang Woo-jin. Actors and staff began chiming one after another. Right? Woo-jin didn't change his expression throughout the shooting. It was amazing. Right? In the final stages of filming, only Woo-jin was in great shape, right? I don't think I've ever seen him look tired. And he maintained a steady tone in his acting too. Was it really not tiring at all? No, it was damn hard, but whining didn't suit Kang Woo-jin, who was trying to act tough. Somehow he kept a poker face, so the answer had to be similar. I managed. Behind him, director Shin Dong-chun laughed and patted Kang Woo-jin's shoulder a couple of times. You've got stamina and you're mentally strong. Honestly, Woo-jin, there's nothing lacking in you as an actor. If I were a drum PD, I'd cast you on the spot. Thank you. Above all, you're about to be on a massive set, right? You have to be unfazed by this. I know, I understand. Just when I had forgotten, this guy reminds me of my fear. Other actors rushed in, regardless of Woo-jin's true feelings. All right, what are you filming, a movie, a drama? Well, I'm envious, but I admit, Woo-jin, with your acting skills, you can definitely succeed anywhere. When I see you on TV or on the screen, I feel like bragging to everyone around me. Oh, Woo-jin, can you please give me your autograph? Autograph? As soon as the word autograph was spat out, the actors all raised their hands. Director Shin Dong-chun stopped them. Let's do that later. For now, Woo-jin's filming is done. I'm going to start post-production work right away from tomorrow. In other words, he was going to start editing. But there will probably be some posting work. Director Shin Dong-chun gave a brief explanation. Basically, there would be audio posting work due to narration or the sound being distorted by the surrounding environment. We'll do it all in one day. I'll contact you before scheduling. All of this information and knowledge was new to Kang Woo-jin, but he calmly nodded his head. I understand. He asked about something he was curious about. Had the schedule for the Messian Scene Short Film Festival been released? No, not yet. The exact schedule usually comes out 2 weeks before. Rumor has it that it'll be around mid-April to late April. There's a little over a month left, so luckily the post-production work won't be too tight. I see. For a moment, envy surged in director Shin Dong-chun's eyes. Woo-jin's cuts, I mean the shots are of high quality, so the film should turn out great. Then, while refilling Woo-jin's cider glass, director Shin Dong-chun suddenly changed the subject. Woo-jin, you do have a suit, right? A suit? Of course he does have one. The cheap suit he bought during a 1+1 deal for a job interview. I have one. But even if you do buy another one, send a bit of money and get a good one. Is there a reason? Honestly, before I met Woojin, I thought it was a dream, but now it feels like it's going to become a reality. I mentioned it before, right? Among hundreds of submissions, only a few dozen get selected for the Messian Scene Short Film Festival main competition. The weight of the actor's performance also plays a significant role in the judging criteria. Yes. At this point, director Shin Dong-jun smiled confidently. If you're invited as a finalist, of course, the lead actor has to attend the film festival. He pointed at Kang Woojin. There will be amazing figures from the film industry there, so you have to look the part right. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Master 1. Chapter 29, Master 1. Sunday morning. Kang Woojin, who had opened his eyes in a lodging near the Exorcism filming site, immediately moved to Sea Blue Studio, because he received a call from the team of profiler Henry Young. Actually, it was a meeting that had been scheduled for a few days. It was originally meant to happen earlier, but PD Song Man-woo moved the schedule. Anyway, after getting off the van from Exorcism, Woojin met with PD Song Man-woo, Ride Park Yoon-mai, the production manager, and others. The meeting started with the PD Song, W, who showed the confirmed style concept for the character Park D-Rai. Woojin, this is the usual costume concept of Park D-Rai, as well as places like his house and other confirmed concepts. Please take a look at them all. Woojin reviewed various decisions about the character Park D-Rai, from appearance to his living place. Although it was only a draft before, now it was confirmed, and Woojin kept a calm expression. While it's really detailed, they even show pictures of places and houses. The costumes change every time. Well, the framework is similar in design. They must go into production after researching materials. He was secretly amazed. Woojin listened to the concept discussion for about 10 minutes, then Right Heart Yoon-mai took over, and they moved on to the script meeting. First of all, here are the official scripts for parts 3 and 4. The other actors already received theirs, but you were delayed because of the Exorcism filming. I know your schedule is tight, but please analyze it well. A hint of worry was in Right Heart Yoon-mai's eyes. She was concerned about giving the script late. However, Kang Woojin had no problems. He could grasp everything today. So he bragged a little. There's no problem. Really? Yes, writer. Right Part Yoon-mai's eyes quickly changed from worry to affection. Whatever happened, profiler Han Young now had official scripts up to part 4. Woojin didn't know, but the draft scripts had progressed beyond part 7. The covers and format of the scripts for parts 3 and 4 were the same as part 1. Of course, there were black squares attached to all the scripts. Then, PD Song Man-woo explained to Woojin. Park D-Rai appears until part 4 and then leaves, but there are a few scenes and flashbacks later. You should read up to part 6. Total of 6 parts. So, considering 3.5 million per episode, it was 21 million. Pure calculations aside, including reruns and other factors, it was quite a mouth-opening amount. Nice, good for the actor. Woojin silently cheered. Then, for about an hour, Woojin had to listen to the verbal rehearsal for parts 3 and 4. It was quite fun. Comparing the thoughts of the creators and the director with his reading was valuable. As soon as the script-related meeting ended, PD Song Man-woo grinned. It seemed the actors have awakened thanks to Woojin. Awakening? What awakening? It's not even a fancy world, Woojin quietly asked, curious. What do you mean by awakening? When they saw your acting during script reading, they felt a sense of urgency, afraid of being overshadowed by Park D-Rai. Right Park Yoon-mai added at the end of his sentence. She was also smiling. How did Exorcism shooting go? Was it okay? Yes, without any problems. I'm looking forward to Exorcism too. How was the atmosphere at the set? Was it okay? I almost died. This was Woojin's honest feeling, but here, pretending it was no big deal was the right answer. It seemed fine. Fine. You must have good stamina then, Woojin. Good. Our profiler Henry Young filming starts soon, so take care of your condition, although you'll handle it well. Is there time to control my condition? Kang Woojin just thought he had to endure. He finished the meeting in the afternoon. As he left the building, he quietly muttered to himself. Feels hectic, but I feel like I can manage. It was then. A long vibration rang from the fleece pipe Woojin was wearing. A call. The caller was Kim D-young, and Woojin, glancing around, answered. What? Hey, Kang Woojin, come out now. Let's have a drink. The guys are ready. I declined drink with them. Are you still pretending to be busy, you gibless jerk? You haven't even found a new job. Thanks for criticism disguised as concern. Now shut up. What have you been doing lately? Why are you acting so mysteriously? Why won't you show your face? It wasn't that he didn't want to meet his friends, but honestly, Kang Woojin didn't have the time to drink. It wasn't an excuse, he was genuinely busy. I'll tell you later, bye. Click. As soon as he hung up the phone, Woojin, who was thinking about Kim D-young and his friends, murmured to himself. Well, they'll all see it on TV soon anyway. Better to hide it and then reveal it than to lie in person. That was the plan. Around this time, a minivan from the production company that was going to pick up Kang Woojin emerged from the underground parking lot. There was no reason to refuse a ride home. Thump. As soon as Woojin got in, the minivan started. The production staff was there, so Kang Woojin reverted to his indifferent expression. He then picked up the script for parts 3 and 4 of Profiler Han Young, focusing on part 3. Should I read part 3 before I get home? Poke. Now he had no hesitation in pressing the black square, and soon Kang Woojin was plunged into the endless dark void. Then he immediately checked the floating white rectangle. So, the connected scripts are laid out like this. Part 3 of Profiler Han Young was placed small under the original part 1 white rectangle. It was the same for part 2 and now again. If there were 16 parts, the white rectangles would be hard to see, lined up 16 times. The operation was the same, only the size was smaller. Kang Woojin, realizing something new, moved his finger. And then, Woojin was sucked into the unfamiliar world of Park D-Rai in part 3. Later in the afternoon of the same day, Kang Woojin's studio apartment. Kang Woojin returned to his studio apartment until after 1 o'clock. Fortunately, the Profiler Han Young team drove him home, so the trip was comfortable, but due to the fatigue from 5 days of shooting, the drinking party the night before, and the meeting this morning left Woojin exhausted. As soon as he arrived home, he collapsed onto his bed. Kang Woojin, who had been lying motionless for 3 minutes, barely moved. No, to be exact, he squirmed. Was this the peace he had longed for? Even the noise from the upstairs apartment seemed comforting. Could he just fall asleep like this? As he habitually reached for his phone, Kang Woojin squirmed again. Then he spotted some business cards. They were the business cards he had received on the script reading day. All right, those were still there. He'd had them for about a week, so he needed to make a decision. Sigh. But right now, even standing up seemed too bothersome for Kang Woojin, so he just reached out lying down and grabbed the stack of business cards. A total of 9. Most were entertainment companies, but one was film company. Well, that aside. Choosing an agency is basically check the company. Did he really need to meet with all 8 entertainment companies? That seemed excessive. It would be a bit of a hassle, and it didn't seem right for Kang Woojin to go around visiting each one, considering his attitude. Plus, when I saw them on the reading day, they seemed to know each other well. If I meet with a lot of agencies, wouldn't there be a rumor? Though he was just pondering, Woojin's musing was close to the right answer. The entertainment world, where rumors spread faster than light, and the entertainment sector in particular, was especially quick due to its sensitivity trends. There was a good chance that negative rumors would spread if Kang Woojin went around here and there. Being too fickle is a no-no. At this point, Kang Woojin paused at a familiar business card. BW Entertainment. CEO Choi Sung-un. It was the agency of top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Then, Woojin mumbled as he fiddled with the business card. In a brief moment, many thoughts crossed his mind. Honestly, Kang Woojin knew nothing about the entertainment world. Even if he researched each company, he wouldn't come to a clear judgment. Just worrying won't help. Therefore, he needed experience. Later that same afternoon, at a commercial shooting site. It was a cosmetics commercial, and a desk was placed in the middle of the set with various cosmetics products arranged on top. Seated there was Hong Hae-yeon in a white dress. She dabbed one of the products onto a ball and smiled at the camera. Bring nature to your skin. At the same time, a chubby man watching the monitor shouted into a megaphone. Okay, nice expression, Hae-yeon. We'll just change the cosmetic and do it again. Staff from the advertising team rushed over to the desk where Hong Hae-yeon was sitting. The cosmetics were swiftly replaced. Amidst this, Tyus quickly adjusted Hong Hae-yeon's makeup. At this moment, swoosh! A familiar man entered the shooting area. It was CEO Choi Sung-un. As soon as he saw him, Hong Hae-yeon's fate was left to the telltales, and she opened her mouth. You're here. CEO Choi Sung-un immediately gave her a thumbs up. You're killing it, Hong Star. Your beauty is at its peak today, isn't it? What's with the sudden praise today? You must have come to ask for something. Spit it out. What is it? There's really nothing. But now that I think about it, there is one small thing. How about you, Hae-yeon, being a chicken model now that exorcism is over? No. Hey, you, at least listen to the terms. If I model for chicken, I have to eat only the chicken. There are so many heaps of chicken in the world, I don't want to. CEO Choi Sung-un let out a long sigh. You know how much it is worth, and you're refusing it over taste. Just then, the CEO's phone rang, interrupting their impending battle. It was a call from an unsaved number. At that, CEO Choi Sung-un signaled Hong Hae-yeon to wait and answered the call. Yes, this is Choi Sung-un. A deep male voice came from the other end. Hello, this is Kang Woojin. Startled, CEO Choi Sung-un's eyes widened, and he mouthed to Hong Hae-yeon. Hey, it's Kang Woojin. Hong Hae-yeon jumped up. What? Tell me quickly. Thanks to this, CEO Choi Sung-un opened his mouth with a smile. Oh, Woojin, I've been waiting for your call. I'm sorry I was shooting. I know. I would like to meet and discuss the contract. CEO Choi Sung-un clenched his fist. Of course, let's meet, but it's a bit late now. I'll go near your house tomorrow. However, Kang Woojin's voice over the phone was incredibly calm. No, I'll go to BW Entertainment. On the 16th. The weekend had passed, and it was busy Monday morning everywhere. Of course, this was also true for BW Entertainment near Samsung Station. The office was not particularly large, but the 10 or so employees were all busy with their own work. BW Entertainment's interior had a generally neat atmosphere. Nothing particularly stood out. There were the offices where employees worked, meeting rooms, the CEO's office. The only notable thing was that posters of Hong Hae-yeon were hanging here and there on the office walls. Employees of BW Entertainment were quietly whispering to each other. Who's the man who just went into the CEO's office? Oh, does anyone know him? Isn't he from some other company? He was quite handsome, though. His aura was heavy. He looked like an actor. An actor? What's going on? The CEO didn't tell us. Is he a new recruit? Why was our second actor finally coming? But isn't it excessive to sign an unknown actor at this time? The protagonist of their whispers was sitting at the 4-person desk in the CEO's office. It was the expressionless Kang Woojin, casually dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt he was. I want that large poster. Staring intently at a large poster of Hong Hae-yeon on the front wall. Just then. Woojin, please have this. CEO Choi Sung-un placed a coffee cup in front of Woojin, and Woojin, who was looking at the poster, suddenly regained his senses. Thank you. CEO Choi Sung-un, still smiling, sat opposite Woojin and twirled his finger. It's small, isn't it? But it's quite big for a startup. Well, everything is thanks to Hong Hae-yeon, though. Indeed, a top actress. Can a single company be maintained just because of her? Kang Woojin, recalling news about celebrities who bought billing worth hundreds of billions of won, asked. But why only Hong Hae-yeon? Is there anyone else? Well, I did focus on Hong Star, and I was busy establishing the company position. I also handed out my business card at various places like broadcasting stations and production companies. CEO Choi Sung-un answered with a smile and abruptly stood up. He then went to his seat, brought a clear file, and sat down again across from Woojin, solemnly unbuttoning his suit jacket. Woojin, have you met any agencies? You're the first, but he couldn't just say that. Kang Woojin mixed a bit of bluster into his moderate response. I think I've met enough. It's confusing, isn't it? But you need to stay focused. It's an important time. CEO Choi Sung-un, who brought the transparent file, slightly pushed it towards Kang Woojin. This is the contract we're offering you, Woojin, but before we get to that, CEO Choi Sung-gun, with his hands together, met Kang Woo-jin cold gaze. I think we should address this first. The signing bonus. That will make the contract discussion smoother. You said other agencies talked about exceptional harm, right? I've prepared something as well. Startled by the sudden realistic talk, Kang Woo-jin was slightly taken aback inside. Wow, this guy's throwing straight balls. Say calm, Kang Woo-jin. You've experienced it before. He then calmly nodded his head. Please go on. You have something in mind. He did. Kang Woo-jin had roughly figured out the size of the signing bonus. His source was direct Shin Dong-chun. I think you can ask for about 20 million won for the signing bonus. That is, it was 20 million won. But is this really right? Woo-jin, who had come so far, now felt that 20 million won was an enormous sum. No, it was indeed a large amount. Will I be kicked out for calling for 20 million won? Or perhaps the CEO might get angry and suddenly splash the coffee he was drinking on Woo-jin's face. You know, the kind that appears in morning dramas. On the other hand, CEO Choi Sung-gun was not even thinking about morning dramas. He was simply hitting the calculator in his head repeatedly. It's okay, he's different. He's been in 2 works already, one of them being Profiler and Ryong. He will definitely rise after that. Recouping the signing bonus is no big deal. The key is to sign him. CEO Choi Sung-gun, who had schemed all he could in the entertainment industry, would never engage in a losing business. Meanwhile, Kang Woo-jin had made up his mind. Coolly, just briefly and clearly say 2 million won. Just do it. Let's shout it out. What if you get splat with coffee? Just consider it wiring your face. Soon, just as Woo-jin was about to mention the 20 million won he had decided on in his head. Woo-jin, CEO Choi Sung-gun, looking serious, stopped Woo-jin 2 million won. He made the first move. How about 30 million? What? Why? Kang Woo-jin was taken aback by the unexpected amount. Thanks to his rehearsed composure, there was no change in his expression, but his pupils shook briefly. However, Woo-jin couldn't close his mouth, which had opened in surprise. 4-1. It should have been 30 million won, but Kang Woo-jin barely stopped his mouth before the final sound. He almost foolishly questioned in a situation where he should remain cool and composed. He was too stunned. Therefore, Kang Woo-jin praised himself for a moment. You did well, you almost showed it, but what's going on? 30 million all of a sudden. Kang Woo-jin began to choose his words. Meanwhile, CEO Choi Sung-gun, who had been quietly looking at Woo-jin for some reason, said, 4-2. The sudden strong voice. Okay, 40 million, we can do it. Asterisk. Notes. 1. The starting sound for both 30 samship and 40 sinship is the similar in Korean, so here the first word wasn't actually 4, but it was supposed to be 30. However, CEO Choi misunderstood it as Woo-jin trying to say 40. Asterisk. Chap 30, mass 2. Chap 30, mass 2. What, 40 million won? Kang Woo-jin couldn't hide his shock. He was slightly surprised at 30 million won, but it had suddenly jumped by 10 million won. Something was going awry again. Why all of a sudden? Kang Woo-jin wanted to ask outright, feeling frustrated. But CEO Choi Sung-gun, Woo-jin was a monstrous actor. Asking his worth only made CEO Choi Sung-gun smile. Although Kang Woo-jin was still reeling from the shock, he maintained his poker face as much as possible, and he repeated Choi Sung-gun's answer in a low voice. 40 million won. Yes, it's Honorable Woo-jin. Kang Woo-jin felt slightly numb to reality, right? When he was working at a design company, 10 million won was a sum that took a whole year to save. Now it comes and goes in seconds. It's startling. Though startled, Woo-jin tried to keep his cool. There was no reason to reject it. He misunderstood things on his own. I'm innocent. Now he had to continue the conversation naturally, very calmly. However, there was no need for a lengthy explanation. Missteps in speech are enemies of the concept. A careless line could make one look fluent. Each moment is like walking on thin ice. Though no one knew, Woo-jin was fighting a fierce battle inside, conjuring up a polished and cool response. I'm curious why that amount was determined. Unpridingly, CEO Choi Sung-gun folded his hands solemnly and explained. Actually, these days, there's a trend to avoid signing bonuses. Some top stars even prefer not to take them, accepting houses or other things instead. Yes, the same goes for rising rookie actors who have made a name for themselves with a few successful movies or dramas, including their training period when they transfer after a 7-year contract. They take a foreign car instead of signing bonus. Yes, I roughly know. The point here is transfer. Signing bonuses are mostly given when an artist transfers. Whether it's an actor or idol, there's rarely a signing bonus for the first contract. Everyone starts as a trainee. If the kid's good, they might give a little pocket money. So, CEO Choi Sung-gun pointed at the unfazed Kang Woo-jin. But Woo-jin, you're a bit special. You're practically completely unknown with only 2 works to your name, and one of them is a short film. But it's safe to say that there's never been a case like this. You know that, right? Go on, please. However, to be honest to the public, you're still a regular person. In the entertainment world, money ultimately comes from recognition. If another agency sees the signing bonus, they'll think we're crazy, because your recognition is 0. But those who have seen you at script readings are willing to invest. They see the future. In the end, it's about recognition, whether by the agency or the public. CEO Choi Sung-gun paused for a moment. Woo-jin, your acting is amazing. I was moved by an actor's performance for the first time in a while. He concluded his explanation. It's great that you joined Profiler and Ryong because you were captivated by the director and the writer, but the future in the entertainment industry is always uncertain. If Profiler and Ryong fails, your obscurity will continue. Exorcism is a short film, so the public will hardly watch it. That wasn't wrong. Only Kang Woo-jin knew the future hint of the work. If that happens, I and the other agencies that approach Woo-jin will have given a signing bonus of 40 million to an ordinary person. Because of such uncertainty, regardless of Woo-jin's exceptional acting skills, other agencies won't offer more than 40 or 50 million. Some agencies would even need approval from higher-ups. Rejection is very frustrating. When Kang Woo-jin was inwardly agreeing, CEO Choi Sung-gun suddenly spread out the clear file he had brought. It was a contract. But actually, the signing bonus is not that important in this situation. It's just a courtesy or an expression of appreciation for Woo-jin's acting. The key here is, as you know. Soon, CEO Choi Sung-gun pointed to one part of the contract with his index finger. The distribution ratio and the contract period. I see. Kang Woojin had another realization, and it seemed like he needed a bit of bragging. Well, just use some of the thing Director Shin Dongshin said. Woojin lowered his voice. You don't need to invest money, time, and education in me. CEO Choi Sung-gun, who had been smiling, nodded his head. That's correct. That's a big advantage for any agency. You probably wouldn't be satisfied with any conditions from any agency right now, but as you grow, you'll need an agency. Yes. So I thought about it. What would Woojin find sweet in addition to the signing bonus? Maybe a taste, that's what I thought, understanding the mark trend. Choi Sung-gun, who answered arbitrarily, pushed the contract towards Woojin. The standard payout ratio for an unknown actor who has gone through being a trainee is about 5 to 6-4. But Woojin, you are a finished product. In other words, the agency does not need to spend a dime. He emphasized the point. The payout ratio is 9. 1, of course we are the one, and a contract term of 1 year. What's this? These rattle terms. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun said meaningfully. In a nutshell, it's just a taste of what our BW entertainment is like. Decide whether to extend it or not for a year. What do you think? In response to his question, Kang Woojin lowered his gaze to the contract and answered softly. Please explain the contract. Meanwhile, on a drama set. The set, divided into several sections, was in the final stages of construction. Here, PD Song Man-woo appeared, actively checking various aspects of the set. The sound here, can't you hear it? It's creaking right. Then, his cell phone rang. PD Song Man-woo, after checking the caller, nonchalantly picked up the call. Chief Choi, did you see the actor you came to see on the reading day? A male voice was heard through the phone. It was person named Chief Choi from the major film company Box Movie. Yes, I've seen it well. PD, do you happen to have the number of the guy who turned the script reading room upside down? Kang Woojin, can you tell me his number? Number? Yes. Actually, I did give him my business card at the script reading, but he hasn't contacted me for a week. I'm sure he saw the name of the film company, but it's the first time this has happened. PD Song Man-woo chuckled as if he understood. Well, the guy doesn't move based on the name. He's quite stubborn. But isn't it a bit difficult for me to just give out his number? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm sure he's definitely not ignoring Box Movie. He must have a reason. PD Song Man-woo trailed off. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Box Movie contacted Kang Woojin. Aren't they starting a project with that director now? PD Song Man-woo recalled an article he recently read. One of the country's renowned master director had started a production with Box Movie. If you piece together the timing, the answer was quite simple. They're trying to snag Kang Woojin. It was a strong possibility. If Kang Woojin joins that director's project, that would make the movie extraordinary. PD Song Man-woo, who had been imagining the scenario in his head, suddenly smirked. If you're in such a hurry, should I ask Woojin for you? A few dozen minutes later, back in the office of BW Entertainment, Woojin and CEO Choi Sung-gun were sitting opposite each other. CEO Choi was busy explaining the contract to Woojin in detail. He was quite passionate. Kang Woojin listened to the explanation, but also discreetly observed CEO Choi Sung-gun. Whatever happened, this situation must contain several misunderstandings. Perhaps Hong Hyeon's influence played a part too. Surely, she must have exerted her influence as well. That means there's no way he would get these conditions if he went to another agency. Upon reflection, there was no place with better conditions than here at BW Entertainment. At least that's what Kang Woojin thought. He needed experience and a 9-1 ratio and 1-year contract. This introductory contract was tailor-made for Woojin. Well, it's good to have someone I know. It's a bonus that it's Hong Hyeon. The entertainment industry was unfamiliar to Woojin. If even the agency he's going to be a part of is unfamiliar, the fatigue will double. Either way, you need to play along with the game, right? Then isn't it better to go with a place where he feels more at ease? Woojin made a decision on his own, unbeknownst to CEO Choi Sung-gun. So, after about 10 minutes, CEO Choi Sung-gun's passionate briefing ended, and he looked at Kang Woojin across from him and asked, "What do you think? I want to assure you that I will do my best. For now, just take it easy here." Kang Woojin, expressionless, created a silence in the conversation. His mouth opened a minute later. "CEO, can I add 2 conditions? I'll listen. One is not to ask about my past, and the second is to only work on the projects I want. Past? I got a rough idea from Hyeon that there must be some kind of situation. Regarding the project, are you saying I shouldn't even suggest it? No, I just want to decide on the project myself." In other words, he wanted to hold the decision-making power for the projects. Choi Sung-gun seemed okay with it. It would be a problem if he said he wouldn't do any projects, but if that wasn't the case, anything would do. CEO Choi Sung-gun smiled. "Both are possible. We can add them to the contract as well." As soon as he heard the answer, Kang Woojin reached out his hand. His action was imbued with a serious demeanor. "I look forward to working with you." In an instant, CEO Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly as he shook hands with Woojin and asked, "Does that mean you'll sign the contract with me?" "Yes." In no time, CEO Choi Sung-gun's mouth stretched from ear to ear in delight. Okay, that's right. Oh my, I laughed too loudly. It's been a while since I felt such pleasure." From here, CEO Choi Sung-gun moved swiftly. He quickly handed the amended official contract to Woojin. "Swish. Nice to have you on board, our BW Entertainment second actor." Kang Woojin signed. It was the moment he joined an agency. At the same time, Woojin took out a business card he brought with him and asked something he was curious about. "I received this business card on the reading day. They told me to contact them, but it's a film company, not an agency." Upon receiving the business card, Choi Sung-gun smiled deepened. That's amazing. I didn't expect work to come in simultaneously with the contract. Let's see which film company is it." At that moment, Choi Sung-gun's eye widened. Box Movie. Box Movie was a major company. Choi Sung-gun quickly flipped the card over. The name of the owner of the business card was revealed. Chief Choi Do-min. As a production PD, he's the real power at Box Movie. But did he come to the script reading too? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Director Woo Hyung-gu. You know him, right? One of the master directors in our country. This guy is doing his next work with Ox movie, and Director Woo Hyung-gu and Chief Choi Do-min are close. So, is Chief Choi playing Push Woojin in Director Woo Hyung-gu's movie? Choi Sung-gun, who had been thinking for a while, met eyes with the expressionless Kang Woojin. Woojin, it would be good to meet this Chief Choi. No, we must meet him. At that moment, Woojin's phone rang. It was call, and the caller was PD Song Man-woo. CEO Choi Sung-gun also seemed to have seen it as he gestured to answer the call. Soon, Woojin put his phone to his ear. Yes, PD. PD Song Man-woo's voice was heard over the phone. Woojin, you should have received a business card from Mock Movie. Yes, but how did you? Chief Choi called me. He asked me to give him your number, so I told him it's not possible. Instead, I said I'd ask you. Timing right? They were just talking about this. At the same time, PD Song Man-woo spoke over the phone. Woojin, I know you'll handle it yourself, but it wouldn't be bad to meet with that film company once. It won't be bad, it's a big place. Yes, PD, I'll contact them. Okay, I'll contact you again. Click. As soon as the call ended, Kang Woojin roughly relayed the call to Choi Sung-gun, and Choi Sung-gun, now Woojin's manager, quickly picked up his own phone. I'll call Chief Choi now. Then Choi Sung-gun, who was on the phone with the other party. You gave our Kang Woojin a business card. I'll tell you the details when we meet, haha. Yes. He seemed a bit surprised. You want to see him right away. 2 hours later, around lunchtime at Box Movie Film Company. Box Movie Film Company occupied the 7th to 9th floors of building in Nanhyondong, and numerous movie posters were hung on the corridors and off walls of each floor. They were all movies produced by Box Movie. Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun could be found in a medium-sized conference room on the 8th floor. Both sat in the middle of the hangokori, udenis, shaped desk. Woojin was secretly looking at the movie posters on the conference room wall. At this point, he's late. Choi Sung-gun, tapping his finger on the desk, was a little annoyed. It had already been 30 minutes since Chief Choi Do-min was supposed to arrive. He made a fuss about not being able to contact Woojin. 30 minutes was crossing the line. It was undoubtedly a deliberate delay. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun took off his glasses and let out a small sigh. At this point, creak. The glass door of the conference room opened and a short man walked in. It was Chief Choi Do-min. Oh my, I'm sorry. Something urgent came up in the way. With a poker face, Kang Woojin clenched his teeth internally. That line. Damn it, I used to hear that a lot at the design company. This is like PTSD. After a brief reading, Chief Choi Do-min smiled at the expression of Woojin. We finally meet, Kang Woojin. I've been waiting for a long time. I had to shoot. Did you? It still took too long. I was a bit upset because there was no contact for over a week. I thought a new actor who just started billing his filmography was ignoring me, you know. Smiling cheerfully, Kang Woojin quickly sensed that Chief Choi Do-min was upset by the undertone in his voice. Then Chief Choi Do-min placed a stack of papers on the desk. I told the director all about it, but I almost get scolded because I couldn't get in touch with Woojin. I'm not blaming you. Choi Do-min, who was waving his hand slightly, Choi Sung-gun asked. I'm sorry, but Chief, is the director you just mentioned Director Woo Hyung-gu? At that, Chief Choi Do-min's shoulders shot up instantly. Yes, that's correct. Director Woo Hyung-gu, there's nothing to hide. It's already in the news. Woojin, you'll have to audition. But I mean, if it's your acting I've seen, I believe you cannot shine all. I mean, it won't be difficult to join. The corner of Chief Choi Do-min's mouth lifted as he slid the stack of paper forward. Here's the script, take a look. Woojin, who picked up the script casually, first checked the cover of Director Woo Hyung-gu's script. Then he turned the first page nonchalantly. All this while, Choi Sung-gun was actively thinking. Chief Choi Do-min is strongly pushing this. If Woojin joins the work of Master Woo Hyung-gu right after Profile and Ryong, the impact would be. It was at the moment that Chief Choi Do-min confidently explained. Of course, we have no shortage of funds. It's Director Woo Hyung-gu's next project, so investors are lining up to throw money at us. Regardless, Kang Woojin casually flipped through the pages of the scenario. He seemed to be skimming and flipping through without really looking. Choi Sung-gun, who was watching him, stroked his chin. Chief Choi Do-min has always been an asshole, but work is work. We can't lose this crazy opportunity because of this asshole. If he pushes, we have to grab it. He firmly resolved to play his role. At this point, Kang Woojin raised his index finger and moved it to the side of the scenario. Of course, no one noticed. Then after a brief pause, after a moment of hesitation, Kang Woojin uttered a low hum. Choi Sung-gun leaned over to Woojin and whispered. Woojin, this is an opportunity we must seize at all costs. Honestly, this kind of situation would never come to a newcomer or unknown. Is that so? Of course, it's a chance to join a work of Master Director Woo Hyung-gu. Just take it for now. Woojin's ensuing reply was very dry. Yeah, please refuse. Chapter 31, Mass 3. Chapter 31, Mass 3. Okay, I got it. Just refuse. Wait a moment. Choi Sung-gun paused at Kang Woojin's reply and whispered into his ear. Woojin, did you just say you're refusing? I must have heard wrong. He wondered if he heard correctly, or it was denial of reality. Yeah, right, he must have heard wrong. But Kang Woojin was nonchalant. No, you heard right. Woojin repeated the same words in a low voice, emphasizing. Please refuse. For a moment, Choi Sung-gun's eyes behind his frameless glasses widened. It was such an unexpected answer, but currently Kang Woojin seemed very calm, especially his gaze was unshakable. I know this not. Choi Sung-gun was a bit stunned looking at Woojin. Then suddenly he came to his senses. A freak? Yes, that's what Han Hyeon said. Kang Woojin was such an unpredictable character. Choi Sung-gun first showed a smile to Chief Choi Do-min on the other side. Haha, Chief, just a moment. He leaned closer to Woojin next to him and whispered again. Refuse, but you only read a few scenes from the scenario, right? But what's this about rejection? I think it's best not to attend the audition. No way. No, Woojin, calm down for a moment. I am calm. Calm down more. Seriously, are you really going to blow off this opportunity when Chief Choi Do-min is putting so hard for you? Choi Sung-gun desperately tried to dissuade him, but Kang Woo-jin's poker face remained unchanging. Yes, I will still refuse. He's firm. It's not a face of someone to be persuaded. There's no room for negotiation. Looking at Woo-jin, who was so stubborn, Choi Sung-gun felt dizzy for a moment. But Choi Sung-gun, he kept his cool as much as possible. Whatever the case, this was the headquarters of Bak Movie. It was right to maintain the relationship with sweet words for now. Therefore, Choi Sung-gun, Chief Choi haha, turned his gaze from Woo-jin to Chief Choi Do-min across from him. A forced laugh was a bonus. Yes, Woo-jin said the scenario was very good. Really? Haha, of course it's director Woo Hyung-goo's work, but why is the CEO saying that? At the same time, Choi Sung-gun subtly jabbed Woo-jin's side. Oh what? Is it about matching the response? That was roughly the right answer. Regardless of refusal or anything else, it was signal to maintain the image. Soon, Kang Woo-jin nodded calmly. I would like to continue reading the scenario. That's right, but giving you the scenario right away is not right. If the auditioner knows the work first, it can look too favorable. Here, Choi Sung-gun chimed in. Exactly, of course. It's a headache if the word gets out that we gave favors. He began to speak off topic. Anyway, director Woo Hyung-goo is amazing. I've never seen him rest. He's going into his next work soon. The director's personality is like that, right? He's not good at resting. CEO Choi, you've met him a few times, right? Because of Hong Hyeon. Yes, of course. Honestly, this meeting was filled with unnecessary small talk, just to kill time. Leaving right after reading the scenario would be strange, including the fact that Kang Woo-jin became a member of BW Entertainment. Anyway, after about 30 minutes of small talk, Choi Sung-gun said, yes. Then we'll coordinate the schedule and contact you as soon as possible. He swiftly stood up. Naturally, Kang Woo-jin followed suit. So did Chief Choi Do-min. Am I going to wait again? Well, it's because of Henryong and preparations for other works. The schedule is a bit tight. I'll contact you, so don't worry. Please contact me soon. I'm really going to get scolded by the director. Of course, then thank you for your hard work. Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woo-jin came out of the meeting room after exchanging brief greetings. Then, the hallway, followed by the elevator. They pressed the button for the basement first floor. Up until this point, the two had been silent. There was no conversation. There was just a slightly strange atmosphere, however. Thump. As soon as they got in the van, Choi Sung-gun lunged at Woo-jin, who was seated in the passenger seat. He seemed to have deemed the place safe. Woo-jin, why on earth? Why do you want to refuse? There must be a reason, right? Oh, that was surprising. A reason? Yes, there was one. Kang Woo-jin slightly pulled his face back a bit because Choi Sung-gun was so close and answered inwardly. So what? The work is afraid. In fact, Kang Woo-jin had secretly visited the void space during the meeting earlier, and he confirmed. Master Director Woo Hyung-goo's next work is an F grade. As soon as he saw it, Kang Woo-jin was dismayed. Not F grade, even E grade, but F grade. The same F grade as the very first script he read, the lowest rank. Naturally, Woo-jin was reluctant to take it. If it's not even E grade, but F grade, why should I do it? How could this movie fail so miserably to get an F? Was it a box office flop, or for some other reason? There were countless examples, including works that collapsed before even being produced. However, Woo-jin was a bit puzzled. But the director is known to be an amazingly great master director, right? But it still failed with an F grade. Why? But thinking about it was meaningless. Regardless of the reason for the failure, the movie negotiation had no merit for Kang Woo-jin. Others might see him as Kang Woo-jin, who had taught himself acting for a long time, but the real Woo-jin had only been an actor for 1 month. Wouldn't it be better to go into a successful production if possible? Well, they say it's okay if the work failed but has artistic value, but I can take care of that later. Kang Woo-jin pondered for a while. He couldn't tell Choi Sung-gun, who had wide-open eyes on the driver's seat, the movie is rated F, didn't you know? So suddenly, Woo-jin came up with a common word that can be used anywhere, containing appropriate bluff and heaviness. Yeah, that's a cheat key. It was a word he had used on PD Song Man-woo in the past. It was just a feeling, the vibe was off. Woo-jin replied calmly without any change in expression. The epitome of shamelessness was here. Either way, Choi Sung-gun seemed to understand right away. However, he was even more confused. What feeling intuition? Did you just say intuition? Yes. So, you rejected director Woo Hyung-goo just because you had a bad intuition. It's not that I rejected but refused. Isn't that the same thing? Choi Sung-gun asked back and looked at Woo-jin's nonchalant face. There was a slight worry in his eyes. Woo-jin, you're not sick anywhere now, are you? Like a severe headache or something? I'm perfectly fine. But what's this intuition you're babbling out? It's the truth. If it's true, that's even more problematic. Amidst this, Kang Woo-jin remained consistent. Now he included a bit of bravado. But please refuse the audition. Choi Sung-gun was almost speechless and almost swore at the unfazed Kang Woo-jin. He was indeed an incredible nutcase. Isn't this beyond the level of being fearless? Why is he doing this to me? Hong Hyeon was one thing, but Kang Woo-jin surpassed her. He far exceeded common sense. No intuition. What kind of weirdo was he? Choi Sung-gun's mind was in a daze. He's not just unmanageable, he's a crazy freak. He had to assist the nutcase from now on. Around early afternoon. After arriving at BW Entertainment from Bak Movie, Kang Woo-jin, who left the agency, wanted the streets. He had refused Choi Sung-gun's offer to drive him home. Since he began focusing on his persona, personal time had become very precious to Woo-jin. I'm so tired. Kang Woo-jin muttered to himself and paused, and then he laughed absurdly, because he had spoken in a stern voice even when he was alone. Am I crazy? Why do I carry on like this even when I'm alone? Oh, I haven't laughed like this in a long time. Woo-jin slapped his neck as if blaming himself. Passers-by looked at him strangely. Whether or not they did, Woo-jin went down the subway stairs. A lot of people could be seen. It was here that Kang Woo-jin felt a new sense of wonder. Will these people really recognize me one day? An ordinary citizen had joined an agency. Moreover, he accepted the huge sum of 40 million won in good condition to join them. Somehow, he had filmed Exorcism, and now he is about to shoot Profile in Ryang. He even had a meeting with a big move company, tied to some master director. Things keep getting bigger and bigger, and the snowball of misunderstanding keeps rolling. Although it might be a burdened situation, Kang Woojin, the origin of all these events, was surprisingly calm. Is it because it doesn't feel real? Then it happened. Kang Woojin's phone, tucked in the back pocket of his jeans, emitted a long vibration. The caller was top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Kang Woojin chuckled again. How did my life become one where Hong Hae-yeon calls me like a friend? And he cleared his throat, regained his composure. Yes. He heard Hong Hae-yeon's laughter over the phone. I heard you signed with us, that you decided to join us. The CEO is fast. Woojin leaned against the wall and answered. I did. I look forward to working with you. Well, I look forward to working with you too. Now we're part of the same family, but I'm just curious, what's the main reason you chose our company? Reason? Woojin thought for a moment, but nothing concrete came to mind. It had been a calm judgment mixed with various minor factors. Talking about the conditions and signing bonus seemed too materialistic and didn't fit his cool persona. Should I just say it because of Hong Hae-yeon? That was one of the reasons after all. So, and Kang Woojin poked really. Just then that, because you're there too, Hong Hae-yeon. There was a moment of silence from Hong Hae-yeon on the other end. Her reply came a few seconds later. You often hear that you're tsundere. Meanwhile, the fact that Kang Woojin had signed with BW Entertainment was not only heard by Hong Hae-yeon. Choi Sung-gun quick contacted everywhere related to Woojin. PD Song Man-woo of Profile Hyun. BW Entertainment Han Star was really concerned about it. Well, it's not bad. The key is how CEO Choi Sung-gun will control Kang Woojin. Of course, the director Shin Dong-hyun of Exorcism too. Oh, BW Entertainment. CEO Choi has good connections and his influence is considerable, but did Woojin receive a signing bonus? Director Shin Dong-chun, who was currently in the editing room of the production company with 2 editors, was working on the post-production of Exorcism. The editing had just begun. Dong-chun's eyes showed his strong determination. All right, let's get started. We must make it to the main round of the Messian Scene Short Film Festival. Our cuts are incredible, so we definitely can do it. It seemed he was determined to somehow dress Woojin in a stash suit. The next morning, the 17th, in Kang Woojin's studio apartment. It seemed that Kang Woojin had just taken a shower, as he came out of the bathroom shaking his wet hair. He then gulped down banana milk from the refrigerator, feeling the coolness moving down his throat. Soon, Woojin let out a very refreshing sound. Now there's nothing like banana milk after a hot shower. Dressed only in his underwear and gulping down the banana milk, Woojin was 180 degrees his usual uptight self. Well, of course, then he started to get dressed. Actually, Kang Woojin had just returned from a morning run, part of his training to improve his stamina for filming. It was just a simple run, though. After all, starting is half the battle. Anyway, there was no particular schedule for today. Choi Sung-gun probably had a lot to prepare, but all Kang Woojin had to do was wait. Around then. Oh right. Something occurred to Woojin, and he moved to pick up one of the scripts on the table. The book script for Profiler Hyun Part 3. Or rather, he pressed the black square attached to the side of the script. Puck. He then entered the void space. As the endless dark void spread out rapidly, Woojin, now comfortable in this space like his own home, turned to find the floating white squares, which had now increased to 3. The scenario negotiation by director Woo Hyung-gu was added yesterday. The reason Kang Woojin entered the void space out of the blue check negotiation was simple. It's been a while since I've had a scenario, and it's by a master director. It wouldn't hurt to give it a read right. He was curious. Although he couldn't actually read the scenario itself, it didn't matter. Woojin could read experience all the male roles in negotiation, maybe even judge why it's afraid. So, Kang Woojin selected the white square of negotiation. Immediately, another phrase appeared. Kang Woojin, who was scanning through the characters, tilted his head. James, is he a foreigner? His curiosity was piqued, because it was his first foreign character. Thanks to that, Woojin chose the role of James right away. At the same time, a familiar robotic female voice rang out. However, her words were a little different from usual. Listening, Kang Woojin frowned. What English, hey lady, what's with the sudden? But, instead of a response, a vast gray engulfed Kang Woojin. When he opened his eyes, he was not in the dark void but floating in an entirely gray area. He could feel the temperature on his skin, slightly chilly, and the sensation of floating was definite as his stomach tingled. What is this exit? Woojin shouted the command to exit the void, but all he got back was an echo. At that moment, Woojin was flustered, unable to understand what was happening. Just then, something was approaching from afar. No flying. It was getting closer quickly and its speed was fast. Soon, Kang Woojin recognized its shape. It was the alphabet A. It was white and as big as Woojin, flying rapidly towards him. The funny thing was, as the fast flying stuck to Woojin, it seeped into him. But that wasn't the end. As if waiting, B came flying, followed by C. In other words, the alphabets were flying at him in sequence. The alphabet stormed into Woojin without a hitch. And finally up to Z. The problem was that this wasn't the end. Now it was a large army. What are those? In front of Woojin, hundreds and thousands of white English words were flying at him. How much time had passed? When Woojin was completely worn out, he heard a woman's voice again. Before he knew it, Woojin was back in his studio apartment. However, the chilling sensation of the alphabets and words seeping into his body was still vivid. Yes, it was eerily similar to when he read for all. In addition, there was one more vivid thing to Woojin, who was slightly dazed. It was English, a language he hadn't studied beyond the basics in his entire life. What happened one? It was too clear as if he had been studying for decades. Oh my goodness. The pronunciation was fluent. Am I going crazy? Is this real? English was imprinted on Woojin. ****. Notes. 1. I have italicized a few lines to indicate that those were spoken in English in the actual version, so I have kept them as they are to differentiate them. Also, in the Rochipter, there is a Korean equivalent in brackets after the English for the Korean audience, so I have removed them too. Enjoy. Chapter 32, Massive 4. Chapter 32, Massive 4. What's going on? What just happened? Sitting in his studio apartment, Kang Woojin stared into space, stunned. It was a sensation similar to the first time he had entered the void space. Crazy. He looked at reality with his eyes, but it felt like a dream. Of course, after owning the void space, he had ignored what was realistic, but it was natural that his thoughts would stop in such an insane situation. After a few minutes, Wujin, whose brain had stopped working, blurted out anything in English. It was an expression of his current insane state in English, naturally. What the heck happened to me? It flowed smoothly. The pronunciation was unbelievably fluent. Wujin just let out other words. All of them are in English, but they flowed smoothly from his mouth. It was on par with a Korean American living in the U.S. Well, Wujin knew basic English, but it was English. Anyone who finished high school could do it. He wasn't exactly nervous about speaking English, but he wasn't comfortable with it either. But now, Kang Wujin could be mistaken for a native speaker. Well, Kang Wujin was genuinely amazed. He had instantly acquired a foreign language that he might have struggled to learn. He felt like he could live in the U.S. without any problem right away. It wasn't strange to praise this more than highly, and the ability of the void space had already exceeded imagination. Soon, a first come down. Ordinarily flustered, Kang Wujin checked his state, scanning his head and insides. It felt like his brain was filled with English. Very natural, no different from Korean. Didn't even need to think about English words he needed. The desired word came to mind immediately, and it poured out of his mouth. In other words, this feeling was similar to a line engraved as if he had memorized it thousands of times after Roll experienced it in the void space. Wujin continued to blurt out English, smoothly and softly. Without any hindrance it flowed. Gradually, Wujin felt a chill all over his body. I was already shocked when I could memorize lines, but even a language of enough country, the void space's ability is insane. To be honest, Wujin had the thought wouldn't similar form be possible. After experiencing a roll in the void space and coming out, the roll's lines are engraved. If he read a roll that uses a foreign language during the roll, he could have acquired those lines. That was about the extent of his thought. But transplant an entire language. The void space was not small-minded. It was like a huge mountain. The feeling was like, what, English? You need it. Why fuss over it? Hold on, I'll just give you English exactly like. Money, what's that? It's free. Wujin's lips slowly curling into a smile. Doesn't this mean I could go to Hollywood or something later? It was entirely possible. Of course, Hollywood was a far-off story, and he had only heard about it, but fluent English was essential for a Korean actor trying to break into Hollywood. Not only for actors, but English was useful in many ways. Kang Wujin's smile deepened at the suddenly unfolding golden future. Then he paused. I have to be able to read the script right. He was sure he could read without any problems, but Wujin turned on his laptop just in case. He found an English newspaper. It was easy to find on the internet. The answer was as expected. Sweet. Reading was not a problem at all. He read it as easily as reading Korean. For Wujin, who had lived his whole life relying on a translator, this was an incredible experience. Then Kang Wujin suddenly expanded his train of thought. If he had the void space, I can have not only English but also languages from other countries. The ability to have any country's language. Of course, he would need to obtain a script containing that language, but now, what does that matter? Let's see what comes after English. At that moment, Kang Wujin's phone placed nearby emitted a long vibration. Thanks to that, Kang Wujin smiling checked the caller. It was PD Song Manwoo. Wujin was in high spirits but had to suppress it. It would be problematic if an arrogant tone came out due to his joy. Therefore, he took a small deep breath before answering the call. Yes, PD. It worked. A cold voice came out. Soon, PD Song Manwoo's slightly excited voice came from the other side of the phone. Wujin, the first shooting day has been confirmed. It's the 25th, next Wednesday. 2 days later, in the morning of the 20th, in Nanhyondong, at Box Movie Film Company. The elevator that just arrived on the 7th floor opened its doors. Inside were director Woo Hyung-gu, with a wrinkled face and white hairs mixed in his eyebrows, and the short Chief Choi Do-min, who got out. The funny thing is, so the unknown guy passed the audition. I'm sorry, director. What the hell? What are we going to do? I'm really sorry. The fact that Chief Choi Do-min was pleading to director Woo Hyung-gu, he looked like he had committed a capital crime. It was understandable. It was right after he delivered the news that Kang Wujin, an unknown whom he forcibly pushed for, rejected them. On the other hand, the master director Woo was as cold as the breath he was exhaling. His eyes were the same. In other words, he was pissed off. Director Woo, who was glaring at Chief Choi, the criminal of the capital crime, grumbled while walking down the corridor. Right, what did I tell you? An unknown will always be an unknown. What is this? Your unilateral action has tarnished my reputation. I'm sorry, director. I have nothing to say. Why isn't that unknown bastard coming to the audition? Let's hear it. Well, he said his schedule doesn't match. What schedule? It doesn't fit. At that moment, Director Woo, who had stopped in his tracks, fiercely raised his white-haired eyebrows. Did that unknown guy reject my movie audition because it doesn't fit his schedule? Or would an unknown have a schedule? And if he did, was that the sole reason? Director Woo Hyung-gu was furious. Naturally, Chief Choi shrank even more. That's what I heard. He must be a rude son of a gun. How the schedule doesn't fit. What's the unknown master's name? It's Kang Wujin from BW Entertainment. BW Entertainment is a startup. Who's the CEO? It's CEO Choi Sung-gun. I'm sure you've seen him a few times, director. I know, the guy who raised Hong Hae-yeon. He is quite a network, right? But Choi Sung-gun is a crafty guy. He does his job well. However, that Kang Wujin, the unknown actor, is somewhat problematic. Annoyed, Director Woo Hyung-gu licked his lips. So the unknown is an idiot. I told you right. He thinks he's tough. What are we going to do? What will people say if this gets out? Won't I be the only one looking foolish? He was right. If reporters ever found out about this, they would 100% write an article with the title, Director Woo got rejected by an unknown actor. There was also a possibility of becoming a laughingstock among the actors. Soon, Director Woo, who was looking around to see if anyone was there, muttered to himself. How dare that unknown bastard? Whether it's Kang Woojin or whatever, I'll have to tell my fellow directors that he's a disrespectful punk. He won't even be able to set foot in this industry again. Chief Choi Do-min bowed his head once more. I'm truly sorry, Director. The director, who was looking at him coldly, gave a small instruction. All right, just make sure this doesn't get out. Take care of the articles that were set to be released today, and don't mention this nobody in front of me ever again, understood? Yes, Director. An hour later, Bach's movie began its massive promotion. The investment was complete, and about 100 staff were all set up, so it was only natural. Construction on the set needed for filming had also begun. Master director Woo Hyung-gu teams up with major film company Bach's movie to begin production of his next work. Public's reaction was unusual, likely due to this being the return of master director. The article hinted at top actors almost confirmed for casting. Being in director Woo Hyung-gu's next work alone raised the status and image of these top actors. It was an intentional promotion. Ha-min, Ko Seung-yeon, and other top actors participating. Industry focused on director Woo Hyung-gu's next work. It began to heat up the entertainment media. At the same time, in a YouTuber studio. Issue King TV was a large channel with over 900,000 subscribers. This was the studio of Issue King TV. As the channel name suggests, they covered various issues. Although there were political issues, they primarily exposed entertainment industry issues. The channel owner was former reporter. Through Issue King TV, many dirty cases in the entertainment world have been exposed. Recently, they covered the affair of an A-list actress. The actress is currently in hiding. In a small meeting room in the studio, two women sat facing each other. One was one with short hair and a stern expression, the other one in a hat, looking forlornly down at the table. The owner of Issue King TV was the one with short hair, and she spoke first. You're safe here, you can speak freely. The one in the hat remained silent for a moment. After about 10 seconds, she seemed to make up her mind and her lips quivered. It was a week ago, and there was a company dinner with the entire arranged staff. Where was it? A beef restaurant in Qingham. The name was Beef Palace. Yes, continue. I was part of the directing team, and I sat at the table where the director was. At first, I was just eating meat and chatting with people. And then, about an hour later, people started to get drunk, and I was feeling a little tipsy. That's when the director sat next to me. And then, I was surprised. He's quite a big name in the film industry, and suddenly he sat next to me. The one in the hat took a deep breath as she continued speaking. Then the touching started without others noticing, but it was done in a way not to seem intentional. Somehow, he subtly touched my chest or thigh. After pausing for a moment, the eyes of the one in the hat moistened as she continued describing the incident. He almost forced me into his car, saying he would take me home, but when we arrived, it was a large, unmanned motel. I'll continue. I was so scared that I ran away as soon as I got out of the car. I really ran for my life. And after, he called a lot, but I ignored all of them, and the next day I was kicked out of the directing team. The one with short hair, who had been nodding slowly, asked, Sorry, but do you have any evidence? The one in the hat nodded slightly. I started recording from the moment I got in the car. The one with short hair then comforted the one in the hat. That's enough, as there are not just one or two victims. Upon hearing that there were more than one or two victims, the weary-faced one in the hat asked softly, Are there more besides me? The owner of Issue King TV, the one with short hair, nodded. Yes, there are. I see there were more. The short-haired woman patted the despondent one in the hat on the shoulder, as if to reassure her. As you well know, that director is such a big name in the film industry that it's hard to pin him down with just one victim, but I've been investigating and preparing this case for quite some time, and now we have enough. It was a very confident voice. The one in the hat raised her bowed head. How many more are there victims? About 5 in total. He's already quite famous in the industry, right? That director for being a womanizer. Yes, there are such rumors. At parties or such, he always needs to have an actress around, and he needed to touch female staff. But because he's a master director, I guess everyone just hushes it up. True. In the film industry, not only the actors but the directors are the hot predators. At this point, the one with short hair, who seemed to understand, opened her mouth again. I know very well. Can I listen to the recording you mentioned? Ah, yes. The one wearing a hat took out her phone and played several audio files. After a few minutes of listening, the short-haired woman asked again. You were threatened too, right? The one in the hat confirmed. Yes, by text the day after I ran away from the motel. He said no one would believe me anyway, then I was fired. I know the situation well. By any chance, can you do an interview without showing your face? Of course, your voice will be altered. Just tell us the facts without identifying yourself. I can do it. Thank you. So, the one in the hat, who had been quietly looking at her phone, licked her lips again. When will it be made public? The short-haired woman tapped her phone in response. I saw an article that said he's working on his next film, with quite a large budget. Yes, the investment is already secured and the actors have been cast in schedule. Construction has also begun on the set. Then it should be next week. The short-haired one then lowered her voice. The downfall of director Woo Hyung-gu. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Massive 5. Chapter 33, Massive 5. The 20th, in front of Kang Woojin's studio apartment. Late in the morning in slightly warm weather, Kang Woojin, wearing a gray sweatshirt, came out of his apartment building. In front of him, a familiar black van was parked. At the same time, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, having spotted Kang Woojin, got out of the van and laughed heartily. Good morning, get in. He opened the passenger door with a joyful expression. Kang Woojin also went along with his mood, of course, only inwardly. He was reminded of the English he had learned a few days ago. Yes, it's a great morning. Woojin greeted Choi Sung-gun with a voice colder than his feelings. Hello, CEO. After Woojin got in, Choi Sung-gun took the driver's seat and the car started moving. Choi Sung-gun glanced at Woojin in the passenger seat as he drove out of the alleyway. Why does he seem cooler today? Did something bad happen yesterday? No, that was not the case. At that moment, the expressionless Kang Woojin was lost in trivial thoughts. I'm hungry. Should I eat breakfast? Suddenly I crave cold noodles and pork cutlet. Choi Sung-gun, who couldn't possibly know this, let out a small sigh. The character Hong Hae-yeon, whom he had been managing for a long time, was far from ordinary, but Kang Woo-jin was several levels higher. This was the crazy person who refused director Woo Hyung-gu. Why do only crazy people gather around me? But then again, these crazies had outstanding abilities. Accepting his life as it was, Choi Sung-gun initiated the conversation with a smile. Woo-jin, did you get the call about the first filming of Profile in Ryong? They said it's on the 25th. Yes, I received it. I'm arranging things accordingly, and although it's not confirmed according to PD Song, it seems like they will shoot Ryu Yeomin and Park Diri-ai's scene first. At this point, Woo-jin's heart started to flutter. After the warm-up of Exorcism, it was now the real deal. The filming won't be short like Exorcism. In other words, he would need to maintain a steady performance throughout the filming. It was nerve-wracking. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun nonchalantly continued. You don't seem like the type to get nervous, Woo-jin. Just prepare thoroughly for shooting over the next 5 days. You need anything? Not yet. Okay, and today we'll start by taking profile pictures. Profile pictures, striking poses for them. Kang Woo-jin had seen it somewhere. A bit of shame washed over him. No, it was closer to embarrassment. I've never done that before. How do you do that? It was always awkward when taking ID photos. But it must be similar to acting, right? You can do anything if you try. Woo-jin managed to hide his feeble shame and spoke softly to Choi Sung-gun, who just turned the steering wheel to the right. CEO, you can speak casually one to me. I'm uncomfortable with polite speech. As if he had heard Woo-jin's inner thoughts, Choi Sung-gun nodded and spoke. Is that so? So Woo-jin, shall I speak casually? Tone mixed with honorifics and informal speech, Choi Sung-gun explained the schedule for the day. First, they had to create Kang Woo-jin's official profile. Since he had joined an agency, they needed it for external or website use. They had to take profile pictures first and go to the salon to get groomed. Here, the salon was exclusive to celebrities. For a moment, Kang Woo-jin felt a slight sense of anticipation. Finally, I'm going to a celebrity salon to get properly groomed. Ordinary citizen Kang Woo-jin knew only one phrase when going to the hair salon. Please trim them. It might be the case for any man, but especially for Woo-jin, who maintained short hair. The hair salon was an awkward place. But now, it was salon where acts went. At this moment, Woo-jin, a red light, Choi Sung-gun suddenly spoke solemnly. I've expressed our rejection for the audition to Bach movie. Chief Choi Do-min went berserk, but anyway, I've rejected it. That, he had forgotten about it. Honestly, Woo-jin had forgotten about the master or whatever. Learning English had been too big a deal. Is that so? Thank you. Choi Sung-gun, straightening his head, smiled slightly. To be honest, I still don't understand it myself. I hate troublesome things, but the matter is, anyway, you didn't talk about your intuition or whatever, Chief Choi Do-min, right? Yes. If he hears that, he'll get even angrier. Anyway, Bach's movie won't look kindly upon you now. They got snubbed offering a role to a nobody. It's a narrow-minded industry. One can refuse all they want. But entertainment industry is like a jungle. What can you do about it? Woo-jin reacted more calmly than expected. But it's better than rejecting after auditioning. Right. Not starting at all would have fewer consequences, but it will be hard for you to get into director Woo Hyung-gu's work from now on. You know that, right? The guy's got a nasty temperament and his pride is high too. What can we do? Just because he's considered a master, I can't do an F-rated movie, can I? It's a shame he's considered a master, but if it flops, it's just a waste of time. Anyway, I need to add a little bluff here. Kang Woo-jin replied with a stern expression. I don't care. Looking at Woo-jin, Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself. Is he really indifferent to the title of master director? The more I see, the more extraordinary he seems. Misunderstandings were building up in real time, but Choi Sung-gun didn't know, and when the track signal changed, he heard Kang Woo-jin's calm voice. CEO, I need a suit. Suit? Why all of a sudden? Why? Because Director Shin Dong-chun told him to buy one. It's still unconfirmed if he will get into the main competition, but he thought he would still need a suit in the future. At least that's what Woo-jin thought. But the answer had to be interesting, just in case it seemed a bit flimsy. Kang Woo-jin thought it'd be better a mix and a bit of arrogance. I'm planning to wear it to the Messian Short Film Festival. Messian Short Film Festival? Yes. Hearing Woo-jin's serious reply, Choi Sung-gun was impressed inside. If you can't get into the main competition, there's no reason to go to the film festival, right? But for the guy, there's no such premise of failure at all. His self-esteem is insane. It was too strong a conviction. Choi Sung-gun arbitrarily added to the misunderstanding. Sure, Exorcism is definitely going to win the grand prize, right? Even if not, we should prepare a suit. You probably have one, but now we have to separate private from public. We have to care about appearances too. Then after thinking for a while, Choi Sung-gun made a decision. The suit, of course, the company will handle it. It's needed for work. You'll be busy today. Let's take care of the suit today too. Since Hyeon is partnered with luxury brands, so getting a men's suit won't be a big deal. Since we're talking about suits, let's add a picture and a suit to your profile. The word luxury, Kang Woo-jin perked up his ears. Awesome, they're just giving me a luxury suit. And something suddenly popped into Kang Woo-jin's head. It was a line he had prepared yesterday. Can I also get a Japanese script? Japanese? This is a novel request. Why a Japanese script all of a sudden? In response to the question, Kang Woo-jin answered sternly. I just want to have a look. There's no big reason. 2 hours later, at a large shop in Chingdam-dong. Around noon, the shop in a 3-story building looked quite luxurious at first glance. The interior was somewhat palace-like, and Kang Woo-jin could be found on the 3rd floor. Choi Sung-gun was on the 1st floor. Anyhow, among the several seats in the middle, Woo-jin, who was sitting, was currently sleeping. He had been in the shop since morning and was tired by lunchtime. Moreover, the seat where he was sitting was quite comfortable. At that moment, swoosh! The sleeping Kang Woo-jin suddenly opened his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't move much, and Woo-jin made a face as if he had woken up from a nap during class. Did I fall asleep? Ugh, is it because the seat is comfortable? I keep feeling sleepy. At that time, oh my, the female designer standing behind Kang Woo-jin smiled. You must have been tired. The one in the white shirt had long yellow hair. In response, Kang Woo-jin pressed his embarrassment and lowered his voice. Just thinking about the script. That wasn't true. He had slept without a thought. It was outrageous shamelessness, but fortunately, the designer accepted Woo-jin's bluff without any suspicion. Is that so? It's time to think about the script. You're a rookie actor, right? You look exactly like an actor. Have you decided on your stage name? Just Kang Woo-jin. Miss Woo-jin, please come often. This is Hyeon Designated Salon. Yes. All done. Take a look. CEO Choi asked me to do my best, so I was very serious, you know. Soon, Kang Woo-jin met his gaze in the mirror in front of him, and then he checked his reflection in the mirror. The interesting thing here was the point where Kang Woo-jin's eyes opened wide upon seeing his face. The reason was simple. Kang Woo-jin in the mirror. Wow, who are you? Is that really me? He had transformed into an incredibly handsome version of himself. It wasn't just in Kang Woo-jin's eyes either. The yellow-haired designer recited the proof. Even CEO Choi would be surprised at this change, wouldn't he? At that time, on the set of the Profiler Henryung. The first shooting day was confirmed. The Profiler Henryung team was extremely busy. Even now, they were reviewing the final checks. Of course, the overall responsibility lies with PD Song Man-woo. He was giving orders to the directing team. As soon as the inspection here is over, tell the filming-related staff to wait. I'll talk to the camera director separately. Yes, PD. There are 5 days left until the first shoot. Let's hang in there just a bit longer. After giving the appropriate instructions, PD Song Man-woo moved to the minivan parked in the parking lot. It was for a brief rest. He had only slept for 3 hours the previous day. He rarely had time to rest otherwise. Then, inside the car, PD Song Man-woo was reminded of Kang Woo-jin. A few days ago, he had intermediated a matter related to a meeting with Box Movie Film Company, but he hadn't heard the result. He was certainly curious. Would Kang Woo-jin really join director Woo Hyung-goo's work? Soon, PD Song Man-woo took out his mobile phone. However, the person he called was not Kang Woo-jin, but CEO Choi Sung-gun. CEO Choi. PD Song Man-woo opened his mouth right away as Choi Sung-gun picked up quickly. Are you busy? Is it okay to talk? Over the phone, Choi Sung-gun gladly replied. Of course, I have to answer our PD Song call even if I'm sleeping, huh? What's up? At the same time, a woman's voice was heard. PD, hello. At the familiar tone, PD Song Man-woo chuckled. Is Star Hung with you too? Yes. I'm sorry Hyeon is also here. I met her while waiting for Woo-jin at the shop. Oh, did you call me because Woo-jin didn't answer the phone? He's on the 3rd floor of the shop right now. No, that's not it. As soon as Kang Woo-jin's name came up, PD Song Man-woo got to the point. I was just curious about how Woo-jin's Box Movie meeting went, and whether he met director Woo Hyung-goo. He refused that. What? Refused what? Director Woo Hyung-goo's next work. Even though it was not an audition, Chief Choi Do-min was eager to push for it, but our Woo-jin decisively rejected it. Really? What was the reason? The question, Choi Sung-gun answered with a detached tone. He said something like his intuition. He quickly scanned a few pages of the scenario and simply said the feeling was not good. What? It was a very familiar word. The feeling is not good. PD Song Man-woo unconsciously stroked his beard. Kang Woo-jin, again his feeling. Did the hallmark of it? Of course, nothing is for certain yet, since the results for Exorcism and Profiler Henryung have not yet come out. But for some reason, PD Song Man-woo took Kang Woo-jin's feeling very seriously. The eye for works. Was it Kang Woo-jin's real instinct coming in play again? Director Woo Hyung-goo's scenario really sucked that bad. Otherwise, the situation was strange. It was none other than director Woo Hyung-goo. Even if the work was a bit subpar, the fact that an unknown joined his crew would be a significant issue. His rising recognition and incoming interview requests would surely increase. But he refused without even looking back, an act that could only be done by someone insane. Of course, Woo-jin does have a crazy side to him. Then, PD Song Man-woo muttered towards his phone as if he was about to hang up. Well, what can we do if the actor says he won't do it? Yes, I know. Anyway, thank you for your concern, PD. The call ended. PD Song Man-woo looked out the window. At the same time, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. It's fun to watch that guy. It was then. The phone in PD Song Man-woo's hand urgently rang. Thanks to this, Song Man-woo, who had been wondering if it was CEO Choi Sung-gun, tilted his head. It was an unsaved number. However, since he has been receiving such calls frequently lately, Song Man-woo answered the call nonchalantly. Yes, this is Song Man-woo. A male voice answered from the other side of the phone. The tone was gentle. PD Song, it's been a while. It's direct Kwon Kai-ik. Soon, PD Song Man-woo's eyes widened and he put emphasis in his voice. Yes, director, it's been a long time. Have you been well? Let's see, we greeted each other at the Big Sing Awards 2 years ago. I know, how could I forget that? I had something I was curious about, so I get your number. Sorry for calling suddenly. Yes, no, it's fine. PD Song Man-woo was flustered. The reason was simple. Direct Kwon Kai-ik was big shot similar to director Woo Hyung-goo. If one were to name the top directors in the country, he would always be included. If rankings had to be set, Kwon Kai-ik would be even above Woo Hyung-goo. In terms of total audience or achievement. That Kwon Kai-ik asked Song Man-woo PD. You're preparing for a drama, right? I'm looking forward to it. Have you set the date for the first shooting? Oh, thank you. The first shooting is confirmed for next week, but why do you ask? I heard a rumor that the actors in your drama are working incredibly hard to improve their acting quality, so I was wondering if I could sneak in and watch the shooting on the first day. You want to observe? On the question, direct Kwon Kai-ik immediately answered from the other end of the phone. Yes, I want to see Rae Young-min's performance, so I'm asking for a favor. Asterisk. Notes. 1. The part where Woo-jin asks CEO Choi to speak casually doesn't make much sense in English since we use honorifics in Korean. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Minute 6. Chapter 34, Minute 6. You're going to see Young-min's performance. When PD Song Man-woo asked, direct Kwon Kai-ik replied with a laugh over the phone. That's right. I could simply ask you PD song, but I have a personality that needs to see it myself to be satisfied. You mean the acting quality when you say performance? Well, that's the correct answer. But I'm not just going to look at his acting, I'll also take a look at the dialogue and atmosphere. It's been quite a while since I worked with that friend, Ryu Yumin. It wasn't unusual for a director to visit a set with an actor's current skills. Even a master like director Kwon Kai-ik did it occasionally. However, PD Song Man-woo found it a bit strange that he was coming to see top actor Ryu Young-min. Ryu Young-min is so skilled, there's no need to check. His acting skills had already been proven through numerous works and experiences. Sometimes, actors feel upset about this, so usually, a casting director secretly checks on top actors. Nevertheless, director Kwon Kai-ik was making the trip himself. At this point, PD Song Man-woo vaguely sensed the director's personality. He's meticulous, stubborn, and values an actor's skill more than their name. At that moment, the nonchalant face of Kang Woo-jin flashed across PD Song Man-woo's mind. He then smiled faintly. If that's the case, he can't ignore that odd monster. Back to the large salon in Qingdam-dong, on the third floor. Kang Woo-jin, reflected in the mirror, looked like a different person. He was upgraded to that extent. Soon, Woo-jin exclaimed. Of course, in his mind. While this is insane, can a person change that much? This salon is amazing. Then, the blonde designer began explaining as she touched Woo-jin's hair. Miss Woo-jin, your hair is abundant and your head shape is pretty, so in style will be fine. Today, we went with something neat for your profile photo shoot. However, Kang Woo-jin, whose only salon-specific phrase had been please trim them, had her explanation go in one ear and out the other. In such cases, send them at best. Yes, that's good. I pressed down with a down perm because the sides were a bit ambiguous, and the front and top of the hair were like this. You just need to roughly touch it, you see. If it's a bit bland, do it like this here. You understand. I understand. He didn't understand at all. Either way, the designer focused on Woo-jin's voice. Oh my, the tone of Ruki's voice is quite cynical. Have you always been like this? No, it's just an act. Kang Woo-jin once again checked his completed look in the mirror, with neatly cut short hair and slight lift bangs revealing his forehead. Thought only magazine models had this kind of hair. But closer inspection, Kang Woo-jin smirked inwardly, finding himself not so bad, and the designer untied the cloth around Woo-jin. Woo-jin, your original facial features are good, so even a slight change in style makes a big difference in your image. Now, I'll do a little make touch-up. For a moment, fatigue washed over Woo-jin, but there were many watchful eyes around, so he had to maintain a professional demeanor. Please proceed. Suddenly clapping her hands, the designer who had been preparing some makeup said, and CEO Choi also asked you to try this on. She handed something to Kang Woo-jin. It was a suit cover with a luxury brand logo. It's a suit, right, for the profile photo shoot? Oh, there are shoes too. Looking at the suit cover and shoebox placed beside his chair, Woo-jin looked around. CEO Choi was nowhere to be seen. Then the designer, approaching again, smiled. CEO Choi will be on the first floor lobby. Let me see the color of the suit. I have to match it to your skin tone. The blonde designer was a true professional. She efficiently progressed with the work. Woo-jin merely had to sit there. Either way, she briefly looked at the suit inside the cover and nodded. I'm Navy, the suit is nice. Okay, shall we start? About 40 minutes later, on the first floor lobby of the salon. As expected of a large salon in Qingdam-dong, the first floor lobby was spacious. There were many working staff members. In one corner of the lobby, there was a white sofa for guests to wait, and bob-haired Choi Sung-gun was sitting there. Flipping. Choi Sung-gun was sitting cross-legged, reading a magazine. The interesting thing here was, why is it taking so long? For some reason, Hong Hae-yeon was also there, sitting on the sofa opposite Choi Sung-gun. She seemed to have a schedule soon as she was in full makeup, and her long hair was slightly waved. Her beauty was outstanding. With Hong Hae-yeon grumbling highlighting her beauty, Choi Sung-gun, who was focusing on the magazine, replied casually. Are you an amateur? This is the basic stuff. Why are you whining? Earlier when PD Song called, it seemed like you were going to leave. Why are you hesitating? If you're busy, just go. Wow, look at this. Are you treating me like leftover rice because you've got a second actor? Should I transfer to another agency? Do it. Go ahead. How many years have you been threatening with that? I told Woo-jin to try on a suit so it will take a little longer. Hong Hae-yeon, who was pouting, pursed her lips slightly. But why are you not tailoring the suit? Are you already trying to save money? So annoying. No, I just brought one hurriedly because we're taking profile pictures today. Well, whatever. Hong Hae-yeon, who was resting her arm on the table, suddenly changed the topic. So did that weirdo really refuse director Woo Hyung-gu? Yeah. Honestly, I still don't understand. Refusing director Woo Hyung-gu just because of some kind of feeling or intuition. It's absurd. You and Woo-jin are both weirdos. Woo-jin is several times more intense. What are you talking about anyway? I agree. Director Woo Hyung-gu is a pervert. Hong Hae-yeon muttered, propping her chin. Looking at him choosing Exorcism as a short film after joining a large drama, he must have a clear sense of his own work. Actually, Exorcism was good. She, who had been watching Kang Woo-jin from the beginning, kind of understood, just a little bit. Although it's impossible to get everything right, having a clear opinion is a good thing. Well, refusing director Woo Hyung-gu based on a hunch is insane, but still. It was at that moment. Ding! The elevator at the end of the lobby opened its doors on the first floor. Inside, a man stood, wearing a perfectly fitted navy suit. Club, club. He walked slowly through the lobby, his shoes making a clear sound. Some of the female staff in the shop glanced at him as he passed. Either way, the man looked around the first floor lobby. He noticed Choi Sung-gun on the sofa and immediately moved towards him. Then, the man standing behind the sofa where Hong Hae-yeon was sitting called Choi Sung-gun in a low voice. CEO. Then, Choi Sung-gun, who had been looking at his magazine, quickly looked up. He saw the man straight away. Oh, who is this? Wow, stunning, right? Didn't I tell you, Woo-jin, you're decent looking. With the suit and makeup, your face really comes alive. The man in the suit was Kang Woo-jin. Woo-jin was expressionless, but inside he was chuckling. I like the compliment. The designer up there also said I'm handsome, I don't feel bad. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, who was getting up from the sofa, gave a thumbs up. He's exactly like a lead actor, exactly. Han Hyeon, who had been propping her chin, turned her head, and Kang Woojin behind her looked down. Soon their eyes met. Woojin reacted faster. Inside, he was surprised. Wow, is that Han Hyeon? Why, she's stunning as always. The outside, he was stern. You're here. However, Han Hyeon didn't speak. She just stared at Kang Woojin, a slightly stunned expression. At that moment, the female staff who had first escorted Woojin crowded around him. Oh my, amazing. The hair really suits you. It's like an overall upgrade. You really are an actor, handsome but with a heavy taste. Is it because of the atmosphere? While it may have been a flattery or lip service, it was mostly praise. Kang Woojin felt awkward. No, he was very embarrassed, but he had to pretend to be cool. It's because the designer is talented. Han Hyeon, who was still turned around, continued to stare at Kang Woojin. She still said nothing. Seeing her like this, Choi Sung-gun tapped her shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Han Hyeon, suddenly coming to her senses, let out a small cough and grabbed a nearby magazine. Well, you're better than usual. From behind, Woojin's low voice could be heard. Thank you. However, Han Hyeon just randomly flipped through the magazine and didn't respond, but inside she was quite agitated. What's wrong? Am I not okay? I spaced out without realizing. Later. Time flew by. At least that's how Kang Woojin felt. Somehow they had finished taking the profile pictures. At first Woojin was a bit stiff, but once he relaxed he managed to hose well. So, his profile was uploaded to the BW Entertainment website. Naturally, the public profile was also completed. Currently, there were only 2 films in his filmography. Nevertheless, Kang Woojin was somewhat moved. My profile is really out. It was different from the resumes he had written for job applications. It wasn't rigid at all, and only Kang Woojin's coolness was displayed. I was always disappointed when I saw my resume. That alone satisfied Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with various news. Among the abundant promotions, there were 2 topics that stood out the most. One was Profile Han Ryong, the most anticipated work of the first half of the year. Profiler Han Ryong confirmed its first shooting on the 25th. The first shooting was confirmed, the amount of promotion increased. It was not just the promotion of the drama, but also sharing the daily lives of the top actors on SNS, social media. News of director Woo Hyung-goo's next work was also hot. The insider from the film company that partnered with master director Woo Hyung-goo says there will be many top actors in this work. Quite a few top actors were mentioned, and the film press excitedly fired all articles. In any case, the upcoming weekend quickly faded into another Monday due to the frenzy. The date was the 23rd. In other words, there were 2 days left until the first shooting of Profiler Han Ryong on the 25th. Meanwhile, at that moment, 3 old men gathered at a high-end Chinese restaurant. It was lunchtime, and the 3 old men gathered in a VIP room, enjoying dishes like jjajangmyeon, sweet and sour pork, and kikkamponggi. One of them had a familiar face. It was the master director Woo Hyung-goo, with white hairs mixed in his eyebrows. He picked up a piece of kikkamponggi placed in the middle of the round table. Swoosh. He spoke to the 2 old men sitting across from him. I'm going to start working on my project soon, so it will be difficult to meet for a while. The one who responded quickly was an old man with glasses perched on the tip of his nose. He was also a director. His name was Director Lee Gilju. He was not a master-level director, but he had a solid filmography. Yeah. I saw the articles about your new project. You're getting a lot of attention. Take it easy, my friend. You've already started setting up the set, right? The next to speak was the old man with a bit of weight and a protruding belly, Director Kwon Kae-ik. He was definitely a master director, and he was also the one who had recently called PD Song Manwoo. I'm also preparing, so maybe next year. Director Kwon Kae-ik's voice was soft. Anyway, the 3 seemed to meet often and appear close. Just then, Director Woo Hyung-goo, narrowing his brows, continued talking. Recently, I had a ridiculous experience. Some unknown guy refused my audition. Director Lee Gilju, who was stirring his jjajangmyeon, chuckled. That rascal is bold. He refused Master Director Woo Hyung-goo's audition. Completely rude guy. How can a nobody be so disrespectful to a proposal? At least he should come to me and talk about it respectfully. That's right. Hearing that makes sense. The times have changed, but we still need to respect some things. So what's the name of this nobody? Kang Woojin. It seemed like he's preparing for a drama these days, but if he ever comes to your set, just kick him out. Such a person with a lack of basic manners, even if his acting is okay, should not succeed. Master Director Woo Hyung-goo's cold statement led to a soft question from Director Kwon Kae-ik. Is there no particular reason? Honestly, I think it's fine if the actor can act. Director Woo Hyung-goo exploded right away. Hey, we have to step on guys like that from the beginning. They'll ruin the set. So, are you meeting fellow directors to badmouth this Kang Woojin guy? That's petty. Hey, Kwon Kae-ik, what's with your tone? As the atmosphere started to become hostile, Director Lee Gilju intervened. Come on, let's eat and stop arguing. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Soon, Director Lee Gilju, who had picked up his cell phone, left the VIP room. Silence quickly filled the room. Directors Woo Hyung-goo and Kwon Kae-ik simply ate without speaking. About 5 minutes passed like this. Director Lee Gilju, who had gone to the restroom, returned. The strange thing was that his expression was a bit odd, slightly urgent perhaps. He suddenly grabbed his coat draped over the chair. Well, something urgent came up. I have to leave early. Director Woo Hyung-goo tilted his head. How soon? What's so urgent? Well, see you later. After saying a brief goodbye, Director Lee Gilju whispered something to Director Kwon Kae-ik. Director Woo Hyung-goo, looking displeased at their behavior, frowned. What's with the whispering? As if it was nothing, Director Lee Gilju quickly left the room. Director Woo Hyung-goo scrunched his face and said to Director Kwon Kae-ik, what did that friend of ours whisper to you, huh? At that moment, Woo Hyung-goo, Director Kwon Kae-ik, who was looking at his phone, spoke in a calm voice. You don't seem to be in a position to worry about an unknown like Kang Woojin. Director Woo Hyung-goo asked in disbelief as he looked at Director Kwon Kae-ik across the table. What? I'm saying now is not the time to criticize others. It seems like your life is about to fall apart. Kwon Kae-ik, who had been looking at his phone, handed it over to director Woo Hyung-gu. His gaze quickly dropped to the screen. There was an article displayed. Master director Woo Hyung-gu's ugly true face hidden behind his fame. The filthy hands of the director exposed by a 900k subscriber YouTuber. Director Woo Hyung-gu's face instantly crumbled. What is this? Asterisk. Chapter 35, Hanyoung 1. Chapter 35, Hanyoung 1. As soon as he saw the article headline with his name on it, director Woo Hyung-gu's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out and became bloodshot. Did this article just come out? Director Woo Hyung-gu was so flustered that he started to stutter. His usual arrogance was on. On the other hand, Director Kwon Kae-ik, who had his arms crossed, remained calm. It doesn't seem to have been up for long. Damn reporters, what have they done? Director Woo Hyung-gu's voice was a mix of desperation and anger. His white hair mixed eyebrows trembled as he quick-checked the article's content. The title was repulsive, yet the content was utterly abhorrent. Starting with sexual harassment, various similar crimes were listed, and there was more than one victim. It was even quite detailed. Of course, all the crime pointed to the master director Woo Hyung-gu. It was hard to dismiss it as mere gossip. Moreover, YouTuber's expose. The source was clear. The article included the news that a YouTuber with nearly 1 million subscribers making a serious revelation. At that moment, swoosh! Director Kwon Kae-ik stood up smoothly, taking his phone back from the stunned director Woo Hyung-gu, and calmly walked out of the room. He paused for a moment. I told you earlier, didn't I? You won't be in this seat for a while. Director Kwon Kae-ik, looking back slightly at the dazed director Woo Hyung-gu, muttered quietly. It's not just for a while. With this, it's probably for life, but you should pay for your sins. Take care, and repent. Director Kwon Kae-ik left the room. Whether he did or not, director Woo Hyung-gu was simply staring blankly into space. After about 10 seconds, suddenly, he pulled out his phone and asked YouTube to find the YouTuber who was the source of the expose he saw in the article. The interesting thing was, the crazy didn't need to search. The video he wanted to find was already at the top of the real-time videos ranking. Shocking. The hidden vile side of Master Director Woo Hyung-gu. To him, sexual harassment was drug. All the victims wept. Azure King TV. Views 303,128/2020. 323. Uploaded about an hour ago, yet it already had over 300,000 views. Will easily pass 1 million views today. Director Woo Hyung-gu had gone from being a master to a huge bastard. His life's work of decades was collapsing in a moment. Director Woo Hyung-gu was bound to be in shock. Wait a minute, something's not right. Just as director Woo Hyung-gu raised his slightly trembling hand to touch the video. His phone blared out a ringtone angrily. It was Call. The other party was, of course, the movie company Vox movie he had a contract with. At that moment, director Woo Hyung-gu's thoughts froze. But the phone kept praying him. As soon as the ringtone stopped, text messages and chats started arriving like crazy. Director Woo Hyung-gu, who had been staring at his phone, threw it away as if it was smeared with feces. But the phone notification sound went on and on. Director Woo Hyung-gu, shivering as if from the cold, murmured faintly. Damn, I'm screwed. It sounded like a death sentence. Meanwhile, at the same time, Kang Woo-jin was in the studio, with filming just around the corner. Actually, he wasn't alone in the studio. The main actors of Profile Hanryong were all gathered there. The studio setting resembled a movie theater. Multiple chairs were placed in the center of the studio stage. The main actors, including Ryu Yeomin in a trench coat and Han Hyeon with her long hair elegantly tied, were seated on those chairs. And at the very end, Kang Woo-jin, who plays the role of Park Dee-rai, was sitting silently. He had his hair and makeup done, and his blue jacket looked stylish. Despite being among dazzling top actors, he didn't seem out of place, because he was not Park Dee-rai today, but actor Kang Woo-jin. His striking transformation captivated the attention of the top actors seated in the row. Except for Han Hyeon, of course. Including Ryu Yeomin, who sat in the first seat and had changed his long hair to a baby perm to suit the male lead Yoo Jae-hyun. I thought the original wasn't bad, but when he properly gets makeup, his visuals multiply. The main actors like Jang Tae-san and Lee Do-young covertly peeked at Kang Woo-jin. This was the first time they met in an official setting since the shocking script reading. Kang Woo-jin was still shrouded in mystery and not very close with the other actors. The atmosphere is intense again today, but how many faces does that guy have? He looks like a different person after getting rid of Park Dee-rai's vibe and getting styled. Oh my, isn't he completely different from when he's acting as Park Dee-rai? On top of that, the words self-taught in Kang Woo-jin's acting were clearly etched in the actors' minds. That's why everyone was on fired up for acting practice after the script reading, and it was ongoing process. Therefore, the mood was not exactly bright. How to put it, it was vaguely awkward. On the other hand, Woo-jin was stern like a general on the eve of war. His unchanging facial expression was striking. It was as if he was illustrating what true coldness was. Of course, it was only from the other actor perspectives. I need to fart. Should I have gone to the restroom before coming? Right now, Kang Woo-jin was simply feeling a bit uncomfortable in his style. He needed to fart, but he couldn't be careless. Woo-jin exerted pressure on his sphincter muscles while transforming that peculiar tension in part of his character. Anyway, the reason they were gathered was simple. It was to film the actor interviews to be used after the official broadcast. The format was similar to a teaser, and among dozens of staff members watching the actors on stage, few were murmuring. But it's Kang Woo-jin also doing the interview. They said they're taking pictures to use after the first broadcast. Including Woo-jin, they're interviewing all the villains, all 4 of them. Today, only Woo-jin. I see. But hasn't Woo-jin changed a lot? He was like Park Dee-rai during the reading, but today he's just an actor. I thought he was surprisingly handsome earlier. Right. I was completely surprised when I saw him earlier. At that moment, swoosh. PD Song Man-woo, who was on the phone outside, entered the studio. He signaled to the passing staff to hurry and moved towards the main stage where the actors were sitting. Then he paused. Seeing the familiar figure of man among dozens of staff, he approached him. You must be proud, having 2 of your actors there, and they're the core characters of our drama. Yo Choi Sung-gun smiled at PD Song Man-woo. Well, both of them have extraordinary personalities. I predict lots of trouble ahead. That extraordinary heart isn't just their personalities, is it? Indeed, especially Woo Jin. I have high expectations for him. Right. I'm curious about how successful that guy will become. But really, is it the end game for Woo Jin to end director Woo Hyun-goo's projects? Yes, it's over. I mean, I never thought I would refuse director Woo Hyun-goo in my lifetime, all because of his intuition about everything. What can we do? Woo Jin is so stubborn about it. The word intuition, PD Song Man-woo snickered. It reminded him of word totem. I'm also looking forward to that part. Yes, what are you talking about? No, just talking to myself. At this point, the staff around PD Song Man-woo and Choi Sung-gun started to get a little noisy. Thanks to this, frowning PD Song Man-woo called the assistant director. What's going on? Why so noisy? The assistant director, who had been glancing at his phone, quickly approached. He looked somewhat shocked. Then he showed the screen of his phone to PD Song Man-woo. Just came across this article, it's huge. PD Song Man-woo and Choi Sung-gun, tilting their heads, checked the screen of the phone. The title of the article was quite provocative. Master Director Woo Hyun-goo's ugly true face hidden behind his fame. The filthy hands of the director exposed by a 900K subscriber YouTuber. While looking at the article, PD Song Man-woo, one of the two who furrowed his brow, snatched the assistant director's phone. Then he began to thoroughly read the contents of the article. Choi Sung-gun, whose fate had become serious, also joined him. Soon, they realized the seriousness of the situation. It's Director Woo Hyun-goo. Is it the director Woo Hyun-goo we know? This. From the contents of the article, it was confirmed that the renowned master director Woo Hyun-goo was doomed, and it all happened overnight. What on earth is happening all of a sudden? I know, right? It's too abrupt, but the content doesn't seem like a groundless rumor. Are there any other articles? With a somewhat hurried hand, PD Song Man-woo checked other articles. It didn't take long. Already, articles about director Woo Hyun-goo were being rapidly spread across the entertainment news. The hyena-like reporters had caught the scent of prey. Bombs were dropping endlessly on director Woo Hyun-goo's life. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo's eyes suddenly widened. Hold on, if it turned out like this. Yes. Choi Sung-gun, who had asked the question, also had a flash of insight. Oh, PD Song Man-woo, who had been looking at his phone, and Choi Sung-gun's heads moved simultaneously. They were looking at the main stage where the actors were sitting, or to be precise, they were looking at the totem, that instinct. They were looking at Kang Woo-jin, who was sitting humbly, holding in a fart on stage. It was a situation that could easily deepen a misunderstanding. After all, the instinct or intuition of that monster actor had eerily come true. So, Song Man-woo and Choi Sung-gun were utterly shocked. Beyond the level of totem superstition, did he see the future or something? What is he? Did he receive divine revelation, predicting this with his instinct? Is that even possible? News of director Woo Hyun-goo had reached the actors on stage too. It all started with Jang Tae-sen, who was looking at his phone with his legs crossed. What's this? Wow, he's crazy. Director Woo Hyun-goo is ruined. His muttering drew the attention of actors like Ryo Yoon-min, Hong Hae-yeon. However, Kang Woo-jin at the end did not move, keeping his solemn expression, seemingly unconcerned about worldly affairs. But inside, he felt different. He was quite anxious. What's happening? What's going on? I'm so curious. Whether or not, the other actors who confirmed the news either covered their mouths or had eyes filled with astonishment and shock. Crazy, is this real? I had a feeling Woo Hyun-goo would run into something like this someday. He was a pervert. Even so, he has crossed a line. He's a criminal now, isn't he? We are in modern times and he's still doing this nonsense. The article is very detailed. There are many victims. While this is the end for both director Woo Hyun-goo and Vox movie, they have already started constructing the movie set investors were into. Woo Hyun-goo is finished. If it ends like this, the penalty would be huge. The actors chatted on each in their way. However, this was only about director Woo Hyun-goo. No one cared about Kang Woo-jin sitting at the end. But among the closely gathered actors, only one person. Hae-yeon looked back at Kang Woo-jin at this moment. He said it was intuition, didn't he? But how could it be this accurate? Did he know all along? Otherwise, there is no explanation. Her already big eyes widened even more. Soon, Kang Woo-jin, who noticed her gaze, slowly made eye contact with Hong Hae-yeon. His poker face remained. At this, Hong Hae-yeon narrowed her brow after confirming Woo-jin's firm gaze. It's strange that he's calm in this situation. What the hell are you? Although there was no change in his expression, Kang Woo-jin was a little taken aback inside. Did she get me? I kept it so quiet. He wondered if he got caught secretly passing gas. Later, about an hour after Kang Woo-jin started the interview shoot, articles about director Woo Hyun-goo started to fill various portal sites. YouTuber exposes the ugly truth about master director Woo Hyun-goo. Video views explode. Explosion in the film industry. More than 5 victims of sexual harassment, assault. Fretmaster Woo Hyun-goo remained silent. His dirty acts were being exposed article by article in detail. It was only a matter of time before they spread to numerous areas through the mouths and fingers of the quick-witted public. Director Woo Hyun-goo remained silent, but it seemed certain that he was headed for doom. As the world was being overrun with news about director Woo Hyun-goo. The late afternoon, the interview shoot with the actors, including Kang Woo-jin, ended. Dozens of staff, even while cleaning up, were all talking about director Woo Hyun-goo. The actors who didn't leave their seats immediately were the same. At this time, Hong Hae-yeon suddenly stood up. Swoosh. She sat close to Kang Woo-jin, who also got up from his chair. Soon, pleasant scent wafted around Woo-jin, but he maintained an expressionless face. Hong Hae-yeon whispered softly to him. You knew, didn't you? What? Director Woo Hyun-goo, you knew, didn't you? That. Kang Woo-jin had already heard about the issue with director Woo Hyun-goo. But unlike other actors, his reaction wasn't very big. He just thought so, that's why he's in F grade. That was all because he knew the hint about the future. Of course, he internally cursed that the director was a piece of trash. But he couldn't say that out loud. Honestly, Kang Woojin didn't expect that the F-rated director would cause such a commotion. Well, he thought it would just cause a huge jump in the audience. Even if it was something else, he thought it would blow up a bit later. I thought at least the movie would be released. By that time, people's memories would be a bit blurred after a few months, and there would be a chance to evade or circumvent it. But the incident came earlier than expected. I would be surprised too. My intuition would look like future prediction, right? Ah, does it look similar? Whatever the case, Kang Woojin, who looked at Han Hyan, maintained his cynicism but pondered. But when he thought about it, it wasn't that big of a deal. Well, this time too, he'll get through it without any problems. There's no evidence anyway. What can you do without evidence? From Kang Woojin's perspective, the word intuition seemed to be used frequently in the future. Then it would be better to have high accuracy. But still, Kang Woojin was a bit shaky. At this point, Han Hyeon, who was sticking close to Woojin, asked again. The pleasant scent was intensifying. You said you refused director Woo Hyung-gu because of your intuition, but it fits too perfectly. Control your expression. First, calm down. Woojin, having finished intense mind control within himself, muttered the prepared answer. It's a coincidence. Coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. Han Hyeon took it more seriously. So you refused director Woo Hyung-gu with intuition, and it was just a coincidence that it matched, and that's why all this fuss. That's what happened. No, but that doesn't make sense, but why are you so calm? Should I be excited? Right at that moment, the rabbit-eyed Choi Sung-gun ran onto the stage. He also stuck close to Kang Woojin's right side. Woojin, please explain about director Woo Hyung-gu. It's a coincidence. That's right, it's obviously a coincidence, but the timing is too perfect. Choi Sung-gun trailed off as he looked at Kang Woojin's face. It was firm without any faltering. It must not be a lie. No, it had to be a coincidence. It must not be a lie. If it's not, it would be believable only if he was an alien. Because it was hard to see him as a human. Anyway, his intuition is insane, right? Besides, he didn't even see director Woo Hyung-gu. It's like the instinct of monster, but why is he so nonchalant? And off the stage, Pern White and Kang Woojin, who was stuck between Han Hyeon and Choi Sung-gun. It's probably a coincidence. How could everything fit so perfectly? The problem is his intuition that perfectly predicted the situation. It was PD Sung Man Woo. To him, Kang Woojin was already an outlier, and monstrous actor with an opaque past. To him, honestly, half of it was joke, but at this level, whether it's coincidence or whatever, it's like divine intervention. PD Song Man-woo, who was muttering to himself, moved his feet. It was to approach Kang Woojin, but then, whoosh! At that moment, Kang Woojin and PD Song Man-woo eyes met. Only then did Woojin realize that PD Song Man-woo was nearby. Don't tell me you're trying to join in too, uncle. Please hold back. PD Song Man-woo, who stopped in his tracks, felt it from Kang Woojin's ruthless expressionless face. He's incredibly calm, as if something like this is nothing to him. This kind of incident was daily life to that freak. No one knew at this moment, but inside the wide studio. The kind of situation has happened frequently in his obscure, lonely, and silent past. Errors and misunderstanding were rampant. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Hanmyeong-do. Chapter 36, Hanmyeong-do. The bomb dropped on director Woo Hyung-gu around lunchtime on the 23rd had become a nuclear bomb by the same night, scattered all over the internet. The quantity was overwhelming. Victims of the movie mogul, director Woo Hyung-gu, the director openly molested me. There had never been chaos like this before. Woo Hyung-gu's huge reputation added to the first filthy issue related to the entertainment industry of the year. Thus, a booster was attached to the spreading flames, and the entertainment world was frozen in an instant. Given the situation, shocking, the hidden vile side of master director Woo Hyung-gu, to him, sexual harassment was drug. All the victims wept. Issue King TV. Use 3,107,335/2020-323. The video of Issue King TV, which launched the bomb, achieved 3 million views. The ripple was massive, not only in various communities but also on SNS and YouTube, etc. The ugly true face of director Woo Hyung-gu was spreading very fast. Wow, I can't believe I watched that bad movie, so disgusting. Hello, you old man, shouldn't you act your age? Idiot. Please investigate properly so the victim gets justice. Face reading is silent, right? Lol, he looks just like what he is. Hope he receives several times the pain he inflicted on others. I'm going to throw up. Master LOL, he's just an old bastard. Take down all the criminal Woo Hyung-gu's movies. It has now gone beyond manageable levels. Director Woo Hyung-gu appeared in the TV news, marking the day's finale. Victims claimed to have been sexually harassed by the so-called maestro, director Woo Hyung-gu, are popping up everywhere. This is Kim D-bin reporting. Not only on the internet, but also on TV. It was clear that the situation would become more serious by tomorrow morning through radio and word of mouth. While the train to hell for director Woo Hyung-gu was speeding up, various people were busy discussing about Kang Woojin, such as PD Song Man-woo and Riot Park Yoon-mai. Hey, really, something like that happened without my knowing. That's what I'm saying. I didn't tell Riot Park so that you can focus on writing. Goodness. Choi Sung-gun and Han Hyeon from the same agency. You think Kang Woojin's family is shamanic? Speak sensibly. You never know. We don't know anything about his past or personal matters. Anyway, what if Woojin had impulsively joined that bastard Woo Hyung-gu? I was such a guy hidden until now. I can't ignore Woojin's intuition in the future. On the other hand, some were unfazed by the uproar, focusing on their work. It was director Shin Dong-chun, stuck in the editing room of the production company for exorcism. Including the editors, director Shin Dong-chun was in a state where his skull was growing rough. Let's rewind the last cut once more. Yes. All three were so engrossed in editing that they looked miserable, dark circles under their eyes and all. They looked like Holmes people. But director Dong-chun, the guy Kang Woojin, he's a rookie, right? The more I watch, the crazier his acting seems. Honestly, the camera didn't capture everything. If you see it directly on the spot, you'll be speechless. I can imagine. How does this expression come from a rookie? It feels pitiful and desolate, but his eyes are full of hygiene. It's amazing. The expression is intense. No, this should be seen as if he experienced the situation hundreds of times. That's how much he analyzed the scenario. I've only edited movies for over 10 years, but even veterans rarely produce such expressions. He's a promising rookie with a bright future. Director Shin Dong-chun felt a bit regretful about the cuts that had just been completed. The more he saw Kang Woo-jin's acting on the monitor, the more lacking the editing seemed. Is it really okay to be satisfied with this? The ingredients were too good. It felt like the editing was killing the tone given the quality of the ingredients, especially since Exorcism was a short film and was to be entered in a film festival. The situation was different from commercial films that gathered tickets with star power. They had put in multiple times the effort in editing. There are many movies that get ruined in the late stage of editing. Ultimately, a movie is born from the hands of a director. No matter how amazing the actor's performance is, if the direct competence is lacking, the movie receives the stigma of being a failure. Director Shin Dong-chun didn't want to give Kang Woo-jin such a shoddy stigma. It would be a betrayal of the affection and passion received. Better be arrogant than to earn a disgraceful name. Director Shin Dong-chun was envisioning a picture where Woo-jin's nose would be lifted high due to the high quality of the work. We can't do this. Let's make some revision to this cut and the one before it. Yes, Director, this is already the third time we're editing here. Aren't we running a bit tight on time? No. Even if it's 10 or 100 times, if it's not good enough, it has to be fixed. The actor has shown such sincerity in his acting. How can the director ruin it with editing? Well, that's true, but will you ever be satisfied? Being too greedy could backfire. Let's try again. There was a full shot excluding this cut bust, right? I'll try putting that together. Yes. Director Shin Dong-chun gradually became more determined and awakened. A little more, just a little bit more. Even if it can't be perfect, it must be properly completed. Meanwhile, Kang Woo-jin, who was at the center of all this, thud, had just entered the void space. It was to delete director Woo Hyung-goo's negotiation scenario. The interesting part is, Woo-jin, who saw white rectangles in the endless dark void, tilted his head. Precisely, he had seen the white rectangle of Exorcism. It went up suddenly. The reason was simple, because the grade of Exorcism had risen a grade. The next day in the morning, Choi Sung-gun introduced new team members to Kang Woo-jin, who had arrived at BW Entertainment, a road manager and a stylist. Including Choi Sung-gun as the overall manager, there were only 3 people, but Kang Woo-jin could handle it. This is Jang Sue-chuan, who will be your road manager, and this is Han Young, who will be your stylist. By the way, Han Young came over from Ha-yeon's team. Seeing Jang Sue-chuan, the road manager, Woo-jin's first impression was, he looks exactly like Kim D-young, because he was big and burly. If I put him together with Kim D-young, there won't be any fights. However, Jang Soo-chuan had a rather thin and immature voice compared to his large body. Hello, Woo-jin bro, I'm younger, so please treat me comfortably. The stark contrast between his bear-like physique and thin voice put Kang Woo-jin in a crisis. He almost burst into laughter as he overlapped with his friend Kim D-young. Damn you, Kim D-young. No matter what happened, Kang Woo-jin swallowed his laughter and greeted him. Please take care of me. Next was the stylist Han Young. She had black short hair with streaks of green in it. Her voice was a bit rough. Hello, I'm younger than you two. I've already seen the concept for Han Young's style and I'm preparing the clothes. Yes, please take care of me. Both, Kang Woo-jin concluded with a concept-filled greeting. Seeing him, Jang Soo-chuan and Han Young muttered a brief review in their minds. He's a bro with a heavy atmosphere, right? But he seemed nice. I have to work hard. He's quite chic for a rookie. Choi Sung-gun looked around at the 4, including himself and Kang Woo-jin, and laughed heartily. So this is Team Kang Woo-jin, haha. Let's all do our best. It was the moment when Kang Woo-jin's first team was formed. At the time, at a major film company. MV Films, a large film company located near Sinhyun Station, was not only involved in commercial movies but also produced art films. Of course, the main area was commercial, but they also had a significant number of awards in art films. As a result, there were many unfamiliar posters displayed in the lobby. In a medium-sized conference room of such MV Films, an old man was sitting alone in the middle of the U-shaped desk. It was the warm and friendly veteran director, Kwon Kai-yi. He was sitting alone, looking at the tablet screen. Articles about director Woo Hyung-goo, which had been the talk of the town since yesterday, were being displayed. Tusk stupid guy. Top-billing director Kwon Kai-yi clicked his tongue. When this kind of incident occurs, the film industry freezes. Even though he didn't get along with director Woo Hyung-goo, he couldn't feel good because of the time they spent together and other various reasons. Well, what can we do? He brought this upon himself. But there was no turning back now. Even at this moment, various portal sites were filled with news about director Woo Hyung-goo. His criminal act was not light either. In other words, it's over for him. Director Woo Hyung-goo's illustrious career ends here. No ending credits were needed. His impressive filmography would turn into ashes and disappear. At least, that's what director Kwon Kai-yi thought. So, he sighed softly and shook his head as he did. Knock knock. There was a knock on the glass door of the conference room. Several men entered. The man leading the way paused for a moment. It was because of director Kwon Kai-yi's stern expression. Director, should we come back later? As if it was okay, director Kwon Kai-yi gave a faint smile. No, it's fine, let's start. Soon, the men sat across from director Kwon Kai-yi, and a man with small eyes handed over the papers and transparent files he brought to director Kwon. First, director, you can start by checking the military uniform concept. We've only prepared the top and bottom for now. Director Kwon Kai-yi, who had been looking down at the concept for a while, was focusing intensely on something important. Then director Kwon Kai-yi raised his index finger. Let's narrow it down to these 3. This one, and this one. Understood? The man with small eyes who was collecting the concepts nodded and changed the subject abruptly. Director, what about tomorrow's schedule? You said you're going to the first shooting site of Profile in Ryang. I have to go. I got the time and place and I've already told PD Song, so there shouldn't be any problems. How about the number of people? Just the 3 of us, including you and me. We can't disturb someone else's important site. We need to be unnoticeable. We just need to quietly watch Ryu Youngmin's performance and leave. But you really need to go and see it yourself. The rumors about improving acting quality might just be rumors. Well, I have to go and check. Seeing Ryu Youngmin in person might alleviate my concerns. Director Kwang Hae-yi crossed his arms and smiled. It would be nice to know if he has really improved his acting skills, and if so, why. The 25th, early in the morning. Around 8 a.m., the location was a massive set complex in Ilson, a place where 7 studios, each looking like a warehouse at first glance, were combined. Each studio was huge. Despite being early in the morning, the front of studio was crowded. Numerous minibuses and vans. There were at least 10 vehicles, and all had profiler Hanryang attached to their front windows. Dozens of people poured out of these vehicles. Let's start with the shooting team setting up. Please prepare while checking the shooting storyboard. Our team doesn't have a walkie-talkie. Here's the walkie-talkie. Glance, there seemed to be more than 50 people. As soon as they got out of the cars, they started moving around frantically. Although not orderly, their eyes all looked the same passionate one. Around this time, question. The teed man got out of the van in the very first parking space. He looked tired. Of course, it was PD Song Manwoo. He was holding a script in one hand and, while looking at the large studio set in front of him, stretched out. Who it's starting? What was starting was an easy answer. The first shoot. Starting from today, Wednesday the 25th, the lid is lifted on the first shoot of Profile Hanryang, which major actors have participated in. That's why all dozens of staff members had determination in their eyes. Of course, the overall person in charge of the scene, PD Song Manwoo, was no exception. At that time, beep. A voice from a staff member came from the small walkie-talkie clipped to his waist. PD, please check the props in the interrogation room. Yeah, I'm coming. PD Song Manwoo and his directing team entered the set. An hour later, Suika. A familiar black van arrived at the parking lot filled with stiff cars. Following that, a man with a cynical expression got out of the back of the van. He looked emotionlessly straight ahead, but his feelings as he looked up at the large set studio were not so calm. Wow, this is insane, isn't it huge? He was Kang Woojin, the act playing the role of Park Durai, and he was the first act to arrive on the scene. Anyway, as he was admiring the large studio without showing his awe. Looks exactly like a logistics center, doesn't it? 3 men naturally brushed past Woojin. Of course, Kang Woojin didn't notice as he was looking at the studio. However, Swish. The 3, the one in the lead, a man with a warm aura, wearing a mask, i.e., the master director Kwang Hae-yi glanced back briefly at Kang Woojin, who was looking up at the large studio set expressionlessly. He looked surprised. Is it his first time at a large set complex? He seemed like an actor, but I've never seen his face before. Then, moving his lips again, Director Kwang Hae-yi let out a faint smile. Is he a newcomer? How cute. He muttered to himself quietly. I wonder if he'll make a mistake while acting out of nervousness. Asterisk. TL. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Hanryang Free. Chapter 37, Hanryang Free. Inside a high and enormous warehouse studio set, the difference from the exorcism days was quite literally like heaven and earth. Woojin was genuinely astonished. What could possibly be prepared inside such a large and spacious warehouse? They even shoot dramas in such a large logistics warehouse. Moreover, the number of staff members was tremendous. The lighting team running around with lighting equipment, the shooting team carefully moving the cameras, the directing team coding the entire scene with shoot storyboard, and the props team moving various props in a minibus, and so on. There were roughly more than 6 people. With the addition of actors and their management teams, it would easily pass 100 people. All these people are going to watch my acting. The energy of the staff was different from the script reading time. Even then, there were about 100 people, but there was no movement, so it was static. However, this was like a battlefield itself, and the first day of shooting, so how nervous would you be? Thanks to that, Kang Woojin. This is a bit overwhelming. His veins began to throb throughout his body along with his heart. There was a different kind of nervousness. Yes, it was close tension. In the midst of this grandeur, he had to perform in front of hundreds of eyes watching. For Woojin, who was close to an ordinary person, it was normal that his breathing became faster. Still, few deep breaths. Just think of them all as cats and dogs, that's all it takes. Woojin had already finished his warm-up at exorcism. Hence, he cooled down his fiercely pounding heart. Around that time, swoosha. People joined Kang Woojin, who was looking at the studio set. It was road manager Jang Sui-chuan and stylist Han Yi-young. Han Yi-young, with green patches in her short hair, glanced at the expressionless Kang Woojin. Why is he so calm? Isn't he nervous at all? How peculiar. Then, the bulky Jang Sui-chuan exclaimed somewhat cheekily. Washi, this place is huge, isn't it? Are you okay, Woojin Hyung? I'm nervous. It's my first time on a real set. I'm nervous. Although his voice was yet to mature, his voice was loud. Looking at him, the expressionless Kang Woojin answered inwardly. Comrade, I'm also nervous. But outwardly, he remained cool. I'm also nervous. Hey, you look so calm, though. Maybe you're pretending to be nervous for my sake. Why do they interpret on their own after I said I was nervous? However, Woojin gave up explaining. Instead, he showed composure. It'll be fine soon. Yes, I'll secretly take some deep breaths. Choi Sung-gun, who had been on the phone somewhere, appeared laughing. All right, let's go in. With that, Team Kang Woojin entered the large studio. The studio set was even more enormous inside than outside. It was not only vast, but also, what to say, quite spectacular. Different sets for shooting were laid out in each section. Dozens of staff members were bustling about these sets. Around them, cameras and lighting were being meticulously set up. Woojin was busy taking in this world of a different dimension. However, he didn't have much time, because PD Song Manwoo approached as soon as he arrived. He put his hand on Woojin's shoulder and smiled. Did you arrive, Miss Kang Totem? Yes. No, just joking. Soon, Team Kang Woojin, including Choi Sung-gun, greeted PD Song Manwoo, and PD Song locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun. You arrived early, see you, Choi. You're first among the actors. Haha, our Woojin is a rookie, isn't he? He must come in first. Song's gaze moved to the calm Han Woojin. Right, a rookie, or is he? I'm a bit confused. At the same time, Choi Sung-un also agreed with a laugh. Yes, it's true. He is a rookie, but then again, he's not. Jang Sui-chuan and Han Yeong, who recently joined Kang Woojin's team, tilted their heads. They hadn't experienced Woojin yet. Regardless, PD Song moved on to the main topic. He began explaining to Woojin while showing the shooting storyboard. Woojin, about half of today's schedule is Park Durai, so keep that in mind. In other words, Kang Woojin's filming would continue relentlessly. In fact, today's shooting storyboard contained a lot of Yoo Jae-hyung and Park Durai cuts. Dramas cannot be filmed sequentially from scene 1 in the script. Considering the situation, the actors' routes and their schedules, the shooting roadmap is drawn up, and they shoot haphazardly according to it. PD Song will arrange it in the final editing. 4. Neither Hong Hyeon nor other lead and supporting actors are attending the shooting today. According to the plan, they would join from tomorrow. Okay, Woojin should get makeup first and try on the costume as well, and the stylist come with me to check Park Durai's costume. Yes, PD. At that time, PD Song Man-woo, who remembered the secretly arrived guest on the scene, continued to speak. There might be a surprise for Woojin today. No, I'm sure of it. He patted Kang Woojin's shoulder. The junk car goes and the foreign car comes one. Exactly that kind of feeling. Of course, Woojin casually asked back. What do you mean? PD Song Man-woo smiled again. It means that a foreign car is at the scene. A few tens of minutes later, a large black van arrived at the Sitsudo's parking lot. It was the van of the lead actor of Profile Hanryong, Ryu Youngmin. Inside the car, Ryu Youngmin, with baby perm hair as his character, sat with his eyes closed. He wasn't sleeping. He was controlling his mind, including regulating his breathing. Soon, the top actor Ryu Youngmin, whose mind was filled with thoughts of acting, slowly opened his closed eyes. Even more so. Swoosh. The script he just opened was worn out from how much he had read it. The script was full of notes everywhere. It was a trace of his analysis. About 5 minutes later, brother, Ryu Youngmin, who had been looking at the script and regulating his breath, called his manager and team. He was ready to go to the set. Let's go. Rattle. Then, Ryu Youngmin and his team of about 6 walked to the studio set. Ryu Youngmin's expression was somewhat solemn. Even though he has been on set for more than a decade, today felt different. Look of determination was in tall Ryu Youngmin's eyes. Glance, he looked like a soldier about to go into battle. It wasn't an incorrect comparison. It's been a while since I felt like this. Days, Ryu Youngmin was ready to give his all in acting. I'm not sure if I can surpass Park Durai, but I'm not thinking of being defeated. At least he had to put up a fight equivalent to Park Durai. He was clearly overwhelmed during script reading, but today, Ryu Youngmin looked determined not to let that happen. It was not only because of his pride as a top actor. If I'm pushed back by Park Durai from the start, the emotional feelings throughout the 4 parts will all be in vain. It was also important for Yoo Jae-hyung, the character he was portraying. Actors who are good at acting maintain the character's emotions even when not filming, and they keep an eye on their counterparts even off camera. This is then reflected in the next cut of acting. When meeting a strong character like Park Durai, he had to focus even more. In other words, Ryu Youngmin had plans to observe, understand, analyze, and dissect Park Durai's behavior during the shooting, to blur the boundary between reality and acting. Therefore, Ryu Youngmin. Swoosh. As soon as he entered the studio set, he casually greeted the staff and first looked for Woojin. Where is he? At present, Kang Woojin was an enemy to Ryu Youngmin. Then, Ryu Youngmin found Woojin in a slightly secluded place. It was the actor waiting area prepared by the staff. As always, the atmosphere sensed that guy. Ryu Youngmin, who had evaluated Kang Woojin's stern face, approached him. Hello? At Ryu Youngmin's greeting, Woojin, who turned his head, got up indifferently and bowed his head. Hello, senior. Ah, yes. Though he was indeed a senior, the word senior made Ryu Youngmin feel awkward. I should be doing better than you to be considered a senior. Ryu Youngmin casually sat down next to Kang Woojin and opened his script. Woojin, how are you feeling? I'm fine. Because he recognized him as Park Durai, Ryu Youngmin started to be bothered by everything about Kang Woojin. How fine is fine? As usual. Ah, as usual. Yes. The more he saw him, the more mysterious the actor seemed. Everything was question mark. His opaque past was one thing, and the fact that he mastered that crazy acting all by himself was another. Ryu Youngmin slowly lowered his gaze to the script and thought. Kang Woojin was indeed a fascinating actor. Does he give NGs no good take? On the contrary, if I give NGs, how does he handle other roles? Or, how would he react to my ad-libs? Ryu Youngmin was becoming more and more determined. He wanted to quickly end the set and engage in a psychological battle with the Park Durai sitting next to him. He was becoming impatient. All right, acting has this kind of fun. I remembered because of Kang Woojin. Ryu Youngmin was enjoying acting insanely after several years. At that time, Youngmin Woojin, assistant director, called out to the 2 actors. PD wants you guys to go through a rehearsal. Kang Woojin and Ryu Youngmin stood up at the same time. Ryu Youngmin, who was walking ahead, looked back at Woojin and gave a small smile. I won't be easy today. He was talking about acting. On the other hand, Woojin kept a poker face and remained silent, but he was full of questions inside. What is this guy talking about? At the same time, he was impressed by the top actor's composure. Felt like a scene from a movie just now. Before the start of shooting, makeup for main actors like Kang Woojin and Ryu Youngmin was done, and the camera, lights, and audio were set. Suddenly, the first shooting set was completely ready. Dozens of staff members that were spread across the shooting zone disappeared like a receding tide. In the midst of this, PD Song Man-woo, who was sitting in his spot, was staring intently at the monitor, even though shooting hadn't started yet. He was clearly watching Kang Woojin on the monitor. The dignity is amplified several times with the makeup and costume. Kang Woojin at the moment from head to toe was fully transformed into his character, Park Durai. with disheveled hair, slightly tired makeup, and common hoodies and jeans, etc. He was currently thinking, "Phew, the vibe is totally different from the exorcism mimes. It's driving me crazy." He was not feeling very well. The time has finally come. Maybe because the hundreds of eyes watching were so intense, pressure different from the exorcism shooting time struck Woojin. There was no consideration. It was weird and rough. "Ugh, I feel a little nauseous." The expression on Kang Woojin's face wasn't for the character. It was truly coming from him. His heart was pounding nonstop. Chills were spreading all over his body. Goosebumps continued to appear. The oppressive atmosphere on the set, it's incredibly heavy. As if pressing his spirit was not enough, the grandeur and seriousness of this large set and the gazes of dozens of staff members further entrapped Kang Woojin. What about the unknown large cameras? Woojin felt like a real criminal. When will I get used to this feeling? Can I even get used to it? Suddenly, Woojin admired Ryu Youngmin, who was sitting calmly. Ryu Youngmin was sitting inside a set designed like an interrogation room. He was true professional. On the other hand, I'm just imitating pro. Standing next to the interrogation set, Kang Woojin forcibly pushed out his fear of the intense atmosphere. He accepted reality. While the exterior may contain a concept, but the acting is real. Of course, it's a gift from the void space, but it is experienced by Kang Woojin. Cheer up. It's a scene created by dozens of professionals sweating and working hard. At this moment, clang, handcuffs were put on Kang Woojin's wrist by a staff member. The first shooting scene of Profiler Henry Young today was the story F. Park Derai confessed on his own. After his crazy appearance, the world turned upside down. News, articles, people, everyone focuses on the incident. The self-confession of an unsolved serial murderer and the hidden true criminal. So the police and the prosecutors are putting themselves to their limits. The entire nation is watching. And in the center of it all was the profiler Yoo Jae-hyung. He thoroughly analyzed Park Derai's past and his tracks up to the present. And this scene was the same meeting between Yoo Jae-hyung and Park Derai. So it was natural for Woojin to wear handcuffs. However, Kang Woojin used the handcuffs as a trigger. As soon as the cold chunk of metal filled his wrists, he pulled out the implanted Park Derai. The starting point was an unpleasant emotion. The emotions of Park Derai, engraved by the void space, developed into sensations, and those sensations woke up emotions and reason. Soon, Kang Woojin's aura transformed. Dark eyes, deep and unknowable, filled with madness. He became Park Derai. At the same time, question. Supporting act playing a detective moved next to the handcuffed Park Derai. Park Derai looked at him. The supporting detective flinched a little. It was scarier because there was no expression. At this moment, clap. Staff member called out the scene number in front of the main camera and clapped the slate. "Hi." Lee Song Manwoo with a goatee shouted into the megaphone. "Action." This meant that the filming of Profile Henry Young had officially begun. Then the camera captured Yoo Jae-hyung with baby perm hair in the interrogation room. There's a thick file in front of him. Yoo Jae-hyung, seemingly tired, rubbed his eyes. "Phew, this is getting big. Why did I take this case?" He was naturally complaining. Then the door to the slightly dark interrogation room opened. A detective and Park Derai entered. The detective sat Park Derai, still in handcuffs, across from Yoo Jae-hyung. Yoo Jae-hyung sighed lightly and looked at Park Derai. Today's Park Derai does not have the humor he had when I first saw him. How should I describe him? It felt like there was no color on his face. That's how Park Derai's heart was. He stared intently at Yoo Jae-hyung with deep eyes. Then he tilted his head slightly, but his mouth remained shut. No message was contained in his eyes. It's empty but not dull. It was blurry but also clear. This expression was vividly captured in a close-up by the camera. Next was Yoo Jae-hyung's turn. "Huh?" As soon as he saw the strange being across from him, Yoo Jae-hyung scratched his baby perm head as if bored. "Just looking at your face makes me tired." He had already started the work. He had to show his vulnerability to Park Derai. Clearly, he was not an easy opponent, so he induced complacency first. Nonsense stems from arrogance covered in complacency. Let's start with that. Yoo Jae-hyung sighed again. "Don't you think the matter has gotten too big?" Park Derai, who was still calmly looking at Yoo Jae-hyung, didn't show any particular change in his expression. However, he knew what Yoo Jae-hyung was thinking, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Huh, yeah, you must have been through countless crimes. But I'm different from those guys who are just well packaged. Think about me, think again, analyze and tear me apart. The more you do, the more you'll get stuck in the mire." Park Derai was enjoying the situation itself. The pleasure when everyone, including Yoo Jae-hyung, moved as he expected. And ecstasy. "You guys are just my hobbits." Suddenly, the stuffy air in the interrogation room tickled Park Derai's skin. Although it was gloomy space, it was playground for Park Derai. It seemed as if the small dust particles dancing in the light. Then Park Derai's eyes went down to his wrist. "First, let's get these handcuffs off." "Can you loosen this? They hurts." The detective by the door flinched, but Yoo Jae-hyung shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, why not please remove them?" However, the detective, after looking at the expressionless Park Derai, whispered to Yoo Jae-hyung. "Could be dangerous. Let's just keep it the way." Straight. Suddenly standing up, Park Derai pushed both hands in front of Yoo Jae-hyung. Only then did a smile spread. "Are you scared?" Yoo Jae-hyung also laughed. "It's okay, please unlock them." Soon, the detective, with a reluctant expression, unlocked Park Derai's handcuffs. Park Derai's laughter deepened. "It's done." He then stretched refreshingly. It was an intentional act. "I'll pretend to be flexible since that's what you want then." Park Derai, who had abruptly stopped moving, asked Yoo Jae-hyung. "Are you tired?" "Why do you think so?" "You finished your coffee before I came, and it smells like stale cigarettes. It's a smell that comes out when you smoke all night. You must have done it while investigating me." "I'm at the bottom." At this point, Park Derai suddenly straightened his posture. He lifted the corner of his mouth even more. It was a thoroughly practiced smile. "So what can I help you with?" "First, let's talk a bit about trivial things." "Go ahead." "Well, the alibi you mentioned." "Did you have breakfast? I want a hamburger." "I don't like fast food, but you can have a hamburger now." "I like shrimp burgers. I've had it like beef or chicken taste off." At this point, Yoo Jae-hyung suddenly asked something else. It was to steer the conversation flow. You had a sister, she committed suicide. The first time, Park Dee-rai's smile slightly wavered. Soon, a cold chill ran down Ryu Young-min, who was acting as Yoo Jae-hyung back. This was not an act, it was real. It was because of Park Dee-rai's black eyes, which were quietly watching him with a faint smile. They were intensely empty. Yes, I had a sister. It was an eerily calm and horrifying gaze. Asterisk. Notes. 1. Korean equivalent of Out with the Old, in with the new with slight changes to fit the situation. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Hanyoung 4. Chapter 38, Hanyoung 4. Park Dee-rai's eyes staring at Yoo Jae-hyung were calm, like a morning lake shrouded with mist. They were still without a tremor and the temperature was ambiguous, lukewarm. Yet they were intense and dangerous. Not aggressive, but enough to evoke fear. To dip a foot into those deep eyes was to feel oneself being sucked in endlessly. The more one floundered, the deeper and more endless it seemed. Those eyes of Park Dee-rai changed the atmosphere in the interrogation room. 100 words were unnecessary. With just one look devoid of impredence, Park Dee-rai's character became clear. At this, Yoo Jae-hyung, or Ryu Young-min, who was sitting across from him, nearly gasped involuntarily. You are truly bottomless. There was even a sense of admiration for the monster sitting in front of him. How can you show such a dense gaze in such a short time? Exactly. How long have you been honing and polishing yourself alone? Whether as a top actor or as Yoo Jae-hyung, the current Park Dee-rai was worth admiring. Whether he was an enemy or an actor to be challenged, he was amazing, and Ryu Young-min understood it because his opponent was Kang Woo-jin. No, he had no choice but to understand. That must be a power unique to Kang Woo-jin. He had seen it during script reading too. The high-detailed acting that swallows everyone as the character itself, exceeding liveliness as if he brought the character to life, a versatility that surpasses the method. Unfortunately, Ryu Young-min didn't have those things. Therefore, focus and look straight into his eyes. Ryu Young-min steeled his resolve. He was in the middle of a silent and soundless war. Now he couldn't back down, especially since, as Yoo Jae-hyung, it was the picture he had painted. Go for it. Yoo Jae-hyung looked straight into the bizarre eyes of Park Dee-rai. I don't care about those hollow eyes of yours, so go ahead and get angrier. Yoo Jae-hyung chuckled after uttering the short word. Sorry, this isn't trivial talk. I made a mistake. His tone was somewhere between mockery and sincere apology, but Park Dee-rai did not react much. For the first time, he recognized Yoo Jae-hyung, sitting on the other side, as an enemy. Yeah, you're a bit better. I guess you're not a puppet. Park Dee-rai curled up his lips. No, talking about my sister who committed suicide. You're right, it's trivial. There was silence for about 10 seconds. Both Yoo Jae-hyung and Park Dee-rai just looked at each other. The silence was broken by PD Song Man-woo, who suddenly got up. He shouted loudly. Cut, okay. Thanks to that, Kang Woo-jin was startled. I was startled, I almost yelled out, Mom. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his composure. Unaware of this, PD Song Man-woo exclaimed. Great, that was nice, you both killed it. After throwing his megaphone aside, he ran straight to the investigation room set. What the hell, both of you were grinding your teeth from the first cut. PD Song Man-woo enthusiastically gave thumbs up to both actors, his face alight with satisfaction. It was worth it. Even for a drama heavyweight, the scene just now was one of the best performances. It wasn't a cut that the director could see often. Haha, this is why I can't quit directing. The same was true for the dozen of staff gathered on set. Are they crazy, both of them? I know, right? I thought I was going to suffocate to death. Why is the acting level so high from the start of shooting? The directing team, shooting team, and others were busy covering their mouths or spitting out the shock. No one could believe the acting they just saw. Did you see Woo-jin's last eye acting? It really gave me goosebumps. If we do a close-up, I think the viewers will be terrified, right? Young-min also did great. Both of them were having a psychological battle, while the script's feeling was captured so vividly. This excitement was understandable. It was the first scene on the first day of shooting, and the pain they had endured preparing seemed washed away by that one scene. Why? If we feel this way watching it, what will the viewers think? They'll be completely drawn in. It was the expectation of something extraordinary. The dozens of staff on set had been working solely for that result. Meanwhile, the actors' waiting area was also abuzz. The Young-min team praised their actor and Kang Woo-jin. It was similar with Kang Woo-jin's team. Of course, Choi Sung-gun was just standing with his arm folded, grinning. Kang Woo-jin, he might become the top in the shortest time in history. I will shorten that time even more. Recently joined road manager Jang Sui-chwan and stylist Han Yi-young couldn't shut their mouths. Wow, insane. Woo-jin's acting is really awesome. Amazing. Yes, that's true. I've seen a fair share of top actors from high-owned city team, but this is the first time I've seen that level. Woo-jin is really good at acting. At this point, PD Song Man-woo in the set was hastily briefing the two actors. He wanted to maintain this emotion and tension. Let's try it again the same way. Let's kill the shot, but I'll take a better shot. After that, let's go solo cut of the same scene. In both dramas and films, scenes are filmed from various angles. Two people talking together, then each character separately, and from a distance. The scene changes from a conversation to an individual, then back to a two-shot of a conversation. This to show the viewer the character's expression to reduce boredom or increase tension. Anyway, the shooting proceeded swiftly. High action. Ryu Young-min solo shot. Cut. Okay, now Woo-jin. Kang Woo-jin solo shot. Or from slightly above and behind the characters, etc. Thanks to PD Song Man-woo's ambition, even cuts that were not in the storyboard were added. Of course, this would increase the quality. While they are shooting that much. For Kang Woo-jin, who was experiencing a large-scale drama for the first time, it was overwhelming. Am I going to die after this drama shoot? The shooting had just begun. An hour later, inside the investigation room, Park Dee-rai and Yoo Jae-hyung faced each other. The corners of Park Dee-rai's mouth were raised, but he was not happy. He was staring at Yoo Jae-hyung with his eyes, but he was not only looking at him. He was considering everything, including Yoo Jae-hyung. Park Dee-rai rolling his dark eyes inconspicuously. Yoo Jae-hyung was holding a pen. It's quite long. Should I stab him in the neck with that? My hands are free now. Should I smash his head with a chair? Every second Park Dirai's heart gets colder, but his brain works fast. He unfolds a misaligned conscience, calmly and rationally. Park Dirai's fingers switch slightly. Impulse, desire, lust, greed. These sensations spread throughout Park Dirai's body and reach his lower regions. Park felt excitement. The excitement of the flesh. What would that man's expression be when death is in front of him? At this moment, colors were painted in Park Dirai's field of vision. Of course, only in Park Dirai's eyes. Everything else was gray. Black lines were drawn on the silhouette of person, and all facial expressions became filled with gray. But Park Dirai had to endure it. He had to hide it. He just looks at Yu Jae-hyung. Then Yu Jae-hyung smiled and reached out his hand. No, I'm sorry. It's okay, since it's all trivial anyway, including my sister. Anyway, aren't all humans the same when minced right? Whether it's the patty in a hamburger or a human, there's no real difference. Oh, that's scary. It's just a joke. As if he had been waiting, Yu Jae-hyung leaned forward. Surely, Park Dirai has changed a bit now, so he controls the situation. You look comfortable here in the interrogation room. Are you comfortable? I'm polite to the detectives. I respect them. I think they understand me, so uncomfortable situations don't arise. Was the murder comfortable too? In response to the question, Park Dirai clapped his hands together. The posture gives legitimacy to what he is saying, his way of expressing seriousness. Killing a person is hard. It's not easy to create a proper work of art. Others don't know and talk whatever they like. Wicked, trash, go die, the death penalty is the answer. Those are generally correct things to say. But after all that, they lose interest after only 2 days. What should I have for lunch today? That becomes more important. So the act of murder itself is tough, but repetition is comfortable. Did that answer your question? Park Dirai smiled and tapped a thick file in front of Yu Jae-hyung with his index finger. Is my information in that file? What's in there? He changed the subject. Yu Jae-hyung knew Park Dirai's intention, so he naturally had to accept it and give him a shock again. Well, everything. Of course, it also talks about your sister. Are those things and the current me helping? You have to understand me to catch the real culprit. Seeing Park Dirai, who regained his composure again, Yu Jae-hyung sighed deeply and opened the file, as if it were a hassle. Nevertheless, his eyes captured Park Dirai's gaze and posture. Psychopath. At first glance, you may be judged as a psychopath, but in my view, you seem to be a category that combines a sociopath as well. Impulsive but calm. Can you systematically control impulses depending on the opponent and the situation? That's why you show expertise in murder. I see. Usually, sociopaths, unlike psychopaths, often manifest due to the environment in which they were raised. So I thoroughly examined your life. It was tiring since it's something I don't usually do. Yu Jae-hyung slowly turned a page. Your father was addicted to gambling and alcohol and suffered daily from violence, right? This is a common occurrence. Your father's target was not you, but your mother and sister. Perhaps those two desperately protected you. No, attacking the weak is common sense. But your sister couldn't endure it. She committed suicide in high school. Turning another page. Your mother died instantly when your drunken father crashed into a utility pole. It was a desolate road late at night with no pedestrians or cars. Circumstantially, your mother was likely forced to ride. Your father didn't die instantly, but died there. The result was closed as traffic accident. Although his life was being picked apart, but Park Dirai still had a faint smile. Yu Jae-hyung sighed quietly and put a cigarette in his mouth. But when I looked closely at the records of the incident at the time, something strange stood out. Your mother died instantly in the car, but your father crawled out before dying. But there were small signs of resistance. Well, it's an old case and there's no evidence, so it was closed as is. But it's strange. In that moment of confusion, what was he resisting? Suddenly, Yu Jae-hyung leaned close to Park Dirai on the opposite side. From the beginning, you were a psychopath, and having experienced a hellish life, you nurtured sociopathic tendencies. What were you doing at that time? He pointed at Park Dirai with his index finger. The pleasure of serial killing was awakened by your father, right? It wasn't 5 murders, but 6. Suddenly, Park Dirai's expression became rigid. His eyes, stone-like, were motionless, simply staring straight at Yu Jae-hyung's face, who had come close. Park Dirai's emotions intensified. Soon Park's gaze went down. He had seen the pen that Yu Jae-hyung had tucked between the files, and after looking at the pen for a moment, Park Dirai again wore his smile and whispered to Yu Jae-hyung. You know, all my work's known to the world. Do you think it's all? Park Dirai's voice grew even softer. Don't you think there are things that haven't been revealed? Then he grinned and grabbed Yu Jae-hyung's collar, furious. It was deliberate action. You son of a bitch. It was uncomfortable to be in the interrogation room any longer. He needed to get out. The detectives rushed over, subdued Park Dirai, and cuffed him again. Park Dirai resisted fiercely until he was dragged out of the interrogation room. The interesting thing was, swoosh. As soon as he came out into the corridor, his resistance suddenly stopped. Moreover, Park Dirai even apologized to the detectives who were holding him. His voice was calm. I'm sorry for calling a scene. What? At this point, the main camera zoomed in for a close-up of Park Dirai's face. Soon, Park Dirai, who was slightly bowing his head and smirking, thought of Yu Jae-hyung and muttered to himself. Park Dirai's mind was filled with the fleeting image of his struggling mother. He's thorough. How did he find out? Meanwhile, a man somewhere on the set watching Park Dirai's acting couldn't hide his surprise. That actor, isn't he the rookie from this morning? It was Direct Kwang Kae-ik, a masked master. He had been puzzled since the act playing Park Dirai first entered the interrogation room set. That rookie, who had looked at the large set with amazement in the morning, was now preparing to be in the same scene as Ryu Young-min, as if he were a supporting actor. Why? Why is that unknown rookie being cast in the same scene as Ryu Young-min? As Direct Kwang Kae-ik, he found it hard to understand. The rookie had full makeup and perfectly prepared costumes and even had his own camera. But no matter how he looked, that rookie was a face he'd never seen before. Could it be he's from a powerful agency? It was common in this industry to push an unknown actor along with a top star. Therefore, Direct Kwang Kae-ik had a similar thought, but it didn't take long for that thought to turn 180 degrees. Ryu Young-min is struggling not to be overshadowed. What's up with this rookie? He couldn't have been just a filler actor, a monster making the top act role. That rookie was now single-handedly overwhelming this huge scene with his acting. The fact that the heavyweight director Kwon Hae-ik couldn't take his eyes off him was evidence. Rookie? No, that acting isn't from a rookie. Who on earth see someone who has been in theater for a long time? Director Kwon Hae-ik, staring intently at Park Dee-rai's acting, called over the film company's production PD. Hey, find out the kid's name. What? Ah, yes, I was thinking of checking myself. His acting is insane. Then the production PD quietly moved and asked something to a production staff member. He returned a few minutes later. Director? The production PD whispered to Director Kwon Hae-ik. The actor's name is Kang Woo-jin. Kang Woo-jin? Yes. Wait a minute, Kang Woo-jin, Kang Woo-jin. Director Kwon Hae-ik, for some reason, kept repeating the name Kang Woo-jin. The reason was simple. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere. It was a familiar name. Then it dawned on him. Suddenly, Director Woo Hyung-gu, now fallen from grace, came to Director Kwon Hae-ik's mind. Specifically, it was the curse that Director Woo Hyung-gu spat out when they met at a high-end Chinese restaurant. Some nobody named Kang Woo-jin refused my audition. That bastard. His name is Kang Woo-jin. Suddenly, Director Kwon Hae-ik's eye widened. Yes, that rude nobody. That's right. That rude nobody was on the set. The threads were connected in a strange place. Of course, the actor named Kang Woo-jin didn't know Director Kwon Hae-ik. Then, Director Kwon Hae-ik, who was slightly smiling, turned his gaze back to Kang Woo-jin on the set. That audition was worth refusing. Then, recalling Director Woo Hyung-gu, he muttered softly. Since you push an audition on that kind of monster, it's bound to be refused. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Speed 1. Chapter 39, Speed 1. Production PD, standing next to Director Kwon Hae-ik, responded to the director's muttering. Director, what did you just say, a monster? No. However, Director Kwon Hae-ik, with his arm crossed, shook his head. I was talking to myself. He answered smoothly, staring intently at Kang Woo-jin in the interrogation room. Woo-jin was filling a solo cut for the same scene. There would have been no reason to audition if the acting was so outrageous. From my point of view, he will receive countless offer calls once this drama airs. Did Woo Hyung-gu not see Kang Woo-jin's acting? If he had seen it, he would not have pushed for audition. Now, he's on the decline, but to refuse Master Director Woo Hyung-gu, does he have that much courage, or is he fearless? Then, Director Kwon Hae-ik recalled Kang Woo-jin's appearance that he saw in the morning. Wasn't he amazed at the large studio? The image is different from now. Is he the type that has a different look when acting and in normal times? Soon, Director Kwon Hae-ik asked the production PD again. What do you think of that rookie? The production PD, who had also been watching Kang Woo-jin, quickly responded. He's amazing. His acting is beyond criticism. The detail, it's unbelievable. I want to watch him up close. Breath control, restraint, yet there's explosiveness. Look at his gaze. It's astounding. Ryu Yeomin, who saw him up close, must have been stunned. Casting director CD, who was with them, chimed in. It must be method acting. It's hard to see it as acting. It feels like he's showing us the character itself. His script analysis and comprehension are exceptional. The production PD turned his head. Is it the first time you've seen him, CD Kim? I'm seeing him for the first time. Yes, I'm unfamiliar too. Honestly, there's no place he hasn't been in theater, musicals, or entertainment. I'm a bit perplexed too. An actor like him should have stood out. Sorry, director. My search was lacking. CD bowed his head, and Director Kwon Hae-ik calmly shook his head. No, maybe he just dropped out of nowhere. PD Song would know the situation best, but more than that. Director Kwon Hae-ik, who had been alternating his gaze between Ryu Yeomin and Kang Woo-jin on the set, stroked his chin. It seems that the rumor that he raised the quality of acting is true. Ryu Yeomin, he outdid my expectations. He's put a lot of effort into it. Yes, his form has certainly improved a lot. That's not just improved form. He's taken a big step as an actor. Director Kwon Hae-ik, speaking humbly, pointed at Kang Woo-jin with his index finger. And probably the catalyst that raised the acting form of this work's actors was that newcomer. You mean the rookie named Kang Woo-jin? Yes. From my perspective, it doesn't look like Ryu Yeomin is leading him, but it's like Ryu Yeomin is trying to keep up with him. Usually, the top actors are the pillars of the scene, right? They guide and support the rest. Yes, the atmosphere, relationship with staff, etc. But in this work, the male lead Ryu Yeomin is solely focused on acting, disregarding everything else. Look at Ryu Yeomin's eyes. Is he looking around? He's only looking at the rookie opposite him. He's constantly maintaining his character. The production PD and the CD nodded their heads. They were listening and watching. Ryu Yeomin indeed seemed to be concentrating solely on acting. In the picture, the rookie named Kang Woo-jin seemed to be at the forefront. Anyway, Director Kwon Hae-ik was certain. I don't know the whole situation, but it seems that the actors, including Ryu Yeomin, were spurred on by that kid Kang Woo-jin. Think about it. We're talking about a work by writer Park Yoon-mai, and it's on the set of the heavyweight PD Song. If a nameless, unknown newcomer acts better, wouldn't the public notice? It would scratch the pride of the great dubs. Overall, the quality of the work has gone up. That newcomer is playing a major role in this drama, though I don't know if he realized it. At this time, the CD, who had been scanning the large set studio, joined in. Director, since you've confirmed everything, how about leaving? Staff and active managers are starting to glance over here. It was true. Especially, Ryu Yeomin's side was whispering. If they stayed in longer, it was only a matter of time before it became noisy. However, the gentle Director Kwon Hae-ik was reluctant to leave. It's a shame. I'd like to watch till the end if the situation allows. He had a strong desire to watch a little more. He was drawn not only to Ryu Yeomin, but especially to that unbelievable rookie Kang Woo-jin. More precisely, he was drawn to his acting. That kid's acting has the power to captivate the gaze. Kwon Hae-ik let out a sigh full of regret, murmuring softly even as he moved on. But what have you been doing to show up just now? A few hours later in the afternoon. Profiler Henryung team continued filming nonstop. They had gathered early in the morning and now it was afternoon. Except for lunch, they were fully dedicated to filming, and thanks to that, they were able to shoot quite a lot of scenes. However, lighting team, the light is flickering here. I'll check it right away. Boom mic, PD, be alert. It can't come down and get caught in the camera like before. Yes, yes. Coffee, coffee, please refill the coffee here. The large set studio was still bustling. The sun had already set, but the energy of dozens of staff members wasn't much different from the morning. People were running, setting up, shouting, cheering. The set was rolling non-stop. Of course, all the staff must have been tired, but no one showed it. They seemed invigorated instead. We nailed those scenes just now, right? Absolutely. It was amazing watching Yeomin and Woojin act. Isn't this really going to be a huge hit? Definitely. Haha, we might get a reward vacation after a long time. From the very first shoot, the acting of the actors was extraordinarily good. That meant the quality of the visual picture would be high. This would inevitably impact view ratings. So, the numerous staff members were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, I'm dying, I might really die. Sitting on the set of the investigation room, Kang Woojin felt almost soulless. Of course, he kept a stern face out of hat, but he was screaming internally. This is much more intense than I thought. What did I do here today? Alright, acting. It's okay. I think I acted properly. Pace at which things moved was different from during exorcism. PD Song Man-woo called cut, then immediately action followed, then cut again, followed by action again. What on earth is this speed? He had prepared for it, but the volume and speed far exceeded his expectations. It was tough for Kang Woojin, who had only been an actor for 2 months, and he couldn't adapt to the urgent atmosphere on set. He felt like he was floating in this vast space. But there was no turning back now. He had to grit his teeth and endure. I don't know. It'll work out somehow as I keep doing it. I won't really die. What was fortunate was that the character Park D-Rai, which Kang Woojin portrayed, had become clearer compared to before, and the time it took to bring it out was almost non-existent. The lines were, of course, ingrained clearly. Kang Woojin was once again grateful for the ability of void space. At that moment, swoosh! Ryu Yeomin, who had just finished checking his hair, entered the set. He sat on the opposite side of Kang Woojin with a script in her hand, and with his appearance, Woojin further hardened his poker face. They hadn't talked much since the morning. Ryu Yeomin was maintaining his character, while Woojin simply had nothing to say. He felt awkward around such a handsome top actor. Staff watching this were impressed. They both look so serious even when they're not filming. I heard that actors often have psychological battle with each other, especially when filming sensitive scenes. Oh, so are they both still engaged in a psychological battle as Yoo Jae-hyung and Park D-Rai? I suppose so. It must be why their acting looks so amazing. On the other hand, Kang Woojin was just having a psychological battle with himself. Should I pretend to read the script as well since Ryu Yeomin is reading his? Thanks to this, Woojin calmly picked up and opened the script. But it's a bit cold here. Although it was spring, the nights were still chilly. Furthermore, the studio itself was full of cold air. Therefore, Kang Woojin felt slightly chilly. His fingertips were slightly trembling. But Ryu Yeomin, who was sitting across from him and glancing at Woojin, did not miss this. Park D-Rai, it's not easy to recover from emotions, right? Trembling with emotion and all. My hand cramped up earlier too. Indeed, the keen eye of a top actor. But Woojin wondered what he was talking about. Suddenly, what's this about emotional recovery? Though he didn't understand, Woojin decided to give Ryu Yeomin a heavy stare. He thought it was best to tell the truth here. No, I'm just a bit cold. It's okay. An act can't be perfect in everything. Emotional recovery is a natural process. I know you couldn't make it last time at the script reading party because you were recovering. No, it's cold, senior. Why don't you believe me? During the script reading, Kang Woojin was sound asleep. Woojin was a bit frustrated internally, but Ryu Yeomin, who didn't know this, showed a pleasant smile. I know very well, so feel at ease. Thank you for your consideration, senior. At this moment, PD Song Min-woo, who was talking with the lighting director and other key staff, shouted out, Okay, Yeomin Woojin, let's rehearse from the next scene lines. Kang Woojin, who handed the script to the road manager Jang Soo-hwan, felt something vaguely in the situation just now. Isn't this, even if I expose the act, people won't believe it, right? Afterward, the first shoot of Profiler Henryong, which Kang Woojin participated in, ended late at night, and one record was set during the shoot. The record was boldly announced by PD Song Min-woo in the returning van. You know how many NGs no goods happened today? 15 times. Among them, there were 5 that came out due to lighting problems or such on-site mistakes, and the actors NG were all 10. There were very few NGs. Ryu Yeomin had 7 and Kang Woojin had 3. However, Woojin's NGs were not from mistakes, but because the expression was too intense. Strictly speaking, Kang Woojin made no mistakes at all. Well, he was the one who received the buff of the void space, so it was natural that there were none. Male lead Ryu Yeomin knew this. Thanks to that, Ryu Yeomin was seating in the van on the way back. At times, 5 of them were line mistakes. Yeomin, 7 is a very small number, right? Kang Woojin didn't make in-line mistakes today. I was embarrassed today because he was acting like a senior. Kang Woojin is a bit abnormal. It's abnormal for a top act to make more line mistakes than a newcomer. Brother, please get my lines right today. Sleep at our house and go. Yes. Meanwhile, as Kang Woojin parted with Choi Sung-gun, Choi Sung-gun exclaimed, Woojin, you were the best today, the best. You know that, right? Both Song PD and the staff all praise you. Yes, high praise, yes. You won't get much sleep, but rest well. You have a standby tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., so I'll pick you up at 5 a.m. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as Kang Woojin arrived in his one-room apartment, he collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes. Washing was a hassle. His whole body was exhausted. Being an actor or not, he wanted to sleep for a full 24 hours just like this. Look, it's really, really hard. Anyway, he had to go out again in 5 hours and 30 minutes. It would be fine if he went out like this after sleeping. I still have to brush my teeth at least. His mind was telling him to, but Woojin's body wouldn't move. Tension and pressure from the large-scale scene he experienced for the first time still lingered in his body. He couldn't even remember what he did. It was just filming. He didn't care anymore. Kang Woojin closed his eyes. At that time, the cell phone tucked in the back pocket of his jeans vibrated long. Barely checking the caller, it was none other than Hong Hae-yeon. It was top actress Hong Hae-yeon. She probably wanted to encourage him as the first filming had ended. For some reason, Kang Woo-jin just stared at his phone screen. Normally, he would have been curious and answered it right away. Soon, Kang Woo-jin closed his eyes and put down his phone. I'm sorry, Hong Hae-yeon. Sleep was his priority now. The next day, early in the morning, in front of a huge set complex in Ilson. Of course, it was the Profiler Henry Young set, and PD Song Man-woo was sitting alone in the minivan parked in the parking lot. He was stroking his goatee and looking down at his phone. Then, slide. Suddenly the back door of the minivan opened and a man got in. It was Master Director Kwon K-ik, who had also come to the set yesterday. Interestingly, even with his unexpected appearance, PD Song Man-woo was quite relaxed. Hello, Director. Nice to see you. I didn't get to greet you yesterday, PD. The reason was simple. They had already agreed to meet. Thanks to PD Song Man-woo's busy schedule, Director Kwon K-ik had visited again. Haha, that's okay. We both had things to do. Thank you for taking the time today, even though you're busy. Director Kwon K-ik, who shook hands with PD Song Man-woo while speaking smoothly. Anyway, in the minivan, the big shots of the movie and drama world sat face to face. PD Song Man-woo started the conversation quickly. Did you get a good look at Ryu Yeoman yesterday? Yeah, his acting form has improved a lot. That's fortunate. Did you see him for the casting of your next work? That's right, it's still confidential though. I see, I'll keep my mouth shut. Director Kwon K-ik, who was nodding his head slowly, smiled faintly. But there was that newcomer yesterday. What's his name, Kang Woo-jin? As if PD Song Man-woo was waiting, he replied. Yes, Woo-jin, you must have been surprised. Surprised? No, I couldn't sleep last night thinking about that kid. The reason I wanted to meet today is partly because of Kang Woo-jin. Where did you find him? Theater. Even our casting department had no idea. I didn't find him so much as he suddenly fell from the sky. Suddenly fell? Really? So you mean you didn't find him? Yes. It would be accurate to say he appeared at the right time. If it's okay, can you give me some information about that kid? I don't know much myself. Woo-jin is a friend shrouded in a veil. At least that's fine. Soon, PD Song Man-woo looked at Director Kwon K-ik's face for a moment and then opened his mouth. His eyes were full of excitement. First of all, Woo-jin has been acting alone, without anyone's help alone. What did you mean alone? The drama mogul infected the film mogul with his misunderstanding. We'll see if you investigate, but Woo-jin has no connection to the domestic acting scene. It's almost certain that he is self-taught. PD Song Man-woo was the origin one. Meanwhile, in Kang Woo-jin's van. The van carrying Kang Woo-jin and his team, including Choi Sung-gun, is driving down the road. Naturally, their destination was the large set of Profiler Henry Young. The van Kang Woo-jin was. Although he was cynically looking out the window, but inside he was dispirited. He was sleep-deprived. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat and stylist Han Ye-jung had high combat power. They had a deep conversation about the day's shooting. Then, that's right, Woo-jin. Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat turned around and called Kang Woo-jin. I'm sorry to disturb you while you're thinking about the script, but I had this. He handed Woo-jin a bundle of papers, and Kang Woo-jin received the bundle and asked in a low voice. Thank you, but what is this? Choi Sung-gun, who had been grinning, gave a simple answer. You asked me to get it right, a Japanese scenario. Asterisk. Notes. 1. Origin here means that he is the origin of the misunderstanding. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Speed 2. Chapter 40, Speed 2. Kang Woo-jin, who had received the scenario, nodded indifferently. I thank you for getting it. But inside, he was dancing a shoulder dance. Nice Japanese scenario acquired. He was literally grinning from ear to ear. If he'd shown this outside, his image would have been shattered in an instant. Anyway, the reason why Woo-jin requested the Japanese scenario was simple. He thought of Japanese after English. It's probably better to go with what's familiar. When Kang Woo-jin checked the cover of the scenario, the stylist Han Ye-jung next to him asked a little coldly. It's not that she had a bad personality, but that's how she usually spoke. Appa, do you also speak Japanese? It doesn't seem to be a translation. A little. Really? But why a Japanese scenario? I just want to have a look. The conversation was generally low due to the coldness and sternness. When Kang Woo-jin turned a page of the scenario, CEO Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat looked at Woo-jin reflected in the rearview mirror and opened his mouth. It took a while to get the original Japanese scenario instead of the translated version. Will this do? Yes, that will do, thank you. This was when road manager Jang Soo-H-won chimed in. Wow, CEO, how did you get the Japanese scenario? Hey, look ahead. How did I get it? I just have some connections in Japan. Choi Sung-gun answered casually and glanced at Woo-jin through the rearview mirror again. He looked at Kang Woo-jin. He then sighed slightly, feeling a bit stuffy. Darn. I can't even ask about the past because it's explicitly written in the contract not to, but I'm so curious. He was incredibly curious about the moment past. Was he really abroad? Was he in Japan? Looking at his sudden request for a Japanese scenario, maybe. Choi Sung-gun was trying to understand something in his own way and glanced at Woo-jin through the rearview mirror again. So he's thinking of making a debut in Japan. Japan is good. Knowing Japanese alone is several times more advantageous than other actors. The world opens up with more possibilities. For an actor, language is essential. It's not just about dialogue. To grow globally, fluency in foreign languages is required. Once fluent, the growth rate is tens of times faster. Choi Sung-gun knew this all too well. Japanese, it's good, but English is still the best for an actor, and Woo-jin not speak English at all. Around this time, Kang Woo-jin, who was pretending to read the scenario, moved his index finger so as not to be noticed. Swipe. He moved it to tap the black square that appeared next to the scenario. Poof. As his Woo-jin entered the endlessly pitch-dark void space and naturally turned his body to check the listed white rectangles. As expected, one more had been added. The Japanese words were hard to read for now. Regardless, Kang Woo-jin smiled. Let's go for Japanese. He was on the verge of mastering Japanese after English. It was a matter of time. he was going to possess 2 foreign languages in just about 2 weeks. Then, swish. Kang Woojin selected the white rectangle with Japanese written on it. At the same time, a robotic female voice was heard. Vast gray covered Kang Woojin. After a while, when Kang Woojin returned to the real world inside the van, he murmured softly, looking at the scenario in his hand. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. It's really good. Since he read the Japanese in the script so smoothly, he didn't need a translator at all. Japanese acquired. Japanese was engraved into Kang Woojin. After that, yesterday, on March 25th, the filming of Profiler and Young began, and the staff and actors smoothly followed the schedule. As a result, Kang Woojin had to handle the shooting like a madman. Cut. Okay, this time it's Woojin solo. We'll start with the bust. The day went by with dozens of switching of Park Do-rai and Kang Woojin. Acting, eating, acting. Except for occasional breaks, Woojin just kept acting. He seemed like a machine built for acting. Okay, next is Woojin's turn. Where's Woojin? He's waiting in the car. I'll bring him right away. The newbie actor Kang Woojin. Woojin, stand by. It was not strange even if he felt nausea at this speed. Please save me, please. So Kang Woojin reduced his words even more, excluding acting. Just maintaining the shooting and concept was overwhelming enough. However, it wasn't just Kang Woojin who was on a fourth march. It seemed the same for all the staff and actors. Solo shots, full shot, crowd shots, and so on. Calling the extras, the next cut is a crowd shot. Regardless, PD Songman was shot like he was possessed. However, he didn't do it haphazardly. Cut. Yo Min, your expression is killing the mood. Let's try again with a slight smile. He was such a veteran that he could shoot quickly, while controlling each scene with great depth. Sometimes he spent more than 2 hours on just 1 or 2 scenes. A week cuts like that. March ended and April began. April 1st, Wednesday. However, the shooting speed increased even more, as if they were on a high-speed train. Kang Woojin could only endure. Isn't this really too much? It was a world apart from exorcism. Okay, now Woojin, go fix your makeup.